It's a fire in love. It's a fire in love.
Hey guys, and welcome to the weekly review. In this video, we're going to take a look at week 1 of the European Vainglory 8. We started off with a much anticipated matchup between Team Secret and Mouse Sports. Team Secret's new roster needed to prove itself, and that it did, knocking off Mouse 2-0 in quick fashion.
He's going to take a really low Just Man with a beautiful afterburner, getting forced to court to bring him back in to end the game.
In the second series of day 1, we had Denial Esports vs Rising Lotus. Although Rising Lotus were able to secure game 1, Denial came back strong in game 2, using a CP Ozo to its full potential.
So much work, I am the Doom, just coming up tops here. He's going to pick up...
In game 3, Artemis Graves found his footing on the weapon Baron, absolutely destroying Rising Lotus.
Are you still alive? How? Just tell me your secrets. Artemis is just following action.
I was especially hyped for our third series on day 1, where we saw SK Gaming up against Fnatic. Anybody wondering if Volafar would fit in on SK had their answers after day 1, but I think the real surprise was Tyrus.
And that is going to be it. The turnaround from SK Gaming led to a didn't stand a chance.
SK played incredibly well, but especially Tyrus, and SK would go on to win the series 2-0.
It's a lot of damage, a lot of big potential. Surely he's going to get it, but the heals are going to come.
Look at the damage!
Due to scheduling, we had our G2 vs Cyclone matchup off stream on day 1. Cyclone was able to move past G2, but the 2-1 score gives G2 a precious point moving into week 2. Going into day 2, only 4 teams remained. We started things off with Team Secret vs SK Gaming, where Volafar would go up against his former organization and his former teammate, as Mowgli was called in to sub.
They use Tyrus looking to put the damage onto Justman. Justman's got that polite company. Tyrus jumping back onto Mowgli. They're gonna go down to the wire. It's gone.
The fights were back and forth, but in the end, Team Secret outplayed SK and rode Leon's Ringo to victory and to the finals.
Secret, and it's only Jetpack's alive. Justman gonna stun him.
There were mixed opinions on the analyst desk regarding our second series of day 2, as Denial Esports faced up against Cyclone.
Straight onto Radha, but it's the active camo team bursted down Radha, trying to escape, but it's not likely. Artemis will find the kill, and now the Iron Cannon straight onto Waldemar. He has to dive in, he has to steal the Kraken, he hits it, he gets Artemis as well.
Waldemar dominated on the weapon Jewel, beating Denial Esports and claiming their spot in the finals alongside Team Secret.
Just leaves Bastion left alone and taken down.
It was a shock to many fans and viewers alike that Cyclone took game 1 in a convincing fashion, punishing a Roam Rona out of Secret, as Secret likewise punished the weapon Saw in game 2 out of Cyclone.
The target and so more to escape, but PC Lambs wants the action. They're all going in, looking for the fight. The burst of judgment from Mowgli goes out, does damage, but it's blocked. Solar Storm.
The series was forced to a game 3, where Secret started strong, utilizing a Captain Glaive on Mowgli.
Up by Leon, and now it's a bit of trouble as, you know, Radha comes up, but so does Mowgli. They're looking to knock PT Lamb in.
Although Secret started strong, it was Cyclone who finished strong, taking a decisive ace in the late game, where they were able to close out the series and claim first place overall in Europe for the Week 1 of Vainglory 8.
He gets put to sleep and
Yep.
taken down. Neon, a double kill for Waldemar, and just man, the last man alive, he's going to fall as well. No way he gets away from this one. The stealth there, and he's just continuing the run. But Waldemar, he's already going to the base here.
He has blood in
of
his eyes.
Team Secret.
Week 1 kicked off the spring season with a bang. A few upsets, a couple surprises, and a ton of action. When it was all said and done, Cyclone sat at the top of the point standings with 8, followed by Secret with 7, SK Gaming with 4, Denial with 3, G2 and Rising Lotus with 1 point each, and Fnatic and Mouse Sports with 0. This has been your weekly review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Vainglory 8. This is day 2 of week 2 of the spring season for 2017. My name's Action Jackson, and I'm here with Humanist and Tasty Bacon. How you guys doing?
Doing so good, Jackson. Incredibly excited for day 2 here in week 2. And just happy to be next to this guy, honestly.
What can I say? Super happy to be next to this guy. But we are getting ready for day number 2. The standings
See, it
going to be shaken up.
starts this way, but by the end of the day, you're like, I can't believe you disagree with my point on Ozo. And it goes downhill really fast.
It does.
It's not by the end of the day. It's by like a game or 2 in.
Just let us see the first drafts, and we'll get underway.
Well, first things first, before we get to any draft today, we do have a bit of a pre-show for you guys. We want to talk about the Challenger Series games that have been happening throughout the week because, you know, obviously, Challenger is a big part of the Vainglory 8 format. You have the challenge battles that give new teams an opportunity to come up and rise into the top 8. We saw that last year with Snow Avalanche, who went on to win a championship. We saw it at the end of the year with Beyond Horizon, who became Denial Esports. All kinds of teams get promoted fairly frequently, so I figured it'd be good for you guys to have an idea of who might be coming up. Let's go ahead and start off with VIS, the North American Challenger Series League. And Bacon, I believe you made a video for us breaking it down.
Hello everyone and welcome to the VIS North American Challenger Series recap. Heading into week number 2, things have been pretty straightforward across this double elimination bracket. As you can get a look, not too many major upsets and no real upsets that have had a massive impact on this bracket as of yet. Both groups A and B chugging along. There will be 4 teams to make it out of each group into the playoffs. And one of the teams that is very likely to make it there is the number 1 seed, One Piece 101. They were in action against the number 17 seed Maracus. You might be thinking, number 1 versus number 17, this should be another pretty straightforward matchup, but it was anything but. Even though it ended up as a 2-0 victory for the side of One Piece 101, Maracus definitely came out swinging and put up a fight. It was not a simple matchup for One Piece, but they will continue to move on in the winner's bracket. The second featured matchup of the week was Liberation X, the number 2 seed, taking on the number 15 seed in Ardent Esports. And now, if you've been around the Vainglory scene for any length of time, you probably know of both of these organizations. Ardent Esports has been a major player in the Vainglory community for quite some time, and of course, Liberation X, the first ever North American champions. And now Marto, Status, and Pon the Original are looking to return that brand to its former glory. Very similar to the first featured matchup, where you'd expect the numbers to tell a different story, but this ended up being an incredible matchup. Definitely make sure you go and check it out if you were unable to catch this one live, as Liberation X were able to pick up that 2-0 victory against Ardent Esports, but they brought them to the absolute limit. Game number 2 looked like it could go anyone's way. Ended up with Liberation just barely getting the victory with a Kraken push at the end of the game to be able to retain their spot in the winner's bracket. And our third and final featured matchup of the week was Energy, the number 7 seed, taking on Team Synergy, the number 10 seed. Energy, of course, the large esports organization, picking up a challenger team, the only one to pick up a challenger team, as opposed to a Vainglory 8 team. And Hardek and company definitely looking to prove that they made the right decision and earn their way into the Vainglory 8. Hardek making the transition from the lane to the jungle, bringing his signature aggressiveness with him, has really seemed to work out, as both himself and Gaspy up in the lane now with Chombo as their captain, looking to maybe show that they should have been higher than a number 7 seed, as they took that series 2-0 as well. Heading into week number 3, we have some really exciting matchups. A 4 and 5 seed going head-to-head, Necrolite and Rage Pingers. Of course, the losers brackets from both groups, win or go home. And then my personal favorite matchup, Energy versus Liberation X. Hardek going to look for some revenge for the first Autumn Championships. You do not want to miss any of the action in the VIS Challengers.
You don't want to miss any of those matches. They look great. We have some big names down there in Challenger for North America, at least for now. You know, maybe they'll come back up through the challenge battles.
At least for now.
Do you think any of these teams have really got the chops as it currently stands to make that transition back in?
I think right now there's at least four teams in VIS that have a chance of beating one of these bottom 3 seeded Vainglory 8 teams. So it's going to be really intense as the Challenger Series winds down, because only 3 of those teams will get even an opportunity, and then who knows if they will be successful or not.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance we could see at least one team knocked off.
And if you had to pick one team from the Challenger Series as your sort of horse in this race, your favorite to actually make it into the Vainglory 8, who would it be?
I think Libex would be my pick.
I would pick Libex as well. They have so much experience on that team and have been looking so clean with their games.
Plus Sacktown boys.
I have to admit, I'm pretty excited to see Marto returning to the scene a little bit, because when we were casting, I remember I was casting with Vedius back then, the championship finals for Autumn, and they were down 2 games in the series, and then Marto stepped up and just made the magic happen. So I'd like to see his return. I think that could be super cool.
It definitely could. I think it's just really cool that they're all friends, family, playing together, and finding success at the same time.
Absolutely. So, of course, in addition to the VIS, which is our North American Challenger League, we've also got VGL running over in Europe. And we should have a look at your video on this one as well, Bacon, because we have some great teams there, too.
Hello and welcome to the VGL European Challenger Series recap. Week number 2 was filled to the brim with action as we narrowed the field all the way down to just 8 teams remaining for the Challenger Series playoffs. First matchup we want to feature was Oblivion Lost versus Reliable Union, a number 5 seed and a number 4 seed going head to head, and it did not disappoint. These teams absolutely brought their A game, pushed each other to the limit, going all the way to game number 3, and that game number 3 was a back and forth affair all the way through. Next up, the Pride of Spain, Team Queso taking on THN Envy. THN Envy, one of those teams that was seeded a bit lower in the bracket, but were definitely showcasing that they could compete with the best of them. They had already taken the number 3 seed to a game 3, a feat which they then repeated against number 7 seed Team Queso, looking to take down these fan favorites. But unfortunately, Team Queso proved to be a little too sharp for THN Envy, taking advantage in the final game with a superior draft and able to close out the series 2-1. Team Queso wouldn't have long to celebrate, however, as they immediately had to then face the number 3 seed Team Waves, who had been knocked down to the losers bracket in upset fashion by Team Fnatic earlier in the tournament. Team Queso came out strong, riding the momentum over their victory from THN Envy, but unfortunately for them, Waves was resilient, and they were able to weather the early game storm, coming back with a vengeance as they took down Team Queso 2-0. This is just a taste of the action that is being brought every single week in the VGL European Challenger Series. Don't miss week number 3 when the playoffs kick off. The top 8 teams remaining, all vying for a spot in the challenge battles. It is going to be intense. That's about the only thing that is guaranteed.
All right, and as you can see from the end plates of both of those videos, we are having more matches coming up this week. It's going to be awesome. So on the European side of things, again, I want to ask the same question. Like, if you had to pick one team who you think's a favorite from Challengers to move up to the Vainglory 8 this season, at the end of this split, who would it be?
Can't pick one.
Lemon and lime.
Lemon and lime?
Lemon and lime.
Lemon and lime could
they
probably
look
do it.
so good. The only team that's given them really any sign of difficulty was Memento Mori. And Memento Mori, I think, also has a very strong lineup. Like, they're down in the losers bracket because of a loss to Lemon and Lime, but I would not be surprised if those end up being the 1 and 2 teams out of the European challengers.
Yeah, they're very good. I feel like there's so many teams that were stacking up very evenly on VGL, and that's what makes it so hard for me to call. Bacon and I have cast a lot of these matches together, and we were having like 5-hour broadcast days that should have been like 4. They were going, every single one of these series was going to 3 games. We had back-to-back days with 35-minute games, and like it was just so mentally draining because these teams were just head-to-head. It's really good stuff.
But
so I'm
simultaneously, that makes it great to watch, so you guys should definitely be checking out the Challenger Series.
For sure, yeah.
Those
It's
regions.
draining because there's so much
It's
excitement
draining
going
for us
on.
because we're sitting there
Like,
like,
we're like
spewing
just
energy
going
on
all
this.
out.
But,
Yeah.
for the viewers, I mean, they were very good games, yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, we've got even more good games coming up today, guys, so let's actually transition into the Vainglory 8 part of the show and bring up the schedule for you. In Europe today, we're kicking things off with Cyclone versus Fnatic. That's our first semifinal. Then our second one, G2 Esports versus SK Gaming. We could see another Team Secret alumni meeting in the finals, potentially, if SK and Fnatic go through. Or we could see Cyclone against G2 round 1 opponents who were actually in first week together, making it all the way to the finals in the second week.
Yeah, G2 did take a game off them in week 1, right? That was pretty sure, because G2 had a 1 point after week 1. I mean, G2 looked very strong yesterday. They really turned it up, so I'm excited to see what they can do. I don't think Fnatic moves past Cyclone here today. If they did, I would be surprised, and yeah, I'd have to give credit over to Fnatic. I just think that they've shown a real lack of consistency.
All right, well, let's actually have a look at the brackets real quick. You can see how we got to where we are this week. Mouse Sports lost 1-0 games against SK, so they're still sitting at the bottom, but SK moved forward, of course. They're going to be playing up against G2 Esports, who took down Denial. Then on the other side of the bracket, Cyclone managed to 2-0 Rising Lotus, and Team Secret lost to Fnatic. So you do have some great semifinals coming up. We are going to have a third-place match. It's going to be played off-stream, but the VODs will be available very shortly thereafter. I don't know which of these semifinals I'm looking forward to more, actually. I feel like both of these are really good in their own way. Like, Cyclone versus Fnatic. Was Fnatic's Week 1 and preseason invitational performance just a fluke, and was yesterday a much better representation of them? And Cyclone, similarly, like, did they have a fluke Week 1, or are they really that good? And on the other side of the bracket, I feel like it's SK. You know, they seem much more consistent. G2, the exact inverse of that, right? Like last week, really struggling. This week, they looked so good.
But G2 have been able to find their groove in the past and ride that through, you know, almost a full split. They're going to have to do it the whole season. But I think they could. It looked like they were starting to play very similar to how they were in the past.
And that's what I wanted to bring up, actually, because Hundor picked Baron yesterday and dominated with it. And Baron actually does not have a particularly good win rate, Bacon. So the fact that he did so well is impressive.
Yeah, Baron only picking up a handful of wins here in the Vainglory 8. Hasn't been played quite as much as the other laners, but I believe the win rate was somewhere, like, it was down below 30%.
Oh, was it 30%?
I believe. Yeah, it was pretty low.
Wow.
It was like 3 and 8 or something along those lines. It's,
That's how many basic attacks most of the Barons we're seeing get off in a fight.
Closer to 3.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look at the point standings real quick before we get into our first matchup here. You can see Team Settlement and Cyclone are currently our forerunners in both regions. Team Secret, they've got 7 points, but you got to remember, guys, they're not getting any more this week. That leaves a huge opportunity for SK Gaming, G2, and Fnatic to potentially overtake. And Cyclone, so long as they get some points this week, are in a great position to stay at the top of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like you said, if they win their first matchup here, they will be staying at the top of the pack because there is no one that can catch them if they get those 2 bonus points from making it to the finals.
How many people would have predicted that? I mean, it's just so crazy that if that actually happens, they are like clearly at the top of the leaderboard, like no contest.
Yeah.
And you look at Secret, who, I mean, you said it, they can't get any more points getting knocked down. And not even that, and taking into account that it was a 2-0, in which Fnatic looked like the much stronger team in that series. It's just shocking. I don't know what to believe anymore.
All right, well, I got one thing for you to believe in. It's our first matchup of the day, our first semifinals between Cyclone and Fnatic. Cyclone, winners of Week 1. Fnatic, big losers of Week 1. 0 points heading into this week, but they did take down Team Secret yesterday. It's obviously a tough matchup. Let's have a look at Cyclone's roster real fast, though. We've got Red, Aption, Waldemar, PT Lamb, and subs Melisandre and Radha.
Yeah, and this team, they've been running different rosters. I think that's the only thing they've been doing consistently is just swapping people in and out. But yeah, we saw Radha, Waldemar, PT Lamb in there. And PT Lamb, I mean, historically, I knew him. I grew to like love him as a competitive player when he was playing out of the lane. We've seen him play some in the jungle, but he's been captaining for them the last few games, and they were dominating. Yesterday was Rising Lotus they had off stream.
Yes. Yep.
They went 10-0 and then 12-0. And like for me, I was sitting there thinking about it, and there's a lot of teams who even, especially when you're at the top, you don't take games as seriously. And I think that's been a big problem in the past. But especially when you have off-stream games, they kind of test and you know, take it even less seriously. So to see them in an off-stream game come and just shut their opponents down, it felt pretty good.
I'm pretty excited for seeing what they can do in this series against Fnatic, which is going to be the next roster we have a look at. We got Net Toilette, Techno JJ, Palmatoro, and Carol.
And again, this team, you know, kind of shaky at the start when they first came together. Preseason Invitational Week 1, not getting any wins across both of those, and then all of a sudden showing up yesterday in a big way, taking down Team Secret 2-0. This makes this such an important matchup now because if they can beat Cyclone, then the top of the European standings.
Who knows
like,
who's at the
there's
top,
going to be
really.
like 3 or 4 teams.
Nobody knows.
There's going to be like 3 or 4 teams that are all within like 2 to 4 points of each other at the top, and that's going to be absolutely crazy. So, you know, if Fnatic wins, you get a lot of parallels in Europe. If Cyclone wins, then all of a sudden they just skyrocket above everyone else. So it's going to be really interesting.
Whenever I see their sub Carol, I just want to go, Carl! Kind of like Gary from the preseason invitational.
I think we should call him Carl.
Carl, I like it. I like it.
Carl.
Anyway, we've got the draft coming
Someone
up for you
out there
guys
got that reference.
pretty
I know
soon. I don't actually know what that's
Really?
from.
You
I
don't?
have no idea.
Oh, I'll have to show you on our break.
All right, sounds good. But let's talk about the draft, which we've got coming up. Obviously, we've seen some really interesting stuff in Europe, some fairly unique picks coming out of Europe as well. And one thing that I want to talk about, especially, is that after doing our most recent number crunching, Bacon, we discovered some, like, very interesting statistics about junglers, especially in Europe. I'm thinking Rhyme and Koshka right now.
Yeah, well, one of the big things was Koshka
0% win rate in Europe, huh?
has played once in Europe.
But 100% win rate in North America.
Yeah, and again, the amount of times is what's impressive. In North America, she's been picked up 9 times and has won every single one of those games.
Seems good.
Whereas Europe has played her once, didn't win, and we're just like, well, never touching her again.
But the reason I bring it up now, right, is it seems like a Cyclone and a Fnatic hero. I feel like either of these teams could pull it out, and it would make sense with, you know, the kinds of teams that they are. Having a look at this draft, the Cyclone actually getting a Lance, which has been banned a tremendous amount.
Yeah, Lance up in the top 4 of draft appearances as far as the combined total of picked and banned away. Well, 3 of the top 4 are on your screen at the moment, so that's going to be staying the same right now.
Ringo?
I'm really curious to see if Fnatic either pick up the Jewel, not necessarily here, or it would be their second pick, or they ban it out.
I could see them doing that. I mean, People got to respect Waldemar's duel.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Arden. Okay. That's interesting when they've already got the Lance, too. I guess they're trying to hide something, information-wise, maybe.
Very likely.
Oh, there's the dual ban.
I mean, they have the last pick, so it's always never a bad idea to hide a carry pick for your last one if you have the opportunity to do so. Of course, that means you have to feel confident being able to take.
I mean, they already got the Lance. You're not taking the Ozo.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like you maybe pick Vox or something, though. Because
You could.
the
Vox
win
should
rate
be the pick.
speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, Vox, we're going to be talking about Vox's win rate for quite some time. In both North America and Europe, has a 60% win rate in Europe and a 80% or 70% win rate in North America. So just really high win rates across the board.
Cyclone have been winning with the Samuel as well. They choose to ban it out here, so obviously a lot of emphasis coming out from this team with him.
We're going to see something new, like pretty much no matter what, this game from Cyclone. Because they got Jewel a lot last week. They got Samuel a lot, too.
Yep.
They're not getting either this game.
No. Fnatic have done a pretty good job to go ahead and remove a lot of these things because they could have, they ban out the Jewel, they can pick up the Samuel, and you could swap that around. So nice job so far.
I really feel like Fnatic should pick up the Vox here. Like, there's no reason not to.
Bounce the
there's
castle.
Not much that's going to counter it on the other side.
I feel like it makes a lot of sense, but they obviously want to be sure about that, and Glaive is going to be
Pretty
the pick.
strong.
Admittedly, Glaive with Lance would have been a very difficult 2 versus 2 in the jungle, so I could certainly see where they're coming from. Does make me worry that maybe we're going to see like Vox picked up from Cyclone here, and trying to think what would go good with it. Maybe even a Koshka, actually, because you mentioned Koshka and Glaive. Humanist, do you like that matchup?
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. It depends. We've seen, especially Europe, kind of vary away from the cooldown utility build Glaive, and they've done actually some weapon builds that weren't really working out too well. If they do go for that Storm Crown like Aftershock build, then I think Koshka does very well because she can roll over that Glaive through the early mid game in the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the help of a Lance, just really power through that early game can work some wonders. But we'll have to see as they dip into this bonus time. Cyclone.
Do we know who's currently playing for Cyclone today?
We'll see when they're loading in on our preview monitor. I'll keep my eyes peeled. But
sure.
for now, I would assume that it's whatever they played yesterday. And you said they played Ratha, right?
Yeah, Radha, they've put a lot of emphasis on him. I was critical when we were first watching him, but they were winning. And, my criticism was that maybe he should be a little more aggressive, but if you're finding ways to win games without fully committing, then, more power to you. Petal's going to come out here.
Yeah, Petal, I mean, that's an interesting pick.
I mean, okay, look, they have, there's already double melee for Fnatic, all right? Petal excels in that situation. Plus you have Lance to go ahead and peel and kind of act as a pivot point that she can trampoline back and forth over and just kind of abuse that. So I like it.
Yeah, definitely going to be opportunities for the Petal here. What they pick for this final selection is definitely going to go a long way towards if I really like the Petal pick or if I'm just kind of okay with the Petal pick. But there's definitely situations where the Petal can function very well, and without having a strong shutdown on the opposing side, that's a good opportunity for Petal. They're going to add it with the Ringo. This is a little bit more towards the... I want to say, there's not going to be enough protection.
This reminds me of like old school Petal, though. Like, so Petal used to be picked a lot with a Frostburn, and you'd kite mostly, right? Like Frostburn,
largely.
Yeah, and you've got the heal coming out. I feel like with the Lance too, that's actually a good amount of like disengage.
Yeah, it should be enough. I mean, the thing is, Lance will have to make the decision at some point in these fights: do I let Petal die or do I let Ringo die? And so
You let Petal die. It's not a decision.
It is a legit decision depending on like how much health they have, how much damage output they currently have. Are they behind in the game? Is there item progression there? Vox comes through, but Cyclone knew that this would most likely be the last pick. And
yeah, the difficulty I have with the Cyclone composition is that there's not really any hard engage. Like, yes, Lance can hard engage, but Petal and Ringo usually are not going to be looking to try and chase down an opponent type of thing. Like, they're usually going to be trying to kite away from a fight, and I feel like Cyclone is a much more in-your-face style team.
I'm also a little bit worried Petal can struggle against Vox, obviously the Munions being an easy target for the bounces. if you look at the comp that Fnatic's running, I mean, this is meta 101 right now. It's pretty much as good as it gets. Arden has been doing fairly well also. So I feel like Fnatic, in my opinion, and I rarely have one on the draft, actually won the draft, right?
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I think they won the draft, but I feel like Cyclone's the better team right now. So I would still predict that Cyclone win the game.
I'm going to go with Fnatic. I feel like their draft is very good, and if they play like they did yesterday, then I feel like they can take games off Cyclone if they have superior draft, which they do here.
All right, so we've talked a little bit about what the function of the Cyclone comp might be, right? Like lots of disengage potentially. But one thing, a parallel perhaps you can draw is actually in the games yesterday with Echo Fox, where that game stalled out for like 35 minutes. If you don't have good engage, it doesn't necessarily matter that you have good disengage, because when you get ahead, you can't do anything with it. So I'm a little bit worried that they perhaps need to snowball somehow or find an opportunity. When, in your opinion, does this comp come online and actually make it happen?
I feel like through the early mid game they'll come online. The problem is on the other side, you're outranged. Like Vox is outranged, so he has to commit. When he commits, he could probably kill one of these guys. But otherwise, like the main tools you're looking for, Gauntlet and Afterburns, and those are the main threats to Ringo and Petal's safety. But Gauntlet, very long cooldown. The Afterburns won't be short cooldown or short enough to be like a super big threat until you actually get to the same time that they're starting to hit the power spikes on the other side. So I think it's going to be fairly even, although they will have a little bit more disable options.
Player-wise, by the way, I'm seeing PT Lam, Waldemar, and Radha for Cyclone. So this is the lineup they won week 1 with. It is obviously a very strong lineup. I do think that Radha, I'm curious to see his development, though, because I agree with your points about maybe not being aggressive enough in week 1, especially when Waldemar is overcompensating for that, perhaps. You know, very, very aggressive.
It's like a little
player.
Leon Tricky situation, but like reversed.
Yeah, absolutely, actually. It's interesting stuff. Fnatic's comp, real quick, I mean, is very bread and butter, but when does this composition spike, and how does it win the game?
When you have a Vox, it spikes once you get Tyrants. You know, the double Tyrants with the breaking point is when it spikes really hard, but the Glaive can really help accelerate that pace.
I'd say to 11 to 15 minutes, depending on Vox's farm.
Okay, let's see if they can get there in time, or if perhaps Cyclone can kick things off to a good start. Passing it on over to our shoutcasters, Dalsy and Jingyi, for game number 1.
Welcome, guys, to today's games. It is the European week split here. Week 2 split, I should say. Almost forgot the number, and we're getting ready to see how this one fares. Maybe a little bit of an upset victory for Fnatic yesterday. Wasn't expecting them to be here on our screens, but they've made it here so far, and now they have to go up against Cyclone, who dominated last week.
Yeah, so we might be seeing the second upset coming from Fnatic this weekend, and we are looking. Well, I think we were talking about this a little bit beforehand. Oh, no, never mind, Palmatoro didn't get it. We were talking a little bit about this before we actually went live, and we noticed so Cyclone, they're currently leading in terms of points, but they do have that Lance, and if you look at the statistics for Lance, he gets banned out a lot. I think he's got one of the highest ban rates, but he's also got a ridiculously low win rate.
About 20% in Europe here, so it's very interesting to see a lot of priority on banning this hero, when in reality the stats say that he's not winning games. But we'll have to see what PT Lambs can do. We're currently seeing a bit of aggression from Cyclone as PT Lambs heads on into the jungle, steals away 2 camps, the Treant and one of those fronts, and Radha going to get involved as well. They're continuing to aggress here, looking to just put the pressure onto Fnatic early and steal away all of their jungle. So you're going to see a gank in the lane as Palmatoro makes his way up. Waldemar taking a bit of a beating, will be fine for now. Net Tuelet also having a bit of fun with Radha here, as the aggression is on all fronts.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of counter jungling. Very, very aggressive start from both of the teams. Very unusual for Europe not to say anything, but Europe have tended to be a little bit passive at the start in the past. I think one thing that's going to be interesting, no hope, nice afterburn from Palmatoro there.
Yeah, just to escape the Impale. We'll see if PT Lambs walks into this tribe, or she does, but no aggression coming back from Fnatic. And you're right, Europeans, they tend to try and play the game a little bit more passively throughout the early game. And I'm really loving this new Cyclone roster coming in, shaking things up early, putting all the aggression onto their opponents and trying to steal away as much as they can.
It's working, but it's not really working because both the sides are just constantly jungling each other, so they're not actually winning overall. But this could be actually a very sticky situation for Cyclone in a bit of a
Yeah,
2v3
Radhar's
situation.
completely stuck out here. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, trying to play down those seeds. But it's going to be first blood going on over to Palmatoro. And Fnatic strike first.
The first blood there, nice, a little bit 200 gold lead. I was wondering, do you think, you know how like we keep calling people potatoes if they're not doing very well? Can we call them radishes, like just to play on Radha's name?
Playing like a radish, Radha. That may be a bit too harsh, but
I don't know if they'll
yeah,
get
no,
that.
why not? Radha, last week played extremely well, but look at this aggression coming out. Great Impale comes out from PT Lambs to keep Waldemar alive. That will be them falling back to the turret there. Good peel from Waldemar, PT Lambs. Waldemar going to have to recall here and is going to miss out on a bit of CS.
No, that's exactly what PC Lamb needs to be doing. So PC Lamb, I think he was formerly more well known as a laner, a very formidable laner, and actually we're seeing him in this captain position. Actually, he seems very comfortable on it. He's very aggressive for a captain, and I think it works really well. He's able to frontline very well. He knows exactly what Waldemar wants and is able to anticipate that very well. So if you can keep peeling Palmatoro away from Waldemar, this should go quite well. Waldemar can maybe stall that reflex block a little bit longer, but definitely by the time for the gauntlet comes down, he needs to have that there.
Palmatoro duking and diving, gonna get away from that one. PT Lamb tried to predict where the afterburn would be going. Wasn't quite there. It is a frostburn completed now here for Radha. Waldemar building towards his first item. Not quite sure where he's going to go. Probably a Sora Blade, but he has, you know, that upgraded attack speed as well, so we can get into the breaking point soon. Here's aggression though. Radha caught out, and Radha goes down before you could even blink. And now they're turning straight onto PT Lamb, trying to find a secondary kill here. They're not going to be able to just yet. Palmatoro going to abuse the fact there's no jungler on the map and start taking away some of these camps.
Bit of iffy positioning coming in there from Cyclone. You could have anticipated that Fnatic were going to be in that bush, and they just kind of walked straight into it. It was just a bit of a face check there, and probably shouldn't have had to happen that early on. There was just a bit of a mistake there, I think, from them. I think they were lucky that they weren't able to get more kills off the back of that.
See that Radha has purchased up a flare to try and avoid face-checking pushes from the next time, obviously trying to learn from his mistakes. We're going to see that fountain completed now for Net2Let there, as Fnatic are in a fairly strong position, and this is quite surprising based on their week 1 results. Perhaps it was just an off day for this team, because they've come into this game, and yesterday's games as well, a huge upset against Team Secret. Now if they take down Cyclone as well here in week 2, then that's going to put some serious question marks over Fnatic's strength.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic showing for them if they are able to knock out Cyclone in this series. It's kind of just looking at the compositions and looking like how they're going to scale up. That Petal, she's going to be playing a very important job there, especially that Frostburn, just keeping them away, forcing Palmatoro back, who we can certainly expect to be getting really into Cyclone's faces. He's going for that Stormcrown build, probably going for that Aftershock a little bit later on, but it looks like Fnatic are upping the aggression.
Yeah, look at this. It's Waldemar caught out. The root, though, goes down onto Palmatoro. It's enough to allow Waldemar to escape the aggression of this glaive, but Palmatoro's role this game, he's been so influential in finding kills here for Fnatic, and he's not stopping yet as another afterburn knocks PT Lamb into the wall. PT Lamb solo will have to back away. Hellfire Brew does come from across the map, but good Vanguard going to mean that Techno JJ takes almost no damage from it. And finally that fountain completed for PT Lamb. A little bit late though at 6:45.
Yeah, definitely. He had the gold, but I think he's been prioritizing a lot on vision, so we can see that he's already had the 2 scout traps, 2 flares, and he's already been putting down a few throughout the first 6 minutes or there, so I think he kind of sacrificed the early start. But is this a good idea from Cyclone? There is a scout trap there. Fnatic know exactly what they're doing.
Trying to take it down, yeah. Here comes Net2Let and Toilet, and it's gonna be coming down as well. Oh dear, stolen away by Net2Let. That's a unfortunate stuff there. The Blood for Blood does a considerable amount of damage and allows for steals consistently from Arden.
And I gotta say that steal was definitely not unexpected. Wait, hang on, double negatives confuse me. Oh,
Now,
PC Lamp.
Gonna be PT Lamb caught out. This is just not good play from Cyclone. They're just allowing, but maybe they can turn around as Waldemar goes aggressive. Techno JJ very low. Radha on the backline trying to do damage with his minions as well. Net2Let very low. Psycho not quite able to find a kill for themselves. Just push Fnatic back here. And this is not the same Cyclone that we saw in previous games. They're just allowing Fnatic to walk all over them. Perhaps this is the aggression finally as Waldemar finishes that Sora Blade. Net2Let's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, they're putting the pressure on. They understand that Fnatic are in a dire position where they can't properly defend this turret. So they're going to try and do the work. There's Afterburn. Waldemar knocked sideways. The gauntlet lands onto PT Lamb. But the Fountain going to heal on up this Cyclone team. Cyclone still feeling fairly aggressive. They force Techno JJ to back. They saw it with the flare as well, so they're going to know this is a 3v2. They can look for this first turret, and that's exactly what they do. Turret destroyed. Cyclone find a little piece of gold for themselves.
Yes, he did. It was a clever use of Peso using her spontaneous combustion there just to heal up her teammates. And that was able to delay PT Lamb using his Fountain just a little bit longer. And I think that was certainly one of the things that helped them take that turret down quite early on. There wasn't much aggression coming out of it. There was a very pressurized push there coming from them.
Certainly was. Now the gold lead is fairly even as Cyclone start to even things up. Waldemar, he's finished his breaking point. Techno JJ optimizing for that breaking point double monocles, and he's got the first of that double monocles completed now. So this is a bit of a interesting point, this 9-minute mark. Both teams feeling fairly strong based on the items that they are holding, both wanting to try and find a potential engage. Have to see which one is able to do so first. Ultimate not quite up there for Net2Let. Another 40 seconds on that gauntlet. That will probably be what Fnatic are waiting on before they look for aggression.
I think what they need to do for Fnatic is that they need to force a reflex block coming out from someone, but actually Cyclone coming in with the engage.
Yeah, just a bit of aggression. The Hellfire Brew comes onto Techno JJ just to try and start burning down that Vox. All off a Impale from PT Lamb. Cyclone, they're going to use this to head on into the jungle, look for a bit of vision themselves and some items. That's an infuse purchased up there by Radha. Cyclone going to head back to the lane and start pushing down.
Yeah, again, I think we start off saying, oh, you know, this is great, we're seeing a little bit more aggression coming out from them, but right now it's really slowed down. Just a little bit of poking coming from both of the teams, but nothing really coming out of it. We've managed to see one turret being taken so far, and as I was saying before, what we need to be seeing from Fnatic is that they need to force a reflex block out from someone, but Net2Let, where are you going?
Straight on over the wall, the Vanguard to safety. If only PT Lamb landed that Impale, that was a definite kill there for Cyclone, but this might just be enough for them to be able to take this gold miner. Last time it was stolen by Fnatic. Fnatic trying to get in position to do the same. Good Impale straight onto Palmatoro. He's going to get bursted down there, and that's the gold miner going to go to Cyclone as well.
Very slick. I think the problem is, when we're going to come down to it, is that if you look at it, it's kind of a variation of Hope Comp, especially with Waldemar and Radha there. I want to be seeing a bit more aggression. I want to be seeing the engagements being started by Fnatic, because if they can get this, if they can catch Cyclone out, that is exactly what they need to be trying to turn these team fights around. But off the back of that kill, actually, we're not going to be seeing too much being taken by Cyclone. Just the Crystal Sentry. They're not able to clear out the jungle. They're not able to get any more damage on the next turret.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of an advantage for them, but a little bit of advantage is good enough for me at this point. And I'm pretty excited to see that Cyclone are starting to claw themselves back into a substantial part here. Interested to see where this one goes as we continue to put some pressure back onto Fnatic. You're right in saying Fnatic, they had a lot of early aggression, a lot of early power, but like you said, they've started to lose and slip away.
Yeah, they're beginning just to, I guess, mellow out a little bit. Palmatoro, he's got that Stormcrown now and that Aftershock. There's a lot of burst if he dives onto someone. I think the only issue is that he only has that kinetic shield, so if he gets right into the middle of all three members of Cyclone, there's not much he can do to escape. So I think he needs a little bit more defense so he can withstand the attacks coming out from Cyclone. But it just feels like Fnatic, they're just running away a lot right now, and Cyclone, they were feeling a little bit more confident. We're seeing them just pushing forward in the lane a little bit more, and I think they're already beginning to take control of part of Fnatic's jungle.
So we talked about this Lance pick here for Cyclone, the potentially low win rate that EU has been facing, and I think it's kind of showing itself a little bit here. PT Lamb, if he does miss the Impale, then it seems like Fnatic have many escape tools to disengage the fight, escape. It kind of is an all or nothing hero, you know, Impale only to try and win the fight. A Techno JJ, who just about escapes, reacts in time. Maybe a fight will start up here as Cyclone looked for it. They're trying to get aggressive onto Fnatic.
It's a good time for Cyclone to push. It's a fantastic. Techno JJ is sitting on 2,000 gold. He needs to go back to the shop. Otherwise, I just don't think this is a good idea. But Turret, they're just doing a lot of damage to it right now.
Oh, huge Impale onto 2 Giffian's wall as well. PT Lamb setting up the fight brilliantly there for Cyclone. And that's what we're talking about. This Lance, a powerful pick. You just need to be using its tools correctly, hitting everything, and it's so influential.
It absolutely is. If you miss, it's terrible. You'll die, you might just ruin it for your team. But if you catch a multi-hero Impale, like PT Lamb did just there, that was just game-changing. He caught all 3, did a lot of damage. It was a perfect opening there for Waldemar and Rada just to start dealing so much damage. And Techno JJ, he really didn't have a chance there.
Look at the huge gold swing as well. A turret, a gold miner, and a crystal sentry. Plus those 2 kills, it puts Cyclone in the lead by 4,000 gold now. Fnatic are starting to slip further and further into the oblivion. There's a gauntlet going down, doesn't connect unfortunately, but a good knockback gonna push this Petal into the wall. Doesn't matter, Palmatoro blown up, Techno JJ against the wall, PT Labs once more, and Waldemar looking to finish this one off with a triple kill. Cyclone are here to play. Fnatic going to be losing their base as we speak. How far will Cyclone push this? Looks like Waldemar wants to just finish it all now. A single crystal turret definitely on the cards, but will they go for the second? Yes, they will. Cyclone are monsters, and the base is still going down. All the respawns, Crystal Sentry and everyone else coming through, but PT Lamb will knock this glaive backwards. Now it's a race to the bases. Cyclone trying to escape Palmatoro here. PT Lamb's consistently knocking him back. A good impale over the wall, but that's just going to leave Waldemar isolated. Doesn't matter, the damage is so huge. He's going to throw that Hellfire Brew onto Palmatoro. Has to be blocked up to save his life. Cyclone take everything and walk away.
Quite the escape there and quite the chase coming out, and Waldemar doesn't care. He's just going to go straight onto that Kraken. They're probably going to take it. Fnatic are in a very sticky position right now. They have a very low turret, and PC Lab, I'm not sure if you want to be there. I really don't know if you should be there. I think he's just distracting them, actually.
He's just distracting them, getting the early vision, knocking everyone against the wall. But now they're split. This Kraken does get unleashed. The heal's going to start coming through, and this is going to be Cyclone looting up this Vox here. Nowhere to run, but so much damage being traded back. Waldemar, he's been blown up already. Techno JJ is starting to scale up. He's looking for his second. He's going to find it. A double kill comes through for Fnatic. They find the ace, and Cyclone going to throw away the advantage they just built up.
This is definitely going to be a thrown advantage. That's a free Kraken. That's a free 50. Oh, here. That's a free 1,500 gold going towards the side of Fnatic. It's not going to completely even the balance books there between the two teams, but if they get this first start, I certainly think there will only be a 1k gold difference between them. But such a close game. Fnatic just kind of rallied back there at the very end, picking up the 3 kills, and I think it comes down to the silence. I don't think it was blocked by PC Lamb. Silence caught all 3 members, and Waldemar and Rada were actually very, very close and within range to Techno JJ, which is why he was able to do such damage to them.
Yeah, the split fight as well. PT Lamb's just not in the prime position with his team as he was splitting to try and allow Cyclone to get that Kraken. 1 turret secured there for Fnatic, but this space is still wide open. Let us not forget and look at the positions of Fnatic as Cyclone is starting to run it down the lane. The engage comes out from Palmatoro, straight onto Waldemar, the gauntlet as well. Gonna split PT Lambs from the team, but Cyclone in great position now to continue this fight. Start stacking on up, already 8 on that breaking point, and Fnatic, they're on the disengage here, knocked against the wall. It's Palmatoro trying to knock Waldemar back, and Waldemar's blown up. He's done his job. Can he get Radha as well? No, it's gonna be Radha looking for for the killing blow. Good impale comes through. Now Radha on almost no HP gonna try and jump over across the wall. No, he's gonna play it safe for now. What can PT Lambs do against Net Toilette? Not much, but he will stop the recall here. Radha though can't get involved. This Crystal Sentry will blow him up. Now it's just gonna be him looking for the teleport back. PT Lamb should be fairly safe to walk back, but a very split fight in the end. A 1 for 2, I believe it was, coming through. And Cyclone just not quite able to find the finisher that they wanted.
Just not quite able to. I think part of the reason is Techno JJ is really skilled up. He's got the 2 turrets and he's also got the breaking point right now. He's doing a lot of damage. I think he's not being focused as much as he was in the previous team fights, which is why he's able just to do so much. We're not seeing the Paladins coming at him quite just yet. Palmator and Netwiller are doing a good job of just keeping them away and just making sure all the focus is on them. And I think what Cyclone needs to do is just realize that we need to get onto Techno JJ. He's the main damage dealer. Stay away from Palmatoro.
Very important times here. This 18-minute mark, and there's only 2,000 gold between these two teams. The infusions have been purchased onto both the junglers and carries of both teams. And a single fight could decide the fate of Fnatic if they lose enough members in the fight. Cyclone just trying to put the pressure on. There's another Hellfire Brew, going to be shielded up though with the Vanguard from Nettolet. Just waiting on this Kraken to spawn. Here she is, back on the map. Another congestion point here, as Fnatic are going to have to defend against Cyclone if Cyclone decide to start this one up.
Yeah, Palmator, he needs to get his infusion. It is going to be running out soon, but I think he'll be picking one up now. Yes, there it is. Right now, I think we're just going to be seeing this dance between these two teams. It's a very pivotal moment there, and they're just kind of being teased by the Kraken. Where are you, PT Lab? That's the wrong way!
Yeah, Waldemar, he is completely separated. Radha there as well. Wait for it into the gauntlet. Waldemar taking so much damage, knocked against the wall. Waldemar going to be taken down by Techno JJ. A massive mistake coming out of Cyclone, as now PT Lamb, the next target, trying his best to escape over the wall. Radha, the target, Techno JJ brought low. They're not able to find the killing blow onto either PT Lambs or Radha. Fnatic are going to turn back to the middle of the map and look to try and start this Kraken up.
That was terrible positioning. Terrible positioning coming out there. We just saw Cyclone just being completely split with the 2 carries. With no defense, they're just caught out. Are we going to be seeing a steal?
No way. PT Lambs won't be able to. It does get secured there by Fnatic. Now Cyclone, they have a Kraken to deal with. Waldemar, he's respawned, but you're right. Cyclone's positioning have lost them 2 fights in this game. And it's been PT Lambs split from his carry and his jungler. I want to see that changing in the next couple of fights, or I feel like Cyclone may just... Oh, whoa, way. Cyclone are marching.
No.
They're looking for the back door here. There's no scout traps to stop them. They're just going to march straight on in. The Kraken being spotted up. Palmatoro knows it's coming. The recalls are here. It's going to be a fight in the base of Fnatic whilst the Kraken starts to march its way down the lane. Cyclone just looking to finish this one up now and here. And they're going to be grouped up. Can they find the damage? Radha taking a beating. Stuck inside the gauntlet and taken on down. A massive throw from Cyclone as they lose 2 in the process. That's Waldemar and PT Lamb dropped. Radha, the last man alive, 40-second death timers as well. The Kraken marching its way towards that choke turret. And I don't think Radha escapes this one either. Knocked back by the afterburn, trying to trampoline to safety. There's no way the ace will come through. That's him dropped. And now Fnatic can just march straight on up and join the Kraken in this push.
What a call, and it played off terribly for them. You know, it looked so close, and we just saw Waldemar just trying the whole time to take down that turret, but was just doing no damage because of the extra health. And actually, this could be Fnatic taking the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Cyclone have just thrown away their victory, thrown away their advantage. This Kraken marching on in. Waldemar going to do his best to do the damage, but he's getting focused down by Fnatic. The damage going through, just 1 Vein Crystal turret. Hellfire Brew coming out, but the fountain there. Fnatic going to finish this game up, take the Vein Crystal. Game 1 of this series goes Fnatic's way.
Oh my gosh, I think that was Cyclone's game to lose. That was definitely
and lose
their game
they
to lose.
did.
They were doing so well at the start. Yes, there was a bit of a few rocky moments there for Cyclone, but they had very consistently well-performed team fights. And there was just the last 2 team fights in a row, some bad calls there, and that just completely swung everything. And Fnatic, well, they've taken one win over Cyclone. Can they do the second one to take them through to the finals?
That'd be insane. A completely unexpected result. But this Fnatic team yesterday, they showed us that they can play it with the big boys. And now going up against the #1 team in EU based on last week's results. They already have that first game in the bag. Perhaps an epic throw from Cyclone. We're going to need you guys to break it down. It's AJ and the boys on the desk.
Like that you're leaning more and more into that. It's
Did he lean more into it today? I couldn't tell.
the boys? I think he did. I think he did. Anyway, let's break that game down a little bit because, man, I mean, what a turnaround from Fnatic, but also kind of what a throw from Cyclone, I feel like.
I feel like it was more of a throw from Cyclone than a turnaround from Fnatic, to be honest.
I mean, there was definitely a turnaround point, but then Cyclone still had opportunities to win this match, and they just didn't capitalize on it. A couple of questionable calls. You know, I love the call to try and race the Kraken at the end there and catch Fnatic off guard, but they just didn't play it out properly. You know, you mentioned it kind of looked like Ringo was waiting for someone else to go in, but no one was really willing to.
They're hesitating.
So like you got to figure that was Waldemar's call to go for that, but the rest of the team wasn't really fully on board. And that's a problem. When you're in the top tier of competitive, when someone makes a call on your team, when your shot caller makes a call, everyone needs to be on board 100%.
Rada looked very hesitant at the end, borderline tricky in his play style and movements there. It's like when it came to attacking that last turret, he was like, "But I don't want to." And then it's like, dude, just teleport home then. What are you doing?
Just go kill the Kraken. I got this.
In hindsight, I think it would have been smart for them to send maybe the pedal with the lance to go try and backdoor and send Waldemar home because you have to respect that. They're going to send someone home, and Waldemar's going to be able to probably one-on-one. I mean, that's,
Yeah, no, I think that's actually a smart plan, but it didn't work out that way. Let's have a look at this real turning point, though, early in the game where Fnatic, at around 50 minutes, was able to win a fight. You see Cyclone gets the Kraken, but I feel like they bit off a little bit too much here.
Yeah, it just really kind of looked like they got caught off guard, weren't expecting Fnatic to immediately respond to the Kraken take. You saw Ringo got afterburned into the middle of the fight. The reflex block was late. It really did look like they just weren't ready for a fight at that moment.
And simultaneously, like, you got to talk about the fact that, when someone makes a call, you go for it. Fnatic, I mean, they reacted like that as soon as they saw the opportunity to go in. So they were definitely on board. They definitely had cohesive shot calling. I'm not sure we can say the same about Cyclone, at least in that first game. So interesting stuff. Petal, unfortunately, not able to pick up a win here.
Didn't look good. The Petal didn't look good.
I got to agree. I'm not sure even in the early game whether it was better than something else would have been.
It might have helped them take like the first turret. That's where I saw the most effect. But other than that, not much.
Now, for me, one of the big things, the takeaways from this game is, we've been talking about consistency a lot these first 2 weeks. And we mentioned Cyclone has been, changing up their roster a lot. They were consistently winning, but not cleanly necessarily in every series. And I think this game itself was like a microcosm of Cyclone. There was times where their decision making was so on point. I was going to queue up a replay earlier when they went in onto the turret when they took the second turret of the game, and it was just such a good time to fight. As Ginny had pointed out during the cast, it was Techno JJ was sitting on 2,000 gold, and they just make the call. All three of them at the same time go in, find a fight, knowing that they're stronger than their opponents at the time.
And they don't overcommit. I mean, we can still play that replay if you want to. But, I mean, yeah, they didn't overcommit, which is a key thing for me. That was obviously something that at the end maybe they struggled with by going too deep. Here's the replay that you're talking about. You see Techno JJ at 2,200 gold or thereabouts, and a great play by PT Lamb.
Yeah, and all three members, again, going in. They find one kill. They just immediately back off, take the turret, don't go too aggressive, but they're moving as one. And that's the key. And then later in the game, we saw the exact opposite of this. So it's that consistency, again, becomes one of the main factors we have to touch on.
It really does. And going into the next draft, I do want to talk about consistency in a different way. Because drafting-wise, from Cyclone, where's the consistency there? Well, they've done extremely well when they get Jewel. But what else has really worked out for them consistently?
The Ringo has worked for them a couple times. was working here today. They made some bad calls. I think that's what it comes down to. They're also pretty exciting calls. Like, just racing for the back door.
Like I said, I love the call. It just wasn't executed.
It comes down to a couple things. I think Rada's impact wasn't there, but it was also Waldemar when there was a clear point in the game when he started dominating and he was finding damage on all the targets on the map. And it was right after that Kraken when he saw Vox on the backside and said, you know what, I'm going to run past the Glaive, I'm going to run past the Arden, and suddenly he's on the front line. And so Vox decided, you know what, I'm just going to stand my ground, stands his ground, gets a Vanguard, goes ahead and fights.
Yep.
So before all the fights that they were winning, Waldemar was doing a really good job to poke, and then let his team be in the front, you know, and then they retreat, and then engage. And they were doing that so well, it was very impressive up to that point.
And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about before the game even started when we saw these drafts. Cyclone is such an aggressive team. Waldemar is such an aggressive player, and yet they picked a very non-aggressive composition. And so, again, teams really need to focus on drafting into their strengths.
Radha isn't necessarily, I feel, the same level of aggressive, and maybe that's where this is coming from. Like, there is a bit of a dissonance in what they want to play and how they want to play it, and they're saying, well, we can make both work by, like, giving Waldemar room by picking a disengage comp. Like, that's maybe the train of thought that they were on. But I feel like when you got a player like I mean, he's a star. Waldemar is absolutely a star player, and I feel like you should just leverage that. You should just buy in completely. Radha should be like, I'll try and be more aggressive. Fine. You know?
Exactly.
Let me just get outside my comfort zone.
Yeah.
All right. Heading into draft number 2. That's what I want to see. Like, I want to see Radha just pick up something aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, pick up like a Glaive and back up Waldemar by being aggressive and setting him up. And, you know, Glaive can disengage too. Nothing wrong with that.
I didn't even see that as a disengage comp. Not necessarily. It was a very balanced comp overall. I mean, Lance was there for peels, but he's also doing a lot of engaging. And it was more of like a pivot point that Waldemar could rotate around. And the pedal was there just for that kind of nuisance damage, a little bit of slow with the frost burn, a little bit of heal comes through with spontaneous
I
combustion.
love it when I draft something to be a nuisance. Like,
well, I mean, that's pretty much what it was. It really was nothing more than that. I don't know Rada's hero pool that
I'm
well, though.
hearing that Cyclone might put in a substitute player.
Who would they swap out?
That's the question. If I can get pinged on that from production, that'd be cool. But
I hear things too. I just don't say it out loud.
okay. Well, what I'm curious about though is like if we had to sub out a player. I mean, it feels like we'd say Radha. But
yeah, but I don't think that's the team's opinion.
I'm curious though.
Like from what I've heard, I mean, the team really believes in Radha. So maybe he hasn't, shown here. But you got to show up. These are the games. This is where you prove yourself.
Yeah. I mean, there is a possibility, though, that the dissonance on the team, like I was saying, about like how they play and the play style of the team, perhaps if they were just a unified whole, like Radha would show up. Like if they were playing like a very passive team.
Yeah.
If he was playing Samuel and he had something in lane, I'm trying to think of a good example, Celeste or something. Not currently in meta, but something that kind of wants to play that same style.
Yeah, you could do that. I wouldn't do it. I won't predict them to be the #1 team overall. That's my opinion. I mean, I predict these guys to be one of the top teams because Waldemar is starting and playing. So, if things change, then my opinion would change.
Bacon, what are your thoughts here? I mean, do you see the value of just trying something with Radha here, or would you like them to stick with Waldemar and maybe take Radha out?
I think you have to stick with Waldemar. Like Humana said, like he is the star of this team. And he's the reason why they won some of those games last week. And, like, there was multiple plays that we've have of just highlights of Waldemar from week 1. The #1 play I think all of us, unanimously agree on was Waldemar on that jewel at the Kraken. Like that was the best play of the week.
Like 5% health and I decide to go engage. You can't. It's hard to teach that. I mean, I said it yesterday, but it's really hard. And even I played a lot of sports growing up. I played football, basketball, baseball. And in all of these sports, you have fundamentally sound players. And then you have all-stars. And the all-stars, a lot of time, when they see the ball or they see an opportunity, they're on it. And coaches are always trying to teach people how to do that. And a lot of times coaches fail because it's really something that just you have as a person, as a player. And, I mean, he has it in spades.
I've got to agree with you. We're still waiting on their decision about what player they want to start heading into game number 2. This is an important situation for Cyclone, of course, because they only have possibly this one opportunity, in fact, definitely the one opportunity to get back into the series. If they lose this, they're going down in the 3rd place match. Very important game for them. Fnatic has shown up this week, and I'd actually like to maybe make that segue now and start talking about Fnatic a little bit more. Because Cyclone, we can break them down a lot. I feel like there's a lot there. It's a very dense situation, right? But Fnatic, I feel like less and less comfortable with how I was seeing them after the preseason invitational in week 1 as I watch them more. But I don't know if I can trust myself, right? Like, I don't know if I'm there yet to fully believe in them because they had some really dicey moments before.
Yeah, and I mean, this is definitely more of the Fnatic that we were expecting to see when this roster first came together. There, like you said, there were definitely some moments in this game that looked kind of shaky, but I think a lot of that just came down to timing. Again, Techno JJ hanging out in the lane with 2,000 gold in his pocket. Like, your base is right there. Just go recall real quick and run back. You can do that. And I think just there was times when they felt maybe a little bit of pressure going against the #1 seat, currently points leader in Europe. But this team definitely seems to be starting to really mesh together a lot better than what we had seen in the past.
For me, it's just the fact that they're all pretty young, and I think with that comes I don't know if immaturity is the word I'm looking for, but a lack of like serious focus. Like they're talented players. I think they've all proved that in different ways over the past few seasons. So them all being together on the same team, it feels like this is easily a top 3 team, but they have to put it together. And I said in week 1, they have to prove themselves to me. I do believe in them as players, but not necessarily as a team right now. They put it together here in the last game, so we got to give them credit for that.
So one thing that I think is interesting is that a lot of the times when you're looking at a really top-tier team, you watch a game and afterwards you're kind of like, who was the star player? And you can't answer it because they were so cohesive and they did everything together and the plays that they made were comprehensive, right? I felt like after that game, that's what I felt like to a certain extent. Also, I just got an interesting update. So for Cyclone, PT Lamb is the one being subbed out with Red Action going in.
I wouldn't have done that, but that's interesting.
Do you think that maybe is Red Action going to be their captain player?
Yes.
Then?
Yeah, I would assume so.
But the thing is, like, okay, PT Lamb's kind of a god, and so he goes from lane to captain, and he's captaining better than almost anyone else. So he can go anywhere. For me, though, I would really like to see. Will you see Rada still in there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Red Action Waldemar is the one.
I would like to see the PT Lamb, Red Action, Waldemar lineup. That's the one.
I feel like that's their strongest lineup as well.
All
Honestly,
right.
the team
Well,
feels different.
we're into the draft. Let's see how this game goes. I know a lot of people are going to be watching with bated breath to see how the lineup performs. Adagio, first ban off the table here for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to approach this with an open mind.
Yeah.
This team, they feel this is their strongest lineup. If they win with it, awesome. I'll jump on board with it. But if it doesn't succeed, then you really have to start questioning, like, where's the decision on these substitutes coming from? Because they have been swapping players in and out a lot over these first 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's a major weak point right now.
All right, Cyclone, they're going to ban away the Lyra, so both the healers off the board. Not an unfamiliar situation to be in as we head into these first picks. Fnatic, what are they going to lock in here? They can definitely set the pace being on A side.
I don't know. We did see Cyclone go with that first Lance pick, and we talked about it being a very nice Fnatic pick earlier, but they made that Glaive work. They're going to take it here first pick.
Palmatoro really seeming to like the Glaive. It's a strong pick. We said in week 1 that we were expecting to see it a lot, and so Fnatic, they have fully bought into that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very North American style Glaive, too.
I like seeing this Lance come out, but keep in mind last game when it was doing really well, and it was doing well for a long time, it was PT Lamb playing it, and he's not on the lineup this time around. So do you think this Lance is going to be going to Red Action in the captain position, or might we see it on Radha as a jungler?
I would assume it's going to go to the captain position.
Yeah.
I just feel like Lance is so much better in the captain position than he is as a jungler at the moment.
And Radha, the Samuel Petal, so far he's not showed us a lot in his play style as having much variance.
Really happy to see Cyclone ban away Vox here. Even though they could have had the opportunity to pick it for themselves, I think just taking it off the board, because it's not a pick that they've really played much.
Yeah, Tetno looked really good on it too.
And Tetno looked really good. It's just a strong pick overall. That win rate going up even higher after that game.
Yeah.
But taking it just completely out of the question, it may have made Fnatic think about the Jewel ban and see if they wanted to ban
Samuel's
away
on
the
the
Ringo,
board.
but they do go for the Jewel. There's the Samuel.
Yeah, I like the Samuel pick. And another thing about the Vox, real quick, I mean, we joked about it before, but in all seriousness, Waldemar has mentioned that he thought it was his best hero and he underperformed with it in summer. So I don't know if they want to put themselves out there with it. Fnatic, they've got 2 more picks now. They know they're going into the Lance and the Samuel. This is a team, again, that can kite quite well so far, but they've got a Glaive. They've got that Siege Breaker.
They do. I mean, Samuel, he'll have to stay at range. Be very careful not to be getting afterburned back. Stay within that drifting dark.
Which can be tough to do if you're getting afterburned.
Yeah.
That's one of the big strengths, I think, of Glaive going into the Samuel is once the Drifting Dark comes out, Glaive can just get in there and knock him out of the Drifting Dark, and that just completely ruins everything that Samuel's trying to do.
Well,
so
hopefully,
reflex blocks are going to be extremely important.
hopefully he can play it like Sibs played it.
Yeah.
Just godly.
We'll see with this next pick from Fnatic.
I'm hearing a little bit of info here. Apparently, Techno JJ has only played Vox or what was Jewel this entire season. That's all he's played.
I mean, if they're available, why not?
Those are 2 of the highest win rate characters.
They're
so.
literally 2 of the best.
Is this going to be a
heroes to play
Captain
right now.
Glaive? Or are they going to put this Kestrel
Kestrel.
up in the lane as a weapon Kestrel?
Why don't you let us know what your thoughts on that are?
I think this would be week 1 Fnatic if that's what they do.
That being said, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but they showed a different play style over these last couple of games. You know, maybe they're bringing something.
I
new
don't
here.
think they set the pace in the first 5 minutes of last game. Everything else they did last game was reactionary after that point, and I don't know. I still believe that it was Cyclone making poor decisions that led to their loss, and Fnatic reacting to those decisions, not really making any of their
Reacting very well, to be fair.
Yeah,
But still
they
reactionary.
got the win. Blackfeather's going to come through, so it is Captain Glaive.
Yep. Captain Glaive, hopefully a weapon Blackfeather up in the lane with the Crystal Kestrel coming out of the jungle.
They probably predicting the Ringo coming out here. So
Yeah.
Blackfeather comes out. This is a very, very strong draft out of Fnatic.
And Waldemar's been playing a lot of Ringo, along with the Jewel.
Yeah, so
Plays it very well.
this might scare him off of the Ringo, but I don't know what he goes to.
So you feel like this is a strong draft in terms of the statement it's making, like you can't pick Ringo, or a strong draft overall? Because you just said like you're not a big fan of this weapon Kestrel.
I don't think it's going to be weapon Kestrel.
Okay.
I think it's going to be weapon Blackfeather out of the lane with the CP Kestrel out of the jungle.
Yep.
Right. Okay. No, that actually makes a lot of
It
sense.
could still be the weapon Kestrel with a Crystal Blackfeather. We have seen a lot of Crystal Blackfeathers when
Could
it gets
be.
played, but
I don't think
it
would be
should be the weapon Blackfeather with the CP Kestrel.
And how does that jungle matchup play? Because we've got the entirety of it now. We've got Samuel and Lance against a Captain Glaive and probably CP Kestrel, right? How does that play out? Who's going to have the edge in the early game?
I think Lance, Samuel have the edge. Especially Glaive should spend more time focusing on ganking in the lane. Lance will look for an occasional gank, more look to protect to the laner. But when it comes to rotations one-on-one, Samuel naturally should be able to deal with the Kestrel. Like, even if she active camos, it's going to be Baron coming out. Even if she active camos, you know, you can just throw a Malice and Verdict, hit her as she's running away if you predict it properly.
So you know what's really interesting? Normally when I see a Baron picked, I'm kind of apprehensive about it because of all the things that we've talked about. You know, you really have to commit. This is Waldemar. He's going to commit, no problem.
I'm pretty scared
Oh, you're scared for Cyclone or for Fnatic here?
for Cyclone.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like early on, this Baron's going to struggle hard up against Blackfeather and Glaive. Like they're going to be able to just really punish him in the lane, I feel.
And so are we saying then that Cyclone, if they do get to a later point, have the edge and that they've kind of leveraged into that side of the composition? Or are you saying that you just don't think that's realistic? They've picked something too weak and they're not going to get to the late game?
I don't even think they have an edge in the late game.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I mean, you know, Blackfeather should stick on target, and it's just going to be so hard for Baron.
I also think they kind of did something similar to game number 1, where Samuel is so good at kiting and backing away from fights. Baron is so good at getting into fights and blowing up targets. 2 totally different mindsets in your late game fights on the same team. It doesn't usually work out.
And so Lance isn't going to be the glue that holds them together, though. You're thinking that he's not going to be able to, like, keep someone off of one person while the other kites a little
I
bit,
think
or
Lance is going to kind of be torn between the two. Like, Lance is going to want to go in with Baron to help secure a kill if Baron can blow it up, but at the same time he's going to want to be backing off and trying to peel to help protect the Baron. It puts him in this really weird spot of trying to do two things at once.
So what is the way that Cyclone wins then? I mean, you're saying kind of weak early, kind of weak late.
Well, the thing,
we think they've lost the draft. I can tell that
Poking.
much, but
Kestrel's just a big squishy puff. So Baron in the mid to late game will two-shot her if his item progression is decent. So knowing where Kestrel is, having Baron, allowing Baron the opportunity to get damage there will be fine. Glaive won't be as durable as some other captains in the late game. Although, he's not that squishy, but you're just stacks on Baron's breaking point at that point. So the engages will have to be super clean out of Fnatic, but I think they do ultimately have the stronger draft if they can do that.
And when should they really, put the pedal down here? When should they be looking to apply the most pressure or maybe close the game out?
Early.
I think from minute 1.
Yeah, they should be applying pressure from the get-go. There's no like timer. Like you don't have a situation where once it gets to 14, 15 minutes, they're going to lose the game, but they should be able to put pressure on really early and just shut out this Baron pretty hard.
All right, well, let's head on to the Halcyon Fold and find out if Fnatic is going to move forward to the finals after getting 0 points in Week 1, or if Cyclone can keep their dreams of going to the finals 2 weeks in a row alive, passing it on over to Dowsey and Jingyi.
Very important moment here. From zero to hero, Fnatic's story would be if they were able to move into the finals. But first, they do have to complete this series between Cyclone. Now, there was a substitute, as mentioned on the desk, is PT Lambs being substituted out for Red Abortion. So it's very interesting that Cyclone have decided to do that at this stage.
Yes, it is, and it really depends on this game. If they can just keep it through to the next game, maybe they could draw it with a 2-1, but it's certainly looking really good for Fnatic. And I have to completely agree with everything that the analyst desk were saying about this slightly odd composition coming out from Cyclone. I think that the Black Feather will make things very, very difficult for not only the Baron, but also for the Samuel as well. And it looks like we're going to be seeing that Weapon Black Feather. We've been seeing a lot of Crystal Black Feathers recently. And the thing about Weapon Black Feather is that he's so just sustainable in fights.
Definitely is. We'll have to see if it's able to do Fnatic justice, as, they weren't really controlling the previous game. It was due to some errors from Cyclone, a bit of aggression from Radapetition there as he goes in with the Impale. But Fnatic, they kind of won the game off of a massive throw from Cyclone. Cyclone had the advantage for the majority of the game after Fnatic had some early aggression. And now that Cyclone have this Baron, it's an interesting pick. In NA, it is winless, but here in Europe, it's currently sporting a 60% win rate. So, I'm wondering if Cyclone can make it work for them.
You say that he's got a 60% win rate, but then we look at Lance, and he's got a 20% win rate.
Well, it's less now.
Well, it's even less now. So I can't work out that quickly. 18% to, I don't know if it's gonna work.
That's some good maths. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Thanks.
It is interesting, right? And it's easy to just look at a statistic sheet and say, well, this is going to be the way things work, but we know that doesn't necessarily determine anything. Sometimes it just comes down to individual play. Last game, Cyclone didn't lose because of Lance. They lost because of mispositioning from their Lance, as it turned out. It was PT Lamb separated from the team, but now they've switched him out. Perhaps they want to try playing with Red Ambition here, try something different. I don't know if there's some miscommunication going on in the team. It's not for us to speculate, but they are in an important situation here. If they lose this game to Fnatic, then they do drop down to that third place. Radha knocked out of position, but has that Drifting Dark sustaining on through. Palmatora trying to find a Glimmer Shot from afar. This CP Kestrel definitely can tear on through, but Fnatic, look at their health bars. They're low. They're not winning out this trade just yet. Perhaps with some Glimmer Shots onto Waldemar, they can turn that around.
It's very interesting. You were saying in the last game, what we saw coming out from Cyclone was that they were very aggressive at the start, and then it kind of just dropped off a lot. For this composition that they're playing is they cannot be aggressive at the start. They have to wait for the late game, particularly with that Baron there. And when it comes to the late game team fights, that's when the positioning really, really matters. And that's where they were really, that's what they were really missing in the last game. Was the positioning was a bit off. the engagements weren't quite right. And that's what's really worrying me about this composition, especially with that Black Feather there as well. And also you have to think about it, that Crystal Caster, there's no one really on the side of Cyclone to dive onto her. Yes, you've got that Lance, but it could be a really easy game for this Crystal Castro here.
Yesterday we saw a very interesting composition. I believe it was out of G2. Yeah, they played a Baron in the lane and then a double captain setup, Arden and Adagio. You know, the Arden did build a bit of crystal power in the end, but he was primarily fulfilling that captain role so that they could get this Baron to a very quick hyper carry situation. This time for Cyclone, they are playing things fairly standardly like you would expect. Waldemar, he's in lane, he's taking a lot of the lane farm, but they're not feeding too much of the jungle creeps into him. So it is going to be a slow burner for Waldemar and this Baron to scale on up. And Fnatic do have opportunities to make things work. Here we go, an aggression onto Waldemar. Waldemar rocket jumps away, but it is going to be first blood going to Nettoilette there. And as he dives the turret down, we'll see if Fnatic can land any more damage. These glimmer shots are certainly burning on through the Cyclone's health bars. They need to find a stronger engage if they're going to go for any more. Bit of active camo. It's going to be a bit of damage going down as well, but it will just be that singular kill for Fnatic.
Well, JJ was able to dive straight onto Waldemar, and then we saw the afterburn coming out from Nettoilette, and even the Drifting Dark wasn't quite enough to save. Is that they? So what we need to be seeing from Fnatic is just them picking on these single target focuses, choosing, I would say Baron in this instance, because at this point he's not the strongest. It's very easy for them to focus him. Yes, he does have the ion cannon, the jump jets, but it's not going to do too much at this point.
Look at the items already coming through. Shatterglass, Fountain, and a Serpent's Mask. Everyone on Fnatic hitting a power spike at the same time. And this aggression is just going to continue here. I can't see it stopping. Oh,
I don't
Waldemar,
think it is.
just completely stuck out, and good timing on the jump jets to escape there. Is the damage coming through nonetheless from Palmatoro and JJ with the poke.
They're doing a good job. It's very much a poke thing coming out from both teams. Palmatoro, he's got a lot of power right now with that Shatterglass, but the only thing is he doesn't have the energy to really be there for too long. Like, the fights cannot be too sustained, because at that point he...
Yeah, have to be careful. The one shot won't connect. Palmatoro not able to find a target there. These afterburns from Nettoilette certainly becoming a bit of an issue, and I love the fact that Glaive, you know, this afterburn ability basically means that he can be played wherever he wants. Teams very happy to place him in that captain role.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what I'm going to be seeing from these Glaives. A lot of time when Glaives are picked, it's just the aggression is just not quite there at the start, and with a Glaive you want to do that because no one's got a reflex block. And yes, Waldemar does have those jump jets available, but you have this ability just to really reposition your opponents, and that's just a fantastic advantage that Fnatic need to take advantage of.
Yeah, certainly do. The cooldown on afterburns slower than that jump jets, but some aggression coming out of Cyclone trying to take this turret down with the Malice and Verdicts, the Porcupine Mortars as well. Palmatoro comes up to the lane to show his presence, show Cyclone that they can't continue that aggression. But that turret, it's under half HP.
Yeah, Cyclone have been doing a good job of just forcing it down. I think this is what they need, just keep it in the lane. They can just apply a lot of pressure. They've got a lot of poke there. And as long as they're just very careful with where those afterburns are coming from, and just be a bit wary about Techno JJ diving straight onto them. He has a Serpent's Mask, which is great. Gives him that extra sustain in team fights. But I think he just needs maybe a Shiver Steel, just a little bit more tankiness, just so he can stick to either Rada or Waldemar.
Well, Nettoilette's gone back, has his energy bar full now. I'm expecting Fnatic to try and make another play now that that afterburn is going to be in prime position. Good scout trap positioning coming out from Cyclone does mean that that gank potential from Palmatoro won't come through. Radha going to come up, and there's the Impale onto Palmatoro. Good damage, but an aggressive jump jets. Waldemar in a dire situation. He gets dropped. Cannot be using that jump jets aggressively like that at this stage of the game. Radha trying to find a return kill with the Malice and Verdicts, but it's these glimmer shots that you should keep your eye on. A one shot will be blocked up, unfortunately, for Palmatoro. It's a good shot, just unfortunately blocked. Cyclone, man. You know, Waldemar, he plays aggressive. We know he plays aggressive. But at this early stage of the game, when you have no items, you just can't afford to.
Especially when you're Baron as well. Like, I think a lot of other heroes, you could be a little bit more aggressive, try and pick up the kills there. But early game Baron really needs to watch that positioning. He doesn't have the damage that he wants just yet. And what we saw from Cyclone in that fight was they picked on Palmatoro. They're like, oh great, we've managed to impale him, but they just overcommitted to that team fight. And I think that was a major mistake going on here. and they're going to be forced back. That turret's going to stay alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Waldemar back into the lane. 2 kills already per Fnatic as they start to build up a bit of a gold lead. Great active camo from Palmatoro. Locks up Red Ambition there, and he will find the kill for himself. 2-0-1 already on this Crystal Kestrel, but a chance here for Cyclone to find a return kill. Techno JJ trying his best to jump onto Waldemar. Waldemar going low, but the one shot comes through. It's another coming out of Palmatoro as he gets the kill from afar. That just leaves Radha here by himself to try and protect this turret. The Malice and Bird is coming through, but he jumps straight into a bush. Radha! We saw this last game from him getting so greedy, face checking a bush he shouldn't, and he gets punished completely for that move.
You know, it does look very tempting. Palmatoro, Techno JJ, and Net2let, all 3 of them were very, very low, but it's just a massive risk to take, especially when you don't have any defense. You've got that light
What are
shield,
you
that's
doing?
it. Ooh, Techno.
Ambition so far up. Techno JJ can just sustain through any damage that Red Ambition was to put down because he has that Serpent's Mask.
Yeah, you do not want to be committing to those 1v1s against Blackfeather. This has to be a team effort, just focus on him. This is more about creating that distance between Techno JJ and whoever he is targeting. Red Absent's been missing a lot of these impales, I've got to say. I've been noticing it quite a bit. And it's a bit concerning for me because you want to be landing them, and if he's not able to land them, it makes it a bit more difficult there for Radha and Waldemar to try and land those hits.
Wow. Crucial times here for Cyclone. They do have that back burner Baron in about 5 minutes time. It's going to start coming online as long as they can keep their wits about them. Another engage from Cyclone, but it looks like Fnatic want it. Coming on in, there's the Ion Cannon just to force back Fnatic. These Malice and Verdicts doing great damage to Net2let. Currently, Cyclone looking like they might position to push this turret down. It's so low, but they have to be so careful that they don't miss position once more. Glimmer shot after glimmer shot, impale onto Palmatoro. Malice and Verdicts flying out, a fountain being used by Fnatic to try and sustain through, but a couple more attacks onto this turret and it will drop. Cyclone trying their best to get into position. Oh, a big engage. Waldemar out of position. Waldemar dropped once more, and Radabishan doing his best to try and escape. Should be able to roll to safety, but a 4th death from Waldemar. It's not looking good.
It really isn't, and I think he's just being a little bit over-aggressive, being a bit too forward in his positioning, and actually looks like Fnatic will be the ones to pick up the first turrets and not Cyclone. And one thing that I really like about the composition coming out from Fnatic is that with that Crystal Kestrel, it forces your opponents to disperse, because Cyclone absolutely cannot stand clumping together because they're at risk of taking the splash damage from the glimmer shots. So by having to isolate themselves, it makes it so much easier for Techno JJ or Net2let just to choose a target, isolate them, peel them, and then focus on them. They've been doing that really well. I've been really impressed with Net2let's afterburns so far, and they're picking up 6 kills. They're focusing on Baron, which is what we said they needed to do.
Techno JJ may not have a kill to his name, but look at his item. Serpent's Mask, Breaking Point, and just finished up that Atlas Pauldron as well. He's going to be a nightmare for Waldemar to deal with as he jumps onto his face, slows down the attack speed, and sustains all the damage that Cyclone can throw at him. 6-0 Fnatic certainly taking the driver's seat at the beginning of this game, and it's exactly what they need to do because Waldemar will be scaling up. We've seen it so many times from Baron players that, you know, the early advantages go to the one team, but then Baron just hits this point where he can't be stopped. Fnatic, they have to keep in mind that point is coming.
Point is definitely coming. He has that. He's almost. Well, he's not quite there near that Tyrant's Monaco yet, but he has the breaking point and he has that Sorrow Blade. Fair bit of damage, but look at him dead one.
Wow, Techno JJ just blows him up with a bit of help from Palmatoro, and now it's Radha in trouble. A double kill for Techno JJ, looking for that triple kill, and he will find it as well. Techno JJ with the ace for Fnatic, 9-0 against EU's #1 team at the moment.
Techno, yeah, that's a terrible joke. Okay, we'll call him that again. That's the thing, if we look at the start of that fight, Waldemar was extremely far forward, so he's 0-5-0. It's not looking too great if you look at his KDA there, and he really needs to watch his positioning. He's really getting caught by Techno JJ and Net2let every single time, particularly Techno JJ, who's actually got that Atlas Pauldrons now, which makes it very difficult for Waldemar to get that damage out. So it's about the careful positioning. We need to rely on the Lance to use a Githian wall to force them away, but that's not happening so far in these team fights.
Good timings on the Rose offensive, gets blocked up. Now, Retribution in a bit of trouble as the Afterburn does knock him out of position, but it's this Waldemar Baron that they're looking for here. Radha up as well, the turret going down. Will Radha get to escape? He does, but Waldemar, he's stuck between a glaive and a hard place. That's another kill for Techno JJ, 10-0. These guys are storming ahead with a 5,000 goal lead, and Cyclone looking a little bit out of sorts here. Fnatic, they 2-0 Team Secret yesterday in a massive upset. Perhaps they're going to 2-0 Cyclone as well.
I think that's definitely a very strong possibility here. And that fight, is, I must say, it was down to positioning again. The two carries from Cyclone and Lance were a little bit far away, and we saw Fnatic taking advantage of that. Right now, Netzelet's looking a little bit low. Probably not the best idea to stay here stay here much longer.
It's worth noting, Waldemar has just completed his 3 offensive items. That Sora Blade, Breaking Point, and now a Tyrant's Monocle. Going to start doing a bit of damage on this Baron. Just waiting for that 3rd unlock of the ultimate as well for the increased range, 2 levels away from it. This Crystal Sentry will find its demise here in the jungle. I believe it was the first life there taken away by Fnatic. It's not far off. Cyclone are going to be in a position where they can start contesting these fights as long as Waldemar isn't blown up early on. Just the positioning currently of the Baron a little bit too far forward.
Yes, a little bit too far forward. Oh, it's so tense. I think Fnatic are doing so well. There's such a stark contrast between, like, I think the first time we saw them play as a team and now. They're just looking very, very strong right now. And looking at where the game is currently, I just feel like Palmator seems very untouchable. They keep trying to chase after him, but Red Action, that is so far forward.
So far forward, but the engage is onto him. Perhaps this is good for Psycho. No, the one shot just denies Waldemar any chance of survival, and Techno JJ will finish the job off. Retribution still split from his team as he tries his best to run away. These flares spotting him out just on the edge, and Radha, no way he can help out his teammate here. So Retribution going to do his best to buy as much time as possible. Knocked up against the wall. Here comes Techno JJ to finish it all off, and it will be the 6th kill here for Fnatic's carry. Only Radha left alive. A Kraken started up here by Fnatic. 12-0. Fnatic completely annihilating Cyclone.
I don't think there's much that they can do, because what Cyclone want is that they want the chance to put a poke away, especially from Waldemar and Radha, let them build up those breaking point stacks and those broken myth stacks. But currently they're not getting a chance. This is in part because of Techno JJ. He's diving straight onto them every single time and just taking them out really quickly. If he's diving onto Waldemar, he's applying that pauldrons, and then I just feel like Waldemar and Radha aren't getting a chance to output any damage at all.
And it's not, he's just being blown up every time at the beginning of the fight. Doesn't matter who they engage on first, it just seems like Waldemar was going to consistently be the first casualty. And he doesn't have much armor either to try and defend against Techno JJ. In fact, he's going for a 2nd Tyrant's Monocle as he finishes off that coin there. So it's going to be close down to the wire. This could just be it. If they win a dominating teamfight, Fnatic could just take the game here. This choke turret not going to survive as Waldemar's doing his best to take it down, but the Kraken will find the turret nonetheless, and Fnatic now into the base of Cyclone. Let's see if they decide to push any further. This Kraken should fall before one of the Vein Crystal turrets do. Fnatic know that they can't really stick with it, so they are going to fall back, but a crucial turret taken for Fnatic. That choke point turret now gone. The base wide open for them to aggress onto.
5k gold lead right now 5k difference between the two teams right now. And I think part of the issue is that, as we were saying at the start, they're just diving onto Samuel and Baron every single time. And if you look at either of them, you pointed out earlier, Waldemar, he's going for a Tyrant instead of more defense. Radha, actually, just with a light shield, even less defense. There's not much that they can do currently, and it just feels like that this is not... I just feel like this is going to be a 2-0 for Fnatic. It's not looking great for Cyclone at all. There's not been a single point in this game where I've been like, this is looking good for Cyclone.
Thankfully for Cyclone, Waldemar is close to that 2nd Tyrant's Monocle. If you can complete it before the next fight and survive the initial engage from Fnatic, then I believe there's a chance of them coming into this game, but he is going to invest into a weapon infuse instead, so that double Tyrant's Monocle is some way away. Infuses purchased up by everyone, 3 level 12s there for Fnatic, and Redhibition sitting on a level 10 as he hasn't quite hit that final level just yet. Fnatic aggressing into the jungle here. Looks like Cyclone want to position it for a fight, but their Crystal Sentry has already been eliminated, so they're not going to have that guy to help them out if a fight does break out here. Allows Fnatic to play so aggressively in the jungle.
I think the Kraken will be due to spawn soon, and I think once that happens, Fnatic will just focus on that instead. There might be a really good opening for them if they are able to dive onto Waldemar. It doesn't look like it's going to be just yet.
Waldemar just doing his best to try and farm up the lane minions, keep them out of the base. But as you said, the Kraken is due to join us once more, and here she is on the map once more to try and finish off this game. And look at this, Fnatic are just starting it up immediately. Cyclone need to get on over now. I don't think they can afford to give this one up, but they're not in position to do anything about it. In fact, they're going to just allow Fnatic to take it uncontested. A second Kraken to Fnatic, and this might just spell the end for Cyclone.
Definitely think it could. I really don't believe that Cyclone will be able to take down a Kraken and take out Fnatic as well. I think that's going to be a very difficult call for them to make, and I just don't think it's going to happen. Because right now there's so much damage, you have to choose between going with Kraken and going on the team. And right now with only 2 turrets left, actually, yeah, just 2 turrets left. I don't think they have enough time to do it.
You just purchased there for Waldemar. It's the Crucible finish for Net2Let. It's incredible that Crucible has only just been finished. No harass, no threat from Cyclone, absolutely. One shot, it lands onto Redhibition. Not the main target, but a bit of damage nonetheless. This Kraken is being burnt down so far, but here comes the afterburn. Redhibition in the middle of the fight. Waldemar trying to get onto Net2Let, but that's not the main target. That's already a Vayne Crystal turret down. Ion Cannon falls, as does the Oblivion, but it doesn't find anyone. Radha knocked into the middle of the fight as Waldemar's putting down the consistent damage, but this Kraken's still there. The turret will fall. It's Fnatic looking for the game-winning finish now, but then Tenno JJ will be dropped. It just leaves Net2Let and this Kraken. They're gonna have to focus down the Kraken as Net2Let dives on into the fight, trying to find the finish onto this Crane Crystal, and the damage for Cyclone's not there just yet. Net2Let dropped, but now they have to finish the Kraken. One more hit, and the Kraken will win the game! Fnatic 2-0 Cyclone!
Well, the one good thing is that Cyclone were able to pick up 3 kills there, but there's a 2-0 clean sweep for Fnatic, who were looking very strong this weekend. And I think for me, this loss just came from the draft from the very start. I think the Cyclone draft, it had potential, but we just never really saw it come to fruition. And especially when you do have that Black Feather on the side, especially a weapon Black Feather, it was never going to be an easy road for Cyclone.
No, if it was, unfortunately, the Baron just not in a position to find the damage. Waldemar 1-8-1, his final score. Just completely focused down by Fnatic, and fantastic play for them will push them forward to the finals from losing their first game last week to finals in week 2. A massive turnaround for Fnatic, definitely unexpected. Time to throw it over to AJ Humanus and Tasty Bacon to break down that clean 2-0 from Fnatic.
I see how it is, Dalsy. Now that you've executed on that joke on Twitter, it's no longer AJ in the voice, huh? All right, well, we got to talk about that game because, man, I feel like, to a certain extent, you got to feel like your points were all really vindicated by that.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
it also kind of felt like they were playing on tilt a little bit. Cyclone, I mean, you can see it coming through in uncharacteristic decisions from almost all of them.
Yeah, pretty much. It was. I mean, Waldemar, we expect him to be aggressive, not that aggressive that early with that hero in that build path that he had. Like it
With
was
that little backup.
Yeah, it was just like, and that's not something he normally does. He normally is so calculated with when that aggression comes out, and this time it just felt like it was, well, there's an opportunity to be aggressive, let's go for it, sort of thing. So it definitely did not feel like Cyclone was playing cohesively at all.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. Let's have a quick look at a replay from around 12.5 minutes. You can see just how dominant Fnatic are as they go for a bit of a aggressive play here.
Yeah, I mean, well, Cyclone is trying to start this one off. They're trying to poke out throughout that Drifting Dark, but Cyclone to say, hey, you don't have a Drifting Dark, that's so much of your utility. Baron just gets deleted, and they just follow up this chase. I just want to point out the damage number here at the end. when they kill this Lance. Just keep an eye on that.
Oh my god.
It's pretty good.
1,200 damage. At the time, that's about 200 damage shy of being able to one-shot the 2 carries on Cyclone.
And that's at 12.5 minutes. I mean, that's early for that kind of number. Even a Crystal Saw is not looking to see 1,200 still a little
They got
bit later on.
outdrafted. They got outplayed, out everything this game. But I think we talked enough about Cyclone today. This is Fnatic. This is Fnatic's weekend. They showed up.
Yeah.
Yesterday they showed
0
up.
points to 6 points
Showed up
already,
today.
potentially getting up to 8.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be, depending on how they do in finals, up in the top of this leaderboard. So pretty cool.
All right, well, let's do a giveaway real quick, guys. If you want to win some epic keys, go ahead and enter into the Twitch chat the name of the team who won that last series in all lowercase and all one word. When we're back from the break, we have our second semifinals for Europe. It's going to be SK Gaming up against G2 Esports. Don't go anywhere.
There's a fire in love. There's a fire in love.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory 8. My name is Action Jackson. I'm here with Humanist and Tasty Bacon, a.k.a. AJ and the boys. And we have another great semifinals coming up for you guys. It's going to be awesome. We've got G2 Esports up against SK Gaming. These are two teams who've been performing quite well, at least this weekend. SK obviously did quite well last weekend too, but G2 not so much. And one thing you were asking about right before the break, you were like, do we know who G2 is running on their starting lineup today? It's a good question because you found out that they are kind of very flexible with their subs as well. You know, they really want to be able to put on who's playing best at the time.
Yeah, I mean, they have like 5 starters on this team, so yeah, they're working it in there. This week, it seems to be working for them, so I'm very curious to see who's starting today.
All right, well, we know who's going to be starting for G2 Esports. Oh, actually, I thought it was going to go the other way. Darn it! I got trolled.
That was almost
G2,
smooth.
Redix, Keanu Nakoa, Dark Potato, Dingo, and Hundor could all be starting, is what I was kind of trying to say for G2 Esports.
It was Hundor, Keanu, and Dark Potato yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, Redix. Redix is an interesting person. I think we should talk about him at least briefly because one thing I almost wish is that they did it based on what comps they wanted to run. Because I feel like Redix plays a very different hero pool than Hundor.
That's very dangerous, though, because if you do it that way, teams are going to pick up on that and then
Yeah.
realize, oh, you have Redix in the lineup. We know what you're trying to run now. So it's kind of dangerous to go that route.
That's when you account share. Just kidding. Don't do that ever. Don't do that.
Hundor, Keanu, and Dark Potato, I'm hearing, is going to be the starting lineup. If only I'd known that before, it all would have
Wait,
worked out
what was
fine.
it? Redix, Keanu?
No.
What?
Hundor, Keanu, Dark Potato.
Okay, cool.
All right, SK
Never
Gaming.
listen.
Let's look at their roster as well. They don't tend to mix it up quite as much. We've got Jetpacks, Kavalifar, Tyrus, Wrath, and Bayou. Tyrus, definitely who I got my eyes on again this weekend. I want to see some consistency here. I think like 75% of the time in week 1, really strong performances. Maybe 25%, he looked a little bit shaky. But that's pretty good standards for the rookies that we're seeing coming in, actually.
Yeah, it is. And when we compare it, I guess, to the other teams, yeah, he's doing pretty good. K-Vol, I think, was holding it down, and Jetpacks
Absolutely.
looked very solid. Jetpacks is having some fun with his Arden. Gauntlets over the walls yesterday, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of know what to expect from Kavalifar. You know you're going to get an extremely consistent top-level planer. Jetpacks, you know you're going to get a pretty consistent, aggressive captain. Tyrus is kind of the one question mark where we aren't 100% sure yet, but as we get more and more games in, we're starting to see he's a fairly consistent, strong jungler, and SK was definitely on point with picking him up.
Yeah.
So quite frequently when I'm like, okay, what should we maybe expect from the draft? We have to say, well, we expect the meta picks. Boring. But this time, Rona, got to be on everyone's mind, right? I mean, Kavalifar has been playing it extremely well. It's kind of a Europe pick, actually. We were doing some number stuff yesterday, and I remember you saying it's like Alpha over in North America, Rona in Europe. But SK is really the ones pioneering the Rona here, I think.
I mean, the Rona pick has definitely been working for Kavalifar. They've been drafting it into compositions that it works really well. They've been putting it against opponents where it works really well. Like they've been doing a really good job with draft manipulation in total.
Yeah, and Tyrus, if he gets that Adagio, he was making some pretty highlight plays.
Same with his Blackfeather.
Definitely, but the Adagio with the Rona in that composition, it's like so incredibly strong. So it's almost like if Adagio does get picked up by SK, then you have to ban out the Rona, and that leaves so much open.
It really does, and I feel like Kavalifar is definitely one of those players. You know, it's been a week since he saw Jewel really storm onto the fold. He's probably picked that up since, right? So you got to be aware of that. He's the guy that played Weapon Power Lance in the lane when Lance first came out. I think that was back in
Quickly went
Spring
away from it.
Championships. Quickly, yeah. Thankfully, quickly went away from it. But still, the point is, he's going to pick stuff up quickly. He's going to play stuff that maybe people don't expect.
Yep.
And he's going to do it 9 times out of 10 pretty well. So I think drafting against him, especially in double ban draft, is so difficult. Like, what exactly are you meant to do? On the other side, though, we got to talk about G2. I feel like there are certain things which stand out to me, like the Baron, which you should be able to know about and pick around.
G2 is also a team that were so willing to do this, pump the carry, where they have Hundor take all of the farm on the map. I mean, I believe it was, 25 creeps total went to the captain and the jungler combined in one of their games yesterday. Like, that's unheard
He had 3
of.
items at like 11 minutes.
Yeah,
or
it was
10 and a
it was
half or something.
ridiculous.
I still find the most incredible part the fact that the jungler had less farm than the captain in that game. But it was like 200 farm by 19 minutes or
Yeah,
something
But
like that.
it was
that's
ridiculous.
actually the problem for me when you define roles so clearly. It's like you're playing a game, the goal is to kill this Vein Crystal, okay? So, yeah, we need a carry, we need a jungler, we need a captain. In a lot of cases, that does make sense to have a balanced composition like that. But I really like what they did. You say that the captain had more farm than the jungler, but that's just what we're calling them. This is more of just like a composition looking to win a game.
Yeah, and I think what's also really strong is that that's not their sole focus. So many times we see teams, when they have a strategy like that, that becomes like what they try and run all the time. They did it once, and now it's something that everyone's going to have to always think about at the start of games in the draft. Is this something that they're going to look for again?
I've got to agree. That's actually something super cool about Vainglory, though, is how dynamic each of the rules is. Not quite the same up here on the desk, though. I'm the host. You're the analysts. Just saying.
I know, but sometimes I pull a little host out and you just tilt your head off.
I tilt super hard whenever you do that.
When I just like grab the throw and I'm like, so Jackson, predictions. You've been pretty bad overall, but here's your chance to correct
0% prediction rate because I didn't make any. I'm just saying. Just saying. Okay, so if we actually had to predict some stuff going into the draft, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are slightly delayed heading into the draft right now. What would it be? Like, I kind of am predicting a Rona ban, actually. I feel like that's got to be on the cards.
I would only ban it if Adagio gets through, but Adagio shouldn't get through onto their team. And that's a power pick for both teams as well. Hondur really likes to
You think
lane
Kavalifar definitely would only play it? Because I feel like he could, for example, let's say Lyra and Adagio are banned. I'd still pick Rona with Fortress in certain situations and just go ham. They disagree. They're the analysts, I'm the host, as I said. Come on, give me something here, though. I mean, you must have some expectations for what's
I just wouldn't pick it. Like, I just wouldn't pick it if that was the case. It adds so much. And the healing on the backside of the fight, it brings a lot to the table. Just being able to keep Rona alive just a little bit longer. Suddenly, she's life-stealing as much as she needs. So I just wouldn't go that route. And then Kavalifar is also so versatile. Like, he actually plays almost every hero.
That's true.
And I think one of the other issues with the idea of banning away Rona from SK is, again, you have to take the Adagio away from them. And then the Black Feather is such a big pick for Tyrus. He played it whenever it's open and has had great success with that hero. So you kind of have to ban away the Black Feather from them too. That you only have 2 bans. Like, it's more than you used to have, but it's against a team like SK, still not enough.
All right, so I'm hearing that Dark Potato's having some tech issues. He's going to be taking a little bit while to get going here. I do want to maybe ask some other predictions then, seeing as we have a chance to do it before we see anything. It's always fun when we do these. Who do you think is going to win the series between G2 and SK before you see anything, and why?
We don't even know if Dark Potato's playing.
He is playing. He's on the starting lineup.
He said he has tech issues.
Yeah,
If he can't get that sorted, I don't think he's going to be playing.
He's like 90% to be
That
playing.
analysis, Bacon, that is just straight up on point here.
Get me some new analysis.
SK Gaming. I think SK will take it. I think G2 can probably put up a pretty good fight, but I mean, if it came down, this is the way I look at it. They would win more games over time consistently. G2 would take games off of them, but if they were going to play 100 games, I think SK would win 70.
Okay. And that's a player thing, you think?
I think it's a player thing. It's a team thing. It's a consistency thing because SK made a very clear decision in the beginning of this season. This is our starting lineup, right? We believe in Tyrus, and that hasn't changed up really. They could have put in Raph or Bayou at any moment. These are very good players. They haven't done that. On the flip side, G2, they're kind of plugging in players as needed. And what I do like out of G2 is they're innovating. I think almost more than any other team. So they've got that kind of wild card thing going on. But I think SK is just overall a little bit stronger right now. And also the motivation coming out of, you talked about the motivation of Kavalifar, how, historically we talked to, so we meet with these teams when we go to live championships. And a lot of players, we're always talking about compositions and how's the team feeling and what can we expect from you. And a lot of times when we talk to Team Secret, Kavalifar was like there. He's totally present when we're talking about those things. But then he also would bring up the whole professional aspect of being a professional gamer and how this is his dream. Like he doesn't want to fail. He's going to do anything to make sure he succeeds. And that's not something that everybody talks about. So it's like that next level. Like he's already here. He's thinking a step ahead. And then to pair that up with Jetpacks, who was like one of the most motivated people that I talked to after Worlds had concluded last year.
He wanted to make a return to the scene. I think that's the thing, right? Like he had been out of it for a while, and then Kavalifar was like, "Here's an opportunity, man. Like we can do this together." And I think he jumped at that. Bacon, what's your prediction for this series?
I think on paper, I just like the lineup of SK a little bit stronger than G2. I feel like Kavalifar is one of the best laners in all of Europe, and G2 does put, even when they aren't putting all of the farm onto Hondur, there's still a lot of focus onto Hondur, and I think Kavalifar has the skills to outduel him in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, probably a fairly good point. We haven't seen a lot of variety from Hondur. I'd like to see him delve a little bit deeper into his hero pool and show the same kind of diversity of picks that someone like Kavalifar has shown. Now, again, we're still a little bit delayed here heading into the second series of the day. We do know that Fnatic is going to be awaiting whoever wins this game in the finals, and I think we should talk about that a little bit too, because if SK goes forward through, like you guys expect perhaps, to the finals, they beat Fnatic in round 1, 2-0 last week. That's got to be weighing on the minds of Fnatic, especially with Palmatoro and Kvalifar being former teammates.
I think it's something they'll have in the back of their head. It's really tough. And like I said, I think SK is just going to be more consistent than a lot of other teams.
I just don't think it's something that you can think about. In the format that we use in Vainglory 8, you have to have a very short memory. Like, you have to be able to just forget
I would do
games that
very well.
happened. Like, you have to be able to just, say, they beat us last week, oh well, we're going to come out and get them this week. Like, you can't be dwelling on your previous performances. So,
No, but you have to have it in your mind. You have to have run through these VODs and looked at their rotations and looked at the drafts. And so while I don't think – it's not like you ruminate on the idea that they beat us,
Mm-hmm.
They outplayed us. We're learning from those mistakes. And you're aware of those.
Yeah, you have to be aware of it, but you do have to be able to move on and just be ready for your next matchup. You have to just always be on your best game, no matter what.
I do think both of Fnatic's opponents underperformed this week, though.
Okay, so you think that they played Team Secret on day 1.
Mhm.
See, we've talked
We
a
all
little bit
agree,
about
yeah.
that. Yeah, I think that was an interesting matchup. I mean, for those of you guys who missed it, we saw Team Secret running their starting player, actually, Tricky, for the first time. He didn't run in week 1. Mowgli ran before. And it just didn't really go very well for them. So, yeah, I've got to agree. I feel like Team Secret did underperform a little bit on day 1. But Cyclone in game 1, I'm not sure. I'm on the fence about it. Like, I feel like game 1 was like a breaking point for them. Game 2, I'll agree. But game 1, I'm not sure.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that's my opinion. I think both teams underperformed. But at the same time, Fnatic showed up. So I give them credit for that. The draft in game 2 was very nice too. It was a very strong draft.
I was very impressed with Fnatic's drafting this week.
That was the first time we've
over.
seen Tetno play something other than Vox or Jewel, by the way. So they do have more depth to them than we'd seen.
Yeah. And Tetno used to play out of the jungle for other teams as well. So he's a guy that's been around different positions, and people have criticisms of that, but I think at the same time there's a lot of strengths there.
And so, you touched on Tetno having only played 2 picks. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, especially we don't have a ton of games per team, but it's one of those situations where if the strongest pick in the game is available, why wouldn't you take it? Sort of situation. There's not a problem with only having played 1 or 2 picks if you're able to get wins with them.
Yeah. If you're able to get the wins.
That is a very good point. So we're still a little bit delayed. I'm seeing a draft overlay. So, I think it started. Oh,
breathe.
Thank goodness.
Breathe, buddy.
We're there. G2 Esports up against SK Gaming. Game 1 of our second semifinals for Europe today. G2 starting off on the A side.
All right, they're going to ban out that Adachi right off the bat. We're not going to have any of that business this game.
Yeah, definitely expected and anticipated. We'll see if the Lyra will be next off the table. Keep that 100% draft appearance rate for both of these heroes.
I wonder when that's going to break. I feel like not anytime soon.
Yeah, when the next patch drops, maybe.
Lance. All right, G2 locking in that first hero. Very strong pick. Although its win rate, I believe you were saying, Bacon, was under 50%. It was seen in over 70% of games because of picks and bans.
Yeah, it's been seen a lot. I mean, the win rate was still very close to 50%. There's like this large group of heroes that have appeared in like over 15 games played each, but are all within that 45 to 55 win rate. And I feel like if you're in that bracket, 45 to 55%, that's pretty well balanced. You have to factor in, sometimes just better teams playing the heroes.
Within the margin of error for a good pick.
Exactly.
Let's put it that way. All right, SK, they're going to be getting Jetpacks as Arden again. I think this is a solid first pick,
Why
especially
not?
when you're
GG.
picking into the Lance. You already know that you're not showing too much by doing it.
I mean, one thing we didn't talk about at all. Okay, this season we've seen a lot of Protector contracts and Dragonwood contracts. Like, they're everywhere. Almost every other game we're seeing them picked up. Jetpacks was the only person picking them up consistently if we look back to last season. And so he's really a trendsetter. And, I mean, sometimes to a fault. But I think more often than not, it leads his team to success.
The other interesting thing about the contracts, we've been seeing a lot of double contracts come out, which I think has been really interesting. It definitely makes you very strong early on, but it can delay your first item a little bit. So, some teams definitely willing to make that sacrifice.
All right, well, SK Gaming, they're going to be banning away Ringo. He's been sacrificed to the draft gods. G2, they're using their bonus time on the second ban here. Need to be sure they know what they want to do, because they're not going to have another chance to answer a pick.
That's interesting. Very interesting to see the Kestrel ban. I don't feel like that's a massive pick for SK, and it leaves them now the Black Feather available. I would not be surprised whatsoever if they grab Black Feather here. Kestrel's one of the big picks that we see against Black Feather, and there it is. He can get right past the Lance onto the back lines. It's a very, very strong pick for SK, and Tyrus has had great success with it thus far.
I mean, G2, if they've been analyzing the drafts of SK thus far through the tournament, they should know that this was an option. Maybe they have a plan to deal with the Black Feather. I mean, they use some bonus time here, too. It seems well thought out, but they've got to come up with something. Now, what would you pick to deal with the Black Feather?
This is tough. Honestly, because he was playing it to a very high level and out of the jungle. I feel like this,
Crystal.
it could actually be a jungle Lance game.
Interesting. Wow, okay.
I mean, I'm not saying that I think they would do it, but I think it could be a way to shut him down. Like you take like a calf Lance, that you're super durable. You can get past one of them. You're not going to get past both of them if you're trying to get into the back line. And Lance would dominate him early game.
All right,
I
well,
could get
Vox.
behind that, and I think you do need a lot of crowd control to take care of the Black Feather as well, but it's going to be Vox Fortress, so they're going to say, well, you want to charge into our back line, we're going to be looking to do the exact same thing to you.
Yeah. Well,
This is an interesting draft, though, from G2.
can't run at us if we're running at you. Well, I guess you could.
G2 is one of these teams who's been playing Fortress for a long time, and they haven't just been picking it into healers. So it certainly seems like something they're comfortable on.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see, again, if it goes, I assume it's going to go into the jungle position, just as a result of the comp, unless they're really going to look for this Crystal Vox or a double weapon. But I feel like the meta right now is just so strong on the weapon Vox that it's going to be weapon Vox Crystal Fortress with the Captain Lance.
Yeah.
I feel like that could actually be pretty dangerous for the Black Feather, too. If he tries to get on the back line, Fortress can quickly reposition on top of him, and Vox can just blow him up. Petal, last pick for SK Gaming, though. SK, a creative team also. They're certainly one who runs a lot of interesting stuff. Who's in lane? Is this Kvalifar and Black Feather?
I feel like it is with the Petal coming through, which is interesting because, again, Tyrus has been so good on the Black Feather, but the adaptability of SK, the ability to put picks in different spots. Kvalifar, you never know where he's gonna, or not where, but what he's gonna pick up.
It's a sign of the top teams when you take out a power pick, and a lot of people just see it as going one way, and they can just put it into the different position. We know Kvalifar can execute on the Black Feather.
All right, so has anything changed for you guys prediction-wise after seeing these drafts? G2 has some stuff they're super comfortable with, like the Fortress. They've got a Vox, which has an insane win rate. On paper, I think you could make the argument that they have the stronger draft here.
I like SK's draft. I think we'll see them try to engage and run at one of these targets. If it's Black Feather, even if he's impaled, he's just going to Rose Offensive backwards, wait for Vox to reveal himself on point, and then engage if it looks good or not. It seems pretty straightforward for them.
Yeah, I do like the draft from SK. I like the draft of both teams, but I like SK just because of their players and who's going to be playing these picks. I do put the edge still in their favor.
All right, well, this is going to be an interesting game for sure. Whoever wins this next series, this semifinals, is going to be going across to face Fnatic in the finals. If it's SK, it's a rematch of last week, so they're looking forward to that, I'm sure. Let's hand it on over to our shoutcasters. We've got Dalsy and Jinyi on the call.
Thank you, guys, and an exactly identical composition from SK that they played against Mouse yesterday in the quarterfinals, looking to dominate once more, but we saw G2 come through yesterday. Very strong takedown denial esports, so it's definitely going to be a close one here. Both teams meeting in the middle of the map here at Xinyi, but I don't think any action is going to unfold.
No, not yet. I think that's a good idea to have these rotations coming from both of the teams, because I think both of these teams have been aggressive at times, especially in the early levels, but not this time, I'm afraid.
Nope, just going to be heading on to the backs there of your G2 SK, going to be putting the priority on taking away this Elder Treant. And I like this move here from G2. They're putting Hundor in the jungle with Dark Potato to take some of those camps here. Then he's going to go up to the lane and look to get some CS for himself. Doesn't look like he'll miss any. Nope. Ooh, just misses one in the end.
Jinxed him.
There. So, unfortunate. Yeah, jinxed him. Cast his curse. Unlucky. But it's a strong move. It allows this box to just get a little bit of early gold onto him. Try and put him a little bit ahead of Kavalifar.
Yeah, about 50 ahead right now. And it looks like we're going to be seeing this Rome Fortress. And I think something we commented on before is that the Rome Fortress isn't really that great at body blocking moves. Oh, Kavalifar taking a bit of damage there.
Yeah, but on the mid side, Dark Potato also getting aggressed on in the jungle. Tyros just showing his force on this Petal. Very early damage, but Dark Potato manages to secure his Treant anyway, so it didn't actually work out. Kavalifar dives forward, and he hurts Hundor just a bit, forces the potion as well. Of course, Kavalifar with this Book of Eulogies going to be very sustained in the lane, unlike Hundor, who has to play from range.
Yeah, and it looks like I'm quite confident that this is going to be a Weapon Blackfeather. And what's really good about the Weapon Blackfeather matchup is that in a 1v1 situation, it's fantastic. You can really get into the back line, especially get onto Hunter, apply that Atlas Pauldrons, and it makes it very, very difficult. Because of that sustain, you'll be getting that Serpent's Mask, and then you'll be picking up that breaking point. It's relatively predictable what the Weapon Blackfeather is going to build. And it's going to rely a lot on Dark Potato, being able to just get rid of Kavalifar and just pushing him away.
Absolutely. Dark Potato going to have to make sure that Hundar is safe and sound when it comes to, you know, protecting him with that Giffian's Walls, the Impales as well. Gonna go straight onto Tyros with that Impale, knocks out some of those Munions, but it does look like SK want to continue this trend of pushing into Dark Potato's jungle and trying to steal away some of these camps.
Yeah, it's just I think their part of the reason is they're trying to force Hundor to rotate down a little bit early, and we are seeing that right now. G2, they're moving in. And actually, Jetpacks might be a bit caught out there. They do miss the Impale, though.
Yeah, but he's still isolated from the team. He's going to be forced to run away, and first blood it goes to G2. A great start for them here as they force the rest of SK to completely disengage the fight. And I like this move from G2. As soon as the aggression comes through from SK multiple times, they know it's going to happen again. So they group up and make sure to punish for the aggression.
Yeah, they're very far forward right now. Actually, Kavalifar, I don't know if this is a good idea. Managed to get some damage down. Oh no. Oh no, no.
Ooh, just about gets away there, but G2 continuing this trend. They're going to pull Tyros up to the lane to push back Hundor and Keanu here. Isn't going to find too much damage, but G2 already, they've got that 1,000 gold lead over SK here. I want to see how far they can push this lead if they continue the aggression.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think Kavalifar needs to keeps his eyes open and have those scout traps down, just in case we're going to be seeing those aggressive moves coming from G2, which they have been doing. It's been quite a tussle so far. Fairly follows the trend that we've been seeing from the previous games today, is that there's a lot of pressure being applied, but not really many kills being picked up as a result of it.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that point, especially both teams. All teams so far that I've witnessed in EU, they're definitely great at getting early advantages, but pushing them forward seems to be a bit of a hard point. I really want to see teams get a little bit mean, a little bit aggressive, and we're going to see that from G2 here as they go on in, straight onto SK. Kavalifar taking a huge damage, but the Fountain going to keep SK in the fight. They're looking to try and turn a little bit. G2 are forced back once more, but G2, they're trying their best to make these work, these aggressive plays.
Yeah, they really forced that Fountain out from Jetpacks, and he managed to pick up that Fountain really quickly. I think Keanu just has enough money now to pick it up, but he has prioritized other items with the contracts and also with the boots as well, so he is going to be getting that a little bit later. And I think it's so far a good start for G2. They're able to push back any kind of aggressive moves that SK are trying to make, and Kavalifar, especially on that Weapon Blackfeather, is going to take him a little bit longer to ramp up compared to Hundor, especially with that healing the Fortress, the Truth of the Tooth there. It could make things a little bit more difficult, but they're really focusing hard on Kavalifar.
Yeah, not quite able to find the engage, though. Dark Potato going to be in a bit of trouble as here comes the spontaneous combustions from Tyros and that Fountain being used to give Dark Potato a bit more health in this fight. SK showing that they're not out of it just yet. G2 may be the ones making the aggressive moves, but SK, they're certainly wanting to fight back, bite back, they're going to force G2 straight back to the turret.
Yeah, it's a good time for G2 to fight. Dark Potato has that tension bow, it has that early tension bow, and it's going to be doing a lot of damage in the early parts of the game. And the thing about tension bow is that it does tend to fall off in the late game, and it just loses its effectiveness. So this is a good time for them to be trying to pick those fights, and they're certainly looking for the fights.
Yeah, Tyra's knocked against the wall, going very low here, Fountain. They're trying to turn it. Kavalavar's here as well, and Kavalavar in position. If you can just get onto Dark Potato, it will be a kill. There it is. And now looking for Keanu as well. The on point doesn't quite connect. No slows coming through, but it is another kill. This time over to SK. They style all over this G2 roster.
Oh, they definitely are doing that. They're seeing red. They're chasing up the kills. And I think that was a bit of what we saw there was a bit of an over-aggression coming out from SK. They went forward, coming out from G2. They went a little bit too far forward. The Crystal Sentry came out, and then they were forced to back away. And Dark Potato went down very quickly because although he has that tension bow, it's very much of not a one-hit wonder, but he goes in and then you have to back away and then you go in again. That's where you get the real damage coming out from that tension bow.
Absolutely. Very interested to see if Dark Potato can make this jungle Lance work. We did criticize the win rate of Lance earlier, but we don't need to harp on about it. It's really up to Dark Potato here, who's been around on G2 for the longest of times, you know, sticking with them through the tough times and the good times. Hopefully for G2, this could be the start of an uprise. First, they need to take down SK. They're going to group up here around this tri-bush. No one really wanting to pull the trigger just yet, but look at the level advantage that G2 have. They could look at a fight here. They have that attack with the pack to stick them to the teams, and that's exactly what's going to come out. Kavalavar stuck in the middle of it. Fountain to try and keep him up, but there's the way for it. Silenced on up. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. An Impale comes through, and Kavalavar fate sealed. Now looking for more as they go into Tyros. It's 2 kills for G2, and they're just going to walk away with a great start to that fight.
Yeah, Kavalavar just got absolutely burst down there with that impale coming out from Dark Potato, that tension bow really coming through. And they're definitely going to be getting the gold mine out of that, even though Keanu and Dark Potato are looking a little bit lower. But that was a very good start coming out from G2. They've been quite aggressive so far. It looks like we might be seeing this double weapon coming out from G2. We might be seeing Dark Potato picking up an aftershock. We might be seeing him continuing along the weapon path. Difficult to say at this point. It looks like he's prioritizing a little bit more on defense there, which is a good decision to make. I think a lot of the teams we see is that they just go full out aggression and prioritize defense a little bit too late.
Yeah, no, you can see that SK are already keeping eyes on the fact that it is this double weapon power position here for G2. Armor on everyone already. Serpent's Mask completed for Kavalavar as well. So for G2, we're going to have to expect some Pierce to come through, perhaps, you know, get a Bone Sword going on at least one of these guys. Is Hundor going to get aggressed onto? This is going to be him just blown up, and Keanu nowhere to go. Eva completely taken down. It's going to be SK with a bit of bad blood here as they go for that second kill. Tyra's going to dodge away from that Impale. Just put the aggression back onto Dark Potato here. SK in a great position now. They should be able to start chunking down this turret, but an Impale, they have to watch out. This is weapon power Lance. It's not that classical Captain Lance that you're used to seeing. So that will force SK back.
Yeah, they pick up 2 kills there. And so even though you look at the scoreboard, 3-3 right now, G2 are still a little bit ahead in terms of goal, 2k ahead. And we do see this flare gun being picked up, which is good. I do like the defense being prioritized. Jetpacks is one of those captains who always manage to litter the whole map with scout shots. But hang on, that turret.
Go down, and that's going to be Kavalavar rooted up as well. It's a kill for G2. They make it look easy here. No way Kavalavar was escaping that in his wildest streams. And now, for G2, they can just look to put the aggression on, keep it up as they look for the second turret, steal away some of these jungle camps as well. That tension bow just dancing right through that turret. It falls. Wow, G2, 2 turrets and a kill. If that Impale landed, it would have been a second kill. They're going to be pretty happy with what they had. They can just walk away and look to just buy up with those massive gold that they've built up.
Well, that's the thing with this double weapon. It's very strong in the early game. It does a lot of damage, and we're certainly seeing this coming out from G2 right now. But SK, I'm pretty sure they can just shake it off and just continue, because I think they've got the late game advantage. Definitely with Kavalavar there. He's not quite at that breaking point yet, but I think when he does, they're going to be in a much better position to be picking those fights.
Yeah, no, certainly not out of the woods yet. G2 here, they're going to have to keep in mind that for SK, they can start scaling up. But I'm interested in hearing what your thoughts are as far as these compositions go as we start to hit, you know, this mid-game stage. Does SK's lineup start, you know, bouncing back, or do G2 have the late game?
Difficult to say. I think both of them have their certainly late game advantage. So if you look at G2 and if you look at Fortress, I think he does really well in the late game. That attack of the pack is very difficult and it forces your opponents to try and clear the walls as fast as possible. Oh, there they are.
G2 gonna have to cut you off here as they're going in. Tyra's in a lot of trouble as he gets silenced on up. And that's gonna be Hundor saying you're mine. Next will be Kavalafa. Blocks the impale, so they're just gonna turn to Jetpacks. A double kill here coming through for Hundor. G2 showing their aggression as they make it 6-3. They may even look to try and take this choke turret as well.
Questionable positioning coming out there from SK in that team fight. So we saw Jetpacks using his gauntlet dive, catching all 3 members of G2, and what that should have been was the perfect opportunity for Pestle just to back out the tower. But instead, I don't know if this was a misclick, but Tyra's actually trampolined right into the middle of all 3, which is not the best place that you want to be, and as a result went down very quickly. And gotta say, positioning played a lot in that team fight, and for SK just wasn't there.
No. SK definitely not. They're looking to put the aggression back onto G2 here. Perhaps maybe catch someone off as they're going very deep for this. G2 have that Crystal Sentry, could look to turn straight onto Kavalava, and that's exactly what they're doing. Fountain comes up, SK split completely up against the wall. Tyra's getting knocked on out, and look at this damage. Hundor one, Hundor looking for his second, but he will get blown up just as he gets it. That leaves Kavalava in a position where perhaps he can find a kill onto Keanu. On point, gonna land onto Dark Potato, but Kavalava has to be so careful how he goes for this. The attack of the pack comes out. Now Kavalava's on the back line, but he's gonna blow up Keanu. And now he's going for Dark Potato as well. Dark Potato, though, he's going to go for the fight. Impale lands. And that will be the ace coming through for G2.
That was the ace, and it was just, the fight went everywhere. And I think part of the reason was Kavalava tried to fight it with the attack of the pack, so he was able to pick up 1 kill there onto Keanu, but just wasn't enough to pick up the kill on Dark Potato. If you look at what Dark Potato's building, he's got the tension ball already, and he's going for the aftershock. It's going to be a very, very bursty build, and we can certainly see its effects when every time he lands an Impale or a Githian wall, it's just doing so much damage. So for SK, their main objective is to try and avoid those. Right now, Dark Potato's doing a really good job of landing them.
Definitely has. This weapon power lands in the jungle. It's becoming a massive threat here for SK. They cannot sleep on it. Is G2 currently very far in the lead, almost 10,000 gold, currently sitting at 8,000 as we come up to this 15-minute mark, and it will be the Kraken Unleashed when we do hit it. Looks like G2 not done yet. They want to go in onto SK, but that gauntlet going to be going down. Jetpacks just disengages the fight immediately. Now G2 will fall back, allow SK a bit of room.
SK really falling behind now, 8k gold behind. They've got a lot of vision down, but right now I don't think that vision is serving too much because I feel like SK are really picking fights on G2 side of the jungle, and that's really not the ideal place for them. So I think they really need to move away from that. Like Valfar, once he gets a little bit more of those defense items, finishes that Aegis off, and I think a big priority will be the Atlas Pauldrons because he's going to be trying to dive onto Hundor. You don't want Hundor building up those breaking point stacks, and if you can get the Pauldrons on him, that's an ideal opportunity there for SK.
Well, we are coming up to this Kraken spawn. D2 will be putting the pressure onto SK here. Currently a interesting dynamic. G2, they didn't fare too well in their games last week, but they're certainly stepping up here now, looking to make it work. Of course, they did go up against Cyclone in their first game, but here it is, the engage from G2 as the Kraken spawns. Jetpack's in a lot of trouble, but it looks like they might just be turning this around as Hundor, he's going extremely low. No, Tyras gets bursted down. Kavalava rooted up, but the gauntlet going to stop everyone. Maybe Kavalava can turn this around, looking for more, but it is Hundor with the double kill, and he can just get in range. It will be a triple. Kavalava doing the damage. There it is, the ace comes through for G2, and now this Kraken, no, they're not even going for it. They say the choke point turret is ours.
Oh no, they're going for the Kraken. I'm gonna say that was a very That was a very fearless start coming up from Kevalfar. Actually, I think a little bit of miscommunication there because I think he went straight in and his teammates were hanging back a little bit. Didn't really have that backup there. But I think one thing that we really need to be seeing coming out from SK, particularly Jetpacks, is that Crucible. The wait for it is not being blocked and it's really catching them out, especially the Petal, who isn't necessarily able to get away from the fights every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyra's just caught between that rock and the hard place, being engaged upon consistently by Dark Potato. The Impale's landing, and it is certainly becoming a bit of trouble here for SK now. This Kraken about to march down the lane, and we've been in this position, we know it all too well. This is where teams start to run away with the game as long as they can get that choke point down and don't get caught out by a massive fight.
Yeah, they're certainly biding their time, and I'm gonna say it's not been too great for SK so far. They're not really winning those fights, and I think they're really being caught out here by the attack of the pack and that wait for it. There's just a lot being thrown at them, and what you really want is the opportunity to force that attack of the pack back away, disengage, get rid of the wolves, and then go back in. Oh, hang on, here we go again.
Yes, the Gauntlet Wall's going down as Kavalavar done and dives straight on into the fight, but he's not going anywhere. Bursted by Hundor, and now Hundor can look to clean up as he goes for Tyrus here. That's the Kraken taking the base. The ace, it comes through. A triple kill for Hundor, and that will be it for them. It's going to be G2 taking game 1. Long live Hundor.
Long live Hundor. What a fantastic game coming out from G2. And they were very strong throughout. I've got to say, maybe the contraption wasn't the best choice. I think prioritizing the Crucible before the contraption would have been a little bit better. It certainly has a little bit more utility, particularly because there wasn't any heroes on the side of G2 where you need that vision for. Yes, it is good to have it, but I would have just kept the flare gun and then gone straight for the Crucible rather than finishing that contraption off.
Very interesting times here, Xinyi. It seems to me like from last week, everything has changed. It's just, you know, the score lines being flipped on their heads, sparks flying everywhere as, you know, G2 looking to upset SK here. Would be the second upset of today if they can take it to a 2-0. We're going to have to break that game down. Over to AJ and his mates to break that game down.
All right, welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so G2, pretty strong stuff there in their first game.
G who?
G who?
Wow, way to ruin that.
What do you mean way to ruin
It's
that?
supposed to be G who G2.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought we were
right,
gonna-
like that. Oh, okay.
It's okay, we'll work
Okay.
on it.
He'll get there.
So
So
that
we were
comp
ready.
really worked out, huh? We were ready. I was ready. I was like 90% ready.
I was in my position, team. Let it be known. Let it be known.
Ganked by Bacon.
Yeah. All right, so G2 looking strong. They came through. Wow. SK, I didn't really feel SK ever really have any momentum in that game that I thought they could potentially put together.
I feel like, I mean, they definitely had moments when they were able to fight, but they weren't able to do anything with the fights. Like, they never pushed off the back of one.
You can see where Kevalfar in a few fights felt like he could fight, and then suddenly there was just too much damage. Part of that, and I think it was a really smart choice for them to go Starblade first on the Vox. So he's not relying on having to stack up before he has an impact. So Blackfeather jumps in, he's already got damage, right? So you have to respect that.
Absolutely.
It was an interesting adaptation, and really ended up working out well for them, as we obviously just saw.
All right, well, let's have another look at 15 minutes in here. You can see a big ace coming through for G2. Extremely strong plays.
Yeah, I mean, right here, it's just, again, Blackfeather jumps in, immediately has throws offensive out because he realizes that he's in a bad spot. lots of damage going down onto everyone on the side of SK, which is normally a bad thing. A beautiful gauntlet, not enough to save it.
Oh, I heard casters for a second. Hopefully all good on their end.
Systems are going haywire.
That's what happens when,
Yo,
like,
when Cyclone loses, this is what happens to the world.
Exactly. It's a whirlwind production. back
Fnatic
here.
undefeated. Cyclone loses. Production crashes. I don't want to go outside. I really don't.
It's raining frogs.
Yeah.
That's what happens. All right, well, I think we're fairly soon going to be ready for draft number 2. Let's just put everything else behind us. At least that's what SK should be doing as well, right? They need to put that game behind them.
Short memories.
Think about what's going to
Never
happen.
forget.
Next time round. Oh, of course not.
The
Human
opposite
Ips.
of short memories.
Come on. Draft number 2. What do we want to see from these teams?
I don't. It's such a tough question. I want to see Vox get banned away. I feel like either side getting Vox is just spells trouble for their opponents.
He just doesn't know how to lose. Vox is way...
Exactly.
Like, draft them into a Ringo pick. Or like, force them into a Ringo pick with your draft, especially if you're intending to pick up this Black Feather. I don't like the Black Feather pick without knowing what your opponents have.
I think Black
And,
Feather right now is better as Crystal.
I think you can make the case that he is better, but situationally it works the other way.
And Kvalifar did have that one really, really nice play where he nearly won a fight. I think Bacon and I were kind of thinking he was a bit delayed going back in. The Attack of the Pack coming out made a bit of a difference there. But all right, we're ready for draft number 2. Let's kick things off here. SK Gaming are now on side A. They need to come back into the series if they want a chance to go to the finals and meet Fnatic again.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like the pedal pick may have been a bit of a mistake from game number 1.
Yeah. Pedal picks all day have been mistakes, really. And yesterday.
All season.
Good picking pedal, team.
I'm actually curious when you're able to get updated stats on that Bacon. I am looking forward to seeing what the win rate is right now because it can't be good.
Literally, after this draft, when we get into game, I'll be able to get updated stats.
All right, we'll find out for after this one.
Got you.
SK, they're using some bonus time here heading into their first ban. You know how I feel about this. But it is-
You've been wrong for the past
I know, it's
couple
weird.
drafts on it now.
I'm very surprised.
I'm very surprised at everything that's happening in Europe today.
I mean, that's a fair point. That is a very fair point.
Like, how are we supposed to analyze these games if these guys just completely come out and play like different teams week to week?
Why
Well,
would
that's
you
what we
ban
analyze.
Fortress over Lyra here, guys? Analysis, go.
Because you really, really, really want the Lance, I guess.
Okay, that could actually be it.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that. That being said, I mean Lyra, really strong right now too.
It is.
It is.
I think beyond that, though, it was very interesting to see Dark Potatoes build on the Lance and what they were able to do with it. It was really cool. It was the Tension Bow Aftershock,
And Dark
ran him as the
Potato-
jungler.
Yeah, Dark Potato's been pulling out a lot of different builds, a lot of unique builds that he's really the only one doing.
He did the Poison Shiv Kroll.
Yep.
And we really like that.
Yep.
I love Potato. I love this kid.
You were talking before Bacon about sort of how outdated the Tension Bow first build was on the Lance. Are you reevaluating that now? Do you think maybe there's a place for it?
Yeah, you reevaluating Bacon?
Not reevaluating it just yet.
Okay.
I still don't like the build. This goes back to when I used to just completely hate Lance as a pick overall. I feel like he's gotten a lot better. Teams have gotten much better with him. But I still don't really like the Tension Bow build on him. I feel like if it forces your hand too much, you have to win early. Thankfully, for G2, they were able to do so. But I feel like if they don't get that ace at 15 minutes, that game just starts to completely turn around because of that build path on the Lance.
All right, SK Gaming are going to ban away the Vox. I actually really like this. I feel like you just don't want that going through anywhere, especially with a Lance paired up. Could be quite strong.
I don't remember seeing G2 play much Blackfeather themselves.
No, I don't think so
And
either.
so
It's
you don't
really
take-
not a Dark Potato pick.
You really don't take the Ringo because you're against SK.
Yep.
It's very interesting. A lot of their picks are off the board right now.
I mean, Dark Potato is generally known for playing these tankier bruiser type junglers. You know, the Kroll, the Lance. Obviously, we just saw.
He also played a little Talkhead in the past.
Mhm.
I would love to see him. Oh,
On
Grumpjaws.
Grumpjaw?
Oh,
Question mark.
I would really love to see Potato start playing some Koshka. I think that could really fit his playstyle and maybe make Europe wake up to the power.
I was going to say, Europe in general, I feel like they're not seeing Koshka for how strong she is.
Koshka
right now.
9-0 in NA, 0-1 in Europe.
Yep.
Seems good, man.
That's a radically different statistic. I mean, that is miles different.
Let's get back to
While we're on stats,
reality.
Grumpjaw 0-3.
They must
Grumpjaw.
have picked it for a reason. I mean, the question is it captain or is it,
There are murmurs in the world that say Grumpjaw could be played to a decent effect. Grumpjaw, I prefer him in the captain role.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of hard to take advantage of him as a jungler.
I agree. I feel like you don't want to, a lot of the time, put yourself in the position to use your ultimate to the best of its ability. If you're a jungler, because you also want to be doing damage, and you're effectively, like, having to go in and take someone out in order to get in position to do the damage you want sometimes.
One of my biggest problems with Grumpjaw as a jungler is his primary engage ability. It charges him forward and then stops to do like that swipe attack thing.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like Lance, except you don't get the added bonus of being able to react immediately if you hit someone. You're stuck in that animation no matter what you do. So that's one of the reasons why I feel like he's actually struggled a bit, is because once you use that charge, you're stuck in that position for a little bit.
SK Gaming are going to lock in Jewel and Kestrel as their final 2 picks here. These are both interesting ones. I mean, if we're assuming Crystal Kestrel for a second and Weapon Jewel, I feel like they're going to be able to shred through. Like, with the high DPS.
I thought you were going to say something else. Yeah, they should be able to shred right through them. High DPS, as you said.
I could definitely see Grumpjaw having a massive issue
yeah.
going into Kestrel.
Like Grumpjaw, he's gonna just lunge forward right into active camos. Like, could be tough here.
It's actually quite a slow dash, too. So
Yeah.
it's really easy to figure out when to attack the active camo.
Conversely, Jewel wants to just stick on target. Run at whoever this. We're assuming it's going to be their lane carry coming out here. That's their last pick.
It's going to be really easy to eat Jewel, though.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She leaves herself very vulnerable.
That worries me a little bit for her, actually.
But Bright Bulwark completely shuts down that ability.
That's true. That's true.
And because
Active camo stun gets her out of his belly, too.
If they can just fight on top of the active camo, GG.
the other thing about the Grumpjaw Ultimate is when it first came out, I thought it would be like extremely difficult to block, but we'll get to his last pick in a moment. But it's actually, he lunges forward when he uses that ultimate, and it's actually fairly easy to reflex block after seeing it in practice.
So Celeste is the final pick from G2 Esports. Now, G2, I talked about the creativity last game. I feel like this is very creative, this composition, at least for the current meta. You're using Grumpjaw, which has like no history of success at all, as well as Celeste, which has hardly been picked because no one is playing Crystal Laners right now.
It's true. And I understand why they're not, but situationally, I think it makes sense.
If someone does get eaten by Grumpjaw, they're dead. Flat out. Because he's going to spit them out into
Right
an
into a core
impale,
collapse.
into a core
Yeah.
collapse, into a solar storm. Like, they're just dead. There's nothing they're going to be able to do.
It's interesting. I mean, I do also feel like a big thing about CP laners has always been, over the course of a long fight, if they have a good front line, they can do a tremendous amount of damage, just like a weapon carry. So, having Grumpjaw and Lance as your front line seems like a pretty ideal world for a Celeste. It's just about whether that is enough in a meta which is so dominated by the weapon power.
What was
of the carry
SK's
right now.
full lineup? They had the Lyra,
The Jewel, and the Kestrel.
The Jewel, and the Kestrel. This is tough.
These are two very strong...
I actually think G2 wins.
The draft from SK is very strong. The draft from SK, or from G2, is very unique, but has very clear strengths and very clear win conditions.
Yeah.
And I like what they've done, and I always favor teams that pick outside the box. I mentioned on Twitter last night, I'm looking for teams to actually bring back the Crystal Laners. I'm going G2.
I'm with G2 this time.
G who?
G2! I love all these players. One guy I think we don't talk about enough, Keanu Nakoa.
Okay.
He'll be on the Grumpjaw this game, I think.
Yep.
The win condition, very clear, hard to execute on. If you do it, they're probably going to dominate.
It's a Captain Grumpjaw. That's what we've been wanting to see.
It's what we wanted to see. So
G2 making it happen.
Are we gonna
making our
see-
dreams come true.
Are we going to see Tension Bow again on Lance here, though? Like, I think because he needs
You're
to
not-
buy so much time for the Celeste. It's not a terrible plan.
It's not a terrible plan,
Just get a
but
Sour
I also
Blade.
don't know if it's a great plan. I think Sour Blade's a much better pick.
All right, we'll see what they decide to go for here. This is game number 2 of G2 versus SK. Let's find out if maybe G2 goes directly to the finals here, or if we go to a third game. Passing it on over to Dowsey and Jingyi.
Massive moment here for G2 to prove that they are final worthy, and they're bringing the Grumpjaw to our screens for the first time. Let's see how Keanu Nakoa can deal with this pick. Very creative composition coming out of G2. As Odessa said, very clear win conditions, and actually they're going straight on in. Keanu Nakoa hungry for that damage. Is everyone on SK going to take a huge chunk of their health bars before disengaging?
Yes, not the best trade-off there coming out from SK from the very start. I think the Imperial Sigil just came out a little bit earlier from jetpacks because they hadn't really taken any damage at that point. They weren't really using it for a movement speed at the very start. So it just seemed like a bit arbitrary at that point. But this is certainly a very interesting draft coming out here from G2, especially if that Grumpjaw lands. Lyra's going to make things very difficult for those two heroes. So I think if jetpacks can really time those well, it's looking really good for SK.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, very interesting stats. Celeste's been played 4 times here in Europe, and she has won all 4 times. So it seems like European teams, you know, they don't pick her very often. This hero hasn't been picked very often at all across NA and EU, but when she is picked, it seems like they know that she's right for the draft. And being that last pick as well, G2, 3rd pick, last of the draft, does mean that they feel very comfortable that they can fit it against the heroes that SK have drafted. But let's talk about those heroes for a second. Going to be this dual Kestrel, such a mean combination that we've been seeing all across Europe and NA.
Yeah, the Grump, well, the Kestrel, we've been seeing a lot of Crystal Kestrel. She has incredible splash damage. The range is fantastic, and it's all about the active camels, trying to catch people out on them and just stunning them every single time. Like the analyst has said, you can certainly see things being very difficult for Grumpjaw. If he lunges forward and you just get caught in the active camel, that's not ideal. But he is a captain, so it may not be the worst scenario in the world. For G2, it's all about just feeding everything towards Hundor. So about keeping Hundor alive, making sure no one dives past the back line. And if you look at SK, it's a bit of a triple poke. I would say Gio's a bit more melee than a ranged, but it is about that poke coming out from both of these teams.
So let's do a bit of theory craft, because we haven't seen any Grumpjaw really on our screen yet. Who's going to be the prime target for Keanu Nakoa's ultimate ability?
Okay, so if you think about it for
I just have to hold it a little bit. Developer is going to jump away from that one. Rocket leaps to safety. Yeah, go for it.
Well, if they're going to be going for Cave Alpha, if he uses his Rocket Leap to engage, that's certainly a good start, because he's already in the middle of Alpha. It's very easy for him to take the damage. But I would actually argue that I would prefer for them to go straight onto the Crystal Kestrel. So she's a little bit in the back line, but if she takes any damage, she can't use her active camel. And if you can do that, you can just completely take away her damage away from her. So I think she's a main target. It's going to be a little bit tricky for Keanu to dive on top of them, but with Dark Potato there as well, and if they can just trick that ball work out from Lyra, that will be certainly a great move for them.
Yeah, I'm very interested. I'm assuming that the interaction between Bright Bulwark does mean that if Keanu Nakoa does go for his stopped, his C ability, when that Bright Bulwark is down, that he will be interrupted. The other interrupt would be a stun from the active camo. SK have some options available to them to try and avoid an aggression from G2, but we're yet to see anything just yet, as we have to wait for this Grumpjaw to scale on up. And such a big hero as well, he's going to provide a lot of body blocking onto those one-shots, the initial damage from the Glimmer Shot as well. G2 just have to be careful that they don't group up too much behind him.
That's definitely true, and we saw in the last game Dark Potato has improved the win rates for Lance in the EU a little bit, and looks like he's going to go for that tension bow build again. So I think the analyst desk were saying they want to be seeing that Sorrow Blade, probably a better option, but it looks like we're going to be seeing that very bursty build, and I think it'll be very effective, because usually with Crystal Kestrels, they really don't build that much defense, so if you can get that burst on top of them, it certainly will be doing a lot, but Dark Potato are being forced back right now.
Yeah, they're looking for the engage SK here as they go straight on Dark Potato. It's going to be that Impale coming through, but Dark Potato has to escape, as does Keanu Nakoa. It is going to be G2 managing to escape from the clutches of SK. Entirely different game here. SK been a lot more comfortable in this matchup, and G2, they have a lot of a lot of ability to be aggressed upon. This Celeste is so slow. In fact, using the boots to make it way to the turret to stop it from taking too much damage. Putting a lot of pressure onto SK to prevent them from taking this one. Winning wave should be able to be cleared up very quickly as Gianna Nakoa joins his laner once more. Currently a small gold lead heading over to G2 though. They're up by 500 gold just due to the 10 CS lead that Hundor currently has over Kavalapa.
I want SK to be applying a lot more pressure in the lane. I don't want them fighting in the jungle very much, especially that Crystal Kestrel. Ooh, one shot, one kill. I think if they fight in the lane...
Oh, Kavalapa's been rooted up. He's going to be in trouble. Knocked up against the wall. If only it hit the turret, he would have been stunned and they could have looked for extra aggression. Here comes Tyra's level 6, as mentioned, has that one shot, but has used it already. But could look to try and get very close to this Celeste. Hundor has to be very careful how he plays this next couple seconds. In fact, is just going to look for a teleport. His team says, no, you can't. SK putting the aggression on. We have to defend this turret, and Hundor's energy bar is fairly low, so it's going to be a hard task. Helogenesis start coming down. There's the root onto Kavalapa. Jumps away defensively once more. That is a massive win there for G2. If they can keep Kavalapa playing defensively on this duel, then they're going to be in a fairly safe position.
Yeah, they are. And what I want to be seeing is Tyra's playing aggressively for them as well. Part of the reason is I think the range from those glimmer shots is just outscaling the range on those Helogenesis. What G2 want to be doing is just wait until Celeste gets at level 8 and increases the range on her Helios. So this is a really good opportunity for SK just to put a lot of pressure down onto the turret. They're doing that, it's just going in so fast. They might even be able to take it, no they're not, Celeste is back, but if they can get that turret down and just keep the pressure up, and that's a really great move there for SK.
Gianna Nakoa on the Disgrunture. About halfway there towards his level 6 as far as experience is concerned. That's when I expect to see a little bit more aggression coming out of G2, trying to make that combination work. The stuffed into a core collapse, just locking everyone up. SK still in a prime position. They have this one shot coming through straight onto Gianna Nakoa, able to block that one up with the huge body block that Grumpjaw offers. This turret is so low, and SK are going to continue pushing for it. They have those glimmer shots. A good root comes on. Jetpack's in trouble. Jetpack's taken down. First blood, it goes to Dark Potato, and G2 are going to be looking for more if they can get onto someone. They're looking for Tyra as he goes invisible with the active camo. That Impale doesn't land, and now he's going to be laying down huge damage. The glimmer shots coming through. There's the red button from Kavalapa, but they're able to dodge away from the damage. G2 find first blood.
And they did. It took them a while, and they managed to get the first blood there onto Jetpacks. That was really interesting. We saw him trying to use his arcane passage, but he was actually knocked out of it. Okay, Valfar, is that the position you want to be in? It's okay.
These one-shots could just eat through. Tyra's not quite able to find the position that he needed to find a killing blow. The flares there. SK will notice that G2 have to back, so they will find that first turret for themselves, a little bit of a bite back, and actually it swings the gold their way as they're going to look to try to take this gold miner as well.
It's going to be a massive gold swing. Actually, I think Celeste, she doesn't have that soul storm available, so we're not going to be seeing any snipes. That's a lot of gold going towards way off SK. I think there's 1800 gold there just from the last minute alone, but Tyra's a little bit too close there. But a little bit low on the energy as well. This is the thing we're seeing with a lot of Crystal Casters, is that they're having problems with energy. If you're trying to constantly apply pressure in the lane, you are just going to be running out of energy at some point. And when G2 decide to turn on it, it's great because Tyra can't use his active camo. He can't really do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Same goes for Celeste as well, but see that the energy battery is being purchased up by both Hundor and Tyra, is looking to try and sustain a little bit further throughout the fights. Here's that moment that we're looking forward to, this level 6 on Gianna Nakoa. The Grumpjaw now unlocking his ultimate ability, Stuffed, where he lunges forward, grabbing the first enemy in his path and devouring them. It's going to be a very interesting tool. If G2 can find a prime target, then they can run away with that target, place them very far onto the back lines of the fight, and then try to blow them up with a core collapse into some Helogenocide.
Yeah, there's a really strong potential for kind of
Might look for it
chain
now,
there.
in
Oh,
fact.
you might be,
G2 in a bit of an interesting position. There's the one shot onto Dark Potato. It doesn't look like G2 want the fight though. Going to fall back.
And just going back to the point about the Hangry being there. Their main target, I think Tyra's, does not have a reflex block yet, so there's absolutely nothing he can do. He has to be very careful about his positioning, avoiding everything that G2 could throw at him. You've got the Impale, you've got the Githian Wall. There is so much that he has to be careful of. He's being very aggressive in where he is standing. It's a bit
Just talking
scary.
to some of the pros about the ultimate ability from Grumdraw, they say it's extremely hard to block even with a reflex block. You kind of have to block it before it's used. So you're going to have some insane reactions to be able to block this ability up. It's really going to be a testament to the captain players with their crucibles, or even the reflex blocks from these individual players. That Crystal Sentry taken by SK, they're starting to build a bit of a gold lead as they get a couple more objectives for themselves.
Yeah, they do. I think one thing, we're going back to that point about the Hangry, it's a bit more difficult to reflex block. I think what they need to do now is use jetpacks and use his bulwark to try and prevent that, just as an extra layer of protection. Oh, they're going straight on a Cave Halifar.
Yep, the rocket dump to safety. Doesn't impale him still, but he manages to get to safety nonetheless. G2 not going to be able to find a kill just yet. SK though, they have been put into the lane. Look at Tyros just stealthing it on up, looking to lay a bit of splash damage with those glimmer shots. But G2 are playing very safely. Dark Potato was looking for an engage, wasn't quite able to find it. Perhaps this is time, looking for that aggression from G2. The one shot will not connect onto anyone. Just managed to separate their paths, and ooh, that Impale blocked by the Bright Bulwark. Dark Potato in a lot of trouble. The heal coming through, but it's going to be that red button to force G2 back. Everyone down to about half HP, and now they're on the run. They cannot afford to continue to take this damage from the one-shots. Hundor so low. G2 forced back to the turret.
And these trade-offs, SK are actually coming out better because they have that ladder there. They're able to heal back up. Hunter, he does have that Eve of Harvest, but it's just not enough. SK, I think what they need to do is just keep pushing out the turret. Kiana's taken so much damage already.
Yeah, he has, and can't be an engaged threat when you have no HP. He's going to get, ooh, not quite the teleport blocked, but Dark Potato does take a fair, decent amount of damage. Tyros to just head on into the jungle of G2. This Crystal Sentry has respawned, but I expect that SK will look to burst it down with this Kestrel and this weapon power jewel. Look how quickly that neutral objective gets destroyed. G2 could do nothing about it.
This is actually a really good time for G2 to fight. Actually, maybe not anymore. I think that opportunity's gone because everyone in SK had so much gold at their hands. Actually, Tyros is still sitting on 2,000 gold. He wasn't able to go to the shop. This actually could be a really good chance, and they are able to focus on Tyros. But they're just going to back away for now.
G2 looking for the action. Kiana Nakoa jumps on forward trying to find a target, but he will not be able to just yet. Looking for some more active camo laid down. G2 have to make sure they don't step into it by accident. Tyros is going to be sitting on in it. Here comes that active camo, stuns up to Dark Potato, taking huge damage. There's the one shot onto Kiana Nakoa, but Kavalafa not quite in the fight. There's the Arcane Passage, they're going to go forward. Kavalafa looking for the aggressive positioning, but they are so careful they don't group up into a core collapse. The Broken Myth, their purchase for Tyros. Dark Potato looking for an Impale if he can find one, but that means G2 are now split up. Dark Potato on the wrong side of the wall. SK looking to put the pressure on. The Treant will go to Kavalafa, a bit of extra healing for that jewel. And SK will be able to look to take this gold miner away. G2 just in such a awkward position with their health bars. May look to try and contest here. Kiana Nakoa definitely wants to, but he gets blocked by that Bright Bulwark. That's going to be an engage potential loss for G2. Gold miner will be stopped. Frostburn purchase for Hundor, and I think G2 may just look to disengage now.
Yeah, they definitely are, but Hundor's full health again. And I think this is SK's fight to win. Tyros is able to go to the shop. And during that whole skirmish, picked up a Broken Myth. Actually, still no reflex block, so fairly confident in his ability to dodge. But I still think he needs that reflex block. It's going to be a major priority. There's so much crowd control in the hands of G2 that he really does need to be careful of, and he is, I think, their main target. So the later he leaves that reflex block, the more dangerous it's going to get for him.
Certainly will. SK don't have a kill just yet, but they're leading the gold charge by 3,000 or 2,000 as it stands. Just through those neutral objectives alone. Lots of damage being splashed onto G2. There's a huge Huge burst from the one shot and the red button at the same time. The Crystal Sentry getting involved, but he's on his last leg, his last life. If he gets taken down, that's him done. Keanu, where are you going? Fountain used, but it will not heal him up. Now the engage coming out of SK as they go for Hundor. Double kill for this duel. Looking for the triple kill. Dark Potato trying to get away, and get away he shall for now. Looking for that combat roll, will be able to use it to safety, but SK, they take that Crystal Sentry, eliminating it one shot. Oh, just about gets him,
close.
but not enough to kill the Lance. Wow, SK just showing their power, finally striking blood.
I think the whole thing about that fight was we commented on the fact that Keanu and Dark Potato, their health bars were a little bit low on the low side, and what we saw was that SK took advantage of that. It wasn't great. They took advantage. Keanu tried to dive straight onto them and actually just put him really out of position. They were really quickly able to focus him down. But oh dear.
Kraken secured by SK, and G2 just not able to get in position to stop it. We haven't seen a single ultimate ability from Keanu Nakoa yet that stuffed to swallow someone up. G2 just haven't been able to make their team composition work.
Yeah, they really aren't. I've got to say one thing about the Celeste as well, is that the whole point of the Celeste and her Helios, you have this amazing ability to zone people out. Not really seen those Helios making much of an impact so far on any of the members of SK, because Jetpacks is able to heal them right up. He's got a lot of health there, and it's just not doing. The Supernovas aren't doing too much. They've taken one turret down. It looks like they're in a good position to take the second turret down as well.
Yeah, Hundor going back to the shop to buy up a Crystal Infused. Dark Potato looking for an engage, but he misses the Impale, and he's just going to get boasted down by Kavalava, looking to dive on into the fight, and here he comes. G2 on their back legs as this Kraken's crashing into the Vayne Crystal turrets. There's the kill for Kavalava onto Keanu Nakoa. Dark Potato in a sore position as well, as the red button forces him away from that turret. The one shot won't connect, but the turret does fall. This Kraken still standing. The Helo Genocide starting to stack up huge damage from Hunter with 11 broken myth stacks, but it might not be enough. Here comes SK looking to tie the score. Kavalava will fall, but look, Tyra's invisible. Will he be able to get the Vayne Crystal? He's looking for it. He gets taken down, but the shot is landed. Jetpacks finishes the game. G2 unable to find anything. A small scoreline 3-2 for SK, but they got all the objectives, they got all the pressure, and they equalized the score.
They absolutely equalized that score. That Grump shot I felt really failed to make an impact there. I just feel like we didn't really see the abilities being used. The utility just wasn't there. And I've also say the same for that Celeste as well. I just felt like those Helios, we really saw them starting to make an impact at the end when she was able to land those Supernovas onto all three members of SK. It really was able to force them back, but I think they just got into the swing of it a little bit too late there at the end.
It's unfortunate times for Gucho. Hasn't been able to find a single win across VG, NA, and Europe, and it makes me wonder why this G2 roster are putting so much priority on picking it up. They've done it twice. They've lost both their games now, and this is a crucial one against SK Gaming in the semis. The score now tied up 1-1. Means the winner of the next game will go up against Fnatic in the finals. AJ, we're going to throw it to you guys to break that series down.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, so that was an interesting matchup. Grumpjaw, Celeste, very creative from G2, but G who?
G, I don't know. I don't know. That was bad.
Can we check what the weather's like where G2 is playing? Because I feel like they were playing that entire game with mittens on or something, because they were just awful. I mean, it's harsh to say, but there's no way around it. Constantly missed impales from Dark Potato. Really awkward engagements from Keanu Nakoa. I don't believe he used his ultimate a single time the entire game. The Celeste was missing skill shots left and right. Like, it just, everything from G2 just felt completely off.
Yeah, 100%. Everything was off. And a lot of times the win condition for that duel is to get onto the backline, get onto the carry, and just go to town. Didn't even have to. Easy the Grumpjaw walk forward and be like, oh, yeah, I'm going back.
So like, it would literally just, they'd walk in and then immediately turn around and walk away. And with not again, Grumpjaw's ult, it's such an impactful ability, wasn't used once.
That's why you draft him.
Yeah.
But I also think you got to ask, like, why did they draft him? Like, why did they draft him into a Lyra? I feel like he did try and position, but there's always bright bulwark. Every single time he tried to do anything. And because of the amount of damage that Jewel can deal from like a medium range with those lightning strikes, he would go up and try and get in position and maybe think about doing something after the Bright Bulwark. When the Bright Bulwark would come down, he'd get it down to half health, and he'd give up.
That's just getting outplayed. It's that simple. I mean, you got to find a way to bait out a Bright Bulwark. If you can't bait out 1 or 2 a game, then you're doing something wrong.
Dark Potato did bait one out in the lane, but it didn't matter. Like, at that point, I think
Where's the follow-up?
Yeah.
Lance baits it out. Where's Grumpjaw? Right?
And baiting out one of them in 16 minutes or so. I mean, there were multiple times where we saw Dark Potato go in, throw an Impale down, completely miss, lose 75% of his health, and then the entire team's retreating. Like, again, just everything was missing for G2.
And this is a comp which is sort of inordinately... It is inordinately important to not ever miss anything. Because like you said, Impale roots you into, you know, the ground if you miss it. Grumpjaw, if he goes for his dash, he's also going to be stuck in an animation. Celeste, if you miss Core Collapse, you've got no defenses. So, I mean, really, they had to play perfectly. They had to play, at least mechanically, much, much better than they did. Strategically, I don't think we ever even got to see what their plan was.
No.
Like,
not even. We didn't even see
Yeah.
it. I think they landed probably 10% of their skill shots. They needed to land like at least 50 to 60%.
I don't even think they needed to be perfect, like you said. They just needed to be above average. And it was well below that. Like, there's really not even much more.
Average. Even average might have been okay.
Might have been okay. Their comp was. I liked their composition. There was very clear strategy in what that composition is supposed to do.
I'm not sure.
But you have to execute it.
I'm not sure I like picking into a Lyra still, though. I think it's too much to pick Grumpjaw and Lance into Lyra. It's not something I would do. But maybe they'll do it again. We've got a third draft on our hands that has evened up the series. What are we expecting as we go into Game 3?
If Europe has taught me anything, it's don't expect. Don't expect.
I'm expecting G2 to
No
play
predictions.
a lot better than what they just played, because that was. I mean, that didn't even look like a competitive challenger team.
It felt like they had an idea that you would run in a scrim that they decided to run last game. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we got a scrim today, boys. Oh, what's that thing we were talking about over breakfast? Let's try it. It sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it just didn't feel like they showed up.
Well,
Which is weird because they did in game number 1 really
they
well.
really did. They really showed up in game number 1.
It's been their problem in the past, though. G2, like, overly confident. To the point where you win a couple games and then they just seem to think they can do whatever they want.
Well, I believe the draft's going to be ready pretty soon. So my big takeaway from that is, like, I don't think Keanu's ready for Grumpjaw. I don't think anyone's ready for Grumpjaw, to be completely honest. Like, I mentioned this whilst we were watching the game to you guys. I feel like when a new hero like that comes through who has a very high impact ability, like Grumpjaw's ultimate, there is a tendency, before someone is totally comfortable on that hero, to hold it for way, way longer than you should. Because you always know how high impact it is, and it gates you from doing anything. It gates you from being confident. Keanu, I think, maybe with a week or two more, he'll be there. But this game, I feel like it showed that he's not.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I would not be happy to see it picked up again for them.
They're on A side again, so they do have a little bit more flexibility here. They can kind of see where things are going earlier on and lock in their comp ahead of time if they want to get some of those stronger picks. Adagio going to be the first ban, though.
Adagio, as per usual, taken off the board. It's pretty much a staple. Going to be there almost every game. Expect to see the Lyra come through here for SK as the ban, because you don't want to be giving that one over.
Yeah, the only time we'll see that is the top teams that feel comfortable that they can outdraft a Lyra.
G2 plays the way they did in game number 2. You can give them whatever you want and probably still win, but
Yeah.
again, I don't expect G2 to play to that level again.
If SK let the Lyra go through, I would say they're feeling extremely confident here in this draft.
After that last game, maybe they have some false confidence. That's what I'd be worried about for SK.
Maybe
G2
G2 with
playing the long gun.
You don't need to. Just win game 2. Wow, this is a lot of bonus time used. They're like, Adagio first ban. I did not
You know
see
what
that
AJ
coming.
always says about using a lot of bonus time on your first ban.
Well, that's different. That's when you're first ban.
No,
Vox over Lyra, though, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they've been listening to our points about percentages, because win rate of Vox is pretty
G2
crazy.
gonna let the Lyra go through.
Wow. Dark Potato likes his Lance, I guess. Oh, I don't know about this. And they take away Fortress, so you can't counter the healing.
And you can with Taka still, but once you already
But
have
you
the
got
Lance, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Captain Lance could come through. But
Captain Lance. Dun, 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 dun. All right, Fortress is off the table. G2, like these drafts are becoming actually quite hard to predict. The Jewel's going to be banned out here. I think I do like this. I think it's pretty good, pretty smart.
Obviously, Jewel was able to completely destroy G2 last game pretty effectively. We'll see what SK decide to pick up. They have plenty of options.
I feel like Jewel Lyra especially is a pretty powerful combination too, because when you're in that Bright Bulwark, there's no getting away from those Thunder Strikes. They're just going to do so much damage to you.
I also wouldn't be surprised to see a Black Feather come through for SK again, but they're going to go for the Glaive instead. Glaive Lyra, another very strong comp.
They're into the Lance, though. I mean, how do you guys feel about this Glaive into the Lance?
I think it'll be fine.
It really depends on how quickly the Lance reacts to the afterburns. If the Lance is really on top of his game, you can stop a lot of the afterburns and prevent a lot of what the Glaive is looking to do. But if you're just a little bit early or a little bit late, Glaive's going to be able to still just terrorize your backlines.
All right, well, G2, they got a lot of bonus time left here to think about their final 2 picks. To go with Lance into Lyra and Glaive, where would you guys like to see them look? I mean, maybe Ringo is a bit worrisome into a Glaive sometimes, but with Vox gone, there's not that many super powerful laners.
Yeah, there's the laning situation is going to be tough just because they let Lyra and Glaive go over. So no matter what they do,
I mean,
Lane's going to have pressure.
You can't even easily pick Hundor or his Baron anymore, right? Because until you get Overdrive on your B, you got to be super careful.
I don't think Baron would be the right pickup for G2 here. I feel like maybe a Gwen could be a solid choice, but
we've seen like very little Gwen in the last little while here. I mean, in week 1 we saw more of it.
Yep.
Don't know, team's not really favoring it for the time being.
Finn, oh man, should have said it. I was sitting there wondering if they would go this direction, which is just beef up a little bit more, which makes their engagements, those afterburns into you, a little bit more dangerous.
And this could also potentially set up one of those just feed the carry type compositions where they have just Hundor in the lane and then rotating down to the jungle, taking everything possible. Because you have these two like captain-esque heroes, it's going to be the Ringo. So again, you have to be wary of this early game.
I feel like Ringo is probably the best choice alongside Gwen, but still, it's going to be tough, and I feel like Finn's really going to have to be bodyguard there. This makes me second-guess the Lance, though. I mean, do you still feel like Lance fits into this comp well, or are they just going to be protecting Kvalifar?
It'll be fine. They won't have much split damage. They won't have much split damage as far as like CP and weapon balanced on the team, but SK won't have too much CP damage coming out themselves if we see this cooldown utility Glaive.
Is there any chance we see CP Ringo?
Probably wouldn't be too bad against Baron, actually. It gives you much more range, much more burst damage.
I'm just excited to see Kvalifar taking Hundor's pick against him with this Baron.
Bold move, Bacon.
See if it pays off.
Okay, so we've had 2 very interesting games so far. Now that we've got these drafts locked in, where do your guys' hearts lie? Who's going to take this and move forward to the finals?
I think SK take it.
I like the damage SK is going to be able to bring to the table. They're going to be able to stack up damage so well. As long as they can get onto Ringo, it should be SK pretty easily.
And so how do they get there? Like, what is their power spike? Obviously, we talk about Baron being kind of that later game hero a lot of the time. We've seen Hundor get 3 items by 11 minutes. It's possible. So it's possible to do well early. Do you think they have the capability here, given that like Finn's going to take a while to ramp up?
I think they definitely could, especially because the Glaive isn't going to be a major damage output source, so they're probably okay having him behind in his Aftershock or whatever his second item is. It's not the same as like the power spike that Baron hits, so yeah, maybe we'll see Lyra head up to lane, hold the lane while they go through rotations, like after the first couple minutes when Baron can quickly clear out waves.
So you're saying they might use the G2 Hyper Baron strategy against
Not even that much. I mean, that was pretty special. I mean, that was like all in. But a lot more teams have started to recognize, I think, the power of, when possible, when your laner can clear out the wave very quickly, and the jungle has just spawned, that you send their jungler and laner immediately for a very quick rotation right back up to lane.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting strategy for sure. I mean, on the flip side here, looking at the Finn Lance Ringo composition, how does that win the game?
Protect Ringo. That's really all there is to it. Just try and keep Ringo safe. Use the Finn and the Lance to just peel targets off of him constantly, and hope that your laner is able to stutter step and keep himself in proper positioning.
All right, well, Hundor, I'm excited to see him play some Ringo because obviously his Baron very, very strong, and he knows exactly what to do against it. Perhaps we're going to have to keep an eye on him as we head on to the Halcyon Fold for game number 3 of this semifinal. Let's pass it on over to Dalsy and Jingyi.
It's the penultimate game here between G2 and SK. Winner of this matchup will go up against Fnatic, who are currently sitting very comfortably waiting to see who they will face. A bit of an action here in the jungle as G2 trying their best to aggress onto SK. Very interesting that SK feeling this comfortable considering they have a Baron.
I think they have that ability. We can see that Lyra, even at level 1 as a captain, is able to do a lot of damage there, forcing Keanu back, and if they actually take any return damage, she's able to heal them up straight away, and that's what's really dangerous. So you've got this kind of balance between a strong early game with that Lyra, who's got that insane poke, even as that roam. You've also got Glaive, and then it kind of balances out the late game strength coming out from this Baron. I think what I do want to just kind of focus on is that Tasty Bacon does say, yes, it's all about protecting Hundor. That is definitely very much what G2 need to be doing. What is worrying, though, is that all 3 members of SK have an ability just to get within range of Ringo, and that's very dangerous for him. So you do have the Afterburn, you also have the Arcane Passage, and then on top of that you have the Jump Jets. It's going to be a very risky time for Hundor, and G2, they're going to have to be throwing everything they have to keep him safe.
We'll have to see good positioning from the Ringo, and last game he did position very well. It was a very low kill game on the Celeste, you know, a very low kill game across the board. Only 5 kills in total went out, and it was you know, very surprising to see the ability that SK were able to showcase on just choking G2 out of the game, get those neutral objectives to build up the gold, and then head on 4th. Now with this game, I feel like SK have drafted very well. You already mentioned it, the Glaive, the ability to afterburn and knock Hundor out of position. Equally so, the ability to knock anyone off of Kavalavar as well, can be using that afterburn in a defensive state. So for G2, they're going to have to look for some great engagers. Keanu, Nakoa on this Finn, looking for those Forster cores. Of course, Stuffed Potato, he's played lands all 3 games, I believe, now. And he's going to be looking for an engage onto Jetpacks. Here we go. Can he get that kill? Yes, he can. Huge range on that Lance sword. And now they're just trying to back away, make sure they don't give up a return. Kavalavar diving forward, looking for Keanu Nakoa. This Finn a little bit too tanky for the Baron at this early stage. First blood once more. I believe all 3 series it's gone to G2.
They've not always won every single game though, and I think we've seen one other Baron today, and that was played by Waldemar earlier on. It didn't go very well, and I think the main issue there was we see this over aggression coming out from the Baron, positioning a little bit too far forward. We saw a lot of deaths going towards Waldemar at the very start, which is not what you want to be doing. I think Kavalavar has to take more of a tempered approach. Like I said, rely on the Glaive to have these defensive afterburns. And then also you have that bulwark coming out from Jetpacks as well. So I think a little bit more careful positioning actually from both sides. And actually, Crystal Ringo. This is an interesting one. Not one that...
Go on.
Oh, it's just not one that the analyst desks generally agree with, but I think Crystal Ringo is definitely so much more a European thing than a North American thing. And it doesn't always work out, but it does make sense with this composition. All you have to do is just stay in the back line, and it makes it a lot more difficult for G to try and for SK to jump onto him.
The amount of times I've seen a Baron versus Ringo matchup, and I've had 4 courts sitting next to me saying they need to play CP Ringo to try and burst out this Baron. As you can see, all the damage can come through, and Impale lands a Hellfire Brew in the Achilles shot. So much damage from afar, and Kavalavar could just be pushed right back of the fight before it even starts. I like it. Build an Echo as well on Hundor. Please build an Echo so we can get those double Hellfire Brews. We will really force a lot of defensive out of Kavalavar. Put the pressure on the Baron. I like G2 stuff, and I can see where they're heading with this.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a big fan of the Crystal Ringo. I think what was not so good about Crystal Ringo is in a lot of times he is played, it doesn't really work out that well because he's not able to get that Hellfire Brew off. It's well projected. It relies on a lot of vision coming out from your teammates. So he is able to see who he's aiming for, and if he isn't able to get that off, then there's not really much point there.
will be on G2 to commit. You know, I criticized G2 a little bit after that game that they didn't really attempt to make their combo work, constantly looking for the impales, but there were so many different other ways they could have got the combo to work. It felt like G2 were never pulling the trigger. They weren't, you know, missing any shots, I guess, technically, but they weren't taking them either. And I feel like when you have a combo-reliant team, you have to be constantly trying. So I want to see if they can do it here. Forced Accords, the Quibbles, as well as that Flight Company. But Tyro's actually going to knock Dark Potato away. He's trying to get out of here. Knocks Tyro's against the wall, but Kefalifar dives forward. Dark Potato goes low, but he is able to run for now. Fountain's going to come out of G2. Keanu Nakoa, thinking that the fight may continue, going to allow G2 to stay at this turret. Actually look for the engage onto Kefalifar. The root comes through and they knock him against the wall. Jump jets away, but can they get the kill? Achilles shot won't come through from Hundor, and now he has to run from Tyra's. Damage coming through. Tyra's looking for the killing blow, but he won't find it. The Impale lands. That's going to be Keanu Nakoa taking that kill onto Tyra's. 2-0 to G2.
And 2, and Hundor just escapes with his life. And actually, Kefalifar and Jetpacks, they're looking very low on energy. They have to be careful. Hundor's just managed to get the tree end there to get the roots.
Wow, Dark Potato, immense Impale comes through, and you can see why he wants to build up that Tornado Trigger? No, am I saying the wrong thing? Tension Bow. You know, he consistently is landing those Impales, but this time he's going to listen to what the analysts wanted. Sora Blade going to come through, looking for a bit more extra bang on his auto attacks.
Yeah, I think that's such a much better choice, much safer one. Glaive has a little bit more base health. And Tentacle works really well against heroes where they just don't have that much base health, or they haven't started building any Oak Hearts or Dragon Hearts yet. It just does a lot of damage, but like you said, Sora Blade provides more consistent damage, which is what they're looking for. And G2 off to a great start, picking up the 3 kills there. So Hundor, he's gone for the alternating current first, and a lot of the Crystal Ringos, they either go for the alternating current first and they go Broken Myth, or they go straight for that Shatter Glass, which provides so much more just burst damage if he lands any skill shots on them. Kefalifar, is that the best positioning there?
Yeah, not the best positioning at all. Knocked up against the wall. The Hellfire Brew gonna start burning away. Kefalifar gonna get that fountain to heal him up for now, but will he be able to escape? No, he won't. Hundor lands the Iron Cannon before he dies. It does do huge damage. G2 won't be caring. They have that fountain. They're looking for this turret as well. An Impale could seal the fate of one of these SK members, so they have to play safely. The turret will fall, and Tyra's gonna piece on out with that afterburn. 4-0 turret to G2 as well. A 4,000 gold lead at this 8-minute mark.
Very quick start, and this is the thing about that Baron, is that he just doesn't have that early game presence that he needs. And with this Crystal Ringo, we said this before, it makes it so much more difficult for Tyrus to get on top of him, because he is able to be on the back line a little bit more. And to try and get to him, it puts them out of position. We've seen that happening a few times. We see Tyrus going for the afterburn onto Dark Potato instead. And they try and burst him out. The whole time Hundor is able to output a lot of damage from the back line. I think what we need to be seeing is his Arcane Passage onto Ringo with all 3 members following, or even just the War Treads. Right now, they've got a very effective front line for G2.
Yep, and it is going to be that Shadow Glass purchased up by Hundor. As you mentioned, it may be looking for a lot of burst with that Hellfire Brew, the Achilles shot as well. Dark Potato, he's going to be building towards a Tyrant's Monocle on this Lance, so a lot of crit potential with those auto attacks on the Sorrow Blade. It's looking fairly good for G2 as they're starting to take over this game. Of course, that Baron will be a threat as the game goes on, but what this CP Ringo can do is burst that threat down from quite a far away before the Baron even gets in. And if we see a Echo come out potentially from Hundor, that double Hellfire's Brew could just push him straight out of the fight. No ability to even contest what G2 are putting out.
If he does get that Echo, it's going to make it so much more difficult for everyone on the side of SK, because they're going to be getting their individual reflex blocks just to try and block that Hellfire Brew. But if he gets that Echo, Jetpacks is already going to need that Crucible for the Forced Accord anyway. If you get an Echo, it's going to make it impossible, especially if Keanu builds any cooldown, which it looks like he is. That Forced Accord is not going to be blocked every single time as well. Looks like that second turret's beginning to go down. Tyrus is out of position.
Yeah, he's trying his best, but he gets pulled straight back in. The Impale and the Death It looked so easy for G2. The fountain's there to heal them on up. Kefalifar was starting to stack up, but here's the Hellfire Brew onto Kefalifar. Look at that damage,
Nice.
400, and now he's burning away. Dark Potato, though, a little bit too aggressive. He may just lose his life, and he will. Can they get the trade onto Kefalifar? Doesn't look like it. He's starting to stack up those breaking point stacks, up to 10, as he's starting to wail away at Keanu Nakoa. Almost nowhere for this to run. He's gonna quibble on top of them, but he will fall. A kill for Kefalifar. The Finn just too slow to escape.
So much over-aggression coming out from Dark Potato really cost them there. Just trying to get that burst down, it just wasn't enough. And they get 2 kills there off the back of that. Hunter was really low on energy. And this is also the thing about Crystal Ringo. He isn't able to go in for those sustained team fights. And those skills of his, they use a lot of energy. If he uses them all, then they need to just take a step back from that. And that team fight, that did not happen.
Absolutely. So, those G2 can bleed in this game. Kefalifar starting to build towards that Tyrant's monocle. Very curious to see where Hundor goes. Has some items in his inventory. I'm not entirely sure what he will be building into. It's a little bit too early to say. I'm hoping it's a little bit more aggression. You know, as you said, the Forced Accord, the Crucible's necessary to block it. We don't have a Crucible yet. That's why Tyros was such an easy target. No reflex block. This gold miner being started up, but the potential to be stolen away. The Porcupine Morkipo has come through, but they're not going to be able to steal it. It is secured by Hundor. A huge gold payout pushes this gold lead for G2 to 6,000.
It's been a very weak start there for SK. Kefalifar, he's doing okay with the CS, 109 to Hundor's 124. And for them, it just needs to keep that defensive approach up. Right now, it feels like SK are more in the aggression. They're being quite forceful with aggression, which is not what I think they need. They need to be the ones that just kind of poke away, force aggression out from G2, and then take advantage of that. That's not happening right now. G2 are just the ones just waiting for SK to jump into their arms, and they're just taking advantage, picking up the kills every single time.
Hundor finishing off that Eve of Harvest now has an infuse for himself if they want to fight a little bit more. You're right, SK are playing very aggressive and finally reflex blocks purchased for all 3 members. That Crucible not quite there though for jetpacks. Still at threat of being hooked in or blown up with the many abilities that G2 have to offer. Impales need to be blocked, Forced Accords need to be blocked, and let's not forget that big Hellfire's Brew from the CP Ringo as well. G2 in a great position to continue their pressure game. That turret in the lane down to half HP if they want to push this minion wave up, and it looks like they do. Dark Potato rolling forward, just landing a bit of poke onto Kefalifar, but here comes the Forced Accord. Kefalifar pulled in. He's trying to get away, but Dark Potato's keeping him in place. Ion Cannon comes down, but this turret is melting away. G2 should be able to take that fairly easily, and they block that engage as well. Kefalifar to 4. Tyra's nowhere to run. This glaive will drop as well. It's 2 kills here for G2. A turret as well. They may look to try and take this choke point while they're at it.
G2 looking very slick, and they're doing exactly what we want them to be doing. Dark Potato and Keanu are very much in the faces of SK, forcing them just to output the damage onto the Finn and the Lance. Hundor is just getting free range just to do whatever he wants to that turret. So that's 2 turrets down. That gold lead is actually 9k at 30 minutes. Very concerning here for SK. And the late game, I fear we might not get to the late game here with the way this game is going. The reflex, the Forced Accord wasn't blocked by Kefalifar there. Just came a little bit too late. It's a good thing there he had his jump jets, because I think in the future if that happens, it won't be as forgiving.
Well, it wasn't forgiving in the end. He just wasn't able to escape, despite the fact that he was able to escape the clutches for half a second from G2. They did chase him down. We're almost at 1,000 gold lead here for G2. Just a minute until this Kraken spawns, but G2, they could look to force even more onto SK, trying to find someone out of position, and they found the entirety of SK out of their base. Jetpacks bursted, completely removed from the fight, and now they're looking for even more as Kefalifar, the next target, quibbled and stunned. He's going to get knocked against the wall and taken down by Hundor. Forced Accord, it won't land onto this glaive, but already 2 kills, and they're just going to tank up these Vein Crystal turrets. They want this game done now. Keanu Nakoa is so tanky on this Finn, he can manage to do it. 1 turret goes their way, but G2 will just take that as a victory for themselves, march out of the base with their huge 10k gold lead, and look to set up around this Kraken.
Oh yes, and I think they might even get the gold mine too if they rush for it. It doesn't look like that's going to be happening anytime soon. One thing that I do want to point out though, looking at G2's items. All three of them have metal jackets. Kivalfar, he has absolutely no armor pierce at the moment. He's not going to be doing anything. He's getting taken down so quickly that the SK are in a very precarious position. You either need to get that armor pierce or you need to start focusing on Hundor. They can't get onto Hundor right now. That is the problem. We saw one afterburn from Tyrus coming out onto Hundor, but he was able to block it back away using his Twirling Silver. It's so difficult. They need to have that dive. I've not seen any aggressive arcane passages coming out from jetpacks right now. I think that is because he is getting burst down so quickly.
Can't afford to be on the front line because this is what happens. Impales onto him, knocked against the wall. Hellfire Brew burning everyone away as Kavalafar's doing his best to escape, but Hundor has his ticket. Kiano gonna lock him on up. That's a kill going to Hundor, and Tyra's not long for this world. He will be going down a double for Hundor. The minion wave in prime position for G2 to walk in, and it's only jetpacks to try and stop them. G2 looking to try and do a Fnatic as they start to take down this first turret. They're going to get it as well, and jetpacks cannot do anything to stop them. That will be G2 securing the game over SK 2-1 and locking their ticket to the finals to verse Fnatic.
What? Very quick game that was coming out from G2, and the analysts just say they did think SK had a lot of damage, however their win conditions were that they were able to make it to the late game. This did not happen at all, and Kivalfar was just shut down every single time. Condor just sitting in the back line, free reign to do as much damage as he could. No one was ever really able to touch him, and I think that just shows, looking at his KDA, 604, and just so much damage. No shield was even built on the side of Kivalfar. Tyra's there with Kinetic Shield. Just not enough in this scenario.
Well, Forecourt Jester, he said it many times to me earlier, and I can see exactly what he was talking about now. This CP Ringo against the Baron seems to be a crucial pick if you want to try and burst the Baron out from range. And wow, two teams from the bottom of the ladder in Week 2's final. Fnatic with 0 points and just 1 point to G2's name before this week. They're both going to be fighting for that 8-point advantage here in Week 2. To break down that series, of course, it's AJ Humanist and Tasty Bacon getting ready for this final series.
Thank you very much, guys. What a series it was that we just had as well, of course, between G2 and SK. After Game 2, I really wasn't sure what was going on anymore, but Game 3, certainly a much better performance from G2. Crystal Ringo showing up big.
Pretty strong. Looked pretty good, Bacon.
It did, unfortunately.
I've been a believer in the CP Ringo for a long time, situationally. I think it made sense here. It was really their only way to have or to outrange the Baron. And he was able to apply pressure a lot earlier than Baron was. I was actually surprised at how bad SK fell apart, and really made me feel like Kvalifar hasn't been playing much Baron.
I mean, that could very well be the case, because Baron has not been a super popular pick leading up to this season. You know, it's been in and out of popularity, but mostly it's been G2 that were the ones who were proponents of it. And
not only has it not been super popular leading up to this season, which it has been actually picked a fair amount of times, at least 13 times it's been picked up now, it has 3 wins.
It's pretty good. Yeah. 3 wins you can't take back.
Let's have a look at a replay real quick from around 14 minutes into this game. You can see G2 really starting to lay on the pressure onto SK here.
Yeah, and again, positional errors still costing teams very heavily. Jetpacks gets caught out very badly, completely blown up. Kvalifar had already used jump jets at this point, had no way to escape, and I mean G2 just able to capitalize, spotting these mistakes, and immediate decision making to go in on them.
I mean, for me, it felt like a combination of G2 playing very well. They had a nice draft, and they could have played that draft in many different ways. I mean, it could have been a weapon Ringo with like the burst build coming out of Lance. We've seen Potato a couple times go tension bow on the Lance. We've seen it mostly in the captain position, but they're like, nope, Lance is going into the jungle, and then they went for the Sorrow Blade into Tyrants, and I really like that. I'm super glad they didn't go different builds or like a breaking point second item, which we've seen is just cringe when we see it. And, what's chat? Cringe.
I like, though, that G2, I mean, they stuck to their guns, and I think that's going to be very important as they now go into the finals against Fnatic, which we have coming up for you guys after a short break. We're going to do a quick giveaway, though. If you want some epic keys, type the name of the team who won our last series in the Twitch chat in all lowercase and all one word. When we're back, we've got our finals between G2 and Fnatic. You do not want to miss this one, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory 8. My name's Action Jackson, here with Humanist and Tasty Bacon. We've got an excellent finals coming up for you guys. We're going to have G2 up against Fnatic. Two teams that last week didn't even make it past day one are all the way here at the end of the tournament for week 2. What an impressive rise.
Anything can happen. So I think I've been very bad on my predictions
think
for
we
Europe
both have.
this week.
You have to, you have some evidence, right, from week 1, and that's all you really got heading into week 2. Once we're in, like, week 6, I expect you guys to be more accurate, to be honest, because you'll have a bigger sample size.
Yeah, I think that's a
Hopefully.
fair statement, but at the same time,
Unless we have a different two teams in the finals every single week.
Yeah.
I like to frame it like the level of competition has never been higher.
I think that's true, to be honest. Let's have a look at the brackets real quick for you guys. You can see how we've gotten to where we are today. Of course, in the third place matchup, we are going to have Cyclone up against SK Gaming. That is going to be our third place match. It's going to be held off stream, and the VODs will be available later on today. But in the finals, Fnatic and G2, what a matchup.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, as you just mentioned, not making it past day one in week 1. Now in the finals for day 2, minimum of 6 points each. Definitely going to be making those standings look pretty interesting once we're all said is done.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you look back at, like, the Evil 8 last year, we had a lot of splits where the standings were, like, dense towards the bottom, and then one team was like, oh, I just won 3 weeks in a row. I have 1 billion and 1 points,
secret.
right? So I'm actually pretty excited to see how this split turns out, given the way things are going in week 2. If it does keep being kind of like a ping pong between the different teams, and each week is a different winner, it's going to actually be really exciting, because you might have a challenger team come in and say, okay, challenge battles time. The third from the bottom has like 6 points. I'm going to go ahead and fight them instead of fighting the guy at the bottom.
It's a risk. It's a risk, but if it pays off, it can get you into the live championships from challengers, and that's, I think, the most exciting part of this.
All right, so Fnatic up against G2 Esports. Let's start thinking about this matchup and what we expect to see. Honestly, maybe the lesson we've learned today is that we shouldn't expect anything. Perhaps that's a fair point to make, because G2, I mean, game 1, they pick something kind of creative. It does pretty well. Game 2, they pick something off the wall, and it collapses. In game 3, it's a bit in the middle, I think, of those two perspectives.
I think statistically, if I had flipped a coin today, I would have had more correct predictions. Like everything is going against the grain of what makes sense here. You don't make it past day 1 of week 1. You make it to the finals of week 2. Seems good, man. Not only that, you don't draft well in week 1 at all. Then you draft like masters in week 2. It shows that they've done their work, which is good. It's a little tilting for me, though.
I mean, even in a single series, you show up amazingly well in game 1. You play like you just gave your tablet to a toddler in game 2.
Tablet to a toddler.
And then in game 3, you come back and just roll over your opponents again.
To be clear, you're talking about Fnatic and you're talking about G2 here, so we should explain that, right? Because what you're saying is Fnatic week 1, not really the best drafts, to be honest. Week 2, I mean, that draft with the Blackfeather, for example, very, very strong. It did a lot of good work. On the other side of the coin, like you got G2, exactly what you were saying, Bacon. Game 1, good. Game 2, totally different.
Grumshaw.
So, okay, heading into this series, do we feel like Fnatic was consistent enough today and yesterday that they have that edge over G2? Or would you, I mean, because you could also look at it as G2, they had one bad match. Because they really did only have one bad one. It was abysmal, but it was just one.
But they might do it again?
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes trying to predict a series like this so frustrating is we look at it and we're just like, well, it completely depends on which team shows up. Like, there's clearly a really good G2 and a really bad G2.
G2
and it's the
who
same
shows
lineup.
up?
The fact that we have to frame this as Fnatic being the consistent team to show up is just. Get Rome up here.
You got to look at everything in the microcosm week from week, because admittedly, the teams do go away. They've got no strong competitive real tournament to play during the week, so they're just going away and they're practicing and they're doing things in isolation and hidden from everyone else. And so when they come back the next weekend, if they have something surprising or something up their sleeve, they do get a chance to execute on that at least once or twice without a good response.
Do Fnatic have a sub on that roster?
Carl!
I didn't show you the other thing.
I don't remember him actually playing.
I don't believe he has.
I haven't
He
seen
hasn't
him.
played yet.
If he's on the roster, I'm assuming that they believe in him. But these are going to be the starters time and time again.
Yeah.
I messaged Tetno. I didn't see his message through this week, but I was asking him because week 1 I was really surprised they fell so flat, and I was just like, "How are you guys feeling about everything?" I just realized he sent me a message, and he was like, "Look, we don't have an analyst, we don't have a coach, but we've been scrimming a lot." So I think that kind of makes sense. You know, you come into the season, you're not too prepared, but you learn a lot, and it shows that they've practiced.
Reminds me of like Nemesis Titan from before, right? Like they always underperformed on the first day, but they were a team who once they knew the meta could really dominate. So maybe Fnatic are in kind of the same boat right now. We've talked about how they're very mechanically skilled players, individually very talented. Let's head into the draft, though. You can see Lance has been banned away by Fnatic. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, Dark Potato picked that up 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
The Kestrel surprises me more. And this, I think this must be a scrim thing, because we've seen teams banning Kestrel against Fnatic a lot.
And Kestrel doesn't have the greatest of win rates across Vainglory 8, but not terrible. And of course, it is just a very dynamic pick. It can take over a game, or it can fall flat depending on the composition it's in, but it leaves open the Lyra and the Adagio. They're both going to get picked up.
Yeah,
It's a flex pick for them, for sure. I mean, Hundor loves that pick. They could definitely play it out of the jungle as well, or out of the captain position as well, or even the jungle. I mean,
I love that they're taking Jewel off the table here from G2, because the thing is, we talked about this, Lyra plus that Jewel, so difficult to deal with, and
Pretty
G2
OP.
just experienced that. I mean, they just were victim to that composition. Fnatic, they've got a chance to do another ban here. Maybe, I mean, we don't know what the range of compositions that everyone's practiced with Adagio is, because he lends so much to so many. It could be like a Rona coming out of them later on if
it really
Fnatic
could.
aren't careful.
I mean, not every team you can say that the Adagio will be played. It could be played in any position, but with G2 it could.
Absolutely. Fnatic, they're going to eat into their bonus time a little bit here. I think this is a good point in the draft to start using it, to be honest. As I said, there's so many things with that Adagio that can be very difficult to deal with. They also need to think about what the pick is going to be coming out here. Fortress as the ban. All right, I like that too. I mean, you don't want that to happen against your healer when you can't do something equivalent.
And we know G2 likes the Fortress pick. It does leave them open to potentially go into a Rona, a Krull, or a Blackfeather. All 3 of those I think would work really well with the Adagio. May have a little bit of trouble with the Lyra, but still, you know, those are picks Dark Potato likes to play.
All right, G2, they've got a lot of bonus time to work with here as well, so they're going to be thinking about this one. Glaive is the pick. Obviously, very potent one right now. Fnatic does get to answer with 2.
I haven't really seen Dark Potato play much Glaive since it was in that weapon Glaive meta, in which he was one of the guys that was going into 2v1 situations and walking away with a double kill.
I feel like it was kind of Dark Potato's heyday last time Glaive was really on the map. You know, it was Krull Glaive.
Yeah.
You had Arden as your roamer. It was a while ago, but yeah, I mean, if he hasn't totally forgotten how to make it happen, I definitely think he could here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Fnatic, they're going to have to figure out something to deal with the aggression and the repositioning that's going to be constantly coming out. Arden, so we're going to likely have a carry Lyra.
Makes
Or
me happy when I see this.
It does.
Don't say it, Bacon. Say it, Bacon.
It's not going to happen. Not with the Krull pick coming through. I do love the Krull pick, but no, we're not going to be seeing a weapon power Arden in this game.
I knew
What
it.
if you went with like a... no, I don't think... I was just wondering if they want to put the Glaive in the captain position here.
I mean, they still could. You don't want to have like a melee guy being a sort of main source of damage for you against a Krull, I think.
I don't think Glaive would be their main... Yeah, well, the way they
Well,
drafted.
maybe not main source of damage, but certainly a significant one at the very least. And plus, you know, you're into this Lyra and this Arden, you know. He doesn't have that much damage to offer anyway in the long run. I would totally think it's fine to put in as captain. I don't think they're going to, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine as well.
Bonus time, 60 seconds left here for G2 Esports. They've got a chance to find the silver bullet to Fnatic's team composition here. If you guys had to find one, what would you pick?
I would actually like to see something like a Finn.
Wow, okay. And so Glaive would definitely not be
I think
captain
that would be, it could catch them off guard, be a really creative draft for G2.
And so then you have a weapon Glaive?
Weapon Glaive, Crystal Adagio, and you just primarily focus on...
Oh!
Bacon.
I didn't think they would actually do it. A lot of these drafts I come up with are just like things that I don't think anyone's ever going to do, but I just think would be really fun and have potential upside.
You're just like, this is my little stroke of genius. No one else can have this. There's no way. And then it happens. Okay, so, I mean, we saw them play the Finn last game. Didn't do too badly. I think there is going to be a lot of weight on the shoulders of Hundor here, though, right? I mean, he needs to be laying down really consistent, really high damage on the Adagio. A Kroll is typically considered to be a good pick into Adagio. So it's going to be also about how much protection can this Finn offer, right?
Yeah, I think, once again, Fnatic were ahead of the curve in the draft, but didn't realize G2 would do what Bacon was going to say. Because of the way they drafted that, it almost felt like they were forcing them to pick Vox. And then they were going to have this Lyra lane carry, and that, you know, he was going to deal with him pretty well. I really liked Keanu on the Finn. I think he looked very comfortable. So I like G2.
I like the fact as well that G2 didn't just take the Vox. They weren't like, okay, you know, Vox, probably by this point 80% win rate or something like that. We're just going to pick it because it's good. They were like, okay, no, we know that Fnatic is forcing our hand here. And we've joked about this, but maybe teams are only picking Vox when it makes sense, and it makes sense a lot of the time. Surely rings true after this draft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it wouldn't have made sense here, so I think very smart that G2. It just shows that both of these teams are very aware in their drafts as they're going into this. It's conscious. Every time they make a decision, it's not like some pre-planned thing. Although it looks like they're going into it with ideas, and they're pivoting off of it.
Quick prediction for game one, guys.
G2.
I'm going to go with G2.
All right, let's hand it on over to our shoutcasters for game number one of our finals between G2 and Fnatic. It's Dalsy and Jingyi.
Well, it is the zero to hero season as both Fnatic go from the bottom of the ladder to very close to the top of it, both only scoring 0 and 1 points apiece, but now fighting over that huge 8 points to take home after today's game. Really exciting to see, and I'm super excited to see how G2 fare without that jungle lance.
I'm very curious about that too. We did say that Dark Potato, very well known for that glaive back in the day, but I think we'll probably be seeing that weapon glaive again for once, because I can quite confidently say I think Hunter will be going that crystal path. I think it's very interesting. Both of these teams are going down similar routes. You're going to have two tanky heroes, jungler and Rome, so our captain, are both very tanky, and they're trying to defend their healer carries. Very interesting concept. They're both going to be going for that. It's going to be interesting to see how they actually execute it.
Yeah, definitely so. For both these teams, a real great chance to start stacking up their position as we head further into this 2017 spring split. Looking to see a very calm game to start off here. Neither of these teams looking for early aggression as both the junglers teleport back to base and purchase up a couple of early items for themselves. Hundor on this Adagio, we saw him play it in week 1 against Cyclone, and it was one of the games that G2 were able to take over Cyclone in the quarterfinals. It was off stream, but I went back and watched it. A fairly strong performance.
Yes, Adagio is one of those heroes that Hundor is comfortable on. Oh, there's the afterburn. It catches him out.
Oh no. Tenno JJ caught completely out. First blood, it goes to Kiana Nakoa. G2 have been so consistent. I need to go back and start a strat sheet of who gets first blood, because G2, I think, have got it every game so far today.
With that comp, you want to be going in for that early aggression. Dark Potato coming with the afterburn. There's nothing Techno JJ can really do to try and prevent that from happening. And got caught out first time round. It just needs to be a little bit more careful. I think we're going to be quite confidently say that Dark Potato will be going for this attempts a few more times, just going for those early ganks in the lane before Techno JJ gets that reflex block. And that's when they can really start blocking it. He does have that bulwark now, which he can use as that, I guess, shield to prevent this from happening.
Certainly does. Going to have to be using it. Very interesting. We've got this lane Lyra. We've seen some teams pull it out, and to success for some teams. I wonder if Fnatic will be adding that to their list. No JJ currently all alone. Everyone from G2 getting into position once more. Just Hundor showing his face just now. Dark Potato not going to go aggressively as Techno JJ smells something fishy. Perhaps it's Keanu Nakoa's Finn.
The thing about G2's composition right now is that Adagio, Finn, and Glaive, this is not exactly the speediest bunch. And mobility's been one of those, it's been a really major factor in, I think, for this season. We've been seeing a lot of comps being played around how fast, how quickly they're able to dodge in and out of these situations. And I would arguably say that Fnatic have a much faster composition here, which might make it a little bit more trickier for G2 to deal with if they can't catch up to them. But they do have that force core to close the gap. Palmator actually going in with Keanu, nothing much really comes off of that.
Yeah, you see how fast this composition from Fnatic can be. When Techno JJ unlocks that ultimate as well, they're going to be able to dive straight on into a fight from a bush. That Crow going to get that bonus movement speed from his passive, as well as the Vanguard as well. Crystal Jungle Shop to be spawning now as the jungle has intensified. The Crystal Sentry is going to make their way to the jungle and start protecting the bases, or the jungles, I guess, of these two teams. Another slow start to the game, just that singular kill for G2. We'll have to see if things start to heat up as both these junglers are starting to close on to their ultimate abilities.
And I'm not even sure if that's going to happen. I don't think we're going to see anything in the mid game. I think it's all going to be happening in the late game. These are compositions with, especially with that Cruel there, they're just waiting for the other team to make a mistake. It's all about trying to catch them out of the goal, get to Techno.
Oh, Techno also caught out once more. Too easy for G2 as Hunter finds his first kill of the game. 2-0, and it's reminiscent of the previous game here, Xinyi. G2 just ganking the lane, getting singular kills for themselves, and that's where SK kind of started falling behind. It was Kefalafar at that time. Now they're putting it straight on to Techno JJ.
I feel like that death could have been prevented. These ganks are easily preventable. Netwillet, he has some flares in his inventory there. Just steps a little bit far forward ahead of Techno JJ. He can throw it out, and they can see that G2 are just waiting there, and that just allows Techno JJ to draw back. Considering that's happened, what, 2 times already? You want to be throwing out those flares a little bit more regularly. Just put a scout trap in that bush, just so they can just prevent these ganks from happening. Techno JJ's farm is beginning to be affected. He's got 33 CS compared to Hundor's 45. It's not something you want to be seeing happening too much more in the next few minutes.
Certainly not. We'll have to see if they are able to adapt. That fountain now completed for Netwillet to try and provide a bit of healing towards Techno JJ. He's also going to complete that alternating current. Undor purchased his just a couple seconds ago. There we go, the flare goes out. They spot out Dark Potato, but they're going for the gauge anyway. Palmatoro in the action as well, and that's going to be turned straight onto Dark Potato. He's going extremely low, ready for the smite. Palmatoro will find that kill, and that's the aggression coming from Fnatic. Palmatoro in the right place. The vision game from Fnatic strong as well, and they're able to turn it on its head.
Yeah, it's all about applying those weakness stacks to Dark Potato, which is what he was doing the whole time. He doesn't have that breaking point yet. He doesn't really have that Shiver Steel. He's halfway there to a lot of items though. And I think a breaking point Shiver Steel is exactly what Cruel needs. It's been a long time since we've seen this Cruel being built. It's a nice throwback to the old EU times with this weapon glaive and this weapon Cruel. It's refreshing to see.
Certainly is, and it works when you can have one of those CP laners going for you. Oh dear. Unfortunate for this Finn. So slow, getting the heals, but here comes Dark Potato. Doesn't matter. Now you're going to find the kill Fnatic onto Keanu Nakoa. Now they're just going to walk away once more. G2 caught out this speedy Cruel with the Vanguards from Netwillet. Makes things so scary for G2.
Yeah, it goes into that mobility that we were talking about earlier. G2 do not have that mobility. It's so easy for Palmator to stick to them that maybe that Shiver Steel isn't an immediate priority. It's about getting that breaking point, which he just bought, or bought recently. Shiver Steel, with that Vanguard, he gets additional slow there, making it a little bit more easier for him to stick onto targets. It doesn't matter if he's on Keanu or Dark Potato. If they're able to pick up the kill, which they have picked up 2 now, then it's just evening things across the board between the two teams.
Okay, so G2, the goal line has been equalized towards them. Do not have Palmatoro in lane just yet. He's currently sitting in the bush. Frybush just below the fight. There's a force to call on to Techno JJ, but it's all a bait. The gauntlet walls go down, and G2 stuck inside them. Look at Hundor just melting away. The fountain won't keep him alive, and that will be another kill going to Palmatoro. The 3rd of the game for Fnatic, and they're just able to continuously bait G2 into poor positions.
A beautiful gauntlet coming out from Netwillet there. It caught Hundor. He doesn't have that reflex block yet, and it gave a really good opportunity for Techno JJ just to back away from the fight because he did get pulled in by that forced accord. They managed to turn it around. Palmator 3-0-0. This is one of the heroes that he's been very well known for throughout the past years. He's he's so unknown. He's got so many different builds. He's got the weapon one that we're seeing right now with the breaking point, I guess the shiver steel. He might even get a sword blade. We've seen him do it in the past. Or he could be going for the aftershock, which he won't be in this instant, but Pro is definitely one of those comfort heroes that you do have to be wary of if Palmator does pick it up.
Yep, currently a gold lead. Being equalized, G2, they've lost their footing after that gold miner was taken for Fnatic. You're going to see a Sorrow Blade on this glaive, and as you said, it is a kind of nice to see the throwback, the weapon-powered glaive, the weapon-powered crew coming forward. Both of these two guys are going to be doing so much damage compared to the almost utility builds that we've been seeing of late. Nettolet going to be knocked against the wall. It's Fnatic going to try and run away from this one. Nettolet easily able to vanguard to safety, and Palmatoro, he's making his way up to lane. G2 once more could be baited into a poor position as Palmatoro is going to look to empower himself from the bush and charge straight on in towards G2 here. The lane has been cleared, but G2, they're sticking around. Hundor showing his face. He's very close to that turret as he tries to get the damage. Here he comes, Palmatoro throws that ability straight on in, stuns up Hundor, and Hundor bursted once more. The gauntlet catches up. Dark Potato as Fnatic look to charge even further. Once more, another kill going Palmatoro's way.
A really beautiful from Hell's Heart. It wasn't going to be the easiest task for him to try and land it onto Adagio, partly because you do have Dark Potato and partly because you have Keanu, who cannot be stunned there. And they managed to land it, picked up the kill very easily. They aren't actually able to get any damage off the turret, so we've seen them picking up, I think, 4 kills in succession now, but they're never really able to get too much off it every single time. And I'm just kind of hoping that TechnoJJ just goes home, refreshes his energy before going back to the lane. I think he's not in any fit position to fight if he just stays a little bit longer. I guess the Treant might go a little way for doing it, but he's... Well, maybe he'll be okay. I'm not sure, though.
I feel like the Treant is probably just enough to give him the energy necessary. And actually, they're going to catch Dark Potato out once more. He's looking to try and get away. Afterburn ready. No, it's not, in fact, so he has to just take it all down. That's going to be the Forced Accord blocked there by Nettolet. Now G2 have to be forced away. TechnoJJ just frontlining on this weapon power. CP Lara, in fact, just putting down the damage consistently onto G2. But they're going to push down the lane here. G2 fancy that they've got a bit of an advantage in the positioning as the crew is so far away. Keanu, Nakoa just blocking on up as G2 look to try and take this first turret down. But they're going to have to commit to a fight. Turret falls, but here comes the aggression. Palmatoro this time doesn't get the movement speed from the bush. The heal keeping him alive, and he's got to smite down Dark Potato as Fnatic look to try and continue the aggression. There's the burst of judgment. Hundor just buying time for Keanu Nakoa to start to escape. But once more, Fnatic find a kill for themselves. At least this time for G2, it's traded with a turret.
If you lose the turret, I think G2... Fnatic should just not have left their turret for so long. All three of them just went down.
Oh, they're going to go for this.
They're going it.
Gauntlet wall straight onto... and they find the kill onto Finn. Nowhere for Keanu Nakoa to go. Really nice placement of the gauntlet, and Fnatic just backed themselves.
Nothing really that Fnatic are able to, going back to my previous point, there's nothing that Fnatic are really getting off the back of this. And what we're seeing now is Dark Potato's coming back, full health, full energy. Hunter's looking pretty healthy. It does leave G2 in a good position to try and take that gold mine. They're not making any moves, so I think it's just going to be safe for this round. But I think a little bit of a slow rotation there coming up from Fnatic just for them to lose that turret. And I'm a bit concerned here for TechnoJJ and Nettolet. The two of them are quite far forward. Palmator's not really anywhere near the map. Looks like they're able to regroup safely.
It's a fair point, you know, whilst 6 kills have gone over to Fnatic compared to the 2 of G2, Dark Potato will have to use that afterburn to escape the aggression. The gold is very even nonetheless because of the priority that G2 have put on objectives. Now this gold miner being started up here for Fnatic, it's well in vision of G2, but not really in position to steal it. Perhaps a Forced Accord from Keanu Nakoa would be a long cooldown if he was to miss it. Let's see if he does. Nope, it will be secured by Fnatic, and now they find themselves finally 1,000 gold in the lead.
They get the gold they're looking for, but they don't really have the positional advantage because they have now lost that turret. And what G2 are really looking for is to try and get a Forced Accord. Well, they are, or they're not. They're backing away from this, actually. They're just going back into their turrets.
Yeah, good flare from Keanu Nakoa. Spots out Fnatic coming, and they start to back away before that crew can get into an aggressive place. And then a flare gun purchased up by Keanu Nakoa. I like this move. Try and find the Cruel before he enters the lane.
But they're doing well. And I think we're at this point of the game where we're going to be seeing a bit more of a careful dance between the two teams. Not much aggression, actually. Dark Potato is a little bit caught out. He's going to be okay, though. But Fnatic, they are in a G2 sandwich right now, and they're walking right into it.
Yep, Keanu and Nako are going to lay down a bit of polite company. Says, "G'day, guys. How you doing? You want a tea? You have milk and sugar? How many? Let's go." Because Fnatic are going to just sit in the lane right now. Nothing really they can do. Perhaps look for an engage. Neptulette does have that gauntlet available, but you can just see Palmatoro zooming around the map with his passive from bush to bush, looking to try and force G2 into a bit of trouble. Dark Potato once more going to be called out here. Afterburns to safety, but will he be safe? Looks like Fnatic aren't going to chase him too far down. And consistently, Fnatic aren't able to find any objectives off their aggressive map movements.
Yeah, they're only 700 gold ahead of G2, and that is just because they were able to get the gold mine. And I think part of the reason is in terms of how quickly they're able to take objectives, it's just not there. Palmatoro, with that breaking point, he's not exactly outputting the most damage. He's looking for sustained damage over time. TechnoJJ has a little bit more burst on his side, but it's just not enough to get those objectives really quickly. So I think they're looking for that ace before they can really start clearing away those objectives, like that first tower, and that's when, oh, that hook misses.
Yeah, nice blocked up by Neptulette. The Crucible's on point today. That will be now Fnatic looking to try and take away this Crystal Sentry, and they will defeat it. Goes down without a hitch. We're going to walk straight into this tri-bush. Palmatoro just waiting for his passive to proc. So we do hit that 15-minute mark. The Kraken now on the map here. And Fnatic have a fairly decent lineup for taking that down quickly.
They do. I think we're getting to... okay, so we're getting to this part of the really slow game now. It's just, we're not really seeing any engagements coming out. They're just poking away each other. And partly is because we're taking this in a little bit more to the jungle. There's not really that pressure that they're looking to apply in the lane anymore. They're just waiting for Keanu just to land that perfect hook onto all three members, which allows Hundor to land that Verse of Judgment. And all three, we've not seen any coming out from him so far. That Crucible on Neptulette is actually there for both the Verse of Judgment and the Force Support, but you can only really choose one to prioritize.
Thankfully, there are reflex boxes on the individual members of Fnatic, so they can hopefully block it up themselves, but lots of trouble. A double broken myth build here for Hunter. Is that a mistake, or has he got something up his sleeve?
I think that's definitely there. The passives don't, sorry, the actives don't stack, but the passives do, so he has that extra shield pierce. But that was a premature fountain.
Oh dear, whoops-a-days. That's going to be down for another 60 seconds. Kiana Nakoa predicting a massive fight, and actually Fnatic look like they just want to start up this Kraken as a result, try and put the pressure onto G2. There's the Force to Cord, once more blocked by Neptulette. Now this Kraken starting to be built up. Fnatic, they don't want to hard commit to it though. Here comes Palmatoro looking for an engage. There's the Hell's Heart straight onto Dark Potato, but he gets knocked back. Gauntlet Walls lock everyone in there, and the Burst of Judgment does go out. Huge burst damage, and he's just on the right side. There's nowhere for Fnatic to go. Stuck between the Crystal Sentry and the rest of G2. They're going to just force the fight, and that's two already. Neptulette, the last member, standing here as Dark Potato gets buffed on up. The Agent of Wrath will find the ace, and now the Kraken, easy pickings for G2.
Not like this, Fnatic. It was such a good opportunity for them to just commit, because everyone could see that they'd used their fountain really early on. They probably just didn't have that extra barrier that they wanted, and they just kind of let G2 dance about it, and then G2 were able to bait them over to the side of the Crystal Sentry. It was not a good move. They're coming out from Fnatic. They've lost, well, they got the ace, and they're losing the Kraken, so it's really looking very rocky here for Fnatic.
You can see that double broken myth starting to work out there for Hundor as he, just pierced right through the minimal shielding that Fnatic have purchased up. They're going to have to prioritize even more shielding very quickly if they're going to be able to stop Hundor's damage. Very interesting play here from G2. Definitely a creative team in the way they build and draft their compositions.
I think it's more difficult. So far in this game, we've seen Palmator's had one clear run at Hundor with his From Hell's Heart. Ever since then, the body blocking from Keanu and Dark Potato have been on point, so it's very difficult for them to get onto Hundor. Hundor can just disengage, step to the back, heal either Dark Potato or Keanu, and then use his Agent of Wrath freely. It's all about getting to Hundor. G2 just keep doing this same composition where they have two tanks and just Hundor playing a relatively squishy carry who they aren't able to dive onto.
Yeah, look, this already that choke turret taken down, and the Kraken's still very healthy. The Force Accord was blocked up. We'll see if G2 decide to still play aggressively as the Kraken starts wailing away at this first crystal turret. There's the gauntlet landing onto Dark Potato. Hundor and Dark Potato able to escape, and they do disengage the fight nicely. That fountain's still available for G2 to use up if they want to continue the aggression. Hell's Heart onto Dark Potato. The fountain goes out, but Keanu Nakoa going extremely low as he will fall. But the damage, it's being turned onto Fnatic as Hundor just eats through the health bars. The Verse of Judgment pushes them all away. This Kraken's so low, but the Vein Crystal turret will fall. And now G2 looking to finish the game. One kill Hundor. No way he survives. They will be able to take him down. A double kill for Techno JJ, and Fnatic survive the assault from G2.
And even after all that, G2 have not lost a single turret, yet the gold pretty bang on. And it's left with that naked crystal there. Could be the potential for the back door. Gotta say, I think in the last team fight, what we saw was Palmasaur going to Dark Potato, and the whole time, Hundor was just doing so much damage to him because of that extra pierce that he has with those double broken myths. Palmasaur does have that Aegis. It just isn't really enough though. They need to be going to Hundor every single time. And Techno JJ using his Principal Arcanum, he's just not in range to land his attacks on Hundor, so he's relying on Keanu just to stack up those broken myths, but it just doesn't seem to be enough damage at this point. Hundor is just sitting very happily just at the back.
You made this point about how G2 like to opt in for these double tanks, but this is a weapon-powered glaive. He is a threat to be dealt with, and you can see that Fnatic have optimized accordingly. Double Atlas Pauldrons to try and slow down the attack speed.
No.
A Force Accord does land. Techno JJ forced to use his ultimate away, and the Bright Bulwark will stop anyone from following. G2, they landed the aggression. They force Fnatic to run away.
It's difficult for Fnatic right now. They need to keep an eye on G2 at all times because there is that risk of the back door. And we see so many scout traps being placed by Keanu because of the contraption. It's all over the map. There's one there on the side of G2. And the scout traps coming out from Netflix just doesn't match it as well. He does have one extra slot there for flares or even scout traps. And I'm not sure if this is the best idea right now. They're looking like they're going for the turrets. Not much damage is going down on it though.
No, certainly not. This turret's still so healthy at the 20-minute mark. We're going to see the Kraken respawn here. Fnatic going to make their way over, start clearing out the vision. There is one scout trap just underneath, and Hundor, he's pushing the lane down, trying to force Fnatic to respond accordingly, and you'll see Techno JJ move up as well. This next fight for G2, they're able to take it somewhat convincingly, then there's nothing really stopping them from walking into the base of Fnatic and taking game one.
And G2 are looking very strong. If anyone does try and get onto Hundor, oh, he gets
Hundor
stunned though.
Caught out, yeah, the gauntlet comes down and he's now having to run away. Palmatora right on the back line, but the Verse of Judgment gonna come down, blocked down, wasn't too much damage. Palmatoro hasn't found a kill yet, and Techno JJ now under fire as Dark Potato does work. Forced Accord pulls Net to let back on in. He's trying to get into the Arcane Passage and he will escape for now. A very curious fight as both teams put out all their ultimates. There's no kill just yet. Looks like Fnatic want to re-engage it onto G2. Here comes Palmatoro looking for Hundor, and Hundor almost dead. He gets blown up by Techno JJ as the auto attacks come through. And now this big tanky Finn, he's so slow, he will be bursted out as well. A kill for Palmatoro. Fnatic find 2 unresponded by G2, and that will be the Kraken going their way.
Yeah, Fnatic staying in the game just a little bit longer for now. And Dark Potato knows there's not really much chance for him just going to the crystal because Fnatic will respond straight away and just teleport back. This is the chance for Fnatic just to push it down to that choke point turret where they have clear vision of where G2 is at all times. This is a nice turnaround there for Fnatic, and again, it all comes down to catching Hundor, right? They were able to get the gauntlet onto him. They were able to stun him. The reflex block came a little too late. That is what they need to be doing. They have a fair bit of crowd control, the gauntlet and the Hell's Heart. But G2 haven't been making it easy for them to try and land it every single time.
Yep, if Hundor is going to be caught out like that, will make it a little bit easier for Fnatic as the Kraken finally takes the first turret here for the Fnatic lineup, and now they're looking for their second onto this tier 2. Not much G2 can do about it just yet as they're going to do their best to protect this choke point, but another Force Accord blocked up here by Net to let on point once more with the Crucible. G2 doing their best to take down this Kraken, down to half HP, and actually Fnatic are just going to march away, look to take the Crystal Sentry as a response instead. G2 will keep their base intact, no way to break in just yet, but it shows that Fnatic are still in this game.
Definitely. And even though they're down to the last turret, they're actually drawing ahead in terms of gold. And there's still 3 turrets left on the side of G2. But we do see some nice item specs being picked up at the TechnoJJ. He's just finished up with Shardglass. If he is able to stay on the back line and avoid those force cores, hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit more damage coming out from him. Right now, it's not been very convincing so far. I feel like the basic attacks aren't doing too much. They're relying a lot on Palmatoro, which is okay, but it does depend on whether or not Palmatoro is able to stick to Hundor. But it looks like this could be a bit of a trap here for G2.
They are going to walk away accordingly. And it's interesting you say that Fnatic are relying on Palmatoro's auto attacks. Look at the itemization from Hundor. No armor built up on this Adagio whatsoever. He's going for a 4 offensive item on this Adagio, and he's only opted in for the shielding from the Aegis. So, big potential for Fnatic. If they catch him in a Hell's Heart or even the Gauntlet Wars, Hundor could just be melted away by this crew.
Yeah, that's definitely what Fnatic are going to be going for, and just depends if they're able to do it. I'm not convinced. Fnatic looking quite strong. They're taking good positioning on, and I hope G2 aren't going to try any risky backdoors, because some of them certainly just do not work. Ooh, it's quite
Definitely
tenuous.
not. We'll have to see. G2 currently in prime position to try and push into that base, but they have to go for Fnatic. Currently, we're just all waiting for this Kraken to respawn, join us back on the Halcyon Fold once more. It will give us a reason to fight. G2, they're playing super defensively, trying to get this final item for Hundor. As he recalls back, he is going to pick up a Crystal Infuse instead, sitting on just 1,300 gold, so we'll be close to finishing it off, whatever it may be. Very interested to see what he does prioritize at this 25-minute mark. G2 now grouping up, and Fnatic are waiting in the bush. The Force Accord goes out, but it's blocked again by Net2Let. Now the Kraken onto the Halcyon Fold. The infusions refreshed here by Fnatic. They want to fight.
They're coming out there for everyone. TechnoJJ picks up the infusion. G2 just waiting in that bush there. So the Force Accord, the cooldown is so short, 5 seconds left there, but there's only 27 seconds left on the Crucible. If Keanu is able to land that Force Accord, that is a guaranteed Versal Judgment, unless TechnoJJ does use his Arcane Passage to get out.
Very important to note, 15 seconds on that Crucible. Keanu in position, he could pull someone in. Hundor being very, very respectful. There's the Forced Accord, but it does miss. Fnatic able to dodge that one out with a quickie turn around. Happy Feet coming through. Now we'll have to see where this fight does go. Palmatoro sitting so far back out of vision as to not reveal where he will be coming from, but he can speed straight on into the fight. The Gauntlet Wall does connect onto a prime target. Net2Let, aggressive positioning. A Forced Accord pulls him in though. He doesn't block that one up, but Hundor, he's been caught up in the Gauntlet Wall as well. He's trying to escape Palmatoro, but look at the damage coming through. Fountain will heal him up. The First of Judgment going out. It does go through, but he gets bursted nonetheless. Kills traded, but let's see which jungler can do the damage now as Dark Potato jumping away. The Crystal Sentry doing the damage, and Palmatoro will be taken down. A double for Dark Potato, a triple. He finds the kills, and with 44 seconds left on TechnoJJ's death timer, this will be G2 walking into the base and finishing the game.
So darn close there for Fnatic, and a lot of that team fight came down to Keanu. He was able to use his quibbles, and he's just able to stun Palmatoro, prevent him from sticking on to Dark Potato or Hundor, and it was just so effective there. Such a close team fight there at the end. It looks like G2 are going to be the ones picking up this win.
Very impressive stuff from G2. And Dark Potato on this weapon power glaive coming up aces for the team. G2, they knocked out SK in the semi-finals, now looking to do the same as they take that 1-0 advantage over Fnatic. But Fnatic are a durable team. They knocked out Team Secret in day one, Cyclone here in the semi-finals as well. I'm sure they're not going to be out of it yet. The desk said that they're a team that learns from the mistakes. perhaps not having a coach, but they're able to apply their experience levels to the games. And I want to see how they look to change up the draft, what they bring to Game 2 as we, get ready to go into that series.
Definitely there. G2 looking very strong. I think this is the 4th game that they've played in a row, and there was not many slip-ups there at all. And we were talking about the experience on the sides of Fnatic. That is one thing that they all have there. And it was a very typical European game going on to 27 minutes. Not many kills going on at all, but it was a very strategic game of just body blocking and just tanking up there. I'm confident that we'll be seeing G2 using the same strategy in the next few games, just relying on Hundor and just keeping him safe.
Certainly will. Well, we will throw it back to the desk to break that down even further as G2 take the first game over Fnatic.
You know, honestly, I think there's quite a lot to break down here, from build path and the sort of timings of different items to the way the team fights were played. Everything was quite nuanced because it was very much like one damage, and then some tanks. What did you guys think overall about this game?
I think it was pretty well played from both sides. The Lyra ultimately didn't make sense in the drafts as they stacked up side by side. I really think that Fnatic were trying to bait them into a Vox pick at the end. Like, I don't feel when Lyra is against an Adagio or even like a Ringo that she trades that well necessarily. Like, you want to abuse the whole range factor you had coming out. And then also going to the Kroll it was Palmatoro playing the Kroll. Breaking point first item, I think, and this was a game, if it was a game to build Poison Shiv, this was the game. And I don't know if it came out at all for him, that game.
No, I mean...
He did towards the end.
It did at the end. Yeah.
I mean, Palmatoro looked great early on, picked up 3 early kills. I think a lot of that was actually due to the Lyra, though. The Lyra slow, when you go Crystal Path, is very heavy. And that allows Palmatoro to then stick on a target and burst them down before they're able to build up any armor. But once the armor comes out, again, those breaking point stacks, they build so slowly on this Krull when you don't have additional weapon power to go with it.
All right, let's have a look at a couple of replays from this game because there's a lot to go into here. We can see at first a fight where Fnatic has position advantage. Fountain's already burned from Keanu Nakoa, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the big thing was that huge afterburn onto the Krull, keeping Krull off of Keanu. You can see there at the end, he's got the most weakness stacks anyone has was like 3, I believe, on Dark Potato, fighting with the Crystal Sentry. This was the first team fight that G2 really won. It was the first time they kind of started to turn this game back around in their favor, but it just worked out so well for them. The second fight here, great again.
Yeah, it really was. You know, they kick things off nicely, and the stun does come across onto Hundor, but they just have so much damage over the course of it, especially at the end. I want you to keep your eyes on Glaive, because Dark Potato stays out of the fight for just long enough for those weakness stacks to pop off.
Yeah, also, speaking of stacks, look at the difference in breaking point stacks between these two weapon carries, 18 to 11. You know, at that point, it's a big difference.
I mean, he ends on 21. He has so many of them. Really strong damage coming out of Dark Potato.
And one other small thing, before I gonna give you a chance. Don't worry, buddy.
No,
but,
I'm fine. You guys are doing great.
But like, and in that last fight, Krull did not have an infusion, and I think that was another huge factor to not having enough damage to take down Keanu, because they did get a great engage on Keanu.
Yeah, they were waiting so long on both sides that both teams were timing out of their infusions, and we were watching Potato's infusion timer, and that timed out. It just waited so long. Palma's timed out. I'm very surprised that he didn't make the call for his team to just wait a second.
And Hundor actually wanted to shop at the end there. He had 1,700 gold, but there's no way for him to leave Kraken. Oh, man, I honestly could talk about that game for a lot longer, but we have to get into draft for number 2. G2, they're banning away the Kestrel again. Gotta think something's going on behind the scenes that's saying against Fnatic, you gotta take this pick away.
Yeah, I think it makes it really hard for your captain. You have to burn so much money and vision from the early to early mid game all the way through, and a lot of teams actually going into contraption as second item just to deal with that Kestrel.
Lance going to be taken off the board once again. You know, G2 semifinal, they played all 3 games. Not going to be allowed to happen here. Lyra and Adagio both up. We'll see which team prioritizes which.
I feel like G2 takes Adagio. It just fits them a bit better, right?
I would agree.
And if they can protect it, I mean, we saw what happened. When Hundor doesn't go down early, they seem to just win any fight where that happened.
There we go. They're going to lock it in.
Fnatic, how quickly will they lock in the Lyra? Or are they going to come up with something totally
I
unexpected?
mean, they could pick up like Lyra Fortress.
They could pick up Fortress in this rotation, perhaps, and give away Lyra. It didn't work for them last game.
Or
Fortress
just
got
ban the
banned
Lyra.
before.
They also have the next pick before G2,
Yeah.
so they have options here.
I think, yeah, grab the Lyra, force the Fortress ban, if anything.
As opposed to, I mean, I'm actually thinking that it would have been better for them to pick Fortress and force Lyra ban.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's tough to say for sure. I mean, one game is not a big enough sample size of Fnatic's Lyra
I also
to say that.
I think it's
necessarily.
dangerous to just be picking up Fortress if you're not a team that's super comfortable on it.
I mean, that's a fair point, but at the same time, you got to start getting comfortable with it sometime.
You do. When I think net, I don't think Fortress.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Arden, Finn, like almost anything else.
All right, well, Glaive is going to be the ban from Fnatic. G2, remove again the Jewel. I like this pairing. When they pick Lyra, just get rid of it.
Super smart.
But Fnatic, you know, they could pick up Fortress now if they wanted to.
Absolutely could. It's a little risky because, again, you don't really know what exactly G2 is going to do with that Adagio. You can kind of assume it's going to go to Hundor in the lane, but you never really know until they get another pick or two in.
This draft's pretty wide open, actually. It's going to be the Samuel coming through. Palma's played at the Samuel pretty well.
I like the Samuel to Lyra, too. You do have a lot of kiting potential. Put down a Bright Bulwark after the Drifting Dark's out. Just slow up your opponents so that they can't chase onto you as well.
You have so much sustain, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fights can go a really long time, and that makes me wonder, like, does G2 have something they can pick to stop that? Like, can they shut down the sustain here? Because Fortress is a much harder pick into Lyra than it is into Adagio. Not hard
Well,
enough!
I
With the
like
Kroll,
it.
too. I
I
like
mean,
this, yeah.
if there's a team to pick up Fortress, it's going to be G2. And this is going to run at you. It's going to enable Kroll to do what Kroll does even better. Should be able to get on target, and that's going to really help them get onto Samuel. Also, when Attack of the Pack comes out, those wolves can block off the Malice and Verdict coming out, which can be really annoying for Samuel.
I think also, I mean, both of these heroes locked in G2's second rotation, they're good delivery systems for the Gift of Fire. Hundor, if he does, and I assume he will, pick up this this Adagio, he's going to have a really easy time with space created by his players on his team, also by, you know, the facilitation of him actually getting the damage down.
I'm thinking about the laner here. It feels like Ringo makes sense. I mean, you don't want to pick up, and Tetno was playing Vox to a very high level, but he gets outranged by Adagio and has a pretty hard time in the lane.
I still think a Vox could potentially work here because you are going to be trying to have Samuel in front of the Vox, and you know, as you're kiting back, Sonic Zooms will still be getting a lot of damage out. It's going to have to be played almost perfectly if you are going to pick it up. You know, as Fnatic, you're going to be generally kiting back away from fights because G2 has such an aggressive composition.
I mean, also you got the bounces for the Wolves potentially. It is going to be the Vox locked in for Fnatic. This is the composition that they think can keep them in the tournament. Of course, if Fnatic lose this game, G2 Esports wins Week 2 of the spring season of the Vainglory 8 for Europe. It's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. Both these teams, I feel, stacked up pretty evenly in Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think so. I just feel like G2 were smarter with their item choices, their builds overall. It really came together, so I just think G2 have the edge here.
Yeah, I like the G2 composition. I love Dark Potato on Kroll. I feel like he's one of the few players that is very quick to move away from that breaking point first item, and as long as he does that, as long as he doesn't rush breaking point and try and rely on that for all of his damage, I feel like they should be able to take this one.
I mean, Poison Shiv first is an item that makes sense in this game also, right? Because you're dealing with Samuel's inherent sustain, but also Lyra's sustain too, right?
Yeah, I mean, for those reasons. And even if you took it out of that and we're just looking at it on its own, it's still a decent item for Kroll to pick up anyway. So
Life steal attack speed.
yeah. What more could you need? It's an amazing item for the Kroll. It makes sense this game as it made sense before.
I'm not even going to lie. Like, I am bad. I'm a bad player at Vainglory, but I love playing Kroll, and this has been like a pretty staple first item for me since it came out.
Yeah.
I think it like you said, it makes sense. But a lot of these players have been playing Kroll since the beginning of time in Europe, and they're used to certain things.
Hasn't been working for them, has it?
On and off, right? I mean, that's the problem. You think, maybe you think to yourself, you're sitting down, you're playing tournament day, lose game 1, and you've gone for the breaking point. And you're like, man, maybe Bacon's right. But then you win. Then you win a game, and you're like, no, I just played bad. It's
yeah,
hard.
but
It's
they would
hard
have
get
to
over
win.
those
They would have to
preconceptions.
win a game for that to happen. I don't remember a Breaking Point Kroll winning
Nope.
recently.
Not yet. Not on Vainglory 8. Has
Is this
not happened.
this your Frostburn
I am
first?
I am very much on top of this one. Breaking Point Kroll first has not won in Vainglory 8, to my recollection.
See, I want to hear how many times it's lost, though, if you're really that on top of it.
I
5.
don't remember off the top of my head. I'll have to go pull up my stats a little later.
All right, that sounds good to me. For now, let's pull up the game, though. We've got game number 2 of G2 versus Fnatic coming right up. Can Fnatic come back in the series? Let's find out with Dalsy and Jingyi.
G2 have been so impressive so far, and you're completely correct. This Breaking Point crew has not been seeing much success here whatsoever, so let's see what Dark Potato prioritizes as a little bit of a skirmish possible. G2 currentently positioning around this Elder Tree, and it's been started up by Fnatic, and Netelet unfortunately taking the brunt force of it. These Malice and Verdicts can secure it from afar, and actually going to be Fnatic just throwing it straight back over to G2. It will be Palmatoro, I believe. No, Netelet securing the tree for Fnatic.
Yes, they do secure the tree. I'm a big fan of the G2 composition this time. The weakness stack, the combination of the weakness stacks, as well as the Mortal Wooden Fortress, will just mitigate a lot of the utility and damage coming out from Fnatic, which will make things a little bit more difficult for them. And Lyra, I love the Fortress pickup. It's a really strong composition. Maybe the Breaking Point won't work as well on Crow. Interested to see what he'll be building for. And maybe he'll be actually going for that Storm Crown build. We've seen that on some Crows. I'm not convinced that's going to be the build we're going to be seeing from Dark Potato. That is
My
a comfort
assumption
pick
is
then.
it will be weapon power as Hundor's back on this Adagio, so I'm going to see a full weapon power. Probably similar to Palmatoro, but, you know, Tasty Bacon, Mr. Statman himself will be hoping it's not a Breaking Point first item. Fnatic, they're putting the aggression here onto G2, but Hundor's able to dodge away from most of it and will be able to heal both himself and Keanu Nakoa up, as Dark Potato does come over to the lane just to provide any support necessary. Whilst we're on the subject of statistics here, Shinyi, it's worth noting that G2 are currently at 100% win rate when they have Fortress picked up. It's been Keanu Nakoa who played it once for them. Redix, their starting support captain, has also picked it up as well. So they will be looking to keep the statistics high as they head into this series between Fnatic.
And, well, Fortress, he's a very strong pick right now. I think he works really well in the meta, especially because we're seeing so many Adagio and Lyra priorities. We're seeing that right now. I mean, there's an Adagio and Lyra in this very game. Mortal Wound does do a lot, and I feel that the Crystal laners really don't tend to do as well against clearing the wolves out as, let's say, a Ringo or a Vox would. But we do have a Vox this game, so if they are able to back away in time, get rid of the attack of the pack, then that's actually quite a good win condition there for Fnatic.
Certainly is, as we see fairly standard stuff happening in this game so far. No one really going for anything too aggressive. Techno JJ said earlier he hasn't played anything other than this Vox and Jewel before today, but he has added a Black Feather to his winning heroes. Unfortunately for the Lyra, it will go under a L. Now back on this Vox, very comfortable on this hero over many games in, you know, this series as well as previous ones.
Yeah, it's very. We're definitely seeing the comfort picks coming out for, I think, almost every single member here, and I have a feeling it's going to be a slow one again. It's going to be a slow start. We're just going to wait for everyone to reach their level 6 and get the ultimates, and that's when everything will be going all out. Palmator, I think, who was it? I think it was a Bacon or Humanist that said that the wolves would be a really great tool for blocking the Malice and Verdicts. Hang on, I think I've got a pause on my screen.
Going to be paused up here, so we'll try and find out what's going on in just a second. But what we're talking about Palmator here, Shinyi, I think it's going to be really important to see what he itemized first on this Samuel. Frostburn, I feel, will be necessary to try and slow down the Cruel and the Fortress.
I think so. It's definitely one of the possibilities out there. It's not one that I would personally go for myself, and I feel that maybe just going for that Eve, because I feel like an Eve of Harvest near the start or the Broken Myth will go a long way, because Netelet on that Lyra, just you throwing up his bulwark can do a lot just to prevent those kind of Dead Man's Rush and the Law of the Claw just coming at them.
You know, I definitely see the point. I guess Fnatic also have tools that they can use other than items as well. We'll be interested to see nonetheless. I think first items are going to be a big talking point, you know, this Cruel, certainly for him, as well as the Samuel as well. Techno JJ currently looking like he's going to itemize towards that breaking point double monocles, but perhaps he changes it later down the line. Very interesting to see how the box builds pan out over time.
Very poke heavy composition there coming out from Fnatic. All three of them are ranged heroes. And so I think the last game, what we struggled was when Palutoro was playing the Cruel, they were struggling to get onto the carry every single time. I think it's going to be a little bit easier this time because there's not really that tanky front line there for Fnatic. It's very easy just to bypass. They aren't able to soak up as much damage as the Finn and the Glaive were. So Lyra, she's got the heal, but in terms of body blocking, it's not going to be as strong.
No, I can certainly see that as well. We are still in this pause screen for a little bit longer. I'm being told that one of the players' games has froze, so they're just looking to get that back started up and, you know, get back into the action here for this final series between Fnatic and G2. But nothing too much to talk about right now, apart from perhaps the theory crafting that we talked about earlier. It is Palutoro who I'm hearing had his game frozen. Actually, you look at his aggressive positioning, that might explain why he's almost under the turret here of G2.
Yep, that definitely might explain it. Actually, I was going to point out one thing. So last time when G2, Hunder was on that Adagio, their main issue was just trying to get onto that Adagio. This time, they don't really have that dive potential coming out from Fnatic's composition, which makes things a lot more difficult. Hunder was doing a lot of damage from the backline. I think they might have to rely on Net Toilette's Arcane Passage to get on top of Hunder. It's not going to be easy. I don't think aggression is the approach that Fnatic should be looking for. It should definitely be more of a defensive approach.
Yeah, no, Fnatic going to have to be looking to try and defend against this Cruel. You saw in the previous game that Palutoro was able to get onto Hunder so aggressively, and Hunder wasn't really itemizing against protecting himself from that Cruel. In the end, it didn't matter because Dark Potato's Glaive weapon power was able to put out so much damage, but I can certainly see where Fnatic would be wanting to protect themselves, especially as well if Hunder decides to go down this double broken myth build, which we saw him do last game. It makes the itemization very difficult for Fnatic. They're going to have to be defending on all fronts.
Absolutely. The War Tread is going to be a priority. You're also going to have to think about the Crucible as well there, just for that Ferris of Judgment. There's a lot of things that Net Toilette's going to have to be thinking about in terms of itemization, but it looks like we're back in the game.
Yep, and it is going to be just G2 walking away. A bit of damage coming out of Palutoro there with the Malice and Verdicts from range. With this jungle intensifying, the shop coming back to the map. Will be Fnatic heading on down as a unit to just get a bit of extra gold, start purchasing up. Fountain prioritized here for Net Toilette on this Lyra. And a piercing shard there for Palutoro makes me say he's going to go towards Broken Myth first.
Yes, I think that's a good choice there. Get that poke in. If he's able to poke a little bit more, he can build up those Broken Myth stacks and just increase the damage that he's outputting. Keanu, he's still a few hundred gold away from that fountain. Net Toilette just picked up his own fountain. We're seeing some scout shots being laid down right now by Net Toilette. Very, very passive on the action so far. We're not seeing as many ganks as we did in the previous games. G2, you said we're getting the first blood every single time. I'd be curious to see if they're going to keep that trend going.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see if they do. Minion candy there for Net Toilette. Looks like Fnatic want to put a lot of aggression. Level 6 on Palutoro. He could do a lot of hurt if those Malice and Verdicts start connecting with the right targets. Minion candy could be crucial to try and push down this wave, but there's a lot of clear still on Hunder. He's able to put that Agent of Wrath onto all the minions, then just burn them away. So right now, is going to be just Fnatic forced to fall back here. Dark Potato, he's got that Blazing Salvo. Okay, where's he going to go with this item build?
I'm not sure. He doesn't have he's only got 300 gold. He can't buy too much. I'm a bit more curious about Techno JJ myself. Oh, gives him that sustain. I was just talking about Techno JJ's build. I can't tell if he's going to be going for the breaking point first or the Sorrow Blade. He's going towards both of them. And I don't know which ones he's going to prioritize. He's got enough gold there for both of them. And he's going Sorrow Blade. There you go. That's the most we've seen a lot of boxes going for that breaking point first. Going for that Sorrow Blade. Not the most common route that we've been seeing coming out from them. but just
And
Mhm.
it says to me like that Techno JJ is prioritizing landing damage before he gets bursted down by over the Cruel. Or I guess even this Adagio. Often you see the boxes itemize Sora Blade if they don't believe they're going to be able to stack up lots of damage. With the breaking point double monocles means they're going to be forced back from the fight, or the stacks reverse. Actually, Dark Potato looking for an engage, but a great Bright Warwick comes through, and actually now Dark Potato has to be very careful how he plays this one. From Hell's Heart flies out, won't connect to anyone. Fountain there to try and heal up G2, but Fnatic with a lot of early aggression, not able to find the kill.
There's the minion candy being put on right now. Candy's just, we saw a really good job of Hundo doing a really good job, just doing a lot of damage there onto Techno JJ, but he's taking a lot in return.
Certainly is, and those Malice and Verdicts can't block them like that. The AoE damage comes through, and you have to split up, make sure you don't take the damage. But Dark Potato, he's coming back in, looking to try and charge up his passive. Fnatic very low on health, but they have Oblivion ready to go. If G2 did want to try and charge down, the Burst of Judgment's there for Hundor to see if it does play out for G2. Only see that really if the turret dive does come through. And here comes the aggression. It's Keanu jumping on in. Dark Potato ready to go forward as he takes a lot of damage in return. Dark Potato will find first blood. It's actually Keanu Nako who gets it. The way for it goes out, silences Dark Potato. The auto attacks won't quite find the killing blow onto Dark Potato, and G2, they keep the trend alive. Will they be able to keep their turret alive is the question, as G2 to try and aggress onto Fnatic. Techno JJ taking a lot of damage. The attacker pack is there. They're not quite able to find the killing blow onto either Techno JJ or Netolet.
The problem there in that fight was that Keanu and Hundo were the only ones left going for Techno JJ and Netolet. The thing is, just Hundo just isn't fast enough to keep up with him. He buffed himself using the Agent of Wrath, and he wasn't able to land any attacks on him because Techno JJ and Netolet were so far ahead. Keanu has no problem doing it, but it's not what you want. I think this is a question of ability again there for Hundo. I think he's just got the travel boots just then, so he's a little bit faster now.
Yes, he will be fast now with the boots that he's got for himself. And we'll have to see. I think he will go towards Sturdy Boots as a final item. That's what we saw in the last game, I believe. A lot of minion candy being purchased up here by Fnatic as they want to try and keep these waves nice and healthy, put the aggression on. But here comes Dark Potato looking for an engage once more, and the rest of G2 is with him. They force the Arcane Passage out of Netolet to try and get into a safer position. Wait for it onto Hundor, but no one from Fnatic really close enough to put the damage down. Good Malice and Verdicts will find damage onto Dark Potato, and now this turret going to go very low. The Burst of Judgment comes through, but doesn't connect. Fnatic, they disengage, and now Hundor, he goes low, he goes down. The kill comes through there for Techno JJ, and as does the turret. Fnatic are able to find both those things.
Very nice minion candies. They're coming out from Netolet, allowing them to pick up the turret. The pressure there was just very strong coming out from them. They're going to pick up the turret. They're also going to get the gold mine with no contest. They're coming out from G2. I think the issue in the team fights is that Dark Potato is not able to find his target. We see him running for Techno JJ or Palmatoro, and he just gets caught out by that bright bulwark every single time. He gets snared, and he just takes a lot of damage, and he just has to back away. There's not too much happening there for him. I think he just needs to be able to bypass that bulwark, but Netolet's just doing too good a job.
It's a good start here for Fnatic. They get the turret, they get the gold miner, they push themselves to a 2,000 gold lead. And this time, unlike the previous series, it seems like the kills that they get are leading to something. Fnatic are able to get advantages off them. It's exactly what they need to be doing as they start to push forward and try and equalize this series, the finals here between G2 and Fnatic.
I think G2 are just wasting because they've got this heavy dive composition there with that Fortress and with that Crow. They're not really getting the right opportunities to pick those fights, and I think especially Keanu now, who does have his attack of pack ready, this would actually be a good time to engage if they do catch Fnatic in the jungle. But right now, just Fnatic sticking close together, staying in the lane. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see the minion candy coming up soon, and for Fnatic just apply a little bit more pressure onto the second turret.
Yeah, well, they are just going to fall back here. They're not wanting to bite off more than they can chew just yet. We do see some items being purchased up here. It's the Broken Myth for Hundor and an Eve of Harvest for Palmatoro. Poison Shiv onto Techno JJ. Can see where he's going with that one, trying to reduce the healing that Hundor can put out.
That is true, but then you also look at Dark Potato, who has that Poison Shiv as well, and just combine that with the Mortal Wound. That really just takes away a lot of the utility that Netolet's offering just from that Imperial Sigil. It's They're itemizing really well against the compositions of the opposing team as well as the builds. It'll be interesting to see how they. Krill's just not been doing very well, and I think that was a bit of a weak flank coming up from Dark Potato. He just went a little bit too far forward when he came up from that bush there, and his teammates just couldn't catch up with him. They'd already taken a lot of poke damage there from Palmatoro. As you said, he did have those 9 broken myth stacks. Probably just a good time for them just to back away from the fight. I think the defense coming up from Fnatic just absolutely on point. I just feel like G2 just aren't getting those openings right now. We're not really seeing that Hell's Heart actually effectively catching anyone out so far, nor the Verso Judgments.
Yeah, just not able to find the value with their ultimate ability, unfortunately for Dark Potato, and the Bright Bulwarks just keeping him back consistently. Techno JJ going to start putting the pressure on. He refreshes his crystal, his weapon infused as this gold miner. Gonna start. He started up by Fnatic. We've seen so many steals, and Attack of the Pack will come out. Looks like G2 want to try and fight here. They get themselves infusions onto the carry and jungler. Fnatic, they just fall back, eager to just wait. And, well, never mind. Dark Potato straight on in. Oblivion will go out. Does put this crew to sleep. Kundor trying to put the pressure down, but man, Samuel, he goes very low. Palmatoro fountain to keep him alive for now, and the re-engage comes through. The ultimates are still there. They have that Versa Judgment. They have the Hell's Heart, and that will be a kill coming through for Dark Potato. A second for G2 as they drop Net to Let, and it just leaves Palmatoro all alone in the Drifting Dark, healing up, throwing the damage down, but Dark Potato, he doesn't care. An ace comes through for G2.
Nice turnaround there for G2, and I think part of the reason was Keanu did hold on to that fountain very, very long. Nextwell was forced to use his very early on. And actually, if you look at the whole fight, the movements of that whole fight, maybe the analysts will look at this later on, but the engagements and disengagements coming up from G2 were fantastic. I actually think Fnatic made a little bit of a mistake there with just going back into the bush and just walking into G2's arms. I think this is just backed away towards their Crystal Sentry, and, well, that's 2 tarts there gone for Fnatic, and the gold mine going towards G2 as well. Massive gold swing.
Massive gold swing. Let's not understate that. 3 objectives go forward to G2. They get so much gold back onto their shoulders. Now just cutting that gold lead that Fnatic was starting to run away with, down to just 1,000 at this 14-minute mark. Very shortly, the Kraken will spawn onto Halcyon Fold, and it will mean that those aces that can come through will be even more devastating for both these teams. Kundor with a Frostburn of his own to try and slow down with his attacks. You can see the Aegis there for Palmatoro. G2 in lane, Fnatic looking for some aggression, but they won't find it just yet. However, G2, Attack of the Pack, they're going to go in. Techno JJ and Palmatoro, the targets as they rush straight forward, trying to get the damage down. The Oblivion, though, will stop the fight. Does get blocked out, but the wait for it on to Keanu. He's trying to heal up, but he can't heal enough. And now Fnatic, they're going to chase down here. Dark Potato trying to turn the fight with Kundor here. They're doing a good job as well. That's going to be Techno JJ dropped. Can they get Palmatoro as well? Yes, they can. A double here for G2, and that just leaves Net to Let all alone as he tries to escape the aggression that Palmatoro is putting down. But escape, will he be able to? I'm not sure it's going to happen. There's no turrets to hide under. Net to Let going to go very low, but Dark Potato will be forced back with that Imperial Sigil. That does mean that they keep 1 on the board. Crystal Sentry taken. Kundor will find that, but they're too low to take this Kraken.
The too low is very true there. Actually, a really nice turnaround there for G2 in that fight. I do have to question that there is no Crucible on the side. So what we're seeing is that when they're trying to go in with the engages there with the Attack of the Pack, Palmatoro is just throwing in the Oblivion in the middle. And G2 are actually forced to sidestep around it or just back away a little bit. And I feel that's ruining the tempo of the fights. It's not great. We need that Crucible. And by doing that, it gives Fnatic just that little edge, because Techno JJ just leaves him really open to throw that wait for it. but G2 were able to turn that around, and that just does come down to Dark Potato. He's very tanky, he has that Atlas Pauldrons, and he has that Aegis as well with the Poison Shift. He's able to do a lot of damage. Hundor just needs to take a back step up there, just focus on healing Dark Potato and keeping him alive.
That's it. Look at the armor on Fnatic. There's no armor apart from Net to Let, and he has an Atlas Pauldron try and slow down the attack speed of this Cruel. Fnatic, they haven't itemized against Cruel whatsoever, and Dark Potato is starting to stack up the damage. Now with a breaking point after that Poison Shift first item, G2 looking fairly strong as they find themselves in the lead for the first time this game.
Yeah, that's looking quite good for them. I think that G2, we're beginning to see them reach their power spikes, and certainly because Fnatic do not have as much armor as they need, it's looking very good for Dark Potato. And I'm kind of wondering, because back a few seasons ago when Cruel was extremely meta, we're seeing him practically almost every game where he was like always a first ban priority. The teams would always focus on getting Atlas Pauldrons first, but right now we're just not seeing that. And I think that's a major mistake coming out from Fnatic, because they had the upper hand at the very start and mid game, but it's just slipping more and more out of their hands as we go in.
Yeah, in last game, you know, perhaps it was acceptable that Hundor wasn't the one purchasing armor on G2. He was the only one who didn't have it. This time, both your carry and your jungler has no armor, and it just provides so much opportunity for Dark Potato to do the damage if he can find the engagers and if he gets the support from Hundor as well. We're at the 18-minute mark now. G2 with just 3 turrets between them, but so are Fnatic. It's very, very close on a knife's edge here. Dark Potato looking to try and find some positional advantage though as G2 push this minion wave towards that choke turret. Fnatic, they will be able to get into the lane before G2 push too far up, but that gives G2 now the position around the Kraken. The dance has begun here, Shinyi.
Yep, and what G2 need to do is just bait Fnatic into the center of the jungle so they can keep up more of a chase. There they go, the
that! Techno JJ stunned! Oh, he's going so low, the Oblivion comes through, but it's blocked up beautifully. Nowhere for Palmatora to run, nowhere for Palmatora to hide. He's doing his best with the Broken Myth stacks, but he's going so low. Keanu looking for the killing blow as Net to Let falls as well. A double there for Hundor, the ace for G2, and they bait them into the center of the jungle like you said. They find the ace, and now they're looking to take the base.
They're going to get this turret, and I think they should go for the Kraken after this with those death timers. And actually, are they just going to go in? It looks like they might just be pushing on a little bit. Oh, I'm not sure I like this. I think this is a bit of a dicey situation for them to be in.
Burst of Judgment, it's going to do damage to both the turrets, blows up one, and they're looking to finish the game right here, right now. Techno JJ, what can you do? G2 looking to just finish it on up. The Vein Crystal will be shattered, and G2 will take the series against Fnatic 2-0 in spectacular style.
Very epic game. They're coming out from both of those teams. Of Fnatic, it was looking so good for them, but I think there were a number of things that just prevented that from happening. I think one of the ones that we focus on quite a bit throughout this game was the lack of armor. There was no pauldrons there. That was really needed because Cruel was just jumping onto the Vox, jumping onto the Samuel every single time. And you need that pauldrons because Netwilek isn't always guaranteed to land that pauldrons on him.
Yeah, you could see it on your screens as the item builds get shown. Still no armor on Techno JJ or Palmatoro. And it just opened up Dark Potato to do the damage. It was Hundor getting them last hits. Keanu Nakoa also chasing on down with that fortress. But if we could get some damage graphs up, I'm sure you would see that Dark Potato was the catalyst there for G2's win. Spectacular stuff for this team. Creative drafting, creative play. They do take the finals 2-0. And that's it for EU. That's it for me, Dalcy and you, Shinyi. It's been a pleasure as always, but I'm sure we'll see everyone next week as we throw it back over to AJ to close EU out.
Thank you very much, guys. G2 in style taking the finals home 2-0 over Fnatic. Fnatic, definitely a strong week from them, especially compared to week 1. And actually, I think very strong games against G2 here in the finals, but G2 were able to come out on top.
Yeah, they were. It was pretty well played. You know, Bacon was talking about it as far as like their ability to kite backwards, very strong, but sometimes using abilities to go in, and then they don't have them when they actually need them. You could tell just by the way Techno built this game that he felt off. And that was really weird. Like the comp just didn't have like full synergy, especially with what G2 were running at them. Like he built up a poison shiv, Breaking Point, Sorrow Blade. There's no crit coming out here, and suddenly the Vox just feels weak.
Yeah, and in game number 1, we talked about just the itemization choices maybe being a big factor. I think that was even more so here in game number 2. Like we heard the caster saying, no armor on the 2 carries for the side of Fnatic. Double Atlas Pauldron for, it was Dark Potato and the Fortress that both had Atlas Pauldrons on them, able to really just shut down Techno JJ. Again, Fnatic played very well, but just not quite well enough.
All right, well, let's have a look at a replay now. It's around 13 minutes, and it's an ace from G2. You can see just how good their team fighting was this game.
And this was after they had just kind of reneged on a fight because they had tried to start it off. Fnatic had kited out very well, but then they don't quite have all of their kiting tools. The one thing at the start of that fight, G2 had ducked down, picked up infusions, and then gone for the aggression again when it really felt like Fnatic wasn't expecting them to do so because they didn't have Attack of the Pack, and they'd been, every time they tried to go aggressive, they used Attack of the Pack. It was on cooldown, they weren't ready for the aggression to then come out, and it definitely looked to catch them off guard, kind of got G2 rolling.
Yeah, and you don't really need the Attack of the Pack necessarily to move in when you have like that full-on just go call right there. And also, I think Shingy made a really nice comment at the end regarding the Atlas Pauldrons. I think it was only on Lyra at the end. If Lyra's in range to get an Atlas off, she's in range to get blown up.
That's a very good point, and Kroll had a lot of damage, so.
Yeah, and again, Fnatic's comp, it's a good comp. It's a strong comp, has a very clear, like, what they want to do in fights. It's kite away from the aggression that's clearly coming out from G2, and then be able to answer it once you've gotten yourself, once you've kind of survived that initial
Get a breaking
damage.
point stack or two on the way back.
Get some stacks as you're backing out, get some broken myth stacks on your way out, and then just turn it back the other way. The problem with the composition is it is strong, but it has to be played so incredibly well. If you slip up just once or twice, it can cost you the game because it is such a defensive composition. And I feel like that's really what happened here. Fnatic was playing very well, just a couple of slip-ups here and there, maybe some itemization choices. G2 able to capitalize, looking strong in the finals.
All right, let's talk about the implications this finals matchup had across the board and have a look at the point standings. You can see at the top is still Cyclone, which, by the way, Cyclone won against SK in their third place matchup 2-0. The VODs will be available online shortly after this. They 2-0'd?
I don't know anything anymore.
G2 Esports sitting in second place at 9 points. SK and Team Secret tied at 7 with Fnatic at 6. Then we've got Denial at 3, Rising Lotus at 1, and Mouse at 0. All the 3 Team Secret alumni right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, I think the only thing that we really know about EU right now is Rising Lotus and Mouse Sports really need to step their game up. That's like the only thing that we know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they are at the bottom of the standings. They're definitely struggling. I'd agree with that. I feel like the fact that we have 2 more weeks in the split, though, because of the weighting change, we've got 4 before and then 3 after, this does give them the opportunity to have a couple of breakout weeks here. Depending on what the guys who are already higher up in the standings do in the next 2 weeks and who they're against, maybe that doesn't matter. But maybe it really, really does. So we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled every single week, basically, of Europe as we move forward towards the challenge battles.
I think based off the results of the first 2 weeks, Mouse might be first next week. I really don't know.
If the trends continue,
Yeah.
you never know. Next week's finals is going to be Mouse versus
Just going
Rising
off
Lotus.
the numbers here.
All right, well, that wraps up Europe for this week, but we do have North America coming up. Our first game after we get back from this break will be Gangstars versus Immortals in our semifinals. Make sure you don't miss it.
Horizon lights up in the palm of my hands. I reach out to grab the edge. Was it a reaction to the rainfall that make the lights reflect overhead? Whisper something sweet over the city to counter the bitter air. I will be listening for you. The chains were too hard to bear. I believe there's a place where I belong, and you do too. It's not far away.
Hey guys, and welcome to the weekly review. In this video, we're going to take a look at week 1 of the North America Vainglory 8. We started off with a full hype matchup between Cloud9 and Echo Fox. The new roster of Cloud9 looked strong.
Foreman goes down. That's first blood already. I love Joseph finds Mixie, and Lone Delphi gonna
Echo Fox never found an opening, and Cloud9 would claim the series 2-0.
pop. And Old School gonna take a huge chunk of damage, but he's still alive. Lone Delphi will fall. They're going after Mixie. Joseph trying to get that as Cold and Me's gonna fall as well. A double for Old School.
Our second series of the day was Rogue vs Misfits, both young teams looking to prove themselves this season.
It's not enough. That's gonna be Illich going. Hammy to burst everyone with a burst. King comes out of his reboot. Can he get anything else? Eco tank it all up. No, he cannot. He has ran out of damage, and that's gonna be Sib's final.
Misfits had never had a chance, as Rogue looked in fine form, dismantling their opponents. Rogue would claim this series 2-0 and move on to day 2.
King with the Termination Protocol will burst some damage, but it's not much. And Illis is on the turrets being chased by.
Our third series of the day was Hammers vs Gangstars, and a debut showing for Iraqi Zoro's return to the North American competitive scene.
Tigers hit, and then the Impale as well.
Iraqi Zoro played well, but Xenotech was the top player for Gangstars, as he showed no mercy on his Crystal Alpha.
Corrective, and I don't think Tiger's going anywhere soon. He's gonna
Over
go
the wall,
down
over the wall.
very shortly to a Xenotech.
The last series of day 1 was Team Solo Mid vs Immortals. I had high hopes for Immortals, but those hopes were quickly dashed as Team Solo Mid came out like a wrecking ball, destroying Immortals 2-0 and moving on to day 2.
Best Chuck is just gonna take down D'Enzio in the back line. Now it's gonna be.
At the end of the day, only 4 teams remained: Cloud9, Team Solo Mid, Rogue, and Gangstars. Day 2 would start with the Battle of the Titans, as Cloud9 took on Team Solo Mid.
Termination Protocol doesn't really hit anybody. Vonsi just tanking most of that damage. Old School in the backline, not being able to do anything these fights. Gets taken out by best Chuck NA, proving he is the best Chuck. Gabe Bizzle is just going to follow the Lyra.
TSM took game 1 with grace, and it seemed they might have game 2 as well.
Again, landing from Vonsi. The Termination Protocol comes out as well.
Oh, three-man!
Scoundrel. They've done it. I think they might have just done it. Olive Joseph is going so low. Ends up getting taken out, but they trade 1-for-1. Old School.
With the game on the line, Cloud9 found the perfect fight. Old School's Weapon Jewel tearing TSM apart and sending the series to game 3.
Termination Protocol yet from Vonsi. He's just going to keep saving it, and this is the problem with Cloud9. They're going to kill him, but they're going to have to kill him again. And he might just go down and didn't really do too much damage, but this time Cloud9, they're turning this.
In game 3, Vonsi's pedal could not be stopped, and TSM would advance into the finals.
Jump in as well. Flash X says get the Immort. However, this is the damage we were talking about. There goes Old School. Can he actually be a meaningful force in this fight? It looks like he can, but Best Chuck NA is going to pick up 1 kill.
Our second semi-final matchup was Rogue vs Gangstars. Xenotech continued where he left off on day 1, wrecking Rogue, taking the series 2-0 and advancing to the finals.
Burst damage onto Sibs. He ends up falling, even though the last member alive, Araki Zoro. This boy is popping off left.
Our week 1 finals matchup was Gangstars vs Team Solo Mid. Gangstars came out with a surprise Grumpjaw pick, which seemed to work at first.
Tech Om Nom 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 and Von C.
Things quickly deteriorated as TSM found their footing.
They just did not stand a chance. Araki Zoro in the backline, the passage comes through.
TSM would claim game 1 and decide to draft a flicker comp in game 2.
Scoundrel, they're coming through in stealth. Rector's gonna have to be careful. Yummy Cammy Frenzy gets blocked in again, but I'm not sure it's gonna matter. They're jumping straight onto Araki Zoro. He goes down once more. Xenotech's gonna get rooted up as well.
Between the Koshka and the Vox, there was nothing Gangstars could do, as TSM claimed the finals 2-0 and first place overall in week 1 of the North American Vainglory 8.
The last Von C comes up big on the Koshka, comes up big for TSM.
We had an amazing week 1 of the Vainglory 8. TSM is at the top of the point standings overall with 8 points, followed by Gangstars with 6, Cloud9 with 5, Rogue with 2, Hammers with 1, and Echo Fox, Immortals, and Misfits with 0. This has been your weekly review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Vainglory 8. We're in the North American portion of our broadcast for Week 2 of Split 1 of the spring season. My name's Action Jackson, and I'm here with Humanist and Tasty Bacon. How are you guys doing?
Doing good, but seems like you got a little burst of energy.
I did. It's because we're halfway through the day. I'm ready. Actually, we might be less than halfway through the day, because we did have a few 2-0s over the pond in
We
Europe.
could also be more
Did
than
we?
halfway through the day if we get all 2-0s in North America.
That's true. That is a very good point. But before we get to any of that, guys, we wanted to do a bit of a pre-show talking about the Challenger Series that we have running in both Europe and North America. To kick things off, let's have a look at VGL. Bacon made a video for us.
Hello and welcome to the VGL European Challenger Series recap. Week number 2 was filled to the brim with action as we narrowed the field all the way down to just 8 teams remaining for the Challenger Series playoffs. First matchup we want to feature was Oblivion Lost versus Reliable Union, a number 5 seed and a number 4 seed going head to head, and it did not disappoint. These teams absolutely brought their A game, pushed each other to the limit, going all the way to game number 3, and that game number 3 was a back and forth affair all the way through. Next up, the Pride of Spain, Team Queso taking on THN Envy. THN Envy, one of those teams that was seeded a bit lower in the bracket, but were definitely showcasing that they could compete with the best of them. They had already taken the number 3 seed to a game 3, a feat which they then repeated against number 7 seed Team Queso, looking to take down these fan favorites. But unfortunately, Team Queso proved to be a little too sharp for THN Envy, taking advantage in the final game with a superior draft and able to close out the series 2-1. Team Queso wouldn't have long to celebrate, however, as they immediately had to then face the number 3 seed Team Waves, who had been knocked down to the losers bracket in upset fashion by Team Fnatic earlier in the tournament. Team Queso came out strong, riding the momentum over their victory from THN Envy, but unfortunately for them, Waves was resilient, and they were able to weather the early game storm, coming back with a vengeance as they took down Team Queso 2-0. This is just a taste of the action that is being brought every single week in the VGL European Challenger Series. Don't miss week number 3 when the playoffs kick off. The top 8 teams remaining, all vying for a spot in the challenge battles. It is going to be intense. That's about the only thing that is guaranteed.
All right, there you have it. VGL, the Challenger Series for Europe, is going quite well. Lots of great teams competing. I'm personally a huge fan of Team Queso, at least name-wise. I think that's brilliant. I don't know. You don't agree, I can tell.
No, it's a nice team name. I just not gonna get into it right now.
I mean, we don't necessarily talk about the teams too much that have been eliminated. That's kind of the main reason, I think. It's fun while they're there,
Yeah.
but they're out, so they have no chance of getting into the challenge battles anymore.
I guess we
wanna
got to
see
go to
if
the
that-
store and get some more cheese.
See if their fans show up to watch other matches or just that one.
So, if you guys had to pick some teams from the VGL, from the European Challenger Series, who could maybe get into the challenge battles, maybe contest the teams that are in the Vainglory 8, who would you choose?
Tough to say. I can't remember all the teams that currently still exist. So Bacon.
My top choice is definitely Lemon and Lime. I feel like they're a very, very strong team. They've really only had one matchup that seemed to give them any sort of trouble, and that was Memento Mori, who I actually also feel will make it to the challenge battles. I think those two teams are probably going to end up 1 and 2.
Okay, that sounds good. And that's, of course, only the European side of things. We do have a North American Challenger Series as well, ran by VIS, and Bacon, again, as our Challenger expert, has broken that down.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the VIS North American Challenger Series recap. Heading into week number 2, things have been pretty straightforward across this double elimination bracket. As you can get a look, not too many major upsets and no real upsets that have had a massive impact on this bracket as of yet. Both groups A and B chugging along. There will be 4 teams to make it out of each group into the playoffs. And one of the teams that is very likely to make it there is the number 1 seed, One Piece 101. They were in action against the number 17 seed Maracus. You might be thinking, number 1 versus number 17, this should be another pretty straightforward matchup, but it was anything but. Even though it ended up as a 2-0 victory for the side of One Piece 101, Maracus definitely came out swinging and put up a fight. It was not a simple matchup for One Piece, but they will continue to move on in the winner's bracket. The second featured matchup of the week was Liberation X, the number 2 seed, taking on the number 15 seed in Ardent Esports. And now, if you've been around the Vainglory scene for any length of time, you probably know of both of these organizations. Ardent Esports has been a major player in the Vainglory community for quite some time, and of course, Liberation X, the first ever North American champions. And now Marto, Status, and Pon the Original are looking to return that brand to its former glory. Very similar to the first featured matchup, where you'd expect the numbers to tell a different story, but this ended up being an incredible matchup. Definitely make sure you go and check it out if you were unable to catch this one live, as Liberation X were able to pick up that 2-0 victory against Ardent Esports, but they brought them to the absolute limit. Game number 2 looked like it could go anyone's way. Ended up with Liberation just barely getting the victory with a Kraken push at the end of the game to be able to retain their spot in the winner's bracket. And our third and final featured matchup of the week was Energy, the number 7 seed, taking on Team Synergy, the number 10 seed. Energy, of course, the large esports organization, picking up a challenger team, the only one to pick up a challenger team, as opposed to a Vainglory 8 team. And Hardek and company definitely looking to prove that they made the right decision and earn their way into the Vainglory 8. Hardek making the transition from the lane to the jungle, bringing his signature aggressiveness with him, has really seemed to work out, as both himself and Gaspy up in the lane now with Chombo as their captain, looking to maybe show that they should have been higher than a number 7 seed, as they took that series 2-0 as well. Heading into week number 3, we have some really exciting matchups. A 4 and 5 seed going head to head, Necrolite and Rage Pingers. Of course, the losers brackets from both groups, win or go home. And then my personal favorite matchup, Energy versus Liberation X. Hardek gonna look for some revenge for the first Autumn Championships. You do not want to miss any of the action in the VIS Challengers.
All right, thanks for that as well, Bacon. That was VIS, the North American Challenger Series. Both of these leagues will be running during the week, so make sure you catch them at the times mentioned on the videos. Now, I want to ask the same question to you guys. Who in North America is a real challenger as we look towards maybe the first challenge battles?
I think there are multiple teams that could be considered as, you know, the top challenge teams. I think a lot of people actually that play in the current North American competitive scene would say that a couple of those teams are debatably better than some Vainglory 8 teams. So we'll find out as time goes on. I think LibX definitely one of the top teams. NRG, obviously. One Piece 101, very strong.
Yeah, it's in North America. I feel like there's at least 4 different teams that could very easily make it into the challenge battles and potentially even take a series off of 1 or 2 of the Vainglory 8 teams currently. So there's a lot of competition in North America. It's going to be really intense as we narrow down those. There's more than 8 teams left right now, but narrowing down the field to just 8 and then down to 3, it's going to be so close.
I'm very much looking forward to it, but we do have Vainglory 8 action that we should refocus our attention on. Let's firstly have a look at the schedule for today for North America. We have 2 semifinals up first, Gangstars versus Immortals, and Hammers versus Team Solomid.
Well, Immortals completely pulled a EU on us and just showed up in week 2. Like, I mean, night and day. That's how I was thinking of EU. Hammers versus Team Solomid. I mean, Hammers very similar, but it was even more of a shock to see Immortals for some reason. I don't know, because it felt like Hammers were still like fully in the games that they were playing in week 1, and I felt like Immortals were just completely out of it.
I think part of it is also just the roster of Immortals, the specific players. We've seen them have these very poor performances in the online, the regular seasons, in seasons past. So we kind of almost expected it. And so when they've actually showed up and turned it around, I think that's why it was a little bit more of a surprise.
I've got to agree with that point. Now we've got the brackets ready for you guys. You can see how the teams got to where they are. Immortals had to go through Echo Fox. Gangstars had to go through Misfits. Team Solomid needed to take down Cloud9, semifinal opponents from week 1. And Hammers had to take out Rogue. Every single series was a 2-0. I believe that was actually the case over both regions yesterday. So lots of very quick
minimal
games.
Number of points.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another thing you got to take into consideration here. You get a point for every single game that you win, which means if you lose in 2-0, you get 0 instead of 1. That's a big difference, to be completely honest.
It is. It's a really big deal. Especially, you go later in the season, if you guys trade even through a week, that 1 point can have a big impact.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really curious to see how the Hammers TSM match works out. I think it's fair to just say, Team Solomid are probably going to come out and take the series. I'd really like to see what Hammers can do, though, because I think they're an underrated team overall right now.
All right, well, let's have a look at the point standings so we can talk a little bit about them. Obviously, as we said, if you lose and don't get a single win, you don't get any points. And Misfits, Echo Fox, and North America, they are the ones currently in that position. 2 weeks running, they have not won a single game. On the other side of the table, though, you can see Team Solomid, Gangstars, Cloud9, Hammers, all up at the top, although there's a bit of a drop from Cloud9 to Hammers. So if Hammers can get some points on the board today, it'd be very good considering Cloud9 cannot.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out. Cloud9 locked into 5 points at this stage, so there's a really big opportunity for both Hammers and Immortals to leapfrog over them in the standings with some wins here today.
All right, let's just get this first game started and have a look at Gangstars versus Immortals. Gangstars, of course, made it to the finals last week against Team Solomid. They couldn't take them down, but they've certainly shown that coming into Split 1, they're in a great place. I mean, they got Iraqi Zora back from Europe. They got Xenotech turning up the heat. This is a different Gangstars than we've seen for a little while.
It is. They're playing well. I expect them to consistently be making it to the semifinals and even the finals. I just don't believe in them to be number 1 yet.
But that takes time, right?
Is that a fair judgment? Like, I think they're consistently going to be one of the top teams, but I just don't know if they're going to be number 1.
That's certainly what they're striving for. Let's have a look at their roster now. We've already mentioned a few of these players. We got Wrecked, Iraqi Zoro, Xenotech, and Sub-Zelciar.
Yeah, I mean, these guys really came together so well between the offseason and the start of Vainglory 8. It's something that Gangstars has always had traditionally. When they shake up their roster, their new lineup takes a little while to really start to gel and mesh together, but once they do, they bring the heat. They become, all of a sudden, this top team, and that's what Gangstars has gone through now. They got this roster together very early on and used the offseason and the preseason events to get themselves to the point where they're already firing on all cylinders and clicking together.
And of course, the Team House, one of the only teams alongside Team Solo Mid to have invested in that. It certainly seems to be paying off for them, although we need to find out if it's going to work out for them today as they go up against Immortals. Let's have a look at their opponents' rosters right now. We've got Vanes, Dienzio, Aloha, and then the subs, Sui Generous and Hot Saucet.
Are you ever going to not do
I'm
that?
not ever going to not do that.
All right, this is our life now.
Carl!
So Immortals, they played, I feel like they played yesterday like they would at a live championship. I really want them to change their behavior over the course of the season so that we never have to say that again, because it's really a shame.
It shouldn't be how they play at a live championship. It should just be how they play.
Right, exactly. So we hope that they actually do that. I feel like if they played how they did yesterday, they'll probably walk away with a win.
I didn't even have to prompt you for a prediction here. Very interesting stuff. I mean, I definitely feel like Immortals yesterday.
Sorry, I blacked out. I didn't know. I couldn't remember what you said.
I feel like Immortals yesterday, you're absolutely right. They really did show up to play. They were very cohesive. They played very well. Gangstars, their match happened off stream, but I did have a look at the VODs. It was a very convincing series of games. And of course, you did make it to the finals last week. I think this is going to be a close matchup. Humanist, I understand where you're coming from, though, with Immortals. You think, based on their performance yesterday, good chance they win this one. Bacon, I want to hear from you. How do you feel about this?
I think this is going to be a really good matchup, as assuming both teams show up with their A games. I mean, Gangstars, they've looked very convincing in every single match except against Team Solo Mid. But that's not really that big of a downside. Not many teams look terribly convincing against Team Solo Mid. So I feel like it's going to be really, really fun to watch. I want to lean a little bit towards Gangstars right now.
Then do it.
Exactly. I don't want to hear what you want to do, and I want you to
lean
do it.
towards Gangstars then.
Actually, their lineup is behind you, actually. So, yeah, you can lean that way if you
and
want.
the Immortals one is over there. So, yeah,
All
leaning
right.
towards...
Let's lean into the draft now and see what picks and bans are going to come through. Gangstars are on side A. They have first pick on the table.
So the real question is, do they believe in Grumpjaw, or did they feel they had to pick it against TSM for a surprise factor to beat them?
That is a big question, especially after the Grumpjaw we saw earlier today from Count Nunakoa in Europe.
I
I
tried
don't
to
believe-
erase that from my mind.
I
so
had up to that point.
I got to be honest, I'm not a believer right now, but I'd love for someone to make me a believer in the Grumpjaw. I'd love that very much.
Absolutely.
You hear that, Gangstars? I love these guys on both sides. They're all cool guys. They're all very good players. And so when I say that I think Immortals have the edge overall, I don't want to make it seem like I think Gangstars are not a good team. I do think that this series should be neck and neck.
Wow. Okay, so Jewel, the first ban in this game, coming across from Gangstars, and they used bonus time to get there. Gangstar is doing some serious deep thinking.
I mean, that's what Zio was rocking yesterday, and he looked in fine form just running at fulls.
Yeah, Zio's always been very talented at picking up heroes as soon as they, show prevalence elsewhere. He gets on them very quickly. So, makes sense to ban away the Jewel.
I actually saw a tweet from, I believe it was FlashX, saying, "Thanks, Europe, for showing us Jewel."
I feel like that's where thanks Waldemar for showing us the power of Jewel, because it was really Waldemar that brought the Jewel initially, and then everyone just started picking it up after that.
Certainly on a bit of a hype train right now, but we're not going to see it this game as it has been banned away. Lyra, the first pick for Gangstars as Immortals ban Adagio. This means that perhaps there won't be any good healing on Immortals in comparison.
Yeah. I think Vane's definitely a guy that's picked up the Fortress in the past. We'll see if they decide to take that route here, go a little bit differently, pivot off of that.
Absolutely could. There's plenty of options available for Immortals. I feel like they're going to look to lock down a jungler and laner. They really seem to generally be a team that likes to get their picks in quickly in terms of the position in the draft.
It's very interesting that they're taking so long with the fact that they let the Lyra go through. So they're probably just planning out their next couple moves here. Fortress is going to get locked in. Not really a surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, as far as picking it up first, it prevents you from showing your hand too much. Obviously now Gangstars don't really know what they may have been looking for. If you pick up something like for the jungle, then they can just ban away the Fortress from you or try and pick it up themselves. So I like the Fortress pick. I like the Kashka ban.
One of these things is not like Europe.
Well, no, it is like Europe because Koshka's not going to get played.
I guess that's true at a stretch. But banning it, I mean, they don't even care about Koshko.
Yeah, and it's very surprising because, again, in North America, Koshka is currently 9-0.
That's pretty good.
Just a little bit.
I'm also curious to see what her appearance rate is, so her ban or pick rate.
I think she's only been banned like 2 or 3 times.
Right. So that's interesting. I mean, she's been very, very successful in the
Give me
games
a
she's
second,
been
I can
picked
tell
in. But
Came
she
prepared this
hasn't
time.
actually been banned very much. So either teams were sleeping on it, taking a while to get used to the fact that she was here and ready to play, or there's just a very situational element to her that we're not seeing.
I think it's situational, but it's also not everybody's a good Koshka player.
Yeah, I think it's both situational and the fact that certain teams that do pick it up are just very talented with it. It's actually been banned 8 times, so my mistake on that. So this makes 9.
Yeah, that's still quite a large number. Sorry, quite a small number.
In terms of the draft appearance, it's actually with this one here, it's going to bump it up a little bit. It's at about 28% right now, so this will bump it up to about 29% draft appearance, which isn't too bad. I mean, that's kind of middle of the road for a lot of heroes.
And then we got Lance being banned away on Gangstars. Now that is a much more common ban.
Yeah.
And I think it makes a lot of sense with this Fortress here. That's a very aggressive jungle duo. You don't want to face it.
go with
Vox does go through, though. I feel like Zeo on Vox, with how good Vox is right now, there's got to be something you respect as Gangstars.
Yeah, you need to. It makes sense. I can see why they would have hesitated, though, because Gangstars can go ahead and look to counter out the Vox with these picks. I don't think Gangstars have run Lyra out of the lane. Can you guys remember if they've done
I
that?
don't believe so, and I don't think they're going.
Iraqi
they
Zoro
did once.
did historically in Europe when he played on Cerberus. Though,
I believe they did once because we always talk about Wrecked Lyra and how amazing his Lyra is, and there was
You're
one
right,
game where
yep.
we were surprised that Wrecked wasn't playing it.
No,
This
that's
season.
absolutely right. This season, yep.
I think it was week 1 somewhere.
week 1.
Okay, they're going to go with the Ringo. That's not the route they take. So
Again,
It's looking
Rex
good.
Lyra, I think it just makes so much sense to put it on Wrecked. He has this very unconventional build paths where he puts off the fountain sometimes even till 3rd or 4th item. It catches some criticism for it at times, but I feel like it's one of those moves that, like, when it works, everyone's like, oh, he's a genius, what a smart play. And then if they lose, everyone's just like, what a dumb move, he should have built fountain so much earlier.
So like every other play ever.
It's anytime you go against the grain, that's kind of like the reaction people seem to have.
It's true.
7 seconds left on the bonus time here. Gangstar is going to lock in Kestrel as their final pick.
All right.
Very
Lots of
powerful.
squishiness.
Yeah, they're incredibly squishy. So if Zeo can get on target with his Vox, he'll get a lot of damage done.
Yeah.
Of course, they have all of the tools that we talked about before as far as, retreating into it with active camo down in front of you, having a bright bulwark. It's going to cancel off a lot of aggression. But we've seen teams overcome these things, especially this weekend. We'll see if Immortals can do the same thing. Bait out some bright bulwarks, fight around the active camos, retreat, regoose.
I think if Immortals get another aggressive hero here, then they should be able to just really run down Gangstars pretty heavily.
And what hero do you think fits the bill? I see Glaive left open, and I'm surprised by it.
Glaive, I think, would work really well. You could even run a Sky into it. You can go very aggressive with Sky, I feel, especially with the Fortress, having that extra help to get onto targets. Can you go Arden?
Was it them that we saw do that? No, it was G2 in Europe that we saw run the Arden with the Hundor Hypercarry Baron. So that's interesting. Do we think it's weapon power, Bacon?
I don't.
No, I think it's a jungle fortress.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense than
Yeah.
doing a weapon power bear in this situation.
I was just trying to draw it out of you.
You're not going to need to. I'll let you know when it makes sense for weapon power baron. Don't you worry.
You
Weapon
said
power
Baron
Baron?
twice.
Or
All
weapon
the time.
power Arden.
He sees Arden and thinks Baron. Oh, no.
That's how ingrained the weapon power is in his mind.
Yep.
All right, so we've seen the compositions now. Coming into this one, you guys had pretty clear expectations for who you thought could take it. Does that change after this draft?
No.
Still Immortals for you.
I feel like Immortals got a better draft than Gangstars here, just in terms of what they're going to be looking to do. So that kind of pulls me away from Gangstars a little bit.
You just want to be closer to Humanist. Let's be real.
Oh,
There it is.
It's all right. We can agree on something.
Every once in a while.
Every once in a while.
It happens.
All right, so tell me if you agree on this. How do these compositions execute? When are the power spikes?
Well, if this is a super true hyper carry Ringo Vox, look what he's done to me. He could be fully online by 11 minutes. I mean, he could be a 3-item Vox by 11 minutes if he's getting farm out of the jungle and the lane. Otherwise, we'd see him around 13, 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty much the kind of timestamp both teams are going to be looking for. Kestrel obviously may look to make some more aggressive plays early on because just that massive amount of burst damage. But I feel like if Gangstars don't have a solid start, if they don't have a lead going into about 10 to 12 minutes, then Immortals should be able to run rampant on them.
All right, we got to kick this game off. Let's hand it on over to Jaws and Forecourt Jester for Game 1 of North America.
Oh man, we're back. Sunday with me and Forecourt, NA, Immortals, and Gangstars. We're getting into the game already. And my goodness, the Gangstars looking pretty aggressive. Already seen a texting a little bit of the jungle of Immortals. How you feeling, Forecourt, about this match? Because this is one I've definitely had my eye on.
I'm really curious about Dienzio and his positioning, because I'm not entirely confident he's going to win up against Rekt. But that being said, he's actually taking a good fight here.
No, he's not. Nah, he went down. First blood.
Yeah.
That's not a good fight against a Lyra. Come on.
Yeah, it's just, wow. He made Rekt hit a button. I mean, that was a good fight right there. That aside, Fortress and Arden, Aloha is actually going to be on this Fortress, so we could be seeing a little bit more of a carry Fortress, which probably means Crystal. If Dienzio is going to be on this Vox, he's very likely going to be on that weapon slot, but a Crystal Fortress is something of the past. We haven't really seen that here much this split.
We have not. We've seen Fortress a couple of times. It's obviously always been in that captain role, so a bit of a change up this time. And I'm excited to see it, actually, because I've not actually seen a Crystal Fortress in play. However, obviously a lot of captain, and he's going to actually hurt like a truck if he can get on top of someone like Araki Zoro. Already, Gangstars, though, they're shoving in fairly fast. And Xenotech, obviously, he's on this Kestra as well. He's going the Crystal Power build.
Yeah, in that jungle, you'd expect that Crystal. As long as he doesn't get rushed down, Xenotech should actually be okay, and he does have Rekt here to help him out with that. Look at Rekt counter jungling here.
Oof, yeah, he's going a little bit aggressive. Aloha as well, taking a fair bit of damage. Rekt also. He's going to have to be a little bit careful there, however. The rest of Immortals are kind of making their way down at this time. Aloha is going really low. They're just going to want to find this kill right now. One more shot will do it. There it goes. Araki Zoro from the lane helps with that one. And that will mean it turns into a 2-on-3. Nice little roam there from Araki Zoro, coming all the way from the lane.
Yeah, and they got the kill secured. They cleaned out the jungle, and that's going to go a long way to keeping Immortals down. Dienzio, immediately you see him again coming on over. He wants to make sure that he can try to match the jungle at least a little bit. The lane is just going to get held up by Veins. It should not be a problem. Will Dienzio get the farm? He does. Will he get out? Well, we'll have to see.
He's taking a bit of damage. Veins is going to be there. He's going to provide a little bit of shield to come through. So he's going to be all right. Gangstars, they didn't rotate quick enough that time. However, Dienzio, like you said, just kind of trying to even up that a little bit. He's on even CS Araki Zoro right now, so not too bad at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't really worry about the last hits here in the lane, especially since it seems that the captains are able to, freeze it out more often than not. We've seen so much roaming from these laners coming out early game, just looking to get as much farm as they can, and it's really easy to hold out this lane, especially somebody like Arden. He's going to get that fountain here soon enough, and it's just not a problem.
Yeah, not a problem at all. Well, as soon as the fountains come out, it'll be a little bit more of a slugfest. Mortals, though, still trying to counter jungle and just trying to match this aggression from Gangstars. Araki Zoro going pretty low in the lane. He's going to be able to kind of retreat under his turret. He's not going to have too much of an issue, but did actually stop Immortals from actually clearing any of Gangstar's jungle, whereas Xenotech and Rekt did manage to clear a few camps.
Yeah, Aloha really did get pushed right back, and the early game advantage is going to be just a little bit easier here for Gangstars. They're going to be afforded this aggression because the Lyra with the speed up, Lyra with the heals, we can't really match that here from Immortals. In early game, you've seen these crystal hits here from the Glimmer shots, right? Xenotech is really hitting hard, and now he just bought himself a little bit more crystal on top of that. He's going to look to contest this down here, picks it up, no problem, right? So the early game definitely looking a little bit better here for Gangstars. If they keep up the pressure, then they'll hold on to the lead that they've accrued. 1,000 gold, 4 minutes. It's not a bad way to start things off here, John.
Definitely not. And speak to me now, Forecourt. What does Storm Crown do on a Lyra? because she just picked one up, and it's a bit of an odd build path considering obviously she is going the more captain-orientated role this game. So that's a bit strange to me.
Well, Rekt has been sitting with Xeno, right? And they've been counter-jungling, they've been pushing these objectives, and now all those hits, when Xeno goes into that jungle with Lyra, they just clear it out so much faster. So they are really trying to just make sure that they keep up the pressure. Look at the damage on top of this turret, right? Every hit from Rekt is not only empowered by his passive, but now it's empowered by a Storm Crown, and the objective game early on is what Gangstar's looking to just tie up here.
Well, they're looking for kills as well. Vane's going to have to use it away. Almost gets hit by the Glimmer Shot. Dienzio as well is going to have to go on the run. Gangstar's already, yeah, like you said, a lot of pressure coming out from them. That turret melted, and with the range advantage as well, obviously, you saw Vayne just kind of chilling under the turret, couldn't really do much else, and that will be it. And Gangstars will secure the first turret gold, and obviously with that, the gold leader stretched to about 2k in about 5 minutes as well, with a couple of kills on the board. Gangstars, they're looking hot coming into this one.
And Xeno has tier 3, Iraqi here as well. Vanes is in, oh, yeah, you don't want to be this far forward. Level 4 Arden?
Ooh, no, he does not want to be this far forward at all. Level 4 Arden not doing all too much. Glimmer Shot's just kind of raining through the Immortal squad and not sitting too well with them either. They're going to have to back off, and with that, Gangstars, already we've seen previously what they could do with kind of waves, their wave manipulation, and their ability to kind of just take over a game. And it is happening here again, Forecourt.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Aloha is actually just going to finish straight into the crown. Doesn't even bother picking up any crystal this early on. He knows that he needs to be defending this jungle. He knows that he needs to match the clear speed here. So Aloha is going to get a little bit of that true damage added. Same here with Rekt. I mean, Rekt, again, big harass opportunities available with Lyra here in this matchup. She has 2 melee targets in Vox, who she outranges anyway. So a little bit of extra damage, just being thrown out with the crowns, but now with the crown on both sides, you can see how Immortals are really just putting a lot more in their jungle, just making sure that these invades don't go unanswered.
Yeah, they're just give us our jungle back, please.
He just routed.
Oh, he just came up. You instantly kill him. Cruel, cruel Gangstar, just taking away Immortal's jungle over and over again. And with that, Vane's obviously only sitting on the level 5 here as well. No ultimate available from him. And that Gauntlet is going to be super impactful towards this mid portion of the game. Goldminer is going to get started up. One shot, one kill comes out. Aloha kind of shakes that on the chops.
There's a brew
and almost
coming.
goes down. Hellfire Brew as well from downtown. It's going to hit him. Isn't going to do all too much damage though. He's going to have to back off. However, Dienzio taking a little bit of aggression in lane. Gangstar's already just putting pedal to the metal. They know where to focus the skill shots and the ultimates just to poke out Aloha. And now it's a 2v1 under this turret. Attack of the Pack is going to get launched though. A lot of Christmassy themed wolves running in. They're going to get quickly cleared up though. As Gangstars yet again, just their unrelenting pursuit for this turret and these objectives.
Yeah, we've already used out that fountain here, Jaws. So this turret, like, Immortals do not have the health, and Xeno's getting the poke too. Like, next push with these minions coming in, that could be a dead turret.
Yeah, easily could be. It's just incredible how quickly they've taken over the game. 8 minutes in, Forecourt. 8 minutes. And they're already on this second tier turret. There it goes down. Gangstars are coming in though. Oh dear, that was that's pretty sad for Vayne, right? Comes in. Oh, Dienzio takes a shot in there.
Oh, we're not going to chase it.
I
I thought Iraqi was going to get sped up. Doesn't, well, he had the mana, or he had the energy at any rate. I mean, he could have thrown out the ankle shot, but oh well, decides not to. Now, just watch how fast this gold miner drops. As soon as Rekt comes in, it just takes huge chunks of damage. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh yeah. That's Storm Crown, man. Storm Crown does a lot of damage to neutral everything, so we're going to see that help secure those neutral objectives, and even the turrets as well does help a little bit. Now, and with Vanes, obviously, that's going to be, I spoke literally like 2 minutes ago, Forecourt. He's going to be super impactful, and what happened? He gaunted and then he just kind of walked away. So that was kind of sad for him.
We've really accelerated the farm. 5,000 gold lead in 9 minutes. Those reflex blocks when Vanes finally had his level 6 to bear, right? And then Rekt, he just kind of, hit his arcane passage, got out of dodge anyways. Like, there was no chance that we were going to get tied up there with the Arden that round. And now, something just to note that, Rekt into the Storm Crown first. It really has heavily delayed his fountain. He even went into the Ward Treads. Don't try this at home, kids, unless you really have a crew that you trust, because not having a fountain coming into solo queue, that people might take that as an offense.
Yeah, reported for offensive something or other.
It's like when
Wrong
your
build.
library goes all damage, but he's a captain, right?
Hey, that's bring that up every week, man. It was a few. It's all the time. I was going to say it's a few times. It's all the
Wow,
time. It's,
Red
I will go
God.
fountain and then damage because it helps the team because I'm killing them as well.
I know you are, dude. I know you
You
are.
know how
Looks
you
like
win
we
the
have
game,
a pause.
you kill all of this. That's
Let's
how you win
get
the game.
into this issue real deep right now.
All
guys.
right.
But with the pause coming through, Rekt literally just walked over, one hit the tree and away from the team, took it and walked away. Vanes has been buying minion candies and kind of been hanging out in his inventory just a little bit there in case they need them because, again, with all this pressure, the Gangstars has been really putting up not only in lane, but the jungle's just been absolutely just invaded really, really hard here. They really need that candy because if it comes down to the sentry or in a team fight, they're going to need the candy on that sentry simply because he's so vulnerable right now.
So vulnerable. And candy's not something we typically see either. Just want to point that out. We're seeing a lot of different contracts play and rather less different kinds of contract apart from obviously the classic green contract coming into this week. I mean, first week we saw a whole manner of them, but this is kind of, again, the first week we're seeing a lot of the use of candy. Is it because, like, these teams that are so far behind, they kind of need that little bit of security in that sense?
Well, it's also just the fact that you're up against these storm crowns just so early on. You absolutely do need a little bit of security in that regard. And the Crystal Miner, or the Crystal Sentry, who's no longer mining anything, he will be very useful if these invades just don't stop, right? Because it turns the game into a little bit more of a 4v3, helps to patch the power difference between the two teams. We had the tier 3 super early here for Gangstars. We do have the return tier 3 from, DNC, who's sitting on 2 items, but we know that the Vox will take a little bit to ramp up, right? Sometimes you can't wait that long. You absolutely need that Crystal Sentry on your side, especially kind of beefed up like that.
Oh yeah, it definitely helps. Like you said, it does turn it into a 2v3 in some of those points. So it's not going to be a whole lot of waste in that sense. So Gangstars, maybe they're going to have to be a little bit more careful coming into this, but we are going to get on pause, thankfully. Only game number 1, we've had 1 pause so far. Let's hope we don't run into any more. Gangstars still on the aggression here. And one thing I want to know is what build Rekt is going to go next. Just because obviously he can go that damage build that I like doing, or he could go something like a Crucible as well to kind of defend against Vanes. It literally didn't. It just fell over.
We're on pause. You good with that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good, man. We're
good.
Yeah.
The NC is even going to go so far here with Aloha. They're picking up infusions. Araki has fought out his, and of course, well, it's also sitting there as well. I mean, when you buy these infusions and you're ahead, you can really just force your opponents to kind of divert that gold game. You're already behind, and now you're like, oh, well, they have infusions. The only way to kind of bridge that temporarily is to get my own. Yeah, so, well, big fight going down, about to start off here, dude.
Whoa! Hang on a minute. Yeah, you didn't give me time much for that one. Gauntlet comes down. It's going to get reflexable. Zeno's just going to get jumped on here. The Enzio is going to be able to secure the kill. Passage used. Immortal's going to follow it through. Rex is going to get wrecked in a second. Help by Real to 3 people. Araki Zoro just trying to guide. He ends up picking up 1, but the Immortals are going to be able to trade that one. 3, 4, 1. Get the ace buff, get the Crucible Sentry, and they might be back into this game forecourt. That was a really big swing for them.
Yeah, all of a sudden the rush down is absolutely real. The Harden and that Gauntlet to start things off. Finally, there we go. That is the aftershock coming online here for the Fortress. But between the puppies, between the Harden there, did actually a lot of work. Dienzio.
Immense gold payout collected.
That was enough to get them back into the game. They still got a bit to go here, Jaws. But at least Immortals are not going down without a fight.
Did Xenotech try and steal away that camp with 1 shot, 1 kill? I think he just did.
Scouting.
I mean, I'm gonna say it was an attempted steal. So that's funny, right?
All right, attempted steal. Yep.
It's attempted steal. It's all good. Araki Zoro finally kind of coming into this one as well. 0 kills on his half at the moment, but the thing is, it's all on. No, 1 kill on him. I'm looking at Xenotech for God's sake, and they're gonna jump on Arden. I'm completely ignoring everything else. I'm looking at the scoreboard. Okay, we're all good. Lohar's going to take a lot of damage. And what can really Immortals do right now? Because, like you said, the Gangstars are just kind of taking over this game. Like, one-shot, one kill is being used on cooldown, and there's not really much they can do apart from looking for that all-in engage when Gangstars kind of overextend. The waves are even pushing in Gangstars' favor. It's just a really bad place for Immortals to be in right now.
Well, if Immortals continue to get pushed down, it's going to be a tough time. They just need to engage.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what they are doing. Attack of the Pack was used. Gangstars just kind of feigning it away. No problem for them. Going to spot out Immortals as well. Passage
Very-
is going to be
very
used
French.
as well. It was very French, wasn't it? Passage. It was like massage, but with a passage. But yeah, Rector's going to follow that through, but no real engage from Gangstars. They got so many ways of kind of kiting away as well, using that passage and the ability to kind of camo up as well. And Araki Zora having a little speed boost in his kit. Also, it's very easy for them to actually disengage from a fight.
Yeah, it is, and we got a lot of mobility here on Immortals to really just cap things off. Araki Zoro really, though, has started looking heavily investing into his future. 119 last hits, really taking a good lead on top of Dienzio, but not only do we have candies and infusions coming through, Araki Zoro is all of a sudden sitting on 3 items, went for this early tornado trigger instead of the breaking point. So again, wants a little bit more of that upfront power. He already had that Sora Blade on top of things, so he really wants to make sure he can just start off strong and stay strong rather than just ramping up. Dienzio very happy just to ramp up, assuming that he is going to come to this fight, and well, here's the chance for them.
Here's something, and Vane's Gauntlet, by the way, just got blocked as well. So yeah, he did try and use it, just got completely denied by, I believe it was Wrecked. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, other than that, I mean, that was it. Immortals, they yet again go for an engage. They just cannot find anything whatsoever. The disengage coming out from Gangstars is way too strong. And the poke potential as well. As soon as they do disengage, they turn it around on Immortals, start poking them out, poking them with Xenotech, and obviously Araki Zoro getting in there as well. And then they have the passage as well from Wrecked to disengage further if they need to. Seems like a really bad way for Immortals at this current time, and I really did like this Fortress pick, and I wanted to see it work for Core.
Well, it's not over yet, but we're just continuing to get that gold lead here. Gangstars just, I think they learned from their mistake. They are refusing to engage on the side of Immortals. They are always bringing everybody back to mid, back to their side. They don't want to deal with the crystal no more.
No, they do not. Dienzio taking a bit of damage there. So is Vanes. He did get one shot, one killed off the back of that, and
Yep,
Hellfire
buddy.
Brood. Aloha is going to be here as well. Attack of the Pack is going to get popped. However, those wolves aren't going to be too much use in amongst the Blighted Bulwark. As Lyra does just push on forward here. Yet again, just every ultimate kind of being popped on cooldown and instantly just disengaging. That one shot, one kill was very close. It wouldn't have killed him though. So he's all good.
Yeah, but if you gotten hit, that's valuable scouting information. If he's low, then you know that he's likely not to be coming into this mid, because look at how fast this is going down. Red can actually
Aloha.
finish this in the whole span of the sentence. They lose out the pub, and they're going to get a Kraken on top of this, Jaws. Like, that was some pretty momentous things happening all at the same time right there. Gangstars have taken a big push now up against Immortals.
Oh my god. Yep. Araki Zoro just continually farming and just being able to slow people up as well just allows them to kind of get into the engage. That's exactly what happened to Aloha. Got slowed up and nothing more else was said to that. And look at that damage on that turret. My god. And even the Kraken just like pretty much got insta-killed. I looked at it, I was like, okay, so it's not going to be, you know, it's not going to go down anytime soon. Then looked back and it was like 3/4 of its bar up. So yeah, it's pretty disgusting neutral objective damage they're doing right now.
So Aloha, unfortunately, just not really finding a lot of mark here with this Fortress. Of course, if he tries to jump in and Lyra has that bright bulwark, he gets denied a lot. So it's really up to Vanes in these gauntlets, but they are also getting destroyed by Rex. Rex is just fantastic.
He's doing an absolutely fantastic job. Xenotech's going to have to boost away here. Rex doing a good job of disengaging everybody here as well. Does give
That was their
Immortals a little
shot.
time to actually get on the Kraken here, just try and chunk it out. However, Gangstars are going to be back into the fight. Blight Boy went down. No one can really do anything. Dienzio almost goes down. He ends up falling to Araki Zoro, and I think this might be game over, actually. Gangstars
No,
looking
Kraken's
hella
down.
strong coming into this one. Immortals got 2v3 situations. Everybody's kind of low here. Araki Zoro actually gets jumped on and killed. Maybe it won't be the end of the game. I spoke too soon. Xenotech and Rekt are going to be able to get away. I say that, and Rekt does take the passage through. Aloha follows it up. He's going to bippity boppity bounce towards Rekt. And he's still running, and it does look Xenotech did manage to get out. One shot, one kill, almost killing Aloha. But I think he might just be able to get Rekt. There he goes. Finally falls down, but still. One turret remaining here, forecourt, between them and the victory. Immortals, they just... Oh my god, they need to pick it up right now, and I want to know what they can actually do apart from just looking for some really sick engages with the gauntlet.
Well, the big objective for Gangstar is well, aside from an ace, it's going to be that Kraken. I mean, a Kraken's going to chew through that last turret, no problem, and Gangstar is very likely, they're going to clear out the jungle and just look to take control of the mid, clear out any kind of vision that Immortals have, and really just, again, look to take control. So what Immortals need to do, at least in my eyes right now, is kind of go forward. See if you can catch somebody here farming. Look at Gangstars. I mean, they're already down here by the Crystal Sentry. Wrecked just respawned. Could have been a nice 2v3 situation, at least for a moment, from Immortals. He got that crown, you got the Aftershock. I mean, the Crystal Sentry wouldn't have amounted to much this late into the game. Dienzio's weapon alone, he has double monocles. Could have actually been enough to turn the tide. But into a 3v3 like this, they're the ones that have to engage. They're the ones that have to find this pick. But Wrecked has just been absolutely shutting down all advances from Immortals.
He really has. Lyris showing why Lyris is a strong pick right now with that Blighted Bulwark. Not really anything that Aloha or Veins can do when they actually do pass through it, and it can be very frustrating for them. Kraken is going to be back on
So
the
many
fold.
scout traps.
But yep, so is he actually going to step on that one? No.
No.
Okay. Only just.
They only trigger when a player actually does something.
Oh, I thought. All right, fair. That's it. Today I
It
learned.
will
I thought
damage
Kraken
the
triggered
Kraken
them
if
as
he's
well.
on it, but he can step
Yeah.
on it.
Oh, okay. That's where I thought it was. That's interesting. One shot, one kill. Gonna smack Veins in the side. He's gonna be all right though. He's quite tanky at this current time. However, with all that vision on the Kraken, it's gonna be very easy for Immortals to actually spot Gangstar's actually starting up this time. And infusions across the board as well. This is what the
Oh,
fight they were
Veins.
looking for. Veins.
Veins.
Oh my god, he just got deleted. There we
Dienzio's
go.
so far
Dienzio
forward.
is just going to get jumped on as well. This is just so far forward from Immortals and so like mispositioning. One goes down, two goes down. Aloha is going to be the next one. Gangstar's just punishing the positioning from Immortals here, which just wasn't on par at all. Ace comes through, and that's going to be the end of the game there, forecourt. I don't want to say anticlimactic, but in a sense it was, because Immortals just didn't really stand a chance after the first couple of kills there.
They were
Death
able to get
Seeded.
some kills, which is great to their name, but unfortunately all that action really does happen on their side of the fold, right? They had the Crystal Sentry early on, which was able to get that ace and find a little bit more of a foothold into the game. Then Gangstar stayed a little bit too long here in order to get that turret down as low as they could. I mean, that's where they gave up another 2 kills, but from the aside from that, I mean, Gangstar just danced backwards. Lyra able to shut down the advances of Aloha, Veins, and that Gauntlet never getting a trap, never really getting big stuns out there either. I mean, by the time he was level 6, we had Reflect built on both Xeno and Araki, and Wrecked, of course, had that passage ready to go there as well. So this worked out. The early aggression worked out. Xenotech lived in their jungle. He had that crystal, and he had Wrecked to go with him, who went into the crown, and they were just able to obliterate basically the farm game from there. And they got 5,000 gold up in 8 minutes. They just never let it go.
They were indeed. And I want to see if Gangstar's are going to change up their strategies a little bit coming into the next one, or are they going to stick with the same composition that clearly does work? And we'll see what Immortals wants to bring to the table as well. But I think we need that game broken down a little bit more. AJ and the boys, you can take it away. Me and forecourt will see you in a bit.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, game 1 of North America just happened, and honestly,
That
it was
just
kind of... It was slow-paced compared to what I was used to for the rest of today, at the very least. Like, it seemed like there was a bit of a moment at the beginning where there's some fighting, and there's a lot of break, and then some fighting.
I feel like it only felt like it was slow-paced because Gangstars got off to such a big lead early on. They were putting in so much pressure, taking down the turrets. I believe they had the second turret down at about 8 minutes or so. And then there was like this huge lull for about 15 minutes until the end of the game kind of came around. So I'm actually a little bit surprised that the game went as long as it did because of how strong Gangstars were looking early.
Credit to Gangstars. They came out, they played their comp really well, and Immortals didn't have too many opportunities. The few that they were given, they appeared to take advantage of, not 100% every time. At the end, though, to watch Veins go down like that, that's heartbreaking. Like, you don't want to lose the game like that.
I've got to agree, but I do think that Immortals did show up to play. That's key for me, because it means they're still in the series. If they'd showed up and they'd played like they did in Week 1, I'm not sure I'd feel the same.
See, I feel like they showed up to play, but I don't think they showed up to win. Like, what they've drafted, it would have made sense if they were hyper-carrying Dienzio, especially Dienzio, all right? But he did like one jungle rotation through with his jungler. I mean, granted, half of his jungle was being taken away consistently, but to end the game with less farm than the Ringo, that's a big fail.
I think it may have just the fact that Rekt went so aggressive with this Lyra. I mean, we know Rekt likes to hold off on building the fountain when he's playing Lyra. He doesn't normally pick up a Storm Crown as his first item. I think that really put Immortals on the back foot because they just didn't really know how to respond to it. They didn't know how to deal with it up in the lane. They were just getting shoved in incessantly in the early goings, and so D'Enzo maybe felt like he had to stay in the lane just to make sure that they didn't just rush down all 3 of the lane turrets. So it was just so smart for Rekt to go for that route, take advantage of the fact that Arden isn't really going to be able to put out a ton of pressure in the lane.
I feel like it's almost the evolution of the saw push strat, practically. Just get Stormcrown on Lyra, start pinging down those turrets.
I mean, you can punish them for that, right? Like, if you get into a scrappy engagement early, you can win because there's no fountain. But because of their item choices, they couldn't do that. I'm pretty sure he didn't have Sour Blade first. It was Breaking Point double Tyrants, right?
I believe so.
So it takes a second to ramp up with that build. I feel like maybe in hindsight, a Sour Blade could have... Well, Sour Blade first.
If you realized that Lyra was not going fountain?
Yeah, if you checked your opponent's items, which I'm assuming these players do at this level.
Probably. Yeah.
I mean, you don't even have to check. You look across to see Rekt playing Lyra. You know he's not going to get fountain first.
You don't know that.
It's every single time he's gotten Lyra in the past few months, he has not built fountain first.
Well, maybe not first. Yeah.
But
completing a Storm Crown is not something that he's always going to do.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
So I'm hearing word that Gangstars has used a timeout, and actually they're going to be taking 3 minutes before we get this next game underway. So,
well played.
We've got a lot of analysis to do. I want to hear what you think Immortals need to change heading into Game 2 to actually win it. Because draft-wise, felt it was decent. Play-wise, I feel like they were trying. But how do they get over the hump? Like, how do they figure out how to actually win it?
You got to correct the small mistakes, like Vayne's getting caught out at the end. That seemed like a lack of vision, lack of knowledge of where your opponent was on the map. I also feel like Aloha has been really hit or miss out of the jungle, at least from week 1 and week 2. So get him on a comfort pick. It just didn't look that strong.
I think Aloha just hasn't really been. We know Aloha is this playmaker in the jungle. Like that's what his. Even in your preamble to the whole season, it was Aloha the playmaker. He constantly just shows up in moments, not necessarily throughout the entire game. And he hasn't been playing playmaker-type junglers. Like, Fortress is not a jungler that you expect a playmaker to be.
Like, Aloha made me... And I think Aloha is a very good player. So let me preface this. Aloha's performance on his CP Kestrel made me almost not believe in that pick anymore. It looked very weak. And then Xenotech pulled it out here. Someone that's been criticized as maybe not being the kind of level of player that Aloha is. And he just looked like a god. Now, maybe it's Xenotech putting in tons of work and Aloha not putting in tons of work. Maybe it's a compositional thing, but at the end of the day, it's falling flat.
I'm hearing that actually, although they used a timeout, they're not going to use the entire timeout. So we're ready for the draft. Surprise, surprise.
Time
Awesome.
in.
Time in. Yeah, exactly.
Again, catching Immortals off guard every step of the way. That's the plan here for Gangstars. But going back to Aloha, though, I definitely want to see him on a more comfort pick. I think his Sky is one of the best Skies that we've seen, at least in past seasons. So I wouldn't mind seeing him on that. A lot of teams have moved away from Sky of late, even though I feel like she's still very, very strong, especially Crystal Power Path. And that works with what a lot of teams want to do, put Crystal Power in the jungle. Throw Sky down there, let her let Aloha just make plays. Mm-hmm. And then I also feel like they need to just not give Rekt Lyra.
We're not seeing a ton of junglers be picked that don't have some utility, though. I feel like Sky, Death from Above is it, and that it's like dicey to rely on it.
It can be, but
you don't rely on that. That's
you don't rely on it. But I mean, if you have a player who can just make unbelievable plays happen with a Sky, let him do it.
Yep.
Fair enough. Gangstars, what are they going to ban here? Already eating into their bonus time a little bit, as Lance is a takeaway from Immortals.
I mean,
I feel like they let the Adagio and Lyra both go through. That's not what happens.
Immortals pick up a Lyra.
I think the Immortals had to pick Lyra there. You just giving Rekt Lyra is just asking for trouble. It doesn't matter what else they put with it. Like, he's just so creative on this hero. There's actually even a couple of small nuances early in the game that Rekt was doing that didn't really end up having a major impact, but had the potential to have a major impact, like just throwing down sigils in spots so that he can then use them if Xenotech calls for his help in the jungle. He can just motor into the jungle to help him out. Like, just small things like that you really don't see other players doing with this hero.
This glaive was locked in extremely quickly from Gangstars. It does feel as though they planned this series of picks and bans knowing that Immortals was going to pick Lyra.
I mean, I said that you probably let them both go through because you feel Adagio is going to get picked up, and Lyra is so good in the hands of Rekt over on Gangstars. If you ban out the Adagio, Immortals are going to pick up the Lyra, so you know this. It's not even a question. So they had to have something planned coming into this.
But they are still using a lot of bonus time, which does make... I mean, bonus time is very revealing sometimes. It says to you something, and here it's saying to me, they definitely knew they wanted the glaive, and now there's like a modal
That was a very
choice.
Bob Rossi moment of you.
What do you mean?
It's saying it's just saying something to me here. It's just saying.
Speaks
I think a
to
little
me.
bonus time lives over here.
A happy little bonus time.
Happy little bonus time. Happy little pedal band.
I'm so happy Petal was banned, in all seriousness. I don't want to see it.
Good, me either. All right, pedal band out. Gangstars, what are you doing? This is a flex glaive.
You think it's Captain?
It could be. It could be. I think there's a good chance that we might see that.
Immortals, they get to ban something away here, knowing Gangstars gets to make their first pairing of heroes right afterwards. And it's really tough to say what direction they're going to go here.
I almost feel like you may want to ban away the Kestrel, but they're going to take Fortress off the board. We've actually been seeing a lot of Fortress bans today.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Kestrel picked up here. I don't think that would be the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean,
Combo with the glaive.
I've been saying for quite some time that I feel like Kestrel is Xenotech's arguably strongest pick. Even when he was playing Samuel all the time, I always wanted him to just pick up the Kestrel because he's incredibly talented with that pick.
He's so good on Samuel, though. I think I understand where you're coming from, but I still disagree. I did before.
I don't know. That last game is pretty impressive.
It was really good. You can tell he's been practicing. I think this is the best I've ever seen Xenotech play.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we can all agree on that. I'm right there with you. Gangstars, they're into the bonus time again. Only 15 seconds or so left on this pick. They're not going to have any left for their third and final pick if they don't lock something in soon.
Gonna go with the Vox. Okay.
Hey, let me spend 45 seconds picking the strongest hero in the meta right now.
That's because they already know what they're gonna do on their third pick.
Ah, I see. So
Hopefully.
they know what the secret is, but they don't know what the glue is.
Do Immortals know what's happening is the real question.
Well, that is an excellent question.
I'm very curious to see though what Gangstars end up doing with this glaive. I think it could go either way.
It's going to heavily depend on these two picks from Immortals. You have that, and that's the beauty of that pick, is you have the flexibility to just see what your opponents are doing and then decide, you know what, I think we want the glaive as our captain, or we want to have that utility build, or even we want to have it as a weapon power if the composition calls for it.
Did Zeo run Baron? Has Zeo been running Baron?
He has played Baron, at least. I don't believe they won with it.
I like the Koshka. I really like the Koshka here.
I mean,
Actually,
it's a 100% win rate in North America. It's hard not to like.
Yeah.
What do you pair with it, though? I mean, are we syncing Lyra captain here?
Well,
I think so.
yeah, I'm
With
actually thinking... I mean, they could throw it up in the lane. I don't recall Zeo on that. It's going to be the Ringo. Ringo should do okay. I would have liked to see the Baron, though.
I would like to see Baron or Gwen. I'm still very surprised that we've seen such a hard drop-off in players picking up Gwen this week.
I think it's just so hard to... She just doesn't have the same impact to me. At least that we see of Ringo and Baron.
Well, the Ringo, definitely a pick that Dienzio has in his pocket. It's one of those ones that historically he's pulled out when it's absolutely crucial, and then just all of a sudden goes like Super Saiyan on it and destroys everything in his path. But there's going to be a Rhyme coming out. Rhyme, this is an interesting pick. It's one that has not seen a whole lot of success.
But it's seen a lot of play. That's the surprising thing. I mean, maybe not a lot, maybe that's a bit of a stretch.
It means that Koshka can't completely dominate the jungle. Not to say like she's gonna die to the Rhyme, but Rhyme can secure his own jungle, so that shouldn't be taken away. And if she does get caught, well, GG.
Okay, so looking at the compositions, there's a little bit of creativity here. Which one do you think has the edge as we head into game 2?
That's tough. I'd say Immortals probably have the stronger comp overall. There's a lot of pressure on Rekt, on the Glaive this game. To find engagements, I think.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I like the composition Immortals have. I really like Koshka right now, and again, 9-0, the numbers speak for themselves. And then Dienzio on Ringo always seems to perform when it's needed most.
Okay, so power spike wise, I do think it's kind of interesting to look at this Koshka comp and say, when does it really come online? Because you might think early, but then you might see the Rhyme, like you're saying, he can secure his jungle. Koshka has to go to the lane then, and that's like the only option. Maybe Glaive is there babysitting, maybe it doesn't work out so well. Are they going to be able to come online early, or do they have power later on that they can leverage?
I think for Koshka, it's going to be hit or miss based off of how the jungle actually turns out. She could come on early, or it could be early mid-game. Ringo, he'll have decent power through the early game, more so than Vox, but he won't come online until like 10, 11 minutes.
All right, and on the flip side with the Rhyme, Vox, and Glaive, this is a pretty interesting comp. I mean, Glaive as a captain, we've seen here and there, but it's not really a solid pick. How are they going to utilize it?
I feel like it's going to be just sitting up in the lane, trying to make sure that Lyra can't get too much pressure onto the Vox, but the key to this matchup is absolutely going to be in the jungle.
All right, well, let's find out who is going to take this one home as we head into Game 2 of our first semifinals for North America, passing it on over to Jaws and Forecourt Jester.
Hello guys, welcome back. Game number 2, Mortals versus Gangstars. My name is George, joined by Forecourt as always. Thank you very much guys over on the desk. My goodness, we got a Rhyme coming in.
Yeah, we do, man. Rhyme is kind of, he's very hit or miss. He can have some dominant games, but we've also seen him just really hit the floor sometimes. I'm curious to see how practiced Xenotech is with it.
Oh boy, I can't wait. Xenotech is always shone to me as quite a very strong jungler, and did kind of prove that last game, and I want to see what he can do on this Rhyme pick. However, they did give the Lyra pick and the Ringo pick over to Immortals and said, you know what, have that, not a problem. And but Arakizura obviously has picked up the Vox.
I like Arakizura on Vox. I think it suits him a little bit better.
Whew, definitely suits that a little bit better. Dienzio didn't see that one coming whatsoever. Wow. Rekt being with his sneaky beaver shoes on, did you manage to get the afterburn off, and that was him done.
That's the problem with Rekt right now. It's just he's so good at reading what you're doing. And this early Glaive, like, if they can just continuously do that up against lane, Vanes is going to be glued up here. Like, Dienzio has no escapes. He's not going to have a reflex for a while yet, right? If they can continue to kill him out, it's going to just spell out doom. But if they only hurt him, it's not so bad because Vanes is just going to be able to heal him up, and he's not. And Dienzio, like, he might not be able to come to fights or roam down to jungles, but at least he'll have that presence. So look for some rinse repeat action on that side of things. Xenotech so far has been actually uncontested in his jungle. Aloha seems to be very just happy to have his own jungle under his control for now.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's exactly the point you should have made, was he actually has his own jungle. Like, there's not been a point where Xenotech has gone, right, I'm going to take your whole jungle again, and there's nothing you can do about it. Aloha has had a little bit more of a free reign in this game, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be thankful for that. But on this Koshka, obviously, very, very early game hero. He's going to have to make some plays with it very, very soon. And up against this Rhyme pick, I don't know about it, because Xenotech, he's shown what he can do with multiple junglers, and is very famous for that as well. And having such a big hero pool and coming up against it, I mean, Aloha's going to have his work out for him.
Just look at the positioning right now. Like, where is everybody? Now, Vanes, he went back home. He did some shopping. Koshka is resetting the jungle and going right through it all. Dienzio is not budging from his turret. He's like, nope, there's a Glaive somewhere. Nope, nope, nope. And Rekt is here with Xenotech. So, like, Dienzio, he is very right in his assumptions that if he took one step forward, he's just going to be jumped on pretty consistently right there. So that's how afraid Immortals are right now of this early game.
Oh, I don't know, man. Vanes is trying to bait Rek, but you can see Aloha is going to be there. Aloha's going to jump on him, which means Rakizora is going to have to back off as well. With that, Immortals kind of have a little bit more control of the lane now. However, Xenotech is off to the sidelines here, but yet again, Immortals just going a lot on a little bit of offensive. They know Xenotech's around. They know he's there somewhere farming his bags right now, so they're just going to back off as well. And just kind of leave them to it. I'm not sure they're going to want to invade. I mean, Rekt, obviously, we've seen what he can do with the Afterburnt already. And extremely strong here right now. And would you say it's one of the most contested picks this current time in the Glaive?
We're talking about Glaive. Yeah, he's actually been banned a good third of the time. He's been played in pretty much half the games in NA. To date here as well. That's, all last week plus this week, there's a good chance you're going to be having a Glaive. We've seen Weapon Glaive, we've seen Utility, we've seen the Roam here now as well. Various win rates. I don't have that data on hand. But yeah, Glaive definitely one of the more contested heroes this patch. We've seen a ton of Vox, a ton of Ringo. I think Lyra, though, is actually leading the pack. She's been played in 22 games here in NA.
22 games. That's an absolute ton.
Goodbye, Xeno.
Oh, all right, fair enough. Didn't see that. I was looking at some stats. I'm not going to lie to you. But I was just going to see how much she actually has been picked or banned in this entirety. Because if we don't see her banned, we do normally see her played, which is quite surprising, especially considering the amount of heroes in Vainglory right this current second. And we haven't seen things like Scarf in NA yet. I mean, Lyra has just been one of those heroes that have been like, okay, we're going to ban it or we're going to pick it because at the moment it's just way too strong. And that Blighted Bulwark as well, I think one of the strongest abilities in this current meta, it seems, because everybody who picks up the Lyra, they pick it into an inch of engage. The enemy that's engaging just can't do anything.
It's, well, we saw the power of Rekt in this Lyra. Now we're seeing the power here as well. Just keeping Immortals, going at this point. This is a very different start to the game than what we had in game number 1, if you notice. I mean, Rekt just really won't have the same kind of early game presence that the Lyra did, but at the same time, he's a huge threat up against Dienzio. I mean, Vanes is checking out one bush, Dienzio's checking out the other. They're not really willing to just continuously push up this lane, so it's getting frozen out, and we're just trying to keep Dienzio in a safe space so he can just continue to farm and try to at least match Iraqi when it comes to that. But the jungle has intensified, and Xenotech picks up his first item here as well. Probably going to see a little bit more of his involvement in going forward here.
Yeah, I can imagine we are going to see that. Level 7, obviously, very, very powerful for Aloha. So he's looking to make a play. You can kind of see it in his eyes. He wants to go for something here, and Immortals are kind of posturing around this turret, but that wave is going to be cleared out very, very quickly from Iraqi Zoro, so they're not going to have that to play around. Rekt obviously not hitting the level 6, although the level 6 isn't as powerful, obviously, as the level 1 we saw from the Afterburn, but still is quite something. Rekt is getting a little bit of tickling from Aloha right now. They're just fighting over this jungle, and it does look like it's actually going to go over to Aloha there. And yet again, kind of Immortals just pushing into Gangstar's jungle. They wanted something back. They want revenge from last game, as they do take away the Crystal Sentry as well.
Yeah, but it's Gangstars that actually shy away from it this time. They lose out that Crystal Sentry. We'll see him again here a little bit. 2 more lives to go, but Gangstars not really willing to fight in that small little area. And I think that's actually a boon to them. They knew that they were going to be at a disadvantage, especially Aloha. Those tight spaces, you got Vanes in there with the Sigil. He has that passage. Aloha with the Yummy Catnip Frenzy. And they only got 1 block right now. It's on Iraqi. He's the only one with a reflex. So Rekt might be able to peel once. Xenotech, unfortunately, I think might have gotten juggled around a little bit. I do think Immortals actually would have taken a fight in Gangstars. Well, yeah, they lost a Sentry, but they're keeping out everything else so far.
Yeah, they are. The gold lead not in their favor, but it's only 7 minutes into the game. It's not too much of an issue. It's only just over 1,000 gold right now. Xenotech looking for something here. Bright Bulwark is going to get used to disengage. Xenotech taking a lot of damage. Needs to be up close and personal to do the majority of his, obviously with that Eve of Harvest as well. Gangstars playing on the back foot more than they were in game number 1. Aloha's going to get jumped on underneath the turret. The turret actually goes down here. Iraqi Zoro still on the aggression. Dienzio just managed to back off with the boots there as well. So Immortals, they do take that turret pretty much uncontested there. However, Gangstars still looking for something. Not sure they're going to find anything. However, they have spotted Aloha. But very, very fast on
Ooh,
the kitty cat.
so
She's going to be
fast.
able to jump away, and that will be it for that. Immortal's actually going for the re-engage here. Such a long, extended fight. Right bulwark is going to be used again for the disengage, or more in fact, re-engage here. As Xenotech is going to be that nice, chunky front line. Both of them are going to walk away, but still turret going over to Immortal.
Yeah, and a lot of that was just the rinse repeat here from Aloha. He was just able to kind of get the damage in, dance away, wait for the cooldowns to reset, using the power of his crystal, his aftershock, just really did melt it down at a pretty consistent rate. And Gangstar is still unwilling to look for a fight. Now Rekt is coming back, but it's too late. The immense gold payout does go through. Xenotech just kind of looking a little bit more akin to an old man rather than like a fierce wizard right now. He definitely seems to be a little bit more slower in these fights and can't quite find his positioning yet.
He cannot. Hasn't had a single fight really. I mean, he's come into it. He's got one assist,
He died.
but nothing to. Yeah, he died. Yeah, I guess that's something, but not really anything too major right now. Obviously, he has got his Eve of Harvest, stacking up the defenses as well here now. He's really wanted to look for something, and they just need Rekt to engage. Volcor. That's all they need. Is they need Rekt for a good engage. Araki Zoro could just kite around, and then Xenotech can just get on top of them as well. It's just not looking too good for them at this moment.
Yeah, but Veins again, Lyra holds a lot of power over these guys. If Rekt goes in, gets hit by the Bright Bulwark while he's traveling, he's going to stop dead. If he gets hit by the Bright Bulwark after he's finished that afterburn, he's going to be kind of stuck out in no man's land, right? You need somebody there with him, and that's where Rhyme is supposed to be, but hasn't really been able to match the mobility yet. We got a Crystal Sentry attempt coming down. Xeno's really the only one here, but here comes Rekt now.
Yes, indeed. There's an ultimate coming down. Valkyrie is going to hit 3 of them, but no, Araki Zoro is going to be here as well. Crystal Sentry is actually going to live, and I think so will Immortals. In fact, Dienzio is going really low. Last shot from Araki Zoro will be able to secure the kill. Veins, however, very speedy. Same with Aloha. I'm not sure Gangstars are going to be able to chase too far into their jungle. However, still picking up a kill there and saving the Crystal Sentry is going to be good, but the wave not in their favor. They cannot get any pressure on that turret.
And, it's not the end of the world that they can't get that pressure, but, with that Crystal Sentry now coming back, he did part home, and it looked like he's going to be fine. A big thing right there is, again, Xenotech was sort of already there in the front line. Immortals was coming in, they were definitely gunning for that Sentry, but Xeno was right there, and he got a tremendous Valkyrie out. That's really what kind of did it in right there for Immortals. So, again, if you can get Xeno more involved, I think you're going to see Gangstars looking for more and more fights, but as it is, they're having just trouble chasing down Immortals. I mean, how long did it take for Dienzio to finally get that last hit? And that's the speed nature of Immortals. They're just going against Xeno, which is why we haven't seen too much from him here early on.
Yeah, exactly that. And that, yet again, I'm just going to mention it, the Bright Bulwark just doing so much work for Veins. Just disengaging it with it, or even just kind of halting the engagement rather than just to the disengage, then re-engaging with it as well. It's just so strong. And Lyra, obviously big pick right now, has got a kill on the board for herself, obviously. Only kill for Immortals at this current time. On the person it should be on, by the way, full call. The Lyra. Every single game.
Yeah. Fair enough. There's Jaws. Gold miner to drop. Not really any contest here. Don't really have a lot of vision in the middle area here of the fold. Gangstars is kind of a little bit more on the defensive as they go back and forth. We do have a candy here as well from Rekt, so if we are going to have Immortals attempting to snipe out the Sentry once more, at least a little bit of a sugar rush there for him to go do a little bit more for the cause. But Gangstars, as you did say a little bit earlier, they have to continuously defend up against these pushed out waves. There's no more freezing here from Immortals. Dienzio is just roaming here with 3. He won't get caught.
He will not. However, Rekt does jump in. The Crucible is going to get popped, and that's really it for him. He has got no damage on his side. However, Araki Zoro trading up a lot of the damage there. But Xenotech's in the middle of 3 of them. Valkyrie comes down. Doesn't really do much because their team's already dead. And now it's only Xenotech left, and that will be a double kill and an ace. Double kill went over to Aloha. Crystal Sentry is going to go down. No yummy sweet treats for him. He's going to fall. 1 life remaining, and that turret's also going to go down. Immortals coming back for this game too with a vengeance.
Yeah, you want to compare game 1 to game 2? Well, we had a massive gold lead accrued very early on for Gangstars. Didn't quite have the same bang right out the gate, but Immortals have really put almost 7,000 gold worth into their lead here in game 2. They're controlling the mid, they're the ones invading, and they're really just looking to take, you know, these big bursty fights because Rekt has real no defensive properties here for the team, right? You compare him to a Lyra who can sustain, you compare him to a Finn who has, you know, AoE fortified health, he has a stun, like all Rekt has is this afterburn. He really needed to do more than just that one kill off the bat where they caught Dienzio. But Immortals, they played it super safe, and now they are reaping that reward.
Now reaping it reward, and they're reaping that reward very, very well. Immortals really picking up their game, picking up their feet in this one. 6k in their pockets as well over the side of Gankstars. Not looking so starful right now as Araki Zoro not had the impact maybe we expected him to have, because we know he's a fantastic Vox player, but just cannot get in position.
That's the last Castiel Sentry right there, Josh.
It is. I'm sad. He's gonna die. No, he's not. It's fine. He's all good. He's still gonna. He's gonna go mine in the dangerous place that is Gangstar's jungle right now. You best be getting paid a lot for that, man.
Well, I'd expect like the third replacement to ask for triple the money. It's like clearly something's going on with my predecessors here. But for now, Immortals just happy to again push in lane. As long as they continue to push it in, Gangstars have to respond if they want to pick up the farm in Iraqi. It's basically just a way to keep tabs on. Dienzio is now the one leading 20 CS.
Gankstars looking for the get engaged. They never seem to get it. Valkyrie comes down from Xeno. Not really doing all too much, however. It's going to get healed up. Immortals just toying with the idea of re-engaging onto Xeno and Rekt, who's in the front line. Aloha goes in. Afterburn comes through as well. Aloha's going to get punted back. However, the damage coming through from Dienzio is absolutely huge. He ends up picking up 1 kill. That's a 2v3 right now. 2 kills coming through as well. And Xenotech yet again the last member alive. However, Immortals, they have to get their boots on and are moving because they are in a 2v1 situation. The problem is, Aloha fairly low on HP right now. 2 for 1 if that fight ended up. And Xenotech, however, I don't think he's finished all 2 yet. Aloha only just surviving that one with Veins healing him up at the end there, but that is going to be it. But still, so much pressure coming out from Immortals, even though they did lose Dienzio.
Yep, you still call it, 6,000 to 7,000 gold. We're still in that range. Dienzio's sitting on his completed item build, basically. I mean, 15 minutes in, he has those 3 red. He just needs to build up a little bit more defenses from here. But we've also been rocking those infusions. We picked them up last fight. Aloha actually had it for the fight where we got the ace. And you can see in the response here, right? The level 9 infusion on Rekt, he's now level 10. Xeno had his at 11, now he's 12. So we've been rocking these for a little bit, but even on the defensive nature, right? The infusions have not really paid off. Sure, they got the kill on top of Dienzio, but pressure-wise, map-wise, it's still just the Immortals game right now.
It really is. And yeah, completely stark contrast as well from last game, like you mentioned a minute ago. Immortals looking much, much stronger, where I thought, Gankstars, if they could pull off something like that in game number 1, I was, curious to see if Immortals could come back, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. I love a best-of-3 series going to all 3 games, and I think this is going to be one of those times.
Yeah, well, Rekt actually try to jump Aloha right now. See, the big thing is, again, Rekt, he get an afterburn. We stack the damage on whoever he has, just kind of punted out of position. That's really the big chance here for Gankstars, because they're not going to be able to go toe-to-toe in a sustained fight up against Immortals.
Oh, no, they're not. And you can see Rekt on the sidelines here. He wants to go for something, but Immortals just too wise to that situation. They decide, you know what, okay, we're not going to fiddle around in the jungle. We're just going to go towards the lane. And then we are just going to push that in, no problems, and just put a lot more pressure down on there. And Xenotech and Rekt still in where their Crystal Miner was, or is still even. Araki Zoro joining them as well. Immortals just kind of toying with the idea of going in yet again, but again, that sheer pressure, that turret just getting chipped away. And this might be the time for them to engage. Dienzio kind of alone here. Afterburn comes through, but it's just going to get blocked up, and they're going to turn this one around. Rekt, again, kind of useless in this fight. Aloha goes down really low here. Valkyrie comes out. The Hellfire Brew is going to land on the back line of Rekt. He's going to be out of the fight completely. But it's going to get fountained up. Xenotech doing a lot of damage in the front line. Aloha almost went down as well. But both teams, yet again, trading blows, but no one going down.
Yeah, there was a lot of emphasis on bringing Rekt out of that equation. They did burn him down low, made him use that fountain basically just for him. Xeno and Iraqi not really taking a lot of return damage, but they lost out the fight. They've had to gone back home. We refreshed the infusion there from Iraqi just before that fight, but now just, again, trying to make their way back here into the fold. Immortals, they didn't have to go anywhere. You got Veins just sitting there healing up everybody, doing the damage. Loha's the burst, Dienzo with that steady, and a very free Kraken for them.
Oh, super free. If that was a couple of seconds later, though, the Gangstars could have made something of that. However, they are there. They're already getting on top of this Kraken, but they're trying to disengage now as Rectors get jumped on. Mortals looking for something here, but they don't need to at this point. Obviously, they do have the Kraken on the field. Even if they can wipe one member of Gangstars at this current time, it's going to be much worth for them because that Kraken is going to do so much work in the lane.
Man, oh man. Okay, so Gangstars, this is almost feels like do or die time.
This might just be it. Rekt actually afterburned in. It's not up for another couple of seconds here. The passage is going to be used as well. Bane's on the back line, but they're just not going to matter at all. Dienzio is going to be able to take up one. The bright bulwark does go down, and Xenotech can't really move anywhere at all. And that'll be a double kill coming through from Dienzio. A complete turnaround from Immortals. They destroy one turret, and they're going to look for the end of the game here as well, possibly. A Kraken at the moment is fairly healthy, and that will mean Gangstars are going to have to deal with it at some point. Aloha just chipping away on one turret. Now they're going to switch priority over to the next. This could be it. We're going to a game 3 here for Court Immortals. They're going to take game number 2 quite handily.
So two big things kind of stood out here. First is it was a first pick Glaive from Gangstars, right? And they didn't even have first pick. It was a first pick Lyra from Immortals, and they chose to play Glaive into it. So Gangstars, not entirely too sure where they thought they were going to go with that. I don't know if this was supposed to originally be a Xenotech pick or a Rekt pick, maybe even a Iraqi Zoro pick, right? Everybody on this team can play Glaive. But up against that Lyra, like, we've seen the power that it can happen here. And the second is Xenotech on this Rhyme just kind of felt a little too slow to go with everybody else. Doesn't really feel like he had a big impact in this matchup. They banned out his Kestrel. He went into this Rhyme, putting that Glaive on top of that captain role, and Vane's basically just laughing his way to the bank on that one because he just shut down the engages just like Gangstars shut them down game 1.
They did, and what will happen in game number 3? That is the big question on everybody's lips, I think. We're going to jump straight over to the analyst desk, however, with AJ and the rest of the crew, and they will break that game down a little bit further. I can get the words out of my mouth. Take it away, guys.
All right, so game number 2, Immortals biting back a little bit. Very strong stuff from them. I do think we've got to talk about Rhyme, though. First and foremost, Bacon, you mentioned his stats. It's not panning out for teams right now.
It really isn't. It's now been played 8 times. In Vainglory 8, it has a single win in all 8 of those games. So most of that's been in Europe. That's only the second time we've seen Rhyme in North America. But even still, it just hasn't been panning out for all but one person who's tried picking it up.
Was that their third pick?
It was their third pick.
Interesting. A lot of red flags there with that. I mean, with that being your third pick, you lock it in. It was going to be a hard comp either way. You could make the case where Koshka can get locked down if she gets within range. But at the same time, her move speed means that she's dashing around the edge of the fight constantly.
Let's have a look at a replay real quick from Immortals when they managed to pick up, I believe, an ace here around 12 minutes and see how they've managed to make this work.
And part of this is what you were just talking about, Humanist, their ability to maneuver around fights. Look, they go in, the Valkyrie starts to come down. They just backed off, avoided. I think everyone except Dienzio, I think, got clipped by the edge of it, but everyone else avoided that ultimate because they had enough movement speed to move around the fight, and Rhyme just wasn't able to make any damage stick.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like if they wanted something to just be a front line, maybe Alpha would have worked better. It's something that's done a lot of good work in North America. If they specifically wanted it to deal with Koshka, I'm not sure what they should have done there, but I definitely feel like Rhyme was not the pick. Actually, maybe Grumpjaw. Because that way, if Grumpjaw's just staying around and helping Vox deal damage, and Koshka jumps in...
Remember the discussion we had earlier in Europe?
I don't know. You guys do it then. What should they have picked if not Rhyme?
No, I'm not going to sit here and go through what could have, would have been without the draft in front of me and all that good stuff. I can't remember what was actually completely.
Honestly, I think
the Rhyme wasn't the pick.
It was a similar draft in Europe. I would have actually liked to see them take the Finn as the final pick, put Glaive in the jungle. It does kind of struggle against Koshka early on, but later on when Koshka's trying to jump in, you're just always just knocking her away from her target. Every 4 or 5 seconds you're able to do that. You can keep your Vox very safe as a result, and then you can also be trying to get onto the opponent's back line.
Yeah, I could see how that might have worked better. Putting that game behind us, though, and moving into game number 3, what direction would you like these teams to go? Lyra does seem to be a linchpin for success for both of them.
I just find it interesting that Gangstars made the decision to ban the Adagio, which was going to give the Lyra over to Immortals. And they took it, right?
They picked Captain Glaive, too. I mean, that was what they got from that decision.
That's what they got. Didn't work for them. So hopefully they learn from that. It just seemed like a major error. It set the draft off from against them from the very beginning.
I mean, Gangstars is on A side now, though, so it should be a little bit easier for them. They can choose to ban whatever they feel like for the first ban, and then obviously you have to hope that Immortals are going to ban away the Lyra, because if you give that to Rekt, again, you're asking for trouble by giving Rekt Lyra.
Yeah.
And in terms of picks that we think are more likely to get through that could have a big impact here, Koshka, that's another win under her belt, right? She's 10-0 right now in North America.
Shh, don't tell the players.
Should that perhaps be a ban, maybe even first rotation or first pick, like TSM did?
I think teams really need to start considering it.
I don't know about first pick, because there are very clear ways to stop a Koshka, but definitely on that second ban rotation, I think that's where it should start coming out as a ban.
All right, we're into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3 of our first semifinals for North America between Gangstars and Immortals. Whichever team wins this game will move forward to the finals. Let's find out who's going to be.
Koshka would also make a lot of sense as a first ban for a team like Gangstars here, because, again, you don't want to ban the Adagio or Lyra. You can guarantee yourself one of those 2 picks by banning away the Koshka. Immortals have to answer it. They don't get to pick it in one of their 2 picks.
Especially when we've been critical on Aloha's performance on many different heroes, or the other heroes that he's been playing.
Well, they're going to take the Jewel away.
Dienzio did have a pretty impressive performance, as you mentioned before, Humanist, day 1. So perhaps that's still weighing on their minds.
Well, again, unless Immortals plans on first picking this Koshka, it's definitely, they can still ban it away on the second rotation. I think that would be really wise of Gangstars to do.
Immortals taking a little bit of time on their answer here, not just jumping at the chance to ban away Lyra. So they're definitely thinking, okay, what happens if we ban something else? They take Lyra, we take Adagio. They're going to ban the Lance.
And this should be
I like this.
An incredibly easy Lyra pickup.
You said you like this Humanist, but Bacon says it's an easy Lyra pickup. What makes you like it?
Because they're going to get one of these power picks. And before, when the Lyra was there, they were drafting a comp that was running at Gangstars. Like, that's all they were going to do. So Immortals can take a little bit more of a balanced approach, and they'll have the Adagio in their lineup. It's just going to be a lot stronger. That's the case.
And if you're running into a team composition with Adagio, there's a verse of judgment potential there, right? So, if you take the Lyra and go for something similar, it might not work out so well.
Probably not. You're playing against Immortals. No, I'm teasing. I poke at Gangstars. I do love these guys. It's going to be Lyra. No surprise there. They burned a little bit of bonus time, though.
Yeah, I'm surprised they used any time at all. Like, I'm surprised that even 5 seconds.
You know what that time was? It was like Iraqi Zoro and Rekt being like, "No, I want to play it. No, I want to play it. No, I want to play it."
Or maybe it was just both of them just being like, "Wait, they left it open? Like, really? Really, guys? That's
They're
something
like
that
already
they just
down
did?"
the line.
Yeah. They didn't realize it wasn't banned. No.
That could be the case, but I doubt it. I think they're just playing it smart. Immortals, they're going to pick up the Adagio. We thought that might happen.
Adagio pickup.
What is the ban going to be, though?
I don't think the Glaive was too scary coming out of Gangstars. That's not something you need to worry about.
I
Could
agree
actually
with
be
that.
something they look to pick up.
Again, Kestrel could make sense here. Just make sure Xenotech can't play that.
I like that.
But then we're maybe looking at Samuel, right?
Yep.
Samuel Lyra, very strong combination. Also something Xenotech plays.
I mean, you have to pick your poison. I just think Xeno's Kestrel looked stronger than his Samuel. He looked really strong.
I agree. I think Gangstars has really shown up at the beginning of the season. Obviously, whether they make it to the finals today or not is going to be quite telling about how good they are, how consistent they are. If they do make it to the finals and they face Team Solomid again, for example, it'd be pretty interesting as a rematch. Very, very much the opposite of Europe. Immortals, they're using a lot of their bonus time on this ban, though. Obviously, a very important game for both of these
Ban out
teams.
the Ringo. There's not going to be, especially if Dienzio does take the Adagio to lane, there's not going to be many laners that are going to stack up against him, and he does very well into the Vox.
I would actually be okay with Immortals banning either the Ringo or the Vox here. But they are going to take away the Kestrel.
That's fine.
That's what I was kind of thinking. I was leaning towards that being the ban. If I was in their shoes, that's what I would have done as well. And now Gangstars, like, I feel like their biggest choices are: do we take away the Koshka? Do we take away the Vox?
Koshka.
Do we take away the Ringo?
You take away Koshka. I think. I mean, it's 100% win rate.
I think you should
Over
take away
10
Koshka.
games.
You should
That's
take away
ridiculous.
Koshka.
That's
but
just a fluke. If I've ever heard fluke statistics, 10 in a row.
But
come on.
I'm also wondering, do now Gangstars leave the Koshka open because they have Lyra?
No.
No.
I really think that's a terrible idea.
I think they should ban it.
I see where you're coming from. But
I
like,
don't think
numbers,
it's a good idea.
Come on,
but
numbers.
I think that could just be their mindset. Is we have Lyra, we can let Koshka go through. But they are going to ban it away.
My bigger question is, like, can Immortals maybe run Samuel? Can they deny another pick from Gangstars? Does it make sense here? You know, I feel like it could work.
I actually do typically like Samuel into Lyra because a lot of times teams want to go ahead and clump up on that sigil as they're healing up.
Oh, yeah.
And then you can just, that's when your Drifting Dark Mouse verdict comes out.
Even
If-
Oblivion sometimes.
Yeah.
If Immortals pick up Samuel, I actually really want to see Gangstars grab the Alpha for Xenotech.
Dang.
I like that a lot. I think that makes a great deal of
It's
sense.
so, because, I mean, again, what's Samuel's biggest strength? Kiting backwards through a fight. What's Alpha's biggest strength? Staying on you no matter how hard you're trying to kite.
Right. I mean, if that's the case, though, they're going to have to worry about Verse coming out
Mhm.
at any point. Sadagio can just hold his ground. Ooh, the Fortress action, huh?
I don't like the Fortress into the Lyra as much as I like it the other way around. But this is Immortals. I mean, they play a lot of Fortress.
I just hope, I really hope that Fortress ends up on Veins and not on Aloha, because I really do not feel like Aloha had any sort of impact in game number 1 with it.
So the question is this Captain Adagio with a Jungle Fortress or Captain Fortress with a Lane Adagio?
Or Jungle.
Hopefully,
Or Jungle. I would hope not with Zio on the... I'd like to see it in Zio's hands, honestly.
you know what I would like for a last pick from Immortals?
'Kay.
Weapon Power Arden.
Oh my god.
This is a comp that it works really well in. The Lyra can be harsh, but without
Yo,
Kestrel being
chat
on the
can
other
be
side,
harsh. You're about to find out.
but without having, you have Kestrel banned away. Kestrel is also very strong against the Weapon Power Arden. Lyra can be very strong against it, but
Until you're proven right.
Adagio and Fortress are so good.
Until you're proven right, every time you start talking about Weapon Arden, I'm going to start talking about some other ridiculous thing that's not going
I
to
believe
happen.
it's innocent until proven guilty. So until I'm proven wrong,
Not in draft. Not in
Weapon
Vainglory.
Power is legitimate.
I don't know about that. Vox coming through with the Lyra, that's obviously a very strong combination. What are Gangstars going to round it out with? I think they need a captain because of this Weapon Power Lyra.
So for me, this means I would like to see Adagio go to the lane. Just as far as
You
that
outrange
matchup.
the Vox. I
Mhm.
mean,
Yeah,
it's-
very well.
yeah.
And we know that there's going to be pressure up in that lane. Just curious.
Gangstars.
3 seconds left.
Black
They grab
Feather.
the Black Feather. All the more reason for a Weapon Power Arden.
All the more reason?
All the
Just
more
to
reason.
steamroll him early?
You can destroy a Black Feather in the jungle with Weapon Power Arden.
What's your build path?
You start off, just go straight for a Sorrow Blade.
Mm-hmm.
Get some boots along the way, perhaps. Get him to tier 2. Well, it's if you, depending on when you have like shop timings. If you have enough for your Sorrow Blade, just go straight into Sorrow Blade. If you have enough to get your tier 2 boots.
So let's
but
get to the interesting bit, because obviously when you play Arden as Weapon Power, you have to buy a Star Blade because you don't have any inherent weapon power.
Exactly.
So what's the interest? How do you make it work, as opposed to make up for the fact that you're coming from behind?
You're not coming from behind. That's the thing.
I
You have
don't
so
know
much
about that.
damage. But this is the other pick. We were saying we wanted to see Immortals pull out, take Sky, put it on Aloha, let him make some plays.
I mean, honestly,
But is this going to be him? I mean, is this going to be a...
Dienzio is also a very good Sky.
Right. And then we legit don't know if this is a Captain Adagio or Fortress.
We'll find out.
What would you
Once-
prefer?
I would heavily prefer Aloha on the Sky, with Dienzio in the lane and the Fortress on Veins as captain.
I think I would also. You don't want to have all your damage on the Immortals composition be on the 2 heroes that have dashes into a Lyra.
I don't want to see Weapon Sky out of the jungle, though. She's just going to be behind. Like, sure, you got levels. Do some damage now. Anytime now.
I would be fine with double crystal here.
Really?
I am not normally. I am not normally
It's
okay
actually
with double crystal.
it's actually a comp with a lot of damage output. If there's a few that I would be okay with this, but I don't know. Then I think you're not really taking advantage of the fortress necessarily.
I also think that against a Lyra, when you go double crystal, your damage doesn't continue to like ramp almost infinitely with breaking point. So past a certain point, I feel like her sustain matches you, and she can navigate around and stop you from dealing damage.
Maybe.
I just feel like if you're going Crystal Sky, the damage from forward barrage just out damages the healing from a sigil, and so you can't just stand in a sigil getting your healing. You're just going to be
you're
melting.
assuming though that you're going to land all that forward barrage. And
If they're standing in a sigil, you should be hitting your entire forward
I'm
barrage.
assuming Sky goes to lane.
I have a feeling that's what they're going to do. I don't like it, mostly because I feel like Fortress does not give Aloha the opportunity to be the playmaker that we know he is.
Well, there's a lot of different ways this could go. Let's have a look. It is going to be DNZ on Sky. So, knowing that, who do you favor coming into game number 3 to go to the finals?
I'm going with Gangstars.
Well, this is a tough one. Ooh, this is a tough one. I'm going to go with Gangstars too.
All right. Well, both you guys thinking Gangstars can make it to the finals 2 weekends in a row. Obviously, Immortals desperately need those points. In comparison, they're right down at the bottom of the standings still with only 3 right now, I believe. So they've got a lot of room to grow this weekend. Let's see if they can as we head on to the Halcyon Fold one more time with Jaws and Forecourt Jester.
Oh man, game number 3, Immortals versus Gangsters. My name is George, joined by Forecourt as always. And wow, game number 3, we've got a Sky, a brand new pick coming into this best of 3, and a Fortress as well from Aloha.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a little bit more the captain Aloha this round. Vayne's on that Adagio, very likely to be going a little bit more offensive on this one. But double crystal, even triple crystal, there's nobody here that could realistically rock weapon unless it's going to be Dienzio. And he does start off with a weapon blade. We'll have to see if he continues into that.
Ooh, wrecked. Is he going to steal it away? Who got it? Didn't see. It was Aloha. He did steal away the other Trient as well, just to let you know. So did get a little bit of that jungle back from Immortals. But yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, will Dizzy Enzio go the weapon power? I mean, I've always been a fan of the CP Sky, at least. There's a lot of damage just up front. Is very nice for that kind of burst. And we obviously do have Veins on the Adagio as well. Are they going to put all the eggs in Dienzio's basket? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, the other then trick question here is that Xenotech is just finding himself in the wrong neighborhood here. Black Feather, that's going to be first blood. The other big thing here, Jaws, that Araki Zoro has gone into a crystal bit. We could see a CP Vox here, and that means it's going to be a weapon Black Feather.
Whew, that would be quite interesting, actually. So CP Vox does an absolute ton of damage over the AoE, so definitely something to fear. Aloha and Veins are going to be here. He's going to prance away. No worries. And Immortals taking the early lead here. Obviously that kill, and it will go over to Aloha as well. So that's going to be really nice for him in the jungle. And it's just going to leave Dienzio up in the lane. He's got no problems, really. I mean, we spoke a little bit about before how wrecked, obviously, on the Lyra can just be so offensive. Just using the poke potential, obviously, the healing as well. And Araki Zoro as well, kind of known for his Vox play. Can be quite difficult to deal with in lane. But Dienzio, he seems to be holding his own.
Yeah, so far it's all pretty honky-dory. I mean, Xenotech going down definitely wasn't what they wanted. Aloha's looking to just contest his jungle, but Xeno did get the
yet again, Xeno is going to be in the opposite side jungle. Immortals just kind of collapsing on him here, but that does mean Gangstars are going to be in there as well. Xenotech, he is by the turret now. We'll take a couple of hits. Aloha's going to dive in. The turret isn't going to aggro him for a moment longer, and he will be able to escape with his life, surprisingly.
Ring around the rosy. That's all you got to play. Aloha's going to intercept him here, but Rekt, he's already throwing down the preemptive heals. That will help Xeno, especially if he picks up the Trant, to get back into fighting form. But Araki and Rekt able to help cover. No problem. Dienzio, yeah, he went for a bit of a walk, but now he is going to be back up in lane. And, you know, 22, 25, the lane hits going back and forth pretty consistently. There's no big imminent threat this time for Dienzio to really worry about. I mean, he was the first blood last round to that roaming Rekt glaive that kind of came in just with the afterburns, but he doesn't really have to worry about that. So how much lane freezing we're going to see, it's probably going to be significantly lower than what we just saw in the previous game.
Yeah, most definitely. And with that, and we do see the first buys coming in, and we will see what we're facing here. And Dienzio, yep, he's going
It is
for the weapon power
Yeah.
on the Sky. You weren't wrong. And it does look like Araki Zoro is going for the crystal bit build as well. The crystal build as well. So that will be a weapon power Blackfeather. Now, speak to me about this weapon power Blackfeather pick, because I think this is the first time we've actually seen a weapon power Blackfeather. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we've already seen him CP quite a few times.
I've been on the EU side, I've been on the NA side. I've definitely seen both Black Feathers, but I can't really remember if it was constrained to one region or not here, Jaws. But we have seen it here at this split. Ultimately, it's definitely a little bit more dangerous when it comes to that weapon, because he's really going to be relying on just sticking to you, getting that damage done. The Serpent's Mask is going to be coming in. It can work.
Whew. Yeah, Rek taking a little bit of damage there. We'll see if it can work. Obviously, yeah, like you said, Serpent's Mask will probably be coming in very, very shortly. Immortal's going on the aggression. Xenotech is going to be here as well. It's like they telegraphed it somehow. They knew Xenotech was going to back off at that point. But Gangstars just consistently on the offensive here, using Xenotech to just kind of zone off, and that will be really it. Vayne's obviously on the support of Adagio, the captain Adagio. Now, obviously he's not going to be too strong in the sense if he was a laner, for example, going the CP or the weapon build, obviously, but he's going to provide so much sustain like the Lyra. And again, we are seeing a pick ban in terms of Adagio and Lyra. It's pretty insane that these two heroes are just so hotly contested right now.
Well, ban one was Lance. You can't give that direct. You can't give it to Xeno. You can't really give it to anybody on Gangstars. And ban one on the flip side was Jewel. I mean, Jewel's been definitely making some waves. In fact, I would have actually wanted to see a Jewel last game instead of that Rhyme. But that aside, the Jewel has really been becoming a threat. The NA gods yesterday of TSM, really kind of showing how this side of the ocean deals with it.
Yeah, this side of the pond. Your side of the pond, it's not us.
There's still an
NA
ocean
yet.
between us, bro.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. Not wrong. Oh, Araki Zoro, he's just face checking there. He's going to be a little bit careful. Aloha's going fairly deep under the turret. Araki Zoro is going to be able to trade up a little bit of that damage. That's going to be it from that. Immortals just consistently on the aggression now. They're really just paying back Gangstars for game number one, where they really just got punished over and over again by the composition of Gangstars. And they're going in yet again. The Bright Bulwark does go down. Attack at the back as well, but that's going to be a quick trade. 1-for-1 at this current time. Aloha's going to have to get out of there. Vayne's is going to have to run as well. Not too much damage on their front right now. That's the Black Feather coming through for you. Vayne's the last one alive, and that could just be a complete triple kill, a complete ace going over to Gangstars, where it looked Immortals were completely on top of that one, just following up on Gangstars.
Xenotech able to rinse repeat, basically. Everybody already in range from the on points are going to be very hard to miss at that range, and that execute status when he has that feint ready to go, it closes the gap and gets off some pretty major damage, especially when you're down at low like that. So they trade out the laners, not a problem, but Xeno really showing why the weapon of Blackfeather needs to be kind of respected at this point. Picking up the kill, picking up the turret, now very likely to pick up the rest into that Serpent's Mask. And from here, you don't even really need to get too much more offensive. Like, the Blackfeather is going to need to tank up, especially if Dienzio wants to try to dance around him. You're going to have to deal with Aloha and his puppies. Very likely big armor to come out.
Well, speaking of Aloha and his puppies, Aloha is going to jump straight in on Xenotech, but Xenotech doesn't seem to really care at this point. Death comes down, doesn't really do much of anything. Dienzio was falling here, and there comes the Verge of Judgment again, not really doing much whatsoever. Blackfeather going huge. He's going to pick up another kill there, as well as Vayne's falling at the end. Araki Zero is probably going to pick up this kill. He does indeed. Ace coming through from Gangstars. 2 aces in 2 minutes coming through for Gangstars. They want revenge for game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like, Xenotech's really getting good positioning on this. He's the focus target. You saw how healthy Araki and Rector at the end of that fountain, plus the Serpent's Mask. Now on top of that, a Shiver Steel. Good luck. If Xenotech gets on your face, you are not running away very easily onto this one. And that's something that, Sky is really going to have trouble dealing with. Yeah, he might be weapon, but really the only repositioning here with this is going to be that Suri Strike. And Vayne's, knows innate escapes, really just has to try to power through it. Aloha kind of is going to be the big deterrent up against Xenotech because he has that Storm Crown, he has that Aftershock. But as well, at the same time, right, all the damage landing on top of Xeno, who is going to be bulking up. That's leaving Araki Zoro just a wide open field. to get all these crystal bounces and these big fights up against that crystal Vox. He's having a heyday.
He really is, and anybody that's trapped in a tight corridor like they've been fighting around, oddly enough, is just going to get pretty much deleted. Araki's doing an absolutely fantastic job so far, but Xenotech really leading the pack here for Gangstars. He's 4-2 right now on this weapon power Black Feather. And yet again, Gangstars, as soon as they seem to get a lead, they just seem to just punish Immortals for even just touching their own jungle. Crystal Sentry will fall as well. That's going to be the first one of the game. 2 lives remaining for the Immortals side, and that is going to be it for that. Gangstars, yet again, just asserting control over Immortals.
Big thing is that first pick Lyra, right? It could have been Adagio, it could have been anybody else, but Rekt getting this Lyra, they have huge confidence in the fact that Rekt can actually really just control the game almost from minute 1. You know, how many times have we seen these sustains coming through? The clutch escapes. He's now going to be looking after that. There's no Storm Crown here, by the way, right? There was no big aggression jungle, right? He does go into the fountain, so Bacon, just keep an eye on that one, bro. But he does fountain into the War Treads. Now he's going to be looking for, very likely, that Crucible on top of things. So he's patched up mobility. We have a lot of room to maneuver here from Gangstars, and again, like the front line, if it's not Xenotech, it's Rekt. Araki Zoro, though, is virtually untouched in these last 2 fights.
It really was, and with that damage as well coming out from him, but Time Immortals do get the chance to actually kind of, you know, jump on him. He's already done enough damage for kind of push Immortals out the fight, or at least get a kill even some of the time. Dienzio's just falling kind of flat on his mech every single time, and not really able to do anything in the fights whatsoever. I mean, we've seen the last 2 times. He comes in, he does use Death from Above, but Gangstars, like you said, they've got that mobility, and they are able to do something about it. Dienzio's off to the side here, though. Attack of the Pack is going to come out. Bright Bulwark as well. Death from Above comes out once more. Doesn't really hit anything, and now the re-engage comes through from Gangstars. They can jump on Dienzio. Dienzio was almost going to fall. There he goes. Ends up going down. Veins is the next on the menu. Double kill through for Xenotech. Rekt is going to chase off Aloha here. They're actually going to split their resources now, with Araki Zero going to the lane to try and finish off that turret. And Rekt and Xeno are finally going to find the kill on Aloha eventually. But what another fantastic fight from Gangstars.
Whoa! Was that enough? Oh, that was just enough. Aloha stopped at the ace.
Oof. Okay, that was, I didn't think that was actually going to happen, but wow, okay.
Oh, it was like game of milliseconds right there. But turret down. Now they're going to be down Aloha for a little bit. This is a free gold miner in every sense of the word. And there's not really an answer to this Blackfeather so far. It's Immortals just trying to find these picks. Like, Dienzio might have wanted to lead off with the Death from Above that last fight. He kind of just got on an auto attack off and repositioned over to his teammate. Like, the sandwich didn't really feel good. And then, you know, the Death from Above came out real late, and they were already clear of it by then. I think he really did miss out a big tool right there to kind of control the fight. But at the same time, there's nothing to stop Xenotech, right? He's getting this damage. He jumps into the back. He's building up that armor. He is tanking up. He has another infusion to go with it here. Dienzio bought a level 8 infusion. Really didn't want to use it until 9, but couldn't get the experience. So he popped it there at 8 for that fight. Didn't get anything out of it. Unfortunate for him. But Xeno has no counter at this point, right? He's bulking up. He's going to stay on top of Dienzio, and really there's nothing to stop him at this round.
Yeah, well, you saw him in that fight just to the back line. Just couldn't really do much else. Veins is going to get jumped on again by Gangstars. There comes the verse. Doesn't really do much. He drops like a ton of bricks. Now Dienzio's going to go down as well. Xenotech just going so aggressive on this Blackfeather, and he can really at this point. 8-2, not something you want to see, especially on a weapon power Blackfeather. My goodness, he is only just carrying this game on his own like he did first game. Xenotech just coming out as the rising star for Gangstars.
I really do think, again, like last game was a big draft win for Immortals. They're able to play it out and execute very nicely, which got us into the game 3. But when it comes to the draft this round, I mean, Rekt getting Lyra and then no answer to this Blackfeather. It's I just haven't seen Sky, I think, win at all in VG8.
It's really been hit or miss, I think, with Sky a lot of the times. I don't think we've seen a weapon power Sky do very well. I think we've seen one crystal power. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I mean, it's so easy to kind of avoid the Death from Aboves half the time, unless you're like ridiculously unprepared and you do get hit on the back line.
One win in NA right now. 1 out of now 4.
Not a good
Yeah.
one, right? And that might be 1 out of 5 as well after this match. We'll have to wait and
No,
see.
this match makes 4. If Danzo can't
Oh,
win,
right, I see.
it will be 1 out of 4, and it's a pretty slippery slope. 6,000 gold at the 13 minutes is nothing to sneeze at here.
Definitely not. And Gangstars, they're trying to get a bit of vision down now. Rek pushing forward. He has got passage available if he really needs it. Probably won't, however, because the sheer aggression from Xenotech and Araki Zoro will be able to follow up. He's actually just going to bait out Dienzio there just a little bit. He knows what he's doing. And with that, Gangstars are going to push up this wave.
Less than a minute for the Kraken. Gold Miner is probably the big priority. I mean, the last little big hurrah. And Gangsters, they're coming down. Look for the infusions. There they are. Tier 3 armor on Araki Zoro. Not that he's been feeling the pressure at all, but even if he does kind of come down to the wire, he has his bases covered.
Does indeed. 3 offensive items, plus obviously that 1 defensive item picked up now. He's going to be dealing a ton of damage and taking very little from Dienzio. I mean, Dienzio has got breaking point and he's got the monocle, but it just seems like he's not even
That's a
staying in
far
the fight
cry.
long enough from for that breaking point to actually stack up, and it doesn't like Gangstars are going to be able to take that gold mine pretty much uncontested. Bates is going to get jumped on here by Gangstars yet again. Now they're targeting Dienzio. Xenotech just switching targets on the fly here. There comes Death from above, not really doing much again. The attack of the pack does come out though, but here's Xenotech. He's on the back line. Dienzio trying to kite back, and actually he's doing something at this point. Xenotech almost goes down, but Aloha in the front lines was just alive for so long until Black Feather arrived, and now Dienzio is coming up big with a kill, but yet again Xenotech on the forward lines does manage to pick up the kill, and that's going to be it. Gangstars, they are absolutely running Immortals through the ringer right now.
Now, Rek just saying, don't worry, I got this. I mean, it's only going to be 13 seconds till Iraq can come back. Xenotech's going to be looking to push out with the wave here. It has a few seconds of unfettered access, and the choke is going to drop. Make no doubt about that one. It's an easy pickup as Rex. Again, like, Rek's not going to kill this, but he's at least keeping it engaged. It's reducing the amount of work that's going to be needed later. And I will give Immortals credit. I thought that engage definitely went a little bit better for them because Aloha was on the back line. He was on top of Araki Zoro. That's how they got that kill. But Xenotech's just not on the same plane, really. Like, the pressure is just not syncing up because we had him on top of Xeno. We had Aloha on top of Araki. Xeno, like, what, 1 bar health? No problem. Still gets the ace and lives on through. It's, I don't know. Like, Dienzio just doesn't seem to be really super comfortable on this sky. The synergies are not adding up.
Not at all. And we did mention, obviously, before, the death from above just never seemed to actually land at all. I mean, yeah, it seems like in that fight, he was just trying to protect himself and Veins, just using it on himself in that sense, to kind of make sure Xenotech can't get on top of him. But Xenotech was like, that's fine. She's that there. I'll just jump on someone else. No worries. I'll jump on Aloha, who's actually like in amongst our fight, in amongst the rest of my team even. And that was really it. I mean, after that, Dienzio, like I mentioned before, couldn't really get the breaking point stacks up, couldn't deal meaningful enough damage, did get a kill at the end. But again, Gangstars coming out on top, and with that turret down, they're just going to push it into the base here. Immortals just looking a little ruined at this point. Aloha is going to get jumped on once more. Dienzio as well, just trying to kite around here. They can just force Gangstars into a little fight, but so can Gangstars. There comes Death from above, actually stops up. Wreck this time. Burst Adjustment is going to come out. It's going to get blocked. However, Aloha is going to have to back off of this fight. He's low at this point, but Dienzio, you've got to look at him. He's actually doing meaningful damage in this fight, but no, not anymore. Xenotech comes through pretty big, and that's going to be it. Immortals just with a rather unconvincing game number 3 is yet again Gangstars just take control and they take game 3 and the series.
There's too many threats on the board with this team. Like, Gangstars have, Xenotech, the all-star jungle, they got Araki Zoro in the all-star lane, and then Wrecked, who has continuously just really proven that he can play a lot of these different roams. His glaive definitely fell flat with the captain in game number 2, but Lyra, if you let her through the draft, that's a pickup from these guys. They don't care about no Adagio. As long as Rek has a Lyra, the control of the game just went right into their pocket because he was able to just, again, massively do a lot of the early game shutdowns. He was able to facilitate a lot of the kills. The sustain goes pretty much unmatched, and it's enough to get them into finals. We'll have to see what they can do for the more points here a little bit later on.
Congratulations to them, and with that, that will be Gangstar's going through, and I think we'll jump straight over to the desk. There's a lot to talk about in those 3 games, especially this last one, with Gangstar's really just showing up to the plate. AJ and the boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, Gangstar's making it to the finals 2 weeks in a row. Very strong showing from them. Mortals, they did take 1 game off of them, though. I do think they've offered, quite a different view of them from last week, at the very least. Excited to see what happens in the 3rd place matchup.
Yep. Immortals could have done a lot of things this week, and it would have been hard to compare it to week 1. But they definitely showed up. They played a little better. I don't like Zio's build path. I think it was hard for him to come online. Not to say that that was the reason they lost. I think like draft-wise, it was very hard for them to execute on, especially with what Gangstar's put together. And I think it was so smart to go with the CP Vox route.
Yeah, not only that, but to go the build path Zio went, he went for the breaking point double monocle. To go that route when you're behind on someone like Sky, I think it just compounds the problems that you're having early on, and it takes her forever to really turn online. Never had an opportunity to. There was one fight where we were like, oh, that was a really nice play by Zio, and that was it. That was the only time that like we saw like a glimmer of hope for Immortals. And again, I also just really have to question the decision to put Aloha back on Fortress.
All right, well, let's take a look at a fight from early in this game. Bacon, you were saying this is exactly the way you would expect the Gangstar's comp to work before they even have gold to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, you only have the alternating current Iraqi. There's no items completed for Xenotech, and it just works to perfection. They get a lot of resonance damage from the Vox early on. He doesn't eventually fall, but then Xenotech's just able to chase down the rest of the fight with the help of Rekt and this Lyra.
What I really liked about the whole composition is, I mean, with the CP Vox, you cause teams to just spread. And Blackfeather loves an isolated target on the edge of a fight. It was just very smart. We've seen Gangstars fail in some drafts, but in those drafts where they were failing, I think they were trying different things. And this shows that, some of the things they're trying are actually working. I think they caught Immortals off guard.
And one of the other things just, again, goes back to the compositional and the decision for Gangstars to run the Crystal Vox, the Fortress. They were spreading out at times very well, and he wasn't able to get a whole lot of damage down. And then Attack of the Pack comes out, and all of a sudden, like, Vayne's health just disappears because there's resonance bounces coming off of the Wolves. Yep. Right? So it was such a smart play from Gangstars. They executed it extremely well, and back-to-back finals appearances.
Yep.
That's another win for the Vox on the board. We're going to do a giveaway real quick. If you want a chance to win some epic keys, type the name of the winning team from our previous match in lowercase and all one word into the Twitch chat for your chance to win. When we're back, we've got our second semifinals. It's going to be Hammers versus Team Solo Mid. Don't go anywhere.
It's a fire in love. It's a fire in love.
Welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Action Jackson, here with Humanist and Tasty Bacon, bringing you the Vainglory 8. This is week 2 of North America Spring Season. We've got our second semifinals coming right at you. It's going to be Hammers versus Team Solomid.
This is going to be a pretty interesting matchup here, Bacon.
Absolutely. Hammers still looking to make a name for themselves, to prove that they are a top team. You and I have definitely been saying that they're underrated. So, underrated from everywhere except this side of the desk, pretty much.
I think it's tricky. Because I mean, maybe overall, across the community, they're underrated. And I think, you know, where Jackson's criticism and a lot of other people will come through is, you know, their lack of consistency, which is real. It's real talk. But this team is learning. They're coming together. They have a new coach that came in this last week. Pretty smart dude. I think he brings a lot of experience as far as a coach to the team. And I mean, they really turned it up yesterday. They looked very good. I think TSM probably takes the series here. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Hammers take a game off for them. And I think in the weeks to come, if this Hammers squad can really practice and come together as a unit, and you know the ego of some players, you know, gets pushed to the side, you become a team together. I mean, laugh at it. It's true. I called him out to his face on camera yesterday. They could be a team that beats TSM on the regular.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of the players on Hammers, let's have a look at their roster. We've got Chicken 123 starting all over, T-Tigers and sub player Max Green.
Yeah, and this lineup, I really like them because they are willing to innovate. You know, I put out a couple of tweets last night about like certain picks that I really want to see come out. Starting All Over responded saying that he would play Celeste, but they only really would want to run it in the jungle, unfortunately. But it was also their sub Max Green who started yesterday. It's one of the few people.
Put it down.
It's tough to finish just seeing how much it pains AJ to know what I'm about to say.
No idea. Next up, we're going to look at Team Solomid's roster. We got Flash X, Best Chuck NA, Von C, and subs Starboy and Bladeheart 92.
TSM, I mean...
Let me guess, they didn't get back to Bacon about any of the picks he was talking about.
Roasted and toasted. Bacon, it's okay. I feel like TSM is one of the teams that I can fire shots at, like, on the regular, because they're that good.
They take it because they know they're that good. They don't care what you
Exactly. Exactly. So that's why I enjoy these guys. Obviously, they're very fun to watch. I'd like to see them continue to innovate, but not do anything trolly, which we've seen, you know, in the past. I think they've corrected some of those mistakes. I wouldn't expect to see it moving forward. I also got word, I don't know if we mentioned this, Max Green will be playing today.
Ah, I did not mention that. I did not realize that. That's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to impact the series here?
It's tough to say. I think Max did very well yesterday.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he's going to be coming back today, but I wasn't necessarily against him doing that, right? Because yesterday he did step up to the plate.
Yeah, he really did.
Yeah, he brought, I mentioned it yesterday, he brought more aggression than what we normally see out of Chicken 123, and I think that really plays into the style that Hammers need to use and utilize to pick up victories. So I have absolutely no problems with Max Green stepping up to the plate once again, and it has nothing to do with our Twitter conversations.
Dude, we saw Fortress twice out of Hammers yesterday, or just one? Twice?
We said, I mean, it makes sense, right?
Yeah,
They need something like that.
Like, with starting on your team, with T-Tigers on your team, I would just, if I could draft for them, whatever it is just run at you.
But here's the problem. Team Solomid are the gods of draft. I mean, Flash X, everyone knows how
They're
going to
know that. They're probably, I would not be at all surprised to see TSM ban away the Fortress from them.
Well, Hammers Esports are up first on A's side, so they're going to have a chance to set what's going on here. If they ban away Lyra and Team Solomid say, hey, no Fortress, Hammers gets an Adagio. So, TSM do respect that pick and ban it away.
Hammers, I feel like they have plenty of options here. Obviously, Ringo is a very strong pick for them that starting all over loves to play. It's been banned away from him multiple times, but you then have to consider possibly picking up that Fortress as a first pick because it worked so well for them.
Yeah, I actually consider the Fortress maybe their first pick here. The thing is, though, if like that gets picked up, there's a good chance that by the time you get your second pick, there's not going to be a Ringo or Vox on the board.
Exactly.
I think it's likely, perhaps. And another problem is that it kind of, I don't know, I don't think it's going to be powerful enough in isolation, right? Like, you need to have something that starting all over can run away on. That's the whole point of picking up the Fortress.
Yeah. I mean, you also have the Gwen, which we've talked about people going away from. He could pull that Gwen out. I'm not sure about his Baron so much. Something I should check up on.
On the plus side, it does obfuscate what you're doing a little bit. You know, picking a fortress first doesn't say a tremendous amount about exactly what you want to do later on.
It also doesn't guarantee it's going into captain role either.
That's very true. Oh, that's gonna happen.
I like the pick for them. It was so crucial to what they wanted to do yesterday. They can flex it a little bit. It just makes a lot of sense.
If Hammers ever goes on the back foot, they just lose.
I agree, to be honest. But I don't know if this is exactly what they need to stop that from happening. Team Solo Mid, what do you think about, like, for example, they pick Vox here, ban the Ringo, or do they pick Ringo here, ban the Vox? If they want to make sure they get one and the others don't, they have to do it in one of those two orders.
I feel like Vox would be really good for them. It's really good into the Fortress, but Koshka is going to try and improve on that 10-0 record in North America.
Fonzie's the man to do it.
I mean, it's hard.
Yeah.
It is a lot of times, like, even if you have the draft you want that's capable of being very offensive and running at you with the Fortress comp, it doesn't mean you're always going to do it from level 1, although you know, a lot of teams will look for that invade. But if Koshka can stall you out for a couple minutes, it can really set you on the back foot.
And they're going to go ahead and take away the Ringo. So now this kind of forces Hammer's hand a little bit. I feel like you almost have to ban the Vox in this situation and make sure that neither of those two are available.
If you do, I feel like TSM could go Gwen here. I mean,
I think that's the play. I think that literally is what... Yeah, Flash probably thought this out.
Yeah, I would assume that's exactly what they're looking for, is for the Vox to get banned here. They pick up Gwen and then leave Hammers with, you know, having to dip even deeper into the weapon power lane pool.
All right, well, Hammers have got 40 seconds of bonus time remaining, and they're using a lot of it on this second
Probably
ban.
ban the Lance. Sorry
Not
to
the
talk
Vox?
about- Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think let them both through.
Yeah, I feel like if you ban the Vox, they get Gwen. I feel like it just sets you so far back in the lane.
Do they pick Gwen in this next pick, though, or do they pick Lance? Ah, well, it's probably Vox here then, right?
I would assume so.
Or Gwen, I suppose, if you want a Gwen.
No, it was almost certainly going to be the Vox. I think, again, Flash X, Team Solo Mid, drafting is one of the things that they've always been known for, and I feel like that played exactly out the way that they were figuring.
The Tigers didn't play on the Fortress, right? It was
Max Green both games, but we know T-Tigers can play this Fortress.
Yeah.
Hammers, I mean, they're running out of time. Flash X is putting them in a corner here in the draft. Hammers really got to do something. Glaive going to be the pick.
Yeah. The Glaive comes out here. Most likely we see the utility Glaive come through, which means the Koshka definitely has a little bit of a power spike in the early game.
This would be a really good time for starting all over to just shake things up, pull out a Celeste in the lane, weapon power Glaive in the jungle.
I had to breathe a sigh of relief there. I'm sure where you were going. Oh, it's going to be the Sky. Okay, starting all over, I remember his Sky from back in the day. Pretty strong stuff.
Yeah.
You got to point at me when you say it.
I'm just indicating that you guys should talk.
You know what? Honestly, this Sky has not been in the forefront of my mind enough. I don't think she's strong enough compared to the other top laners, but well, maybe not strong enough. She is strong enough, but not as strong as the other top laners right now. She can have an impact. I mean, Zeo starting, there are definitely players that favor this pick.
Yeah.
And we'll see if starting can build. I just don't want to see the same build as Zeo had last game.
Yeah, I really hope he doesn't do the Tyrant.
Oh,
yes.
Man.
Flicker's one of the 3 picks that does not have a loss in all of Vainglory 8 thus far.
And TSM had run this last week. For sure, because that was in the highlight video. They did a really good job about that. I think one of the other things is TSM was super smart about clearing out vision across the map before engaging. Like, they were constantly doing like these recon missions just to clear scout traps. They'd back up and then regoose with the ult.
So, I feel like the Flicker pick here with that Koshka backing up Vox is kind of saying, hey, you want to fight us early? It's still risky for you. Like, we've got power early.
I don't think it's necessarily that Hammers need to fight early. It's just that once they start fighting, they need to never let off the gas.
I love that Hammers obviously picked up a composition that's very aggressive, but Team Solo Mid just says, all right, we're just going to double down on this. Both of these compositions are so aggressive, are just run at you and just clash straight up in an all-out team fight. That's what we're going to be seeing constantly. It should be exciting.
Yeah, this comp is exactly what we talked about yesterday as kind of the Hammers comp we wanted to see. It worked well for them yesterday. But they're against TSM right now. This is the team who won week 1, who came second at Worlds. They're arguably on some of their better online performance, at least, form that we've seen.
This
Can
is not
Hammers
necessarily
take
the
this
comp I want to see for Hammers. I mean, it has a
Okay.
lot of the flavor that I'd like to see, but I don't like to see T-Tigers on a utility-based pick. And that's what we're going to see out of this glaive, most likely.
So this is like the budget version of the orange soda instead of one of the brand names? It's not quite where you want to go?
It's
Not
just
even?
like a cream
Oh, okay.
soda, and someone's like, this is like basically an orange soda. And you're like, it's soda.
All right. Predictions for game number 1 before we hop in.
I think this is gonna go to TSM.
It's very similar ideas, but I just feel like TSM is going to be able to just play better as a whole.
All right, well, let's find out who's going to be moving forward to the finals to face Gangstars. Is it going to be Team Solo Mid or Hammers heading onto the Halcyon Fold with Forecourt Jester and Jaws?
Oh boy, we're back again, and strong words from the desk. Everybody thinking that TSM can take the victory here. But what do you think, Forecourt? And maybe not just yet, because starting all over is getting into a bit of action already. Flashx going really low on the flicker. Oh my goodness, this could be first blood already. And it is. There we go. First blood going over already to Hammers. TSM in a lot of trouble there. Best Chuck and A gets jumped on as well. What is happening already? Maybe the desk was completely wrong, because Hammers start this game out with a 2-0.
It's a fantastic start as the Hammers are able to just kind of deflect the flicker pressure. Like, he really kind of took the route to get there using the invisibility in order to get that gank off. But Vox, I mean, level 1 has no damage built up. He only has that attack speed and didn't work out whatsoever. I mean, starting over with those forward barrages, like, that's going to win hands down in some of these small, tight, confined areas.
Yeah, it would indeed. And you saw him just rip through the likes of TSM a second ago, and that's exactly what they did do. 2 kills already, and it's both of them are on starting all over as well. That's the annoying thing, I think, for TSM. It is a very good start for starting all over, indeed.
Now they
You
talked
could make a
bit...
joke into that somehow.
I could, but they talked a little bit about Max Green coming in, right? Like the sub, Chicken123, obviously not here today, but a big thing that actually helped out a little bit of that burst early on is the Dragon Blood contract that Max Green is rocking. He not only has the Iron Guard, but the Dragon Blood, and that goes a long way, especially level 1 fights, because that extra damage is really contributed to the 2-0 for starting over.
Oh boy, TSM 1, a little bit of revenge here. Vonsi is going to jump in, however, it's really just not going to be all too effective. And there's Max Green's just going to be able to get away, no problemo. However, Flashx, we've seen him on his flicker play before, and he does do an absolutely fantastic job. And you can see him here just stealthing around in the bushes, no problems. That little fuzzy bit of purple mist. But other than that, I mean, not really had an impact in this early game at all. I mean, Max Green, we're seeing this Fortress yet again. It's just a reoccurring theme with some of these teams to pick up Fortress even in the captain or the jungle role.
Yeah, the jungle role kind of works out like the glaive. We've been seeing a very similar build. You pick up into the cooldown reduction. You got that Storm Crown, the Aftershock, and then go a little bit more tanky from there. On the Fortress, it actually works out very well because it synergizes nicely with the puppies, right? That cooldown goes down to something like 25, 35 seconds, somewhere in that range. And that's a lot of attack of the pack that you get to spam out. Now, on the bit more of the defense role, on this captain role, still works out actually really well, using the ult a little bit more strategically. You don't quite use it on cooldown, but that scouting information can be all the difference for starting over to find the angle he needs.
Well, there's the angle. They come in. However, T-Tigers is going to be here as well, but not before starting all over goes down. Max Green as well with the bolts come through from Best Chuck and A. Those auto attacks following for absolute miles, and that's a double kill. So already TSM just pulling this one back. I thought T-Tigers had that one, man, but he just could not get there in time.
Bonsi, triple crystal bit. Best Chuck had already built into some good weapon there, and Flash basically got the big root that he needed to. I mean, the Fairy Dust is very hard to really defeat, especially early on when you don't have a lot of anything. Oh, he nearly stole it from Tigers there. But that's also something that Max Green's going to have to take care of. Once he finishes into this fountain, it's got to be a flare gun. There has to be a flare gun somewhere in the early game here.
It does indeed, and we'll have to see when they want to actually pick that one up, because at the moment, Max Green, he's sitting with 4 flares in his little backpack or wherever you store them on Fortress, and that will mean he's able to easily spot out Flashx. What was that?
That's a good point. Not entirely.
Oh
too
yeah,
sure
yeah.
he's
Where
putting
does
them
he
on.
store him, man? Does he have like a little? Well, they'd get burnt up anyway. The guy's made of fire at this point. Vonsi is going to jump in, starting all over. Starting all over, needs to at least. Goes back to the base. Vonsi picks up a double kill. TSM. They're putting the pedal to the metal as T-Tigers is just going to have to back off here as Hammer's not doing so hot now after getting those first couple of kills.
No, Flash is actually tanking this up right now. T-Tigers
Flash.
might be able to grab a kill.
Flash.
Oh, so close.
Oh my god, that was close. Found
Didn't
it
quite
just
happen.
in time. The savior of that one.
I mean, Tigers only has a crown at this point. He has a crown in that crystal bit, so I mean, the aftershock, sure, it's somewhere down the line, but he's going to be more adept at clearing out objectives rather than the kills. Flash not dying is a pretty tremendous boon for TSM because they pick up the kills, they pick up the turret, and it's all for free for them.
God damn. That was completely free. 2 double kills come through. 1 for Best Chuck and then 1 for 1C. It's like they planned the whole thing out perfectly. It's splitting the resources and taking the turret as well. 5 minutes. That's a very quick turret. And I want to say that's one of the quickest we've seen coming out from NA at least.
We haven't seen a ton of push comp. That is for sure. I mean, Saw has had a handful of games, mostly in EU, maybe exclusively in EU, but even then, like, the push comps are few and far between right now. It's just not meta.
Not meta. Well, there you go. That's the end of that. Not meta at all. But TSM looking like they're running a push comp right now with that turret going down so quickly. Flash X doesn't have Moon Cloak just yet. So he's not going to be able to make any plays across the map here. Vonsi does obviously have Yummy Catnip Frenzy. However, they're going to get spotted out very quickly. And yeah, like you mentioned, they are going to have to invest in some early vision as, whoa, hang on a minute. T-Tigers does face check that brush. Does manage to afterburn Vonsi away. And Warmy Flash X is going to get aggressed on as well. Vonsi just jumping back in. No real care in the world. He's going to ult as well, but he just goes down underneath his own turret. A bit of an overstep here. Best Chuck and he's going to get aggressed on as well. Double kill coming through for T-Tigers. Going to be really nice for him in the back pocket there. Flash X is going to have to run away. I'm not sure he's going to be able to survive. However, very tanky at this point. T-Tigers is trying to get in here as well. Will he be able to go down? Max! Oh my goodness. Takes the last turret hit. Ends up going down. Trading the kill. But T-Tigers ends up picking up that one. So 3-0 in this time. And that mine almost killed him as well. Almost had a heart attack.
Oh man, if
What?
T-Tigers actually died to the scout trap, would have been a fantastic cleanup there from Flash X. Would have gotten the double, but the Fairy Dust there at the end does pick up Max Screen, so at least again he got something in return for that. But that was just TSM being a little bit too brazen. I mean, that was very brave of Vonsi to get starting over like that. I'm not entirely too sure that was the target. Starting over was very healthy, especially under that turret. You saw how quickly Vonsi evaporated. I mean, he doesn't have a ton in the bank. He has big burst damage past that. Yeah, he kind of does need to dance away. Being stuck under that turret was a death sentence. So back and forth. TSM, you know, a bit of a rocky start, a little bit of a rocky fight. Overall, they are still maintaining pressure. You can see him pushing up lane, and at the same time, they're up 2,000 gold. So I don't think they're out of this yet.
No, definitely not. And obviously, they do have their tier 1 turret available to them as well to fall back to. 10 kills across the board right now in 7 minutes. A very aggressive game coming out from both of these teams. And TSM just looking at the forefront right now. Oh dear, Moon Cloak coming in. However, Best Chuck Hane has been spotted. Attack of the back as well is going to go. Starting all over, stops all over again. Best Chuck Hane is going to have to kite back now as Max Green is on his case. T-Tigers as well is just in the middle of all of them. Yummy Catnip Frenzy over the wall. No problem for Von C. He says, see you later and see you back at the base. T-Tigers is going to go down and TSM with the upper hand once more.
Really good, really kind of fantastic engage right there from Flash X. So the Moon Cloak, they really did use it out. Best Chuck stepping on top of that trap did ruin a little bit of surprise, but the damage was basically done at that point. They were already all over, starting all over, and you saw him just absolutely melt from there. Max Green did survive. There's not going to be an ace here for TSM, but, you know, kill for a kill for a kill. Now back and forth. Now finally, you know, a gold mine to go down here on top of things as well. So TSM taking back control, taking back the momentum. Can't do that for a while yet. It's a pretty hefty cooldown to get that Moon Cloak out, but Von C, you know, is he actually going to build more into the offense, or are we going to be looking just to blow someone up, and it's going to be a blow up comp? Like, that's what all they're going to do. Rinse, repeat, blow up, starting over, win the 2v3. They don't have to really worry about sustain. That's the angle they're going for.
Yeah, with the broken myth, he definitely be able to blow up Von C quicker than he can react. I mean, I'm not entirely sure if I've seen any death from above actually land. I could just be blind, or just the team fights are so quick, and that TSM just kind of take control. Like you said, they blow up one person, then just kind of run away, and then 2v3, realistically, they are just going to be able to push forward from there. Mooncloak not available just yet, 20 seconds on the clock, but Yummy Canted Frenzy, obviously from Von C, is available. See if TSM are going to push it onto this turret. Like you said, Gold Mine has gone down as well, so not really too much they can take right now, apart from the entirety of Hammer's jungle, and I think that's what they're going to do.
Well, that's a little bit more the better way to go. I mean, picking up the sentry, this started ticking down his lives. Von C's going to get these backs, no problem. If anybody comes down here, they're just going to face check right into all of TSM. And there's always the stealth component that you got to be aware of, right? We do not have really any kind of anti-vision other than just the scout traps. Like, yes, Max Green has these flares, but there's no flare gun to go with it, right? No start of a contraption, and that's because really, Hammers are feeling a little cornered, a little forced at this point. If he diverts the funds away from that Crucible, then he wouldn't have it right now, and that's a pretty big boon because there's a lot to block coming up from Best Chuck and Von C.
It is indeed, and with that, Moonwalk is available. We'll see if he wants to pop it. Starting all over is very far up here. Same with Max Green. They're all around. They know something could happen at any time. Flash X is going to stealth in. They're going to jump straight onto Starting all over. There comes the death from above, but doesn't do anything whatsoever. Max Green is going to fall as well. Von C, he built right, I think, here. And with that Broken Myth, just absolutely obliterates Hammers. They will trade 2 kills there for 0, and T-Tiger is the only member left. That will mean TSM are going to push onto this turret.
T-Tiger's giving an escort there to the sentry, but yeah, he's not going to be able to put up a defense right here. T-Tigers will get spotted out, but I mean, he's cooldown at this point. His full utilities in play. Needs to, I mean, I feel like an Atlas would actually be really good for T-Tigers. I might not want to see it on Max Green. I might actually put it there on top of T-Tigers just so he can get into that back, but if he goes offensive with that Atlas, then Starting over has lost a very important peel aspect from T-Tigers. And honestly, I'm not entirely too sure that's a bad thing, because Starting is not living through these fights anyways, Jones.
He's not at all. Like I said, Death from Above did come down, but didn't really do much whatsoever, because he was dead by the time it did actually anything at all. Starting all over, not having a good game, but TSM, you could just say that they're picking their target perfectly. And guess what they still have? They still have the Mooncloak. So they can use that for the engage next time around. And you can see already Flash X getting a little bit of vision down as well. T-Tiger's just kind of fending off his jungle, but it's not going too well. TSM just pushing forward and pushing ever upwards. And their gold lead is reflecting that perfectly. 6k in the lead. It will be a little bit more as well. Gold Miner is going to go down. And you can see here, Hammer's just trying to get on it. I'm not sure they're actually going to be able to see the attack of the backs coming through as well. It does go over. Who will it go to? It does go over to TSM. And they're just going to jump straight again on Starting all over. He does go down, but Vonti is traded as well. Max Green is going to have to run away. Best Chuck and A is going to have no problems chasing him down. It's going to be a 2-for-1 yet again with TSM coming up trumps.
All right, definitely a better engage from Hammers. They didn't have Starting, evaporate immediately. They were able to get that kill. That Gold Miner lived for so long after the engage. Just was waiting for somebody to sneeze on him to claim the gold. It ends up being Flash X with the fairy dust when he activated it. So, all right. I mean, even with some of those advantages, we had some infusions there as well. TSM still able to get the better trades. This game is certainly starting to look pretty dire here from Hammers.
Looking very, very dire right now. If they can pull anything back here, obviously being the gold deficit they are and Starting all over not doing so hot. He's got a couple of kills in his back pocket, but still the damage coming out from Vonsi is absolutely ludicrous. He hasn't got the Atlas Pauldrons now as well. But with that Broken Myth, man, he's just doing so much work. And he stays alive for so long as well because there's no real damage that can be followed up with from the likes of Hammers as soon as Starting all over goes down.
Well, Von C is also built into the Atlas. He's doing the same thing that I tried to explain for T-Tigers, right? You get into the back line, you hit that Atlas, and all of a sudden your weapon carries. If they don't get it reflex blocked, then it's going to be a problem because that delay in auto attacks really do hurt out the damage output. So Starting over, he's getting hit by it pretty consistently. Best Chuck and A is going to be the target once T-Tigers, he has his ready to go there as well. So yeah, you get that damage reduction, your survivability goes up. Von C, though, has nothing really to stop T-Tigers, and that's what actually killed him. T-Tigers burst with the aftershock, the afterburn on top of the crown. Yeah, nothing to stop that.
Yeah, nothing to stop this either. Mooncloak is going to come in from TSM. Oh, that was close. Hammers knew something was amiss there, as they saw nobody from TSM through the vision. They do manage to avoid that tiny gank that TSM tried to pull off. Sentry is going to go down. Attack of the Pack is going to be the response for Hammers. T-Tigers is actually just going to run straight at them, but Sighing All Over finally just not really touched in this one. There comes Death from above. He's going to hit 2 people, but he's still alive. This is the main thing you have to look for, but the rest of his team aren't.
No.
That's going to be the problem, and they're going to go down in the end. Ace coming through for TSM, and I thought it might just be a win for Hammers there, but they decide we don't need to kill this guy over again. We'll just kill the rest of his team around him.
It's so hard to get any kind of kills here. I mean, we don't have the biggest amount of shield, but you don't need it because T-Tigers' burst is very predictable. It's all about this armor. We have armor on everybody. Flash X, tier 3. Von C, tier 3. Best Chuck. Not only does he have 3 offensive items, but a tier 3 armor to go with it. It is extremely hard to kill out TSM right now, and once you engage, you have to commit. You can't run away after that point. You're going to have Binding Lights, Fairy Dust. Von C is going to be chasing you down with his mobility, and you saw the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, like, held to the end there just to take down starting. It's very do or die, and unfortunately for Hammers, their comp is just not doing the damage, so they die.
Yeah, exactly that. They do no damage, therefore they are kill. Well, Kraken is on the field here for Court, and that will mean it is just going to stomp its way down the lane, and with all those turrets kind of laying in ruin, they've only got 2 turrets between them and the victory right now. This is a best of 3, however, remember, you've got to keep that in your mind. Everything can change in this second game. I mean, our Hammer's just looking to the second game right now, because TSM, they're looking at the short fire victory here.
Well, it's yeah, I'd go with that, Jaws. Plain and simple.
Yes. There from above does absolutely nothing. Mooncloak in, however, starting all over, getting jumped on once more. Almost goes down. The Fountain does heal him. He's going to go in the base for the regen as well. Flash X is doing a lot of work in the front line here, but Vonti is going to keep your eye on him. He goes down eventually, though. Does manage to take 2 people with him. Best Chuck and A, Flash X and Best Chuck and A and Flash X alive. They're going on the turret. Starting all over, just completely ignored almost. Almost falls. There we go. They finally take the kill. They take the ace. They take the turrets. And they take the win. TSM with a very, very convincing game number 1.
Now, Flash X, Mooncloak's in, no problem. Atlas, you're kind of just done from there starting. He might be able to reposition, but we have a Shiver Steel on top of that. And, like, even if you know that you're being charged by the Mooncloak, the fact that you can't, tap on them, you can't really see them. You know they're there, but you can't really hit anything with them unless you have a ground targeted ability or a skill shot or something. That goes a long way. So, starting go over, he doesn't get a target lock. So he can't Surrey Strike away from anything until he gets engaged upon. And it's almost always too late from there. Sky puts up another loss here in NA, Jaws. And I don't know what's going to be the catalyst to make it kind of great again, but it's looking pretty dire for any team that takes Sky right now.
Exactly that. And do you think they're going to change it up? I mean, they must do. They must know the stats on this Sky pick. We do, and it's not looking so hot. However, we'll see what AJ and the guys think about that one, because TSM just kind of ran over Hammers there. We'll see if they can bring it back in game 2. Me and Forecourt will see in a bit. AJ and the boys, take it away.
Thank you very much. I actually, I was asking Bacon about replays before we hopped back on desk. I was like, do you want anything? Should we grab something? He was like, draft. That was brutal. Koshka.
I'm going to give credit where credit's due. That was humanist.
Oh, did he say it and you just said it louder?
I never said
it. Okay. I could have sworn
I
you
just
said
laughed.
It. Right, okay. I was looking the other direction. I was looking at the replay machine guy, so okay.
GG. GG's we're
I got your back.
in game. I appreciate that. You could have played it off. It would have been smooth. We wouldn't be talking about it right now still. But that's okay. Hammers. They tried their damnedest, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Hammers played poorly that game. It was just that Team Solo Mid played just that much better than what Hammers could do. And, I mean, I feel like that's just kind of where we're at right now. Team Solo Mid is just a much better team than it feels like the rest of North America thus far. Gangstars did their part earlier to get us to a rematch of Week 1. Team Solo Mid now 1 game away from doing it themselves.
And, you know, obviously, based on that performance, I think on paper, coming into Game 2, it looks awfully likely that we will see that. That being said, I've got to do due diligence and ask you, what do Hammers need to do to try and pull themselves out of this hole?
So T-Tigers had a pretty good KDA.
Yeah.
But I don't think that he was doing all of the damage. It's not like he just single-handedly got those kills by himself.
Yeah, it was a lot of picking off kills.
But at the end of the day, I do not like T-Tigers on utility-based picks. Which that's what the glaive is. They did it in week 1, it fell flat. It fell flat here again. So if they do that, I think it's a fail.
T-Tigers on utility-based picks for 1, and 2, I think Flash X just outplayed Hammers in the draft pretty heavily. They got everything they wanted. I feel like the flicker after the Sky pickup was so smart because it like they were saying, Sky can't really do the level of damage that she wants to be doing until TSM makes the first move because of that invisibility.
All right, let's head into draft number 2 here. Team Solomid right off the bat are going to be picking up that Koshka. They know the numbers as well as we do. It's currently still 100% win rate. Makes a lot of sense to grab it. Hammers, go for the Vox.
It's not only like 100% win rate, but it is one of the few picks that you can grab for T-Tigers that we would say is a very strong and very good pick for him.
Yeah, it's a playmaking pick, and that's exactly what Von C wants to be on. That's exactly what T-Tigers should be on as well. So taking it not only secures a great pick for Team Solomid, but also takes away a great pick for Hammers, but they are going to have that Vox available. I like that grab.
Yeah. Now that they've picked the Vox, if they wanted to take one of those strong carries off the board that can compete with him in the ban phase here, they could. They do have another pick right afterwards as well to maybe take away a captain that would pair well with the Koshka, like a Lance. So maybe Team Solomid looks to ban it.
Yeah, it's really tricky. With a lot of other teams, you would say, like getting through, letting, and picking up that. I know I don't want to get stuck on this whole glaive idea, but it's like, if it goes through, that's a major pick for TSM, but it doesn't work for your team. So what do you do with it?
Is it a major pick for TSM though? Once they already have the Koshka,
Flash will just play in captain. Right?
Historically, it's a major pick for them as a flex pick. Yes, you're right, Bacon. So as they grab Koshka #1, it doesn't mean that they won't grab the glaive. Though.
It doesn't mean they won't. But I just don't feel like the impact is as significant if it's a captain glaive for Team Solomid versus if it's a Von C pick.
They've been making it work. That's my point.
How are we feeling about the Fortress here? I mean, Fortress obviously something that Hammers picked up last game, picked up the 2 games before that, but actually a ban coming out, even though it didn't work against TSM last game.
I think that's fine.
I think it's still a smart ban because, again, it just is so much around what Hammers wants to do. Max Green has played it all 3 games that he's been starting for this team, so force him to play something else. Force him to show that he can play something else.
I'm super not surprised by this Lance, though. I wonder if Lance is going to be scarier. I think, to be honest, it might be scarier than Fortress for Hammers to pick up. I also like the fact that Hammers went for it, though. It denies it from TSM, denies that pairing with the Koshka, which would have been very, very scary.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Solomid now going to be, I mean, they have the opportunity to pick up Ringo for Best Chuck if they want. Best Chuck also one of the players that does play Gwen. If they wanted to go there, but they're going to grab Glaive Ringo.
What a comp.
I mean, Glaive's just so OP right now. In the form of peeling, in the form of engaging. Also, it's just an instant delivery system for an Atlas Pauldron onto the back lines. He's really good. Flash has been making him work. This is actually a very good Ozo game.
Do you think that's a realistic pickup here?
I don't know if Tigers is playing it. It's hard to say, but after seeing everything that TSM have picked up, I think it would actually do very good for them.
I could see it working, especially with Bangarang. You know, you go in, you grab Ringo, and perhaps the Vox dives in with the Lance and just blows him up. I could see that totally. I do wonder if T-Tigers plays it. It seems like something he would play if he likes Koshka, if he likes Glaive, if he likes aggressive heroes, but it's going to be a Samuel.
Okay.
Not super keen on the Samuel pick here. I just feel like it kind of goes against the Hammers style that they typically play. They could surprise us. They could play a different style, but it just seems like every time they've had success, it's been on a very aggressive, very engage-heavy composition.
In before Weapon Samuel, doing a Von C throwback.
Don't. Yeah, to bring that up.
Well, but, I mean, in all seriousness, right, we said that we needed to see something a little bit different from Hammers coming into Game 2. If you got belief in this team to make it happen, eventually they got to start playing some other compositions than run at you comps. Maybe this is them saying, all right, we're on the back foot. We're in a matchup which is very important. Let's bring the heat.
Let's do it.
Yeah, they can
Turn
try
it
it.
up, see what happens. I mean, that's all you can do, right?
All right, so I'm guessing based on our conversation, Team Solo Mid is your favorite heading into Game 2?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like Team Solo Mid's going to be able to take this one 2-0. It was Hammers, I felt, had a chance to beat TSM, but they had to do it Game 1.
I do feel like Hammers have a chance there, though.
And so how are they going to execute on that chance? What is the strategy that this comp needs to play to in order to come out with a win?
You just have to wait for Impales to land, and Drifting Dark has to be ready on mark, set, go. Like, if Impales are landing, it's Drifting Dark into Malice and Verdict. Vox pulls the trigger as well. They can do it. They have a lot of damage.
Yeah, there is a chance, but I still have to lean TSM side.
All right, well, this is game number 2 between Team Solo Mid and Hammers. Hammers 1 loss away from going to the 3rd place match. TSM 1 win away from heading towards the finals yet again against Gangstars. Will they make it 2 weeks in a row? Let's find out as we head on to the Halcyon Fold with Jaws and Forecourt Jester.
Oh, guys, we are back once again. Forecourt and Jaws. Thank you very much, guys, over on the desk. And will it be the case? Will TSM make it to the finals? Because, well, Von C has got the Koshka again, and he did pretty well with it last game, if I remember rightly there, Forecourt.
Well, yeah, I would say you're reminded of that one. I mean, 100% win rate. You think of any Koshka game right now in NA, and you just think excellence and wins. But Flash X on this glaive, it's something that I personally don't get to see a lot of. I'm not entirely too sure how well it'll pair up with Von C. I mean, when Von C joined this team for TSM, it was almost like Flash X was reining him in. But now it's almost like they're saying, hey, let's just go hog wild in the jungle.
Exactly what they are doing right now. Flash X is going to punt Max back into the team. He might just be first blood here. Yes, he is. These clean ganks from TSM. Every single time Von C seems to come to the lane, instantly get a kill, no problem. Tigers is going to be able to just trade up a little bit of that damage, but on that Samuel pick, not a crazy amount of bursts. As I say that, starting all over goes down as well. Von C hanging around, no worries. Picks up 2 kills in the early game in 1 minute and 30.
That's it's the reverse start here. I mean, TSM got 2-0'd early on with a failed gank last game. This round, it's all about TSM just not here to play around. And T-Tigers, I mean, he started off, he had the level 2, right? The level 2 from Samuel can really be used to punish some overextending opponents, but I feel like that kind of baited starting over to go a little bit more aggressive. I think they thought that they had a little bit more damage than they did, and when the turnaround happened, they were not prepared for that. That's sort of just the impression I get out of all this. So, Von C, very happy with 2-0 already here, Jods.
He's going to be laughing all the way to the bank, or all the way to the item shop, depending on where you want to cash it. But with that, I mean, Jungle will intensify, obviously, in a couple of minutes, meaning he's either going to go back now, or he's going to go back to a little later. Max Green trying to disrupt the path of Von C a little bit there, and he's going to meet Flash X, and Von C does get shunted into a wall yet again. Max, a lot of trouble here. T-Tigers is going to come down. Drifting Dark comes through, but they might just be able to pick up the kill. They do indeed. And now T-Tigers is going to have to go on the run as TSM come up with 3 kills in the early game already. And, yep, stark contrast to last game, but hey-ho, TSM doing a fantastic job, and even Von C going ever so aggressive on T-Tigers there.
I was going to say, if he stays around, I'm not confident he's going to pick up that kill, but T-Tigers, you see him dancing all the way up to the top. Now they're looking for a cleanup.
Whew, they're looking for it, but they do not find it just yet. Max is going to reappear back in the lane. False alarm, Forecourt, no worries. Von C isn't going to do anything too crazy. Or this might be a little bit crazy. He spots the Drifting Dark from over the wall. He's going to be able to escape, maybe. Pale and Githian Wall are available to Max Green. He knows he's dead. There he goes. He goes down. Too over-aggressive. T-Tigers picks up the kill. A little bit of revenge for earlier.
That's a shutdown on top, so that's actually going to be a little bit more gold now into T-Tiger's pocket, and it will at least stem a bit of this aggression. I mean, TSM not really going to be looking for too much invade until Koshka can come back up, and for now, Koshka's just going to be happy to farm out her back. So that's a bit of a breath of fresh air coming in here from Hammers. They need that control if they want to go back, if they want to try to contest all the farm that's been just funneled into Von C at this point.
It's completely funneled in his direction. He's got 3 kills. So, you know, that's a fair bit of gold. I would say so. Vonsi doing a lot of work for TSM right now, and already the jungle has intensified. We're at that point in the game. Vonsi almost has his ultimate available as well. Extremely devastating. We saw what he could do with it last game as well. This guy is just popping off left, right, and center right now. I'd be quite scared because, you know, Koshka, like you said, 100% win rate. We'll see if TSM can carry that forward.
Well, they're the ones kind of carrying the standard almost of Koshka here in the entire NA split. We did pick up quite a few scout traps, starting all over. Actually, diverted a bit of his cash to pick up some. You see the 2 of them sitting in his inventory. Max Green's been putting them out as often as he can as well. And this is going to be delaying their items. I mean, starting all over, not a tier 3. Max Green, not the same either.
Whoa, Yummy Candid Frenzy does get blocked by the Giphian wall though, but starting all over yet again is going to be able to get destroyed in this lane. Max Green under his turret alone. Are TSM going to, you know, pedal to the metal? No, they are not. They're just going to focus on the objectives like a good team should. That turret is going to fall eventually with T-Tigers with a little bit of a late response. Drifting Dart doesn't do much at all. And TSM are going to take that turret in 5 minutes and 5 seconds. Pretty quick.
Lucky number 5 right there. But this is a very similar pacing, right? I think it was before the 8-minute mark we had that first turret there from TSM, so now picking up here at the 5, just kind of like their laning is intensified a bit to go with the jungle. And 4-1, 3,000 gold. Nothing to really laugh at. There's the Sorrow Blade coming in. Best Chuck has that first big power spike coming through. Vonsi's not going to be too far behind him. He's going to go get that Aftershock here pretty much as you'd expect. And Flash X had that fountain. We didn't have one here for Max. We put a lot into this you know, counter vision with all these scout traps. It's really starting to show with these spikes coming through earlier on.
Yeah, those spikes are definitely apparent now. Vonsi, he's picked up a tier 3 item now in the Aftershock, and he's going to be hitting like a truck or a small cat. I'd be more scared of a small cat at this point because he's going to be doing an absolute ton of damage. Starting all over, just trying to farm as much as he can, even falling behind here of Best Chuck and A by about 10 CS. Not going so well right now. However, obviously, we always speak about it. Breaking point and double monocle is the kind of point where, you know, he is going to get fairly strong and he will be able to team fight. But will he get to that point? I'm not entirely sure here, Forecourt.
Yeah, the breaking point's a good start, but the big thing is with the aggressive nature of TSM, especially with their picks, like they're definitely in a really good spot to look for these fights, look for these invades, look for this pressure. That you got to make a decision here from your carries. You know, T-Tigers has built already into the reflex block. He has a little bit more of that shield. He's very aware that Vonsi is going to be just kind of jumping on his face into the back line. He has to really bulk up against that shield. But starting all over, like, his decision has to either be going straight into the monocle and looking for that counter damage, or he has to go for the survivability. Before I can even finish the thought, he does pick up the reflex. And I think that's, you know, a very key kind of component that these guys need right now.
Yeah, they just need him to be protected in this back line, stack up that damage with the breaking point, and then he'll be able to hopefully rip through TSM, but we'll have to wait and see. Max Green just kind of, again, just being a little bit of a non-factor. Let's get the Githian wall onto Vonsi, so he's going to be pushed back, but TSM with that unrelenting pursuit on the likes of Hammers. Not looking too strong right now, and it could be a 2-0. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm excited to see if Hammers can pull this back, because they do have a very devastating late-game combo.
Well, I'm not entirely confident Hammers are going to be able to do anything about the Crystal Sentry. With that rotation, that's going to be one of the 3 lives out. Picking up now the farm in the backs and with setting up the ambush. Like, Hammers know that their jungle absolutely is not a good place to be right now. They don't exactly know where TSM are, but if they show themselves here, especially with Max Green all the way back in base, that's a bad place to be.
Ooh, T-Tigers, yeah, Max Green's all the way back in base. He's here now. That Oblivion comes out, only hits Flash X, but they're just going to dive under turret and starting all over yet again. It's almost going to fall there. Might just fall to the burning damage. However, there he goes. Best Check and A almost gets caught up by Max Green, but a 2-for-1 trade. Vonsi finally falling there. But, however, TSM still playing up to their aggressive nature. Flash X finding that beautiful afterburn.
Just, you can't show yourself like that. You weren't full power. Max Green's not even level 6 yet here, Jaws. I mean, he's definitely on the weaker scale of this early game simply because he has not gotten that experience. He does not have the combat role. It's not exactly a huge game-defining ult for him, but it would keep him a little bit more mobile and a little bit more able to keep starting over from getting jumped like that. But he's gonna have to juggle like who's getting rushed down. Is it gonna be starting over? Is it gonna be T Tigers? Max Green really has to stay on top of his decision making here, and he's already playing from behind a full level now as Flash just hit 7. Well, actually, Flash about to hit 8 here as well. It's like 60%. Like, it's a pretty big disparity.
Massive disparity with the 2 deaths. He's obviously been a part of both of the kills they do have on their side, so you know he has been there. But yeah, Max Green just not really living up to I was gonna say up to the name, but you know, Max Green, I can't think of any like famous sports stars that like are famous enough for that to be a name. But hey ho, Max Green just not living up to Lance's reputation at this point, with him not being too much of a relevant factor. He can kind of get this combo off where, you know, he can Githium wall them back or like impale them up, but after that, I mean, T-Tigers really has to get an Oblivion down or they can't really do much because Best Chakane is just going to deal so much damage from the back line now. You can see him with the Sorobay, with the breaking point. He's just an unstoppable force with Von C with the engagements.
Without a real solid engagement, like Hammer's 5,000 gold down, if they just have to keep, keeping step to the TSM drum, it's just going to be going downhill. Like they really need to be able to disrupt this tempo that TSM has set up because it's just absolute control. There's just enough vision out there just to keep Hammers within the vision range, and now Crystal Sentry, like Gold Miners, anything is really possible here from TSM.
Anything is possible if you dream or think hard enough, and that will fall. 1 life remaining on this century, and that will mean TSM just pulling ahead yet again. Flash X has been found, but however, Max Green and T-Tigers do not want to mess with him whatsoever because Flash X has just been such a driving force behind TSM. We saw him on the Flicker last game. We're seeing him on the Glaive now. Really just impressive captain work from this guy, and someone to keep your eye on for sure. And I gotta think TSM are just gonna slowly choke Hammers out to the victory here.
And again, that's why Hammers have to really disrupt the tempo. They need to either find a pick or find an objective, find some kind of momentum, some hope for this game. And they did actually just spend a lot of their gold that they've been building up. T-Tigers is now looking for his second item. It's not quite there, but 11 minutes in, I mean, he's the best that he can be right now. Starting over, picks up that monocle, and Max Green has his 2 defensives ready to go with the Fountain, with that Crucible. So, they just did jump up a good amount of power. It just sort of pales in comparison right now as TSM are still just running the show. Like, no contest whatsoever past really these backs.
The TSM show starring Flash X, Von C, and Best Chakane. They really are just taking this game in their stride. 6-2 on the scoreboard, and with that, 6k gold lead will be extended to around 6k as the decent gold payout. It's not too much in the bank, but hey ho, 148 apiece, not too bad at all for a free objective. With that, Max Green and the gang are just going to be in this lane right now. Von C jumping in yet again, and the level disparity is something I just can't get my head around. Level 11 to level 7, obviously, between Von C and Max Green right now. Him just hitting level 8 now. Just absolutely huge. Crystal Sentry's going to fall. That's the end of that. Sentries have been eliminated. Flash X is going to go in, though. T-Tigers just gets obliterated. And that will be Von C jumping in as well underneath the turret. My goodness, TSM, they see an opening, they go for it, and they always come up trumps.
Crucible, double reflex block, doesn't matter. It's just everything is coming up TSM right now. They're going to be able to pick up this turret. Not a problem. Best Chuck just getting shot and shot and shot after everything. He's just gonna be standing here flawless at this point. You saw the crits add up on top of T-Tigers. T-Tigers wasn't able to stop the afterburn. We had the Crucible go out. Nothing really to stop starting over to go down. And that's just, you have the tools to defeat this, but TSM just kind of getting the better timings out of Hammers. If you can't block these very important, engages, you're going to be in a bad spot, and you're already in a bad spot. So going from bad to worse, not news to the Hammers' ears.
Yeah, really not. And they're really just clutching at straws now. And TSM just slowly choking this game out. And the thing is, Flash X, every single time, there's no thing. He jumps in, no problem. Afterburn, T-Tigers didn't stand a chance. Tried to obviously Oblivion on himself. But hey, everybody has got a reflex block on the side of him. Flash X obviously does have the Crucible, There's no reflex block on Von C right now, but just that's going to get blocked, no worries. And then Max Green has got to try to figure out something there, but as soon as one person's caught, they can just blow them up instantly.
Yeah, and that's what the TSM Vayne has been these last 2 games. You know, get that pick, win the 2v3 afterwards. And so far, Hammer's not really able to counter that whatsoever. A big thing is, again, Von C and this Koshka. He's leading the pack with the win rates. He's leading the pack early game. Sure, he might die every now and then, but overall, it's really to do with his insane burst that he's been able to build up.
Yeah, Broken Myth on his hands as well. A little cat's holding a very, very sharp blade and some sort of crystal. What would you even say that is? What even is? Is it like a tube of crystal power? Like,
What,
I
the
don't know.
Broken Myth?
No, alternating current.
Oh, it's, yeah. I
Like a
always think
battery
of it
pack
like
or something?
I always think like it's a pill that he takes and he just does damage.
It's a bit, don't do drugs, kids. It is a pill. It makes him stronger.
It also reminds me of like a shock baton.
I'm gonna have
That's
to ask,
aftershock, right?
what is
Yeah.
Gold payout collected.
what is a shock baton?
Oh,
Oh, like a baton, like you do in relay races, like that kind of thing.
Think of like a billy club that emits electricity.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, shock.
Well,
baton.
it does a lot of damage, and so does Von C. He's holding one of those and a blade, so
Absolutely. Yep.
does a lot of sustained damage. And Best Chuck he's holding a massive axe, even though he shoots weapons. But hey, who am I to question the builds right now? Because they're TSM, they're working out perfectly fine for them. Kraken is on the board, 15-minute mark. We are at TSM. They are very, very much in the lead. Infusion's coming across the board as well. And T-Tigers has just picked up the Broken Myth, so he is looking for war. We'll see if he can bring anything to it, because at the moment, he's just been kind of, just not been impactful.
Starting a few seconds more, and might have actually gotten jumped there from Bonsi, but he's going to go home and pick up his own infusion. This is actually the second round of infusions from TSM. They did hold them like between 10 and 11, but now, 12 across both the carries here. They're able to just reap all the benefits since they do scale up. So starting T-Tigers, they're unfortunately not really making moves here towards the mid. They can probably guess that it's going down. They don't have any vision to confirm it, but the Kraken is going to be unleashed, and this is, I say it a lot, but it's do or die time, right? You got to start putting up, or you're just going to fall at this round.
It seems like it's been do or die time since the 5-minute mark when that turret was taken, honestly. And from there, they've just been pushed out their lane, pushed out their jungle. Crystal Mino's just fallen over and over again. That sentry did not last long whatsoever.
Nah, it's out
And
of there.
FlashX has been making the plays, and that's really going to be it. I mean, TSM, they're looking to close the game out here. Kraken is marching down the lane with such force and stride. TSM assault this tier 3 tower.
FlashX has also cleared out a lot of the vision here in the jungle, and he knew if he got jumped, he has that afterburn, he can hit the boots, no problem, right? But clearing out the vision as well, it's just once again setting up this bottleneck. We are going to get that burning on top of starting all over, but I mean, is this still an endgame Kraken? I'm debating.
I'm not sure it is. Not just yet, at least. Von C is going to go in yet again. He's on max green, and now he's straight on top of starting all over indeed. T-Tigers is going to get jumped on next. Von C just unrelenting in this. Oh my god, this pick is just too much for the likes of Hammers. Their turrets are being destroyed, and now we'll see TSM taking this series 2-0 so convincingly. And yet again, it will be a Gangstars and TSM final. I just can't believe my eyes. It's just... is a very anticlimactic game because they just kind of just slowly push out Hammers, and that was really just the end of it there.
I think the momentum and the morale against Hammers really kind of did not do them any favors by the end of there. You do need to keep a very strong mindset, but Max Green, that entire last fight, no Crucible, he just did not want to use it, like, whatsoever. Like, we had the reflex block on starting all over for that afterburn. That was a good start for him, but then he got Yummy Cat and friends. I'm looking at Max Green's like, Crucible? Maybe? Nope, just didn't bother using it at all. So starting goes down, T-Tigers goes down, the rest is history from there. It's just very, very out the gate from Solo Vid, right? They take control early on, they don't let it up. They Hammers built up the tools, I felt, to deal with a lot of the setup, a lot of the engage from TSM, but they were just never able to execute.
Yeah, they just were not able to execute on their comm whatsoever. And I did kind of like the Samuel pick, obviously, with the Lance as well. A lot of lockdown, obviously, that could come into the Oblivion, etc. But Nothing really happened, and it was a stark contrast to game number one, where the Hammers did have the lead in the early game. They picked up those 2 early kills from the missteps from Flash X, and we thought maybe it would be a closer game, but it really just turned out to be quite the opposite, with TSM just coming up trumps. And then yet again, TSM, they come through really early, and they pick up the 2 kills there. Have you got any final words about that game?
Yeah, it was the TSM show, through and through. I think that their preparation is just far ahead of anyone else right now.
TSM show. Well, their prep is certainly working out for them. They will go through to visit Gangstars in the final once again. However, we'll throw it over to the desk for this after-match cooldown period, where we can all just sit back, relax, and think about what TSM just did. And we'll see what the boys have to say. AJ, take it away.
All right, Team Solo Mid looking very dominant in their semifinals today, going up again against Gangstars. I got my mind. We went so quickly, I just couldn't keep track.
Hammer's on my mind.
Up against Gangstars in the finals after this. If you're Gangstars, you're scared, right? That was very convincing.
Dang.
I mean, that was very convincing, just like pretty much all of Team Solo Mid's matches thus far in Vainglory 8 have been. I feel like if they go up against Gangstars and 2 of them again, then it just leaves zero doubt whatsoever that Team Solo Mid is the best team in North America.
I've got to agree with you. And, it's hard to even, we didn't find a replay in that game because it was kind of just incremental, right? Like, Hammers constantly falling behind. Maybe 1 person dies, maybe 2, but none of the plays were big and impactful. It was just inevitable, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, TSM had synergy in pretty much everything they were looking to accomplish. Glaive had a gap closer and an Atlas. Koshka had a gap closer, burst damage, and an Atlas. So you can apply those very easily onto the Vox. On the flip side, Lance had his own Atlas Pauldron. But if he's applying that onto the Ringo, who's on the backside of TSM's lines, then suddenly Vox is left wide open.
Yeah.
I mean, Koshka was on the fold.
12-0 right now.
Seems to be good enough for North America. At some point, she's actually been banned about 10 times now. I feel like that number is going to be skyrocketing over the next week or 2 because it seems like you can't let anyone have it. It's not even like, I was actually looking it up during the game. I was like, is it just like 1 or 2 players that have played it a whole bunch type of thing? But no, it's been played by multiple teams. Hammers played it once. I know Gangstars have played it. Immortals have played it. Rogue has played it. So, all these different teams have played it, and every single one of them has won with it.
It makes sense to start banning it more. I've got to agree with you. We are going to be cutting to a quick break. Before we do, let's do another giveaway. If you want to win some epic keys, go ahead and enter the name of the team who won that last series in lowercase, all one word, into the Twitch chat. When we're back, we've got our finals. It's a rematch between Team Solo Mid and Gangstars. We'll see you in a second.
Horizon lights up in the palm of my hands. I reach out to grab the edge. Was it a reaction to the rainfall that made the lights reflect overhead? Whisper something sweet over the city to counter the bitter air. I will be listening for you. The chains were too hard to bear. I believe there's a place where I belong, and you do too. It's not far away. If only it were true. I believe that the way
All right, it's finals time. My name's Action Jackson, here with Humanist and Tasty Bacon for the Vainglory 8. We've got a rematch of finals from week number 1. It is going to be Gangstars and Team Solo Mid.
Team Solo Mid. I gotcha. Well, my guess is TSM walk away with it again.
That's the
I
early
love
assumption.
this. I love how little prompting I've had to do today. You're just willing to go for it.
Trying to get the ball rolling here, team. We have viewers who like to see matches.
That's true.
It's all for the fans.
It's all for you.
All right, Bacon, what about you?
Absolutely. I feel like how can you go against Team Solo Mid going into this one after the performances they've been putting up consistently?
It would be something like this. I think Gangstars really could take it to TSM here in the finals, especially after losing in week 1. They've adapted. They've come out with some very strong strategies, and they've been executing on them to a very high level.
That was
All right,
convincing
there
enough.
you have it. Humanist thinks Gangstars are going to win.
Clip it. That was convincing enough. I'm not sure if I can ever trust you ever again. But let's have a look at the Gangstars roster. All right, we got Rakta, Rakizoro, Xenotech, and Zelciar.
I mean, they have been playing incredibly well as an organization. It's just last week we had this exact same matchup, exact same spot in the tournament, and Team Solo Mid just dominated Gangstars, despite Gangstars looking the best they've ever looked.
And Gangstars look great. I mean, we can't undervalue that, right? Like, they look like a very strong team right now. And I have to admit, getting a chance to meet TSM in the finals, I think is going to be great for them in terms of their development, right? Like, they're getting great practice every single weekend. They're still coming in with a great seed so long as they keep this going. Let's have a look at Team Solo Mid, though. Their roster up now on your screens. You just saw them. It's Flash X, Best Chuck NA, Von C, Starboy, and Bladeheart 92.
Not much to say about this team. They're just solid in every area right now. I think they're drafting strong. The lane is working out well for Best Chuck consistently. Von C has been doing great out of the jungle, even when he's not on typical Von C heroes that have been in the rotation. But they've obviously been playing a lot together, practicing, and it's really nice to see.
It's so smooth, right? Like, their movements as a team are so fluid. They're always on the same page. I feel like Von C,
Not always.
Occasionally, Von C goes a bit deep. But it's Von C. Come on, it's Von C. Like, we got to give him that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It just, like, snaps him back into it.
Yeah.
Let him have a little bit of run before you yank it back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's got to feel like he has creative freedom in the team. He's like, all right, Flash, you've been calling the plays for the last 5 minutes. I got this.
I'm diving.
Go in. All right. But on the other side, I mean, I also think when it comes to teamwork and such, Gangstars is a great example of a team who's doing really well in that regard right now.
100%.
Yeah, it's almost tough because we expect Team Solo Mid to win, and normally when we expect a team to win going into a game, it's because there's a significant difference, like one of the teams is really underperforming, but that's just not the case here. It's just Team Solo Mid is performing so well that just there doesn't really seem to be anyone else on their level at the moment.
I definitely think Gangstars a few weeks from now, I'm going to maybe be there. But maybe we'll be there today. I mean, let's not discount the possibility.
Yeah.
Gangstars has had the opportunity to sit back to watch TSM's game just now. And as we head into the draft for game number 1 of the finals, they have a chance to show what they've learned. Maybe ban away something. Maybe pick something that Team Solo Mid can't deal with.
Maybe don't let the Koshka go through.
I feel like that's an important takeaway.
You let the Koshka go through and you beat it. All right, first pick. There you go. easiest Koshka with
Easiest
Gangstars
first
live.
pick. I think that's the quickest bans and picks we've seen to start a draft.
Damn, it feels good to have a Koshka.
This all being said, Koshka's not going to be too happy if this is her first loss.
Oh. What do you do? What do you do? Go against Stats, Bacon, or you go against TSM? This is the real dilemma. Wow.
We'll have to see the rest of the draft.
I feel like I'm drafting against TSM right now because I've just been put into a major dilemma.
I mean, to be completely honest, stats-wise, TSM's also undefeated, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. What do we do?
Through series, right? Because they dropped games.
Have they dropped
They
games?
dropped
Yeah.
a game to Cloud9.
Okay, they dropped. Okay.
One,
Through series then.
1.
and that was a nice game. That was a beautiful game.
I like the Vox here, though. I mean, Vox, the other winningest hero that's over 7 wins, right, Bacon?
Yep. Vox having, I believe, around a 70% win rate now in North America. Very strong. It's kind of been fluctuating between like 60 to 75% win rate, as some teams have picked it up and lost with it. But Flicker getting banned away by Team Solo Mid.
They know just
they
how
know.
good that combo can be.
Yeah.
I'd actually like to see Gangstars take a page out of TSM's book and maybe think about picking up the glaive in the captain position. It was working so good against the Vox, having 2 very strong gap closers to apply an Atlas Pauldron on the Vox.
I want to see Gangstars ban away Fortress here. I feel like if that's let through, Team Solo Mid is very likely to pick it up.
And run kind of the hammers comp,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Just run at you.
Dang,
Say,
the hammers
Koshka, you
comp.
want to be aggressive? We can be just as aggressive.
All right, Team Solo Mid, they have that opportunity if they want to go for it. Gangstars ban away the Lance. This does mean that they don't get to pair it with the Koshka, but it also means that Team Solo Mid can't knock the Koshka away when she tries to engage and all that kind of stuff.
TSM could also look for the glaive here.
Yeah, they could definitely pick up the captain glaive. I wouldn't like it out of the jungle, but in the captain position, I think it'd be fine.
And that's a matchup thing. I mean, you don't like the Koshka glaive matchup jungle-wise.
And it's just Koshka's been running through the jungle, like just running rampant over any jungle glaive, no matter the build.
Definitely
Alright.
using a bit of their bonus time.
I'm honestly somewhat surprised. I mean, I never really expect Team Solo Mid to need it. I saw the spreadsheets they had.
Bro, you're
Summer.
playing against Gangstars. You don't just lock in your picks without thinking this through.
Finn as a second. That's a really interesting set. We've seen that as a third pick a few times.
Yep.
Then to win.
Not really second pick.
As much as I love the Finn pick, it actually does not have a terribly great win rate. It's one of the on the lower side of the spectrum.
I mean, you can talk about how like Finn being very slow can kind of struggle with the Koshka, but like when it comes to team fighting and a Koshka commits or Yummy Catnip Frenzies onto a target, just quibble right on top of that.
And Quibble's so big too. Vox needs to just
Yeah.
be kind of near Finn, and then he's good.
Yeah, exactly. And then it just a little polite company. It just pulls her into the fights and she's trying to
She
abuse that
can't
move
say
speed.
no. She's too polite.
Exactly.
Also, it, gives your own allies fortified health, helps them stay alive a little longer against the heavy burst.
All right, so Gangstars, they're going with the glaive. It's very likely to be captain.
I mean,
99%.
this is the comp that Team Soul Mid literally just ran this.
They know how to beat it probably then, right? I mean, you've got to find the weaknesses in your own strengths.
Do you?
That was like not actually deep. It sounded deep. I just want to clarify.
I was thinking it
Because I can see it happen. It's like when I said that quote before. I was like, what do you do when your champion pool is an ocean? And people were like, oh, so deep, man. It's not deep. This is a throwaway statement.
Yeah. Latch onto it. Ride it home.
We'll see if Gangstars can ride that statement to victory.
So, Von
Make
C.
a statement.
What do we think for Von C?
I think you play the Vox. You just go for it.
I think this is another Ozo game team.
He's someone who would.
He is.
Sometimes,
Could
unfortunately,
be,
so.
they could also very easily go Samuel here.
Alpha. Okay.
Alpha.
This pick's good against Takas. It wouldn't surprise me if it's also fairly good against Koshka.
It shouldn't.
It really
he should
shouldn't.
get dumpstered in the early game.
Yeah.
Koshka should live in his jungle, which this is going to be very interesting. Does Flash choose to drop into the jungle, help him out a little bit, or does he stay up in that lane because Glaive's going to be looking to afterburn constantly on Deathstruck?
Not only that, but I've never liked Koshka into Glaive. Because, you just use your termination protocol. Have fun being nowhere close to the team fight.
I mean,
And-
Alpha in the Glaive.
Yes, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Gotcha. I mean, I feel like this is Von C, though. They don't pick this for no reason. I feel like Von C is going to be able to stick to people.
I'm predicting Gangstars.
Okay. Is this serious mode this time, though? Because before, that clip that we had earlier, I wasn't sure.
There are no clips.
There might be.
I think you're living in a world of falsities. Predicting Gangstars. True statement.
I think it's going to be Team Soul Mid. I just feel like they are just too good for North America to handle right now.
All right, so obviously this comp from Team Solo Mid is a little bit strange. How do they make it work when it's a power spike?
Did I see this whole draft backwards?
We did. The overlays were backwards. Okay.
Ugh!
Gangstars locked in truth. Are you okay?
I think TSM win.
Okay. And Bacon, by that virtue, you think the Gangstars has got this,
I did not say I thought TSM wins because they're
They
draft.
clipped it. Tweet it to Bacon.
I do not
tag me and Jax.
I did not say that I think TSM wins because of their draft. I think TSM wins because they are just the best team in North America right now.
All right. Let's get this game underway. Sorry about that mix-up, guys. It's Teams Eliminated against Gangstars in the finals. Let's hand it on over to Jaws and Forecourt Jester.
Don't worry, guys. We won't get mixed up with the TSM versus Gangstars. Game number 1 of this best of 3. It's the finals. My name's Jaws, joined by Forecourt. And we're about to get into this. And now, who do you think is going to win Forecourt? Because these guys, they kind of seem to know what they're talking about.
Yeah, well, that shot aside, I'm really on the fence about calling this one. There's a lot to go with the fact that TSM is kind of looking for that repeat champion. They've just decimated their opponents. But, I mean, this is Alpha. I mean, like, Xenotech Alpha, Raki on this Vox, Recta's on this Finn. These are strong picks for Gangstars. So I'm secretly sort of hoping that we're actually going to get into a game 3, but I don't really want to jinx either side by calling it.
Don't want to jinx. That's fair enough, man. I don't want to jinx that stuff either. TSM, they're looking pretty strong already. Obviously, the 2-0 in the last best of 3 with Vonsi getting his hands on the Koshka yet again. But like you said, Xenotech, who's actually going to meet in his own jungle in a second. Xenotech trading a little bit of that damage backwards, and Rector's going to come around as well. However, Flash X is going to be here also. They might be in a little bit of trouble here. Rector's got the Polite Company, not really able to do much. Nice sidestep from Von C, and Iraqi Zero is now here as well. That's going to be Flash X diving in, and there comes the first blood. It goes straight over to Flash X, but Von C's going really low. He's going to have to back off. He's actually backing off in the wrong direction, but Best Chuck NA's got the damage. He's got the follow-up as well. The trading backwards and forwards is TSM. They do end up falling as well. Flash X picks up the first blood, but he also goes down to Xenotech. We'll have to see if he wants to chase this one. Oh, no, he's found Best Chuck. Will he be able to get the kill, though? He hasn't got too much damage on his side. Nice sidestep by Best Chuck. He will be able to get away, but 1-for-1 trade in favor only just to TSM.
Okay, Xeno will get the last hit there on top of the train. They lost out their backs because Vonsi did not go down, so he's actually able to pick up quite a bit of farm here off the back of all that. But Iraqi Zoro, you saw how quickly he got deleted. Flash X made the executive decision, said we're not going to worry about Xenotech. He's going to come back to life anyways, right? Let's just eliminate Iraqi. They might do it here again as well.
They might just do it here again. You aren't wrong, as Xeno is going to be able to just miss that. I thought he was going to hit it, but Vonsi does get jumped on here yet again. Flash X is in the front line. And Best Chuck and A is just going to be able to kind of rejoin them. No more aggression from Gangstars, as they do end up backing off there. But Vonsi is going to have to back.
Xeno's gearing up to kind of deal with Vonsi. He knows that he's going to be aggressive. He knows that this Koshka really does have the tools to get in and try to live in the jungle. Xenotech's gone into double shield. Has only that one weapon blade, has a little bit of attack speed, not even boots to his name. But Xeno, he is ready to tussle with Vonsi. And Alpha so far is giving as good as she's getting at the same time. Vonsi is not going to find a pushover jungle here.
He will not. He's not going to be able to invade as much as he did in the last game. That was a last game showing from him. He was just permanently, it seemed, in the enemy jungle. But yeah, like you said, not going to be able to do it this time. Xenotech is no pushover on this Gangstars lineup. Or Gang Squad. They are kind of a squad. Gangstars.
No, they're looking for Iraqi, but I think Flash X just hit the boots to be aggressive. That's going to be able to clean up lane. Now, again, they're facilitating Von C to kind of get into this jungle pretty much unfettered. And he's going to find the front. It's not the worst if those are stolen away. But at the same time, Von C now also has access to the shop. He's looking pretty crystal so far.
He's coming up crystal as he's building that full crystal build. We'll see what he wants to go. If he wants to go a little bit more defensive this game. As that does look to be. Is that a Shatterglass first?
It's very likely the Aftershock.
Oh, I was hoping we've seen it a couple of times when it's the Shatterglass first, where it's just like, I just want all the damage right now. But no, it is going to be Aftershock.
There is a little bit of a reverse, though, Jaws, if you think about it. Iraqi Zoro is showing into a crystal bit. This is probably not a double crystal, which means Xeno's going to build out that weapon he just did right now.
Oh,
this
boy.
is not a crystal burst alpha. This is the steady damage. They're going for the double steady with Iraqi Zoro to have, the resonance bounces really going to be digging in here to the Von C Flash X combo.
They really are, and that combo has been so proficient. It might just be proficient enough here as well. There goes the Yummy Catnip Frenzy straight onto Arakizoro. He just falls instantly to Von C and Flash X. However, Xenotech is going to be here as well. Not going to be able to trade up too much because Best Chakane is just fending him off. No problemo. Achilles shot does take him fairly low, but does have infinite reboot available to him. So he will come back alive if necessary. But TSM, yet again, executing this incredibly aggressive early comp.
Yep, the early steals actually worked out great for Vonsi. Hit that level 6 mark. Arakizoro, I mean, there's no reflex block here at all. Xeno's just really trying to soak up the ambient left over here into the lane, but he also doesn't really want to risk hitting the infinite reboot without the termination protocol, but Flash X, like, keeping an eye on him there. I almost expected Vonsi just to jump over and pop him.
Yeah, we were hoping for it, but it wasn't going to happen. Was not going to happen. Did not really have too much vision of him, and you know, Rekt was there as well, so you got to be careful. He could just roam down. TSM taking a firm commanding lead though, as they do head into the 6-minute mark. Obviously, Gold Miner is about halfway full at this point. We'll see what team wants to prioritize that first, as TSM, they're looking very strong, and will they take it off them? And we got to think to ourselves about this as well, because they did manage to win out against Gangstars last week. Will it be a repeat performance? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Flash X on this Glaive and Vonsi on this Koshka both really don't become super threatening late game. Like, you transition out of mid to late game, as long as you're not too far behind the 8-ball. Like, I feel that the alpha, especially on this weapon, will just scale up a lot better. Rekt, of course, gets more and more tanky, which in turn makes his team more and more tanky. They're also going to have the Forced Accord ready to go here soon enough. And Araki and the Crystal is just going to scale for days.
It really will, with Xenotech as well being quite the prominent force in the later stages. We've seen him on the Alpha before, and he does absolutely tear heads off with it. We'll have to see if he's able to do that in this game. Obviously, going down that weapon power build won't be too prominent in the early game, however. Well, not compared to Von C at least. However, still doing a lot of damage. Does have the ult available to him now. Flash X just checking that bush, no problem. He's going to be able to escape, no issues. And Flash X, this is a player I want to touch on really quickly because he's just been a masterful Glaive player so far. And do you think with this Glaive kind of being so good right now and Flash X just proving his worth on it, do you think it's something that Gangstars are going to have to ban away next game?
No, absolutely not. I don't think Glaive is really going to be in the wheelhouse here for those bans. I mean, not only do you have to worry about the Adagio and the Lyra, right, but if you had to ban anything away, I mean, the Koshka is really looking for a loss at this point, right? At the same time, you know, Lance is something that you always got to be aware of here. Rekt, Xeno, and Araki all kind of master Lance players at this point, especially Rekt. Rekt on a Captain Lance can almost do as much as Rekt on a Captain Lyra.
Oof, that is saying something, man. So yeah, definitely keep with the Lance ban is what you're saying, but maybe trading up as well.
Multiple teams have banned Lance consistently against Gangstars. So no, I don't think there's really a big precedent for Glaive.
We'll have to... Well, we'll see. I mean, it all can change. Forced Accord in. Bestchakane was not prepared for that one. Flash X dives in as well. Vonsi just had to try and save him, but it didn't work. There comes the unrelenting pursuit that is Gangstars. Vonsi almost took out Arakizoro there, and Flash X is actually going to find him here, but Xenotech is going to be able to pick up the kill. Arakizoro only just surviving. Will he be able to get away? One more hit will do it. Afterburn does manage to pick him up in the end. Crystal Sentry is going to help with Flash X demise. Xenotech is going to pick up that kill. That's going to be a triple kill for him coming through. And with that, Gangstars, they're pulling up their weight now.
Yeah, Rekt with the Forced Accord to start things off. That's exactly what you need to be doing here. The fact that they were able to fight it under their turret there as well, a lot of icing on the cake to just get that kill. Besttruck's already back on the fold. I mean, he died so early in the fight, but he's not able to stop the counters that goes through, so Xenotech a little bit extra farm to him. But you also see now the power that if Xenotech can really just stay on top of you, the weapon will hurt. It's not as bursty as a Crystal on top of our Alpha, but she will have a lot of steady damage, and Araki not dying all the way into the end. Again, another feather in the cap right there. If he gets a little bit more defensive stats, you know, he will be looking for a second Crystal, but that plus Rekt, it goes a long way.
It's really horrible. Arakizoro gets jumped on. Forced Accord just brings them back in, though. It brought them back into Arakizoro, not wanting to actually survive that fight whatsoever. Xenotech is going to be able to take out, however, Best Chuck with the ult, but he's going to end up falling there. Forced Accord from Rekt actually kind of sealed Arakizoro's demise there as he got brought back into the entirety of TSM.
again, Araki has to get a lot of peel with this Rect. As long as he tries to play around the Finn, the Polite Companies go a long way. The Quibble Stuns, we got Quibble Stuns now, level 8 Rect coming into it all, but he does need to tank up a little bit more. He has no armor whatsoever, only that reflex block and a little bit of shield. I know that he is going to be looking for the second crystal item before we even see any real armor built up here, but if Araki is kind of jumped like that, or the gap is closed and he's right up toe-to-toe against like a Vonsi or a Best Chuck, yeah, he will become the weak link of this comp.
We did just see it there as well. Obviously, that turret going down earlier also. Not the quickest turret we've ever seen. Obviously, TSM scoring a 5-minute one in their last best of 3. But they're definitely putting pedal to the metal. A 5k gold lead in their back pocket as well. Stretches to 4k now after that minion wave. Vonsi finding Rect. You know, he wants it, man. He wants to go in on it.
Vonsi has 2 items plus an infusion. So, 10 minutes, almost 11 minutes in, 2 items under jungle with an infusion. Best Chuck, he did divert his funds. You see Best Chuck actually has that tier 2 armor on top of everything now. So, again, a little bit of what I was talking to Rakizoro, it's the same kind of idea here for Chuck. If he gets just a little bit more tankiness, if you can live, 3 more seconds, it can make or break some of these fights. So, again, Araki, once he gets his second item, I would expect armor to be a little bit more the next item, and he does have the Shadow Glass ready to go here. So very even across the board for the cash. 5k gold to TSM, but the power is not an insurmountable difference between these guys.
It really isn't. One team fighter, one catch out from someone like Rect, obviously with the Forced Accord, can really just set TSM back, or Gangstar's back for that matter. FlashX has been an absolute wonder with the afterburns. The Rect has been spotted though. Forced Accord is available to him. Doesn't want to use it just yet. Doesn't want to pull that trigger. As TSM just looking for another engage here as well. It looks like they've got their eyes actually set on the Crystal Sentry now. It's actually going to get taken up, and Forced Accord actually going to get blocked completely. Xenotech is going to be in the fight as well, but FlashX is going to go forward. Rakizoro almost going down here. Almost does. Xenotech's got his eyes in the sights, and there we go. Takes him out, and Xenotech's going to be the next target as well. He is going to pop that ult. Vonsi ends up falling. Xenotech exploding, but not doing too much damage. It's now FlashX to be able to live through this one. No hope in hell. He ends up falling as well. TSM, they get the ace. They get the fight they were looking for. And what a fantastic play there from Best Chuck, and he just kiting around Xenotech.
The big thing there is, again, Flash got unfettered access right up on top of Rakizoro. He did not get the block on top of the afterburn. It put him right in the middle of everything, and you saw Vonsi and Best Chuck just immediately look to delete Rakizoro. If he continues to not block out these repositions, if he can't block out really anything, this is going to be a TSM game just all wrapped up and pretty, because 2v3, not a problem. Xeno might be able to get those return kills, but once he goes down in that infinite reboot, there's not much he can do.
Yeah, literally zero. He's there like a sitting duck, just waiting to be killed. Best Chuck and FlashX, they did manage to do just that. Atlas Baldrin is going to get picked up from Vonsi. Infusions as well, and a couple of those candies coming through from Rect also.
If the Sentry had lived just, again, a little longer, if the engage had happened a bit earlier, might have been a 2 for 2. But it wasn't. Like, Crystal Sentry just evaporated.
Yeah, it really did. It didn't last long at all. That's been kind of the story with the Sentry, hasn't it, over the last few series. Every time we see it available, it just instantly gets deleted. Oh, Rect looking for something here. Oh, they've been spotted. Now, Best Chuck needs to get in this fight. Xenotech doing a lot of damage to Vonsi. Vonsi hasn't really got the unfettered access to Rakizoro. And that will be Forced Accord just getting blocked there completely as well. And that could have turned really heads up for TSM there, as they could have get taken out. However, yet again, just going... I'd say this is really aggressive play here from them as well, going for this gold miner just after that fight.
Yeah, well, yes and no. Like, they have flares and everything.
That is true.
Oh, we had a disconnect, I think, right there from Best Chuck. He's literally just standing there. Was Rect walked right up to him. The gold miner was secured, so that's more gold to TSM. I think what we're going to see here is just kind of a walk away. Everyone's going to be a good sportsman, and Best Chuck will live throughout this one. But it was somewhat aggressive, but again, Best Chuck with his positioning, he was right there in that bush. He knows that the Force Accord was down, right? They might have actually guessed that Rakizoro didn't have ult. He does actually have it up, but it's not like it's a hard CC. And Rect wasn't going to be able to get a stun on top of it anyway. So having that vision in the brush, it was a perfectly safe gold mine to take, I think, there, Jaws. But yeah, the disconnect kind of sours the whole mood of it.
Yeah, just a turd. And Rect obviously has found Flash X there. Did pop the fountain, I believe, actually, just to kind of heal Xenotech up there a little bit. We'll see if they do make anything of this. Obviously, we've had a
60
few
seconds on it, yeah.
unlucky. Yeah, he did pop it just in the back line there. We'll see. We'll see if it does actually turn into anything. Obviously, we've had a few DCs and the like over the past couple of weeks. So we'll see if TSM do manage to reconnect. But let's look forward into the later stages of this game because Arakizora, like you mentioned, he's getting so strong. He has obviously got the Shatter Glass now, and with that and on top of the alternating current, he does so much work. But he just needs to be able to stick onto targets.
Yeah, and a lot of this will depend. Like the comp here from Gangstars absolutely needs to survive into the later phases of some of these. So yeah, we are just going to break it up. The pause is undone here, Joz, just so you know.
All right, thank you very much, because it's not for me.
It's good enough. So yeah, Arakizoro with the resonance, with the bounces, like he wants to continue to live out through these fights. And the longer that he lives, the more bounces you get, the more damage he does. Xenotech a little bit more in the same boat as well. He has that breaking point after that Sora Blade. Looks like he is starting to finish up a lot more of his tank. And he does now pick up that Atlas Pauldron, so Best Chuck's got to be on notice a little bit now. Araki did finish off the Aegis there as well. So again, he has that Aegis. Hopefully he's going to be able to use it to defeat some of these Afterburns and Yummy Catnip Frenzies. But the longer we fight with Gangstars, the comp is definitely tailored to longevity. But TSM, if they can blow up somebody, cripples the comp pretty hard.
Yeah, no problem for them at all if they do manage to take out one player. I am back in the game, thankfully, so we're all good now. Kraken has just emerged. So it will be available on the Fold. We'll see if TSM or Gangstars want to make use of that anytime soon. Flash X.
Zero vision, man. Like, there's no scout traps here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't saying just now. Come on. I was saying soon. You know, if a team doesn't win a team fight. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel that.
The TSM, because there's no real vision here, there's no real pressure, all they got to do is just maintain a little bit more of an eye on that bush. You see flare and flare and flare again and again and again. As long as they know that Gangstars is coming, they can start this up and again. Flare, 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 right?
They've double bluffed. They've completely double bluffed Gangstars. They're starting up the Kraken. Rect is the only one here. It's going really down. Forced Accord's going to come through to try and make the steal. It just goes over. They completely kind of double bluff there. I think Gangstars, the lack of vision, and Gangstars are like, there's no way these guys are going to go get it. And TSM go, actually, yes, we are.
So yeah, flare, flare, flare. TSM absolutely safe to take it. No real counter coming out from Gangstars. Kind of a problem.
Yeah, I'd say that's a bit of a problem. You've got a massive Kraken walking down the lane at you. And TSM, they're looking pretty good, looking pretty hot right now. Almost 10k in the lead in terms of gold. That gold meaning very little at this point in the game, though, because, full builds aren't there yet, but a lot of high
Brew
damage coming through.
Not blocked.
From both teams. Yeah, Brew did come out. Xenotech does take a face full of that fire, and that will be the Kraken just assaulting their base now. That turret is not long for this world. TSM going to take this one in the stride. We'll see if that Kraken can do anything more.
Man, Xeno not having a reflex block at all might have actually just sealed the deal here.
We'll have to wait and see. Force Call comes through. No worries. Crucible gets popped, and Xenotech trying to go in on to Best Chuck. However, that's not the target they were after. Arakizura gets jumped on, but no, there goes Von C. Actually falls, and Flash X is going low as well. Best Chuck NA is going to fight the dust. However, that will be another turret going down, and it will be one turret remaining between them and the Vein Crystal. But the ace buff comes through, and that will be Gangstars just marching through the jungle now.
Yeah, but are they marching through the jungle looking for infusions and to push up against the lane? Are they looking to steal out the jungle? Are they going for the Crystal Sentry? There's a lot really on the plate here, and Gangstars are so far behind when it comes to the turret count. They only got one sitting here, but at the same time, TSM have 5 still all pristine, ready to roll here. Again, I would want to see them kind of push up lane, immediately try to take out one of those turrets, just get that gold back into their pocket, because ultimately they came down here, they picked up some items, and well, that's about it. There's the infusions that I was looking for. At the same time, though, there was a counter by Flash X has a null wave ready to go.
Oh boy, the null wave is on the field. I don't think we've seen one of those in quite a while, actually.
Well, we saw one last week.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we've actually seen him in Challenger as well.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, so I actually might have to take that back. It might have only been in Challenger, but either way, Null Wave is a very powerful tool. This late into the game, you get that silence off on top of Rect, and he's not going to be able to fountain. There's no Atlas available from him. Doesn't have a Crucible, so don't have to worry about that. But that could be, again, a big difference this late into the game because death timers are starting to stack up, and we're on the edge of your error of margin here from Gangster.
You aren't wrong. FlashX gets jumped on by Xenotech. Vontae is in the back line, though, taking a little bit of damage. He's going to have to actually back off here. FlashX is going to have to afterburn away.
Bought an infusion mid-fight.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well. I was like,
Oh
hang on a minute, where did that Z-fight, was that lag or something? But nope, just casually bought one mid-fight, no worries.
Vontae gonna wait? Yeah, I think Vontae might actually just wait. He's so close to an infusion himself. Picks up his third offensive item. This is the most farmed Koshka we've ever seen outside of a double Shattered Glass. I don't really count that too much. So he picks up his infusion. That's why TSM kind of broke it off. They said, okay, well, we could fight this, but we're not as comfortable as we want to be. Like, they didn't have the items. They had a lot of cash in their pocket. It's always better to get the cash out than fight. And now, best Chuck. Ooh, he's gonna have to motor on out.
Oh, motor on out, he does. He's got his fast shoes on, does manage to get out of there, no worries. And that was very, very close. You could see Xenotech just approaching in that mustache bush, and he could have easily found himself on the wrong side of a prime directive.
Scout trap's popped.
Is indeed. They know where they are. TSM, they're going to get aggressed on here. Crucible's going to get popped really early from TSM. This could be really bad because Rekt obviously still has Force to Court available. He does drag Best Chuck and A in, but look at FlashX. He's in the front line again. Arakizora almost getting taken down here, but he does manage to kill Von C. And now FlashX is completely alone. TSM just kind of being turned onto their heads. With Xenotech picking that kill up on the back line there. FlashX just trying to delay this one. I'm not sure you're going to be able to delay that all too much, buddy, as you're going to eventually fall to Arakizoro. But Gangstars just coming up trumps in that fight. What a fantastic team fight from them.
All right, so Ace buff minions going to be pushing down. Arakizoro very likely able to push out that lane just by himself. Xenotech down here with Rekt. They're going to get this Kraken pushing as well. If they can push right up through that choke turret, all of a sudden we've basically leveled the playing field because that's going to be a heck of a lot of cash now going over to Gangstars. Yeah, they're behind, but this part of the game, this 20-minute mark, right? Flash X almost looking a little bit lost in some of these team fights. Von C not getting the burst that we've seen in the previous few minutes because they are really starting to fall off. He has a good amount of power under this Koshka, but Iraqi is really starting to show that he has a lot more under his belt. Xenotech is able to just chase down Best Chuck despite that tier 2 armor. But Best Chuck has gone into everything except that tier 3. Might have started to end up regretting that now.
Yeah, he might do indeed. He's just getting blown up here, and that really early Crucible coming out from Flash X, I think kind of sealed the deal, because Rekt obviously was just free reign to use the Force to Cord, and that's just what kind of ended Flash X's life. Well, no, sorry, ended Best Chuck and A's life even.
Flash also tried the Null Wave, and it only landed on top of Xeno.
Oh, that's pretty what I was thinking it might have been a misclick for that, but Vontae is going to go in, and he goes straight onto Arakizoro. That's the fight TSM we're looking for. Arakizoro just disappears. Xenotech is going to get taken out as well. Does pop the ultimate, is trying to get on Best Chuck, but he is going to go down. That turret is also going to fall. That Kraken only taking a little bit of damage, but I think that's going to be it. TSM are just going to look to end the game here. Obviously, Rekt has just ported home, and that Kraken is crunching their base, but TSM, it's going to be game number 1, I think, over. And I don't want to jinx it too far, or jinx it too soon even, but I think they're just going to end straight up in the game now.
30 seconds, no minions. Like, this is probably a TSM end right here, but if Rekt could have gotten Flash X into the fountain area there, the base area, might have been a bit of a different story, but they're tanky enough. They got the damage, and Rekt can't stop this. Such a really close attempt there from Gangstars, but Iraqi getting just burnt alive at the end of it, and Rekt, no Crucible, actually went into his own tier 3 armor. The decision making here was that every time that he throws down the Polite Company, he transitions the armor and the shield as well to his teammates. So that's why he has himself a metal jacket. He was trying to bulk up so he could bulk up his teammates, and unfortunately might have misjudged a little bit on that one.
Yeah, that last team fight was already Von C. He did manage to get the Yummy Catnip Frenzy on top of Arakizoro, and that was it. He just got deleted, right? And that was the end of the fight. It turned into a 2v3 and then easily cleaned up by the rest of TSM. But that'll be it. Game number 1, TSM taking it with, I would say, a commanding victory, but it really was kind of back and forth towards the end there.
Yeah, a little bit scary, but TSM do clinch it out. Koshka's going to remain 100% here, Josh.
Oh boy, we'll see if she's picked up next game. We'll see if she gets another win, but we will jump straight over to the analyst desk. AJ and the boys, you can take it away.
Oh boy, indeed. Man, what a game. Team Solo Mid did nearly throw it away towards the end there. We actually started thinking, okay, what's the replay we're going to have to grab for Gangstars?
Never doubted
They
TSM.
wound up, but it was just a pump fake.
Yeah, wound up for the throw.
You know, we were joking about it. Actually, before it happened, I was saying to one of our production guys, I was like, look, you watch. When people get Kraken, they do things that they shouldn't do. And then immediately afterwards it happened.
Yeah. I maybe there's something to that. I also think Flash's use of Null Wave Gauntlet was crucial. In the last fight, or the fight before that last fight, he tried to get Null Wave onto the Alpha, which I'm assuming so he couldn't Atlas, because he's jumping onto Best Check constantly. That didn't work. The fight fell apart. And in this last fight, he Null Waved the Vox, and the Yummy Catnip Frenzy went right onto him. He couldn't block it, and it was just really nice to watch.
Yeah, and it's cool because when you see that Null Wave Gauntlet, you assume it's going to be targeted at your captain. And so as a carry, you're only watching for that Yummy Catnip Frenzy. And then all of a sudden there's Null Wave Gauntlet on you. Your item silence, you see the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, you try and mash where your reflex block or your Aegis is, and it just doesn't work.
And I believe the casters mentioned it in the game. There's no Crucible, right, at that point. So it's going to be tough for anyone to help you out of that sticky situation. Let's look at a replay real quick, though, of earlier on in this game, back before Team Solo Mid started to lose their edge a little bit. You can see how they became so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, they had just such a big lead here. Von C goes down very low, but just sticks to his guns, gets the Yummy Catnip Frenzy off, and they are just able to have enough damage. Xenotech fighting valiantly, but just coming up a little bit short.
Xenotech did very well this game. I was expecting the CP Alpha with the weapon box, but this worked out very well for them.
Yeah, Xenotech actually ended up with a really strong score by the end of this game.
Especially considering our guesswork was that it was going to really struggle against the Koshka.
Yep.
Xenotech's been showing up.
It's a different build than I expected as well. Like going into it, I was expecting the CP Alpha, and that struggles a little bit more.
We hadn't seen Weapon up until this point.
No, and
we did earlier today.
That's a draft that people have theory crafted on like months and months ago, which was like, so when they're trying to figure out what's like the perfect CP Vox comp that you can build around. Finn is part of it, and it's like, well, who's on the front line? Who can survive and get nice weapon damage out? And Alpha really fits the bill there. The Alpha successful, but not the Vox so much here.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see Gangstars moving into the next draft, though, because I do think they had something creative going on here that almost worked. So maybe they just need to keep trying a few interesting things.
Yep, keep trying.
And now Gangstars are actually going to be on A side, so maybe they can try and get that Koshka first pick.
Maybe.
They can at least make sure it's denied.
Yeah.
I think I can't entirely believe that they didn't deny it last game, though. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's like, can you really justify banning either Adagio or Lyra?
You could justify anything if you wanted to. I mean,
can you like reasonably justify it?
I mean, it's looking pretty strong. I think the ego would say let it through so we can beat it.
You just always want to be the team, the player, to beat the Koshka.
Yeah, like come on, like oh you're the best team over
Look,
in
just
NA.
wait until next
you
update.
got the undefeated hero. Yeah.
All right. Well, aside from the Koshka, which I would certainly say is like the thing I want to see gone the most, moving into game number 2. What could we see from Gangstars that maybe puts them over the edge here? They've certainly got stuff they can leverage, like, you know, Xenotech blew us away with that Alpha. Maybe if they were running something other than the CP Vox, it would work better. Maybe if they were running something other than Finn, maybe if there wasn't a Koshka, did they pick it again?
We'll see. I think the Alpha looked very strong. I mean, he looked strong on his Crystal Alpha. He looked very strong on his Weapon Alpha. I would love to see a draft that if they could put together a draft including a Fortress with the Weapon Alpha, go from there. But that does mean maybe a CP laner's coming through. Which
I mean, I don't have a problem with the CP laner. They've pulled out the Crystal Vox twice now. That's a CP laner, regardless of if it's not typically being built CP.
It is one that scales a lot better than average probably with gold, though. I would certainly say that, because you're scaling with attack speed as much as you are with your actual damage. But that being said, like maybe the Sky could be an option. What Crystal laners could we see that are maybe more fringe, that aren't Celestial Scarf? Because teams have pretty much shown they're not willing to do that. But there's probably other stuff, maybe other heroes that you wouldn't expect to see go Crystal that could work.
CP Ringo?
That's a good option.
And that's kind of, I mean, it's not a flex pick in the sense of you're picking it for different positions, but you can pick it early and throw a team off if they expect you to go that classic weapon Ringo. And actually, we saw it used to really great effect in the EU earlier when Hundor pulled it out and just absolutely outranged his opponents and outdamaged them.
Yeah, that was specifically against a Baron for those of you who didn't catch the game. And we were talking about that during the cast and afterwards. It just seemed to be a really smart pick into that. Maybe Team Solo Mid, if they go for a Baron, that could be a really solid choice. But I don't feel like Team Solo Mid is a Baron team.
I would like to see teams get away from the fact that they're not willing to play a pick like a Scarf. I feel like Scarf is going to be one of those sleeper picks that can make a big impact, very much like it did at Worlds. Like, nobody said Scarf when we talked to teams before Worlds. Not a single team said, oh yeah, we feel like Scarf is pretty strong. And then once Team Solo Mid was being so dominant, it was a Scarf that kind of brought them back down to earth a little bit.
All right, we're into the draft for game number 2. Team Solo Mid need one more win to win 2 weeks in a row. And Gangstars is saying, you're not getting the Koshka.
Koshka's going
Just don't think so.
Koshka's going to remain undefeated for at least one more game.
The question is, what do TSM let go through?
I think you ban something not Adagio Lyra.
See, if Adagio got through and Gangstars could pick that up with the... Well, that's tough because then Lyra goes over to the other side and that shuts down the alpha a little bit. A little bit, but not fully. If they could get like an Adagio Fortress weapon alpha, I think that would be pretty ideal for
I would
them.
assume that they might go for the Lyra here, just because, again, wrecked with Lyra.
That's true.
But best Chuck NA.
That's such a problem.
Yeah.
You have a
Adagio.
player that's good at Adagio and good at Lyra. They need to get rid of one of those guys.
I think you probably pick Adagio because you're more worried about how strong Team Solo Mid is than how good you will be with Lyra. That's my take. But maybe I'm just being scared for their sake.
It's fair enough. That's okay. Lyra gets through. She's going to get picked up. Lance the ban out by TSM.
So now the big decision for Gangstars. What is their second ban going to be? What are you going to allow Team Solo Mid to play?
I feel like maybe you ban Fortress.
They want Fortress as well.
But Fortress with Lyra into Adagio I think is really good.
Yeah, it's good. Yep, they're going to ban out the Flicker, though. Very interesting.
I'm not sure if Team Solo Mid picks up the Fortress here, though. Because they already have the Lyra, I don't feel like Von C is really going to play a whole lot of Fortress. And while they can put Best Chuck on the Lyra, it's something he has done multiple times, I don't know if Flash X is going to want to run a Fortress with a Lyra and not really have a whole lot of peel or disables on the team.
Or weapon power Lyra.
You were given bacon.
He didn't take the bait at all. That was ridiculous. I wish you guys could have seen behind the scenes.
Because I would much rather see the weapon power Arden on Gangstars with an Adagio.
Oh,
Like, it works so well with
goodness gracious
Adagio.
me.
I feel like I'm in a time warp.
Hey, you're the one that brought it up.
You're in
I
a
wasn't
loop.
going to say it.
You're in a time loop. Jewel!
Oh,
with the Lyra.
GG.
Okay.
The long con. Make him forget about it and bring it back with a
I'm
vengeance.
done.
It's the way it is with the weapon Lyra, I'm telling you.
Dude, pull the trigger right now. Fortress Alpha, do it.
I feel like the Alpha, the Fortress for sure makes a lot of sense. And I guess you could go Alpha with it. My concern
Alpha is
is
so good into Jewel.
Is Adagio going to be able to back you guys up properly? Like, Fortress and Alpha can dive so far off screen by the time Adagio even gets close.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They have to make the decision. I mean, you can't go into any fight just blind. Like, oh, here's my target. Going for it hard now. Yeah, you have to keep track of your team, especially if it's a large part of it like Adagio. So, yeah, you engage onto a target. If that target boots away in the other direction, you collapse back onto where the strength of your team is.
All right, well, bonus time being dipped into here by Gangstars. They've got 2 picks available to them. They need to deal with the Jewel and Lyra combination. We've seen this specific combo be used well, but we've also seen Jewel have a really high win rate, too. I mean, it's over less games, but she's one of the winningness as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The weapon power Jewel in particular, if you take away the 1 or 2 games that was played on Crystal Jewel, then that win rate becomes even higher. So it's definitely an impactful pick, typically being seen played in the lane. So I'm curious to see if it is going to go on to Best Chuck or if they give this to Von C.
You know what? It totally doesn't feel like a Best Chuck hero, though, doesn't it?
That's
like
what I was thinking, but it also doesn't feel like a pick that is great coming out of the jungle.
Best Chuck's a god. He can do whatever he wants.
I'm pretty sure he can, but he's like, he's a god on another level with certain types of heroes, right? All right, Gangstar, I mean, you got 4 seconds right now. It's going to be Finn. Now they got 30 more to work with. With the Finn, okay, hey, well, what does that change here? The dodge is probably going lane. Dust.
Do it. Say
Look
it.
at the comp. Look at the comp. You know what it is.
I'm
Say
looking
it,
and I'm
do it,
thinking
do it,
picking
lock
Arden
it in,
into
do
Lyra
it,
is a
do it.
bad idea. I'm looking.
This is the comp.
They're just trolling you. Like, they don't even
I'm
care if they
aware they
win. They
are.
just want you to think it's weapon art. No, I'm just. They're not. They, of course, they care if
There's
they win.
no
They've
way.
only got a couple seconds
There's
left.
no way you pick it into Lyra.
They're out of
There's no way they pick anything if they do that.
1.5 half
One.
second.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll get an update from the admins about what is going on in the background. Let's speculate realistic options for what the third pick is likely to have been.
Can't get out drafted if you don't finish the draft.
Oh!
I think they tried to lock in the weapon Arden, and the draft guy was like, that's just too powerful of a comp.
Yeah.
I can't let it happen.
Doesn't make sense. Overload. System failure.
I feel like they probably picked something like Samuel.
No,
No.
I don't think so.
I don't know, like Samuel doesn't have to fight in the Bright Bulwark, so you're
With
not
an Adagio?
worrying. Just purely because it's like Xenotech, man. It's
I
super
don't-
good hero for him.
I mean,
If anything, it'd be Kestrel, I think.
Kestrel's banned, so no.
She is banned. That's an excellent point.
that's a very good
I
point.
would have said Kestrel if she was open.
They're
The draft begins.
Okay, Blackfeather was the pick, and they did pick it in time. That's what I'm hearing.
It just didn't show properly.
Yeah. Blackfeather, I probably makes just as much, if not more sense.
interesting. But most likely we see the Adagio in the lane,
I would assume so.
which a lot of other teams would flip that around.
Blackfeather with Finn in the jungle does seem dangerous.
I mean, you got that lore matchup. You get a little bit of bonus because they work together in the lore.
So on Team Solo mid side, what are we going to round out with?
A fortress.
Okay.
Classic.
Thank you, Flash, for answering my question.
Okay. All right, so Von C Fortress?
Yeah, or
I would prefer to see Weapon Jewel in, even though it's in the jungle. Weapon Jewel on Von C, Lyra on the on Best Chuck in the lane, and then Flash X on the Fortress. But I don't think that's what they're gonna do. I think they're gonna stick to the meta.
Cool.
or Captain Fortress.
Why not just
With-
Captain Jewel?
Exactly.
I mean, why
You
not?
get enough cooldown reduction, that stun is dirty.
Don't do it, team.
And they laugh at Weapon Power Arden and then come up with ideas like this.
What can I say?
Unbelievable.
Show me I'm wrong. Show me the game where he's picked in competitive, like Weapon Lyra was like 4 times last season. All right. In all seriousness, though, let's look at this game and say what's going to happen here. Like, who's going to win based on their draft, and how are they going to execute that?
I think we're going to see Best Chuck on the Jewel just looking to farm up, get his standard 3 items or so. He'll probably come online with 2 just because of the comp that's around him. He's getting buffed up. I mean, he's going to have the move speed coming out of the Sigil, the move speed coming out of the A on Fortress. That is a lot of stick to you. It's going to be really hard to deal with. And the Bright Bulwark to control, like, once they're on target.
I worry for Blackfeather, actually. I feel like
Yeah.
if he can't get onto them before Bright Bulwark goes down, he's stuck and he's in Thunderstrike range.
Like, if Bright Bulwark's down, Blackfeather might as well just be a minion. It's pretty useless.
All right, we're ready for game number 2, guys. We're on the Halcyon Fold. Let's find out if Team Solo Mid can take 2 weeks in a row with Jaws and Forecourt Jester.
Thank you very much, guys. And that will be a very interesting draft. We were just sitting there kind of like, wait, what's happening right now? So, yeah, I mean, interesting drafts coming out from both sides, I think.
I was really hoping to see Xenotech on another alpha, get that Crystal alpha in, but with the Adagio and the Finn right there, Yeah, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Bacon has something with that weapon Ardent. I've played it with him with this comp. It's like a little bit more of a god comp. Of course, we're not vainglorious, but I think it could have actually fit in.
Well, maybe that's the reason why you're not vainglorious. I don't know. I don't know.
Listening to
Questions for the ages for you and Bacon, I guess, but that will be a duel. And you mentioned obviously last game that duel you wouldn't minded of seeing it, and we're actually going to grab it here as well. So that's going to be really nice for us to actually witness. I see, and it's finally, by the way, not the Yeti skin. So,
but to put a
thank
caveat
goodness.
on that, I wanted to see Von C on Jewel. Like Von C is is a #1 jungler kind of in my eyes. I really wanted to see a weapon Jewel in the jungle, Lyra with best Chuck, but with it flipped around, I still think TSM have the better draft. There's a lot of sentiment about Blackfeather becoming somewhat more useless as time goes on, especially up against Flash. But I really just want to see her in the jungle.
Well, Flash is going to be here with Von C, going to jump straight onto Xenotech. Xenotech's going to have to back off here, and yeah, like you mentioned, obviously Flash with the Lyra, and it's that bright ball work is going to do a lot of work towards the later hand stage of the game, and Xenotech obviously that's going to hinder him quite a lot. And I think most of these fights and most of these games with a Lyra in, they just seem to so is bright ball work up? Yes or no? If it's no, we engage. If it's up, then we disengage. Like that's what it seems to be every time we see a Lyra.
The Lyra's been a very commanding pick today. Like, almost every game we see a Lyra, she comes out huge. Rekt was definitely doing work on her earlier on. Now Flash X is going to have his shot at just kind of the controlling playstyle of all this. And Von C, I'm just taking a quick look at some of these items out there. Everything so far pretty much expected, but Von C starts off with a banner. His clear time is so much faster right now than Xenotech.
Definitely going to help him out for sure. Definitely be a bit more presence in the lane as well, obviously. Von C has just been such a driving force on the Koshka that, I'm surprised to see him not on like a really high damaging early game jungler at the moment. Like, you could obviously see attacker or something along those lines, and actually just sticking to this fortress, which will be a bit of a slow ramp up.
The Rona would have been really right up Von C there as well, but these guys are the top of the top. They're the creme de la creme. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit more towards the transition. Like, once we get this jungle intensified, Von C is going to spend out a little bit more of his cash. He's going to be looking for that aftershock. All of TSM coming down for the extra cash.
They are indeed, and that will be taken, and it goes straight up to Xenotech. In fact, they're just going to engage on this one. Flash X does not have the Bright Bulwark available, so as go time for Gangstars, but TSM are going to be able to handily engage. Root almost coming out and locking up Xenotech there. Best check and Ace in a little bit of trouble, same with Von C. A lot of damage going forwards, but that's going to be it. However, they re-engage from TSM, and then them backing straight off as Von C almost goes down. TSM can work around the Bright Bulwark, which is just to come off cooldown as well. Best check and A is going to back off here as Gangstar, they're just poking at each other. I don't know why I'm getting like half excited, but Gangstars are just going to steal a little bit away of TSM jungle, and I think that's going to be it.
Well, if you're this deep in, you might as well go for those last hits for sure. TSM only had the 2 on the front. They don't keep that Treant right there either. Best Chuck, I mean, he might be going into some of that weapon, but the mobility factor is way higher for TSM right now.
Yeah, they really are. Bright Bulwark available. Xenotech is on Best Chuck and A. They're trading up a lot of damage here. The sustain coming out from Gangstars, though, is all too apparent. Same with TSM, in fact, obviously, with that Lyra pick, but that is going to be the end of that. No real advantages taken. I mean, really, Gangstars stole away a couple of camps at max, but that was about it.
It's almost like we were watching a very slow speed card chase. Rekt just is not known on a hero as Finn for kind of being that guy to get in and out, look for those invades. He's very slow, calm, calculated, lumbering kind of beast. But just going all the way through, yeah, picking up the jungle, it's going to be just trying to put Von C behind the 8-ball a little bit. And so far, I mean, I'd say it's working. He's at 21 of the last hit. Xenotech sitting at 31, and he hasn't come to lane at all. So that's pure jungle.
Doing really well for himself, for sure. Xenotech, yeah, like you said, taking out 31. Pretty nice.
Nearly got the last hit on that one.
Yeah, I was about to say, he almost found it, but it's all good. Got there. Xenotech just trading up a little bit of that gold, though. Goes for the Storm Crown, obviously, like we imagined it would be. His clear time is going to be pretty spectacular at this point in the game, and Fountains, obviously, coming out across the board.
Yeah, the big thing as well is the cooldown reduction that it affords. I mean, Von C is going to be very mobile. He's going to get some pretty significant clear again and again and again. And he has to make up because, again, with the steals has actually worked out pretty well for him. Now, Arakizura on this Adagio, he's not going to be scaling up the healing part of his kit nearly as quickly since he is going into Crystal, less health based like you would see on a Captain. But his damage output can be pretty significant here in this matchup. Xenotech, after he picks up this Serpent's Mask, which he has now, I'm curious if we're going to see a Poison Shift.
I mean, would definitely make sense coming up against the Lyra. We've seen it a few times before coming up against Adagios, but Lyra obviously up there in terms of healing. With that, obviously, that will reduce a lot of that. And I can imagine it's something they're going to think about at least, but I'm not entirely sure how early on would you expect to kind of see that. I just don't know.
Well, after the Serpent's Mask, he's already started into the Tier 1 armor. Xenotech is probably going to be going into an Atlas next. I would expect to see it after that. Like, maybe a breaking point if he really wants to get more offensive, but I think an Atlas Pauldron would just pay out way better up against Chuck, because Xenotech's only job here is really just to, stay on top of Chuck.
Yeah, you aren't wrong. And with Chuck obviously going down at the weapon power build as well, he's also going to hit like a truck. Has obviously got that Sorrow Blade available to him. It's a lot of damage, however. Now going to just aggress on TSM now. TSM using that Bright Bulwark, but there's just so much damage coming out from Xenotech now. And Arakizura is going to be able to pick up that kill onto Flash X. Forster drags the Sentry towards them. Rek taking a lot of work there, a lot of damage. Verse is going to be used, however, not really going off on any members of TSM, more of a zoning one. And that will be it. First kill and first blood actually going over to Arakizura.
And that was just a pretty nice catch. Like, they didn't know that anybody was out there in the item shop. Both sides pretty oblivious to it until they stepped out of the shadows. Oh, what a steal attempt,
big red
but
bun.
Doesn't quite work. And Flash wasn't level 6. That was a big thing for him. He only has kind of, without that Arcane Passage and him being sort of like on the back line of the retreat, it was a pretty easy pickup between Xeno and Araki.
It was indeed, and yep, Xeno is doing an absolute ton of damage right now. Obviously, with that Serpent's Mask, doing a fair bit in the front line. And realistically, Flash X didn't stand a chance, like you said, without the passage, but Bright Bulwark was on cooldown as well, and they made the fight work, and they timed it perfectly around that cooldown as well. Something very, very important to keep in mind. TSM just ever so slightly on the back foot now. He's trading that kill, obviously, but no turrets going down just yet. And I'm curious to see Arakizura obviously scale up towards the later stages of the game, because those verses are going to hurt, and coming into a Forced Accord as well, that is definitely not somewhere you want to be.
Now, Flash is into the 2-item support now. Rek, not quite there. He has been spending actually a good amount of time up in lane, just freezing it out. Arakizura is getting a pretty big boost to his last hits. He will start overtaking Best Chuck, if only temporarily, but TSM, they're showing strength up here in lane.
Yeah, they really are. Just bringing a lot of pressure on Gangstars right now. Just trying to force Arakizura back a little bit. But he's got the healing, obviously, on his side, so it's not going to be too much of an issue for him, taking a little bit of poke damage. TSM, obviously, being up a game as well. It's all on the cards here for Gangstars. They need to be able to pull out this win in order to push it to that best of 3, that full 3 games. Otherwise, TSM are just going to take home another finals, and they are looking so strong right now. And I will echo what you said earlier. One of the best teams right now, if not the best in North America, just going on standings.
Well, they've definitely been a little bit more of the shining hope.
Oh, they have indeed, and Best Chakane is going to jump straight on Arakizura. Versus Judgment is going to get channeled, however, just gets blocked momentarily there, and Vonsi is going to be able to trade out that kill. However, Xenotech doing so much work actually gets dragged over the wall. Vonsi is on top of Rex now, just separating the team, and Xenotech just comes up massive there alongside Rek, and he's going to be able to finish up Vonsi. That Forced Accord was perfectly timed from Rex, separating them, so Xenotech could cut them down one by one.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the big gem of that fight right there. That just splitting them up, allowing Xenotech basically this quality time with Flash X at that point. That was the decider. Couldn't get the heals on top of Vonsi. Vonsi trying to jump just back across the wall, just to keep that carry, to keep that Lyra, the Lyra alive. It just didn't happen, man.
Well, ouch.
is all I can say.
That's why you don't get close to Iraqi. Iraqi has that crystal, that path. It's basically like the offensive part of it is done. 10 minutes in, he can actually tank up from here, go into a third item after that. At least that's how I would expect it to go. And a decent gold payout to add on top of that here as well. Best Chuck just wasn't prepared.
No, not at all. And with that unpreparedness, he does end up going down as well, trading over the 5th kill. I was going to say 2nd, but it's 5th. 5th now. I'm really keeping track of these. They're coming out so thick and fast. Sentry is going to get defeated as well. Goes down. That will be another mark in Gangstar's books. They are very much firmly in the lead now. 4K advantage. 5-1 on the scoreboard as well in terms of kills. My goodness, they are definitely stepping up to the plate. As TSM, they're kind of backing off a little by the wayside here, and it does look like they're getting in a little bit of a scuffle again. Beshakane is going to get out of there, but big force to call comes through from Rex, wrecking the entire opposition of TSM. The passage is going to get followed through. Flash X is on the run. Iraqi's already chasing him, but Xenotech is going to be able to take out Beshakane, and now TSM are on the run. As they do manage to get out alive, but Beshakane is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Those turrets are going to be long left for the world as... Wow, Gangstar's really, really pushing TSM to the limit now.
A lot of people saying, the Black Feather into the Lyra, just not going to be so good. But so far, it doesn't seem to be too much of a problem here for Xeno. He has really been on top of Best Chuck. 0-3 right now for the laner of TSM, but Xeno's 4-0. He is absolutely on fire. Now, he could still get shut down. We don't have an Atlas on the side here of TSM. That was one of the big things that we saw previously. If you don't get an Atlas on top of some of these weapon carries, well, you're going to have a bad time. Flash X is in the midst of kind of figuring that part out. So 5,000 gold between them. Flash X, you got the cash? I think he's got the cash. I think this is going to be an Atlas right here.
He's staying in base, so I guess he will be. Yeah, Atlas, yeah, comes out. So yeah, it's definitely going to be needed, and definitely is going to help the lineup of TSM, because they're in dire straits right now. That's going to be one turret even, obviously, over 2 Gangstars. With that, they are really playing on the back foot, and I want to see Gangstars can push them all the way here, because TSM, they are a formidable foe in these best of 3 series. They really just can pull out their all, and we saw almost what could happen in the last couple of games with TSM. They really can just sometimes just pull it back out of nowhere and pull out with the W, but see if that's the case in this game. Gangstars, they're looking pretty good right now, and my all bet is on Rector. This guy has just been absolutely amazing with the forced accords.
Yeah, one of the top captains we have on this side of the road, absolutely.
Well, another engage is going to come through. Passage actually just sends him straight all into the verse. Doesn't actually get blocked, so that's a lot of damage. And there we go. Iraqi Zoro just pumping out this damage. Picks up a double kill. And now Flash X is going to have to run away here as the Intik is going to chase him up. Flash X is going to go down probably and potentially underneath his tower. Doesn't really use the healing all too effectively. Forced to call, brings him further towards Wrecked. He ends up picking up the kill for himself, and that's going to be an ace. Gangstars picking up this game, and TSM just falling by the wayside.
So I'm just going to take a moment and say that I really wanted to see Von C on the Jewel. I have nothing against Best Chuck, but I think it's just a better tool for Von C. He's been a no factor so far on this Fortress.
He really hasn't, and like I mentioned before, he's just been such a carry on the Koshka, but here he goes down yet again, and this is just looking disaster for TSM. They're looking for these engages, but just falling every single time. Flash X wasn't even in that fight at that current point. No, that's why I was a bit hesitant to kind of start that fight off, but there we go. Gangstar's just picking up those 2 kills and walking away with it. And they got 2 turrets. TSM just looking in shambles at the moment.
Yeah, TSM really just kind of putting a lot of eggs in that basket. Said, oh, Xeno's still here. They have a lot of cooldowns down. Let's just go blow them up. Didn't work. Not at all. We actually have that tier 2 shield here for Xeno, as we are going to pick up the last gold miner of the match with the Kraken coming up online. That's the breaking point coming through. Did actually tank up into the Atlas before the breaking, but if you thought that it was hard to take down Xeno before, well, it just got lots harder now.
Yeah, definitely, and Flash X is going to get jumped on by the whole of Gangstars. They're going to gank him, they're going to get the kill. Von C is in the midst of it all as well. Xenotech's doing so much damage. That breaking point buy for him really working out. The best checking an A. He's almost going to take out Iraqi. He actually ends up taking him out eventually, but Xenotech, obviously, look at his HP bar. He's full of it, and Rex will be the next guy to survive that fight. And that's going to be it. Ace comes through. I just can't believe what's happening right now. I'm going to be honest with you. Gangstars, really coming up to this fight and just taking it home.
Well, infusions also play a little bit more of a role in these fights. You can see him taking away here. You know, Iraqi and Zeno still going strong with theirs. Now, either Best Chuck and Vonsi had him and they kind of timed out during the fight, or they timed out since they died, or they just simply didn't have him. But let's just go with the fact that if they don't have those this stage in the game and Xenotech starting to run away with you, you know he's going to be infused up. You have to spend the gold to match it. And unfortunately, again, like Vonsi 1 and 4. What happened to the All-Star jungler? What happened to all that pressure? Koshka's getting taken away from him, and all of a sudden he just goes 1-4.
Yeah, it does seem completely the opposite of what he's shown us in the last few games. Vonsi really not just pulling his weight here, and unfortunately 1-4, but Best Chuck NA's 1-6 as well. 14 and 2 is on the scoreboard, and I think TSM maybe, you know, looking to this next game now because there's only 2 turrets in between Gangstars and actually just pulling out the victory here, and it will tie the series up 1-1 as well, and that's going to be a big win for them because with that they could actually just take TSM out of this and they could win the finals where they did fall short last week.
And this will actually be the second loss recorded, this split for TSM. They've only lost out 1 other matchup to date.
Well, this might just be the design invite. Vonsi's in the back line there. They're both on Iraqi's Aura, but he's staying alive somehow, and they've just completely diverted their attention because Best Chuck is just going to go down. Xenotech just completely soloing this guy out. Flash X and Vonsi under the turrets, and they will fall as well eventually. My goodness, Gangstars, they're coming back. They're coming back with a vengeance. That Kraken survives the entire fight as well. Bane Crystal falls. Gangstars taking this to a game 3.
All right. Game 3 is going to be up on the menu. My secret hopes have been realized. The drafts are going to be, again, very, very important. I feel like we fell a little bit short here. TSM had all the time in the world to figure out what their last pick was, and a Fortress came through. And again, I just don't really feel like that they put them on the optimal heroes. Nothing against the players themselves. I just don't think that the comp in their positions that they're at kind of delivered. I just really don't think they delivered what they needed to. So back to the drawing board, game 3 to come through, and we'll have to see who gets the Lyra this round.
Yeah, for sure. The Lyra's just been a staple pick, and I want to see Vonsi on something a little bit more aggressive because that Fortress pick just did not work out for him in the slightest. Put him on that Koshka if it's not banned, or, you know, just put him on attack or something, because he needs to be able to pop off in the early game to, you know, it make sure the rest of his team can just follow up in the later stages. But with that, 1-1 on the scoreboard right now. We're going to chuck it over to AJ and the boys because they need to break this down even further because that game did not go in TSM's favor. Take it away.
It definitely didn't go in their favor. I mean, at what point do we have to sit up and say, like, Xenotech, are you the new best player? Because seriously, even in the games that he's losing, he's performing crazy good. And he just dominated. That wasn't close. Like, that was not a close game against Team Solo Mid.
Really wasn't a close game, Jackson. I will agree with you.
For once.
Also, 1C Fortress.
Yeah.
Don't do it again.
Best Chuck Jewel build.
Yeah, breaking point. I understand why I think he went for it, though. Like, I think he was saying, they have Blackfeather Adagio and Finn. These fights are going to take forever. Let's get a breaking point. I understand that train of thought. It's the kind of train of thought I would have, but I think it's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean,
because if you're trying to sustain through a fight with Blackfeather and Adagio, you're probably losing.
Exactly.
That fight.
Whereas Blackfeather is squishy, even though he has high sustain. So crit him, and you win the fight.
Yep. Not only that, but as soon as the breaking point came out, both Xenotech and I believe Rect built one as well, a Atlas Pauldron. So now the Jewel is relying on basic attacks to get, you know, the damage in because you can only Thunderstrike so frequently to try and build up those stacks, and they're just Atlas Pauldroning constantly, and you can't build those stacks. So it ended up just compounding the problem. It was super, super smart play by Gangstars. Like, absolutely heads up, recognizing what their opponents are doing, what they're trying to do, and just completely countering it.
All day, I've been talking about how Bright Bulwark really doesn't last that long and has a very long cooldown. And in this last game, I said, you know what? Blackfeather gets shut down pretty hard when a Bright Bulwark's down. Okay? And some guy tweets at me, basically, idiot. Bright Bulwark's a long-ass cooldown. And, like, I was making that point all day. But you're right, man. You're right. I think fighting around the Brave Bulwark's a little bit easier.
I think as well, just one more point on the breaking point build here. Jewel is one of those weapon carries that doesn't necessarily rely on attack speed normally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you go for crit, yeah, Thunderstrike, you can only Thunderstrike so often, but every
But it does so
Thunderstrike
much.
is like 600 damage. When you build a breaking point, you're saying, okay, now you can build an item to counter me. Now you can build Atlas, and I do less.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have a look at a replay real fast, though, because around 13 and a half minutes into this game, we got a fight which really shows, I think, just how much TSM lost track of the plan.
Oh, Vonsi got trolled.
Yeah, I mean, there was one moment in that fight. It was kind of tough to spot. Best Chuck and A started up a Rocket Leap to try and get out of dodge, got stunned up by a Quibble from Wrecked, and that's a situation that can't really happen.
I also just, I don't really understand the engage in the first place. I mean, you all stacked for the verse, and that did like half of everyone's health. And Blackfeather's just sitting there like poking everyone, getting heart.
The reflex block, it was all they had was a Crucible, and it was used super early in the
I mean,
fight.
what were they supposed to do? Sit back and defend?
If you build breaking point on your Jewel, I think that is the play. I feel like you try and get to a later stage in the game where you finally have crit and a breaking point, and you do something.
Yeah.
Best Chuck, he was also missing a lot of Thunderstrikes. We said, I'm not sure if this is like his kind of hero. This is
Didn't look like it.
It really didn't. And it's hard for me to say about Best Chuck, but I can't help it.
It's all right. Tweet it out. I mean, yeah, TSM, it felt like they got out-drafted here. Gangstars are looking good.
All right, so heading into the next game, it's really all on the line here for Team Solo Mid's seriesless, or that's not the good way of putting it.
Series win streak.
Series win streak is exactly right, Bacon. Thank you very much.
Seriousless.
When I say silly things, you back me up sometimes, unlike this guy over here. All right. Anyway, going into game 3, obviously, like, we all thought that was a really smart draft from Team Solo Mid, that they kind of pulled the wool over the eyes of Gangstars and made the Jewel pop out of nowhere. Didn't work, though. So I feel like Gangstars, they're someone to be scared of heading into draft number 3.
Yeah. Especially if you give, debatably, your most talented player a completely useless pick, I think.
Yeah.
That's fair to say.
I don't think it's completely useless, but it's...
Do you think Vonsi had an impact that game?
Let me finish. I don't think Fortress as a pick is completely useless.
That's not what I was saying.
But it does not go into Vonsi's playstyle. And it's
That's
something
what I
I
was
touched
saying.
on earlier with T-Tigers. Don't pick heroes for your players that don't fit their playstyle.
Pick killers.
Playmakers.
Team Solo Mid have banned away Lyra. Gangstars answer with Koshka. I think
Very smart.
very, very smart. Team Solo Mid, do you pick the Adagio here?
Yes.
You do? Done. I'm done.
Very simple.
All right. And we'll see.
Hopefully it goes in the lane.
I think TSM could probably throw it. I wouldn't go into Vonsi, but I could be in the captain position. Or
It
lane.
could, but I think Best Chuck on an Adagio is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, but I think TSM is also the highest caliber level of team when it comes to drafting, so they're not going to just pick this up and then say, this is where it goes. It should be based off
they're
the
going to be
draft.
open to flexing it, but I think they should try and get a draft that puts it in the lane.
All right, Lance locked in return from Gangstars. They got a chance to take the flicker off the table. Definitely assuming that Best Chuck is going to be taking this Adagio. What does Team Solo Mid get rid of here? What goes well with the Lance that the Adagio does not want to see?
I mean, normally I'd say, just target Xenotech, ban out the Alpha or the Blackfeather, but now you really can't, because then there's still the Kestrel, there's still the Samuel. Like, he has so many options now.
We've seen a Petal ban from TSM before this season, and Petal is like 20% win rate, you said to me earlier?
If not lower at this point.
So what's up with that?
What did they pick when they banned the pedal before?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Something melee. It's the only thing I'm scared of when
I
see a
don't have my
pedal.
list on me. It's across the room.
That's convenient. I mean, honestly, it's pretty wide open for Gangstars right now.
Yeah, they have lots of options. Again, can go with the Blackfeather, can go with Kestrel, can go with the Alpha. They can really do whatever they feel like.
Well, they feel like using some bonus time. For the time being, Gangstars want to make sure that they really think this one through. This could be their opportunity to win a week of the first split of the Vainglory 8 for the spring season. That's a big accomplishment, especially up against a team like Team Solo Mid. We mentioned that before, but can't be understated.
It would unfortunately keep them still in second place, no matter what happens, because Team Solo Mid did get one game off this series. They're guaranteed to stay in first, but put a little bit of separation between you and third place. Again, first 2 seeds at the end of the season do get a first-round bye at the Live Championship, so that can be huge.
Absolutely can be. Lots of bonus time being used here. Vox going to be the lock-in. Interesting. I mean, this definitely gives them some room to conceal something. But if they banned Flicker and assumed that Adagio was going to be going towards the lane, the Vox pickup here isn't really denying anything.
I like the Vox pick for Gangstars because they successfully played it as CP. We know that it's incredibly strong as weapon, so you kind of you leave the draft open.
Yeah, we know Iraqi loves playing Vox, weapon or crystal, so it's definitely a pretty solid pick. Glaive going to come through for TSM, and a Finn.
OP.
So this is Von C on Glaive, we got to assume. This is certainly a lineup that I think favors Team Solo Mid and their strengths and the heroes they like to play. Not quite like last game.
Are we going to see a weapon Glaive?
I think so.
I believe it will be. Or, I mean, Von C, I highly doubt this, just for the record. This isn't what I think will happen. Von C has run a Crystal Finn before.
Oh,
at a live champion. At a live championship.
Come on, Bacon.
That's why you messed up. Should have been a weapon Finn.
I think that's one of the sort of few. There are a few, but there's few builds in Vainglory which just don't. Just don't.
Yeah.
Right? Weapon
just
Finn is
don't do it.
definitely one of those. 6 seconds.
It was the best backdoor I've ever had in a battle royale game. Was a weapon Finn.
There's the Black Feather for Xenotech again.
Ooh.
This is scary to me, man. I think Xenotech's Black Feather made a case for his new strongest hero. I was so taken with him last game.
Do they build the same way?
Does who?
I think so. I think you just go for resonance bounces off of Finn.
Yeah.
Just resonance bounce off Finn all day.
Yeah.
Adagio wants to stay in his atmosphere, that's for sure. So
not very mobile.
And then, of course, the Black Feather, I think, works so well into Finn and, a little bit even Glaive. But even if you get forced to court it in, if your captain doesn't hit the Crucible, you just Rose offensive right on out, and you're just like, well, okay, whatever. That's one charge. I don't care.
I'm a believer now. I believe in Gangstars for this game.
Wow. Oof, this is pretty tough. So it's Adagio, Glaive, Finn.
Yep. Black Feather, Lance, Vox.
I believe in TSM.
Okay. All right. I see how it is.
I think if it's Crystal Vox with the weapon Black Feather, then Gangstars should be able to take it.
Will they?
Will they go for that build, you mean?
Will they take it? You said you think they should be able to.
Yeah, they should be able to.
You're so non-committal, Bacon. That's ridiculous.
You know, it would have made me commit if that Glaive was an Arden, 100% TSM. But because it's a Glaive, I'm a little bit iffy on it.
It's true.
All right, so
once he's about to crit their faces off.
Do we think that the game plan from Gangstars is the same as what we just said? Like, do they power spike basically around the Vox more than the Black Feather in this game?
I think you just hit the natural power spikes of both and take advantage of it if you can. Well, if they go with the CP Vox, then that's going to cause TSM to spread. Mm-hmm. And then Black Feather looks to isolate a target, probably the Adagio.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see from there. Glaive's going to look to reposition, get on top of that Vox.
Yeah, I think you're going to end up seeing Finn and Adagio kind of very close to each other, and then Glaive just trying to separate the Vox from being able to get onto the Finn to get those resonance bounces, assuming it is going to be the Crystal.
Is there a good case to be made for weapon here? I mean, if you go weapon and Glaive tries to get on you, that's an easier duel for sure. But it seems hard to get past Finn to kill Adagio.
I think that you can make a case for it because the Crystal Black Feather is still very strong and can do a lot of poking, but I don't know if they're going to want to get into a poking battle because TSM can just say, oh, you're going to try and poke us. Well, here's an engagement.
I mean, I guess the other thing is you can stack Breaking Point quite easily off of Finn, if that makes a difference. Mm-hmm. But yeah, honestly, it could go either way. We're on to the Halcyon Fold, though, and this is a really important game for both of these two teams. Third game of the finals of week 2. We got Team Summit and Gangstars rematching up from week 1. Who's going to take it this time round? Let's find out with Jaws and Forecourt Jester.
We are finally into game number 3. Gangstars have been able to push TSM to their breaking point and bring it to this final game. And what an interesting comp coming out from both these squads already. And we're finally seeing a Lance in this best of 3 as well.
And Wrecked is going to be that Lance. I mean, this is a really strong squad ready to go here from Gangstars. Wrecked finally going to be able to show us a little bit more of the Captain Lance. And if you thought that his Finn was good, it is, but Wrecked can really make a lot of plays. He's so good with the impales and the Githian wall combos. He's going to be able to peel for Iraqi Zoro very nicely, especially since it's just like Von C and Best Chuck, right? Von C as a weapon glaive, it's not going to be that utility cooldown. He's really going to be looking for that snipe. And that's where Wrecked, I think, can really do some good damage mitigation.
He really can. I want to see him. I want to see him make the plays, man, because you've been hyping him up. I think everybody's kind of excited to see it, but Wrecked on the Lance is going to be a show, a sight to see at least. And Xenotech is on the Black Feather again. So we're going to see a repeat performance. Same with Rakizoro. He has got his Vox. So 2 very familiar heroes on the side of Gangstars. And with that, we did speak a little bit about it a minute ago. Von C actually on the glaive, and he's going weapon power as well. So really interesting to see that one come a piece as well.
Now, with the Finn on the other side, with TSM here, right? They got the Finn for the protection with the fortified health. TSM Best Chuck is going to have a lot of healing to say. He might actually be a bit more crystal, but that is something that you got to keep in mind, though. Xenotech is not guaranteed that same performance. He has a lot of muscle to kind of go through to get these kills. And who does he jump? Is it going to be the glaive? Is he going to be on the counter? Or is he going to be just on top of Best Chuck?
Have to wait and see what he wants to do. Prioritize. He's prioritizing Xeno right now as he forces him out as jungle. This is the TSM we're kind of used to seeing, just going on the aggressive whenever they can. The Best Chuck, obviously, on the Adagio is going to have a lot of sustaining lanes, so that poke from Iraqi Zoro as well is kind of mitigated in that sense. He's got a lot of sustaining his kits with that. Von C, I want to see this guy's pathing as well, because Flash X has just been such a monster. And I really wanted to see Flash X on Flicker again, but I just didn't think it was going to happen.
Ban. 3 bans in a row, man.
Yeah, it feels bad, man. Feels bad, man, for Chuck, though, right now. He's getting bashed. Bashed left, right, and center from Wrecked. Almost goes down, though. Wrecked have to back off real fast. Does get hit from the turret, and Flash X obviously did run up to the lane also. Jakane, he's going to be all right, like I said, with that regen and that 4 to 5 HP as well coming through from Flash X. And Wrecked, this guy is going to make some serious plays. Has almost got the fountain. Has just picked up the life spring, so he's very tanky at this point in the game. And I got to think, man, when this goes to late game, Xeno is just going to pop off in this Black Feather again.
All right, so a little bit of shopping to go down from everybody here as quite a few people went back home. We did give up some positioning, so Xeno is going to lose out that train. We just saw Von C pick him up, and with the jungle not intensifying yet, Von C is just actually going to head on home after that steal, so he is going to spend a bit and is going to solidify into the weapon.
Yeah, solidify into that weapon slot. So we know exactly what he's building right now, and with that, he's going to do an absolute ton of damage. And when I can imagine that's going to be a Sorrow Blade first item. Correct me if I'm wrong. And,
it should be. Yeah, you kind of want that upfront damage to go with the afterburn. You don't want to build up too, you don't want to take your time to build it up. So, in my opinion, it will be that Sorrow Blade. Best Chuck going to be going into Alternating Current as quick as he can, and Flash X into Fountain. Nothing really too surprising. Xenotech, though, I feel like he has a little bit more of a option in his future. He will be going into the Serpent's Mask, but I feel like an Atlas still has enough value, even if he can't catch up to Von C. An Atlas on top of the Flash X on top of Best Chuck, like Best Chuck's damage, a good bit of that is going to be anchored into the Alternating Current. I still think that an Atlas will probably come out after the Serpent's Mask for him.
Well, speaking of the Alternating Current, he's just picked one up, as well as 2 of those beautiful fountains coming out for both sides as well. So, power spikes exactly on time for both teams. However, no real completed items apart from that fountain on the side of Gangstars right now. Von C looking for something here. Does punch Iraqi Zoro straight in to Best Chuck. Doing a lot of damage. Von C is underneath that turret there. We'll have to back off eventually, as Wrecked is going to be there to help the rest of his team, and Xenotech is here. Rocky Zero almost going down. Wow, I didn't even see that one coming at all. Xenotech as well is going extremely low. Best Chuck managing to pick up that kill on Araki Zoro underneath his own turret. Is going to add insult to injury, as this turret is not long for this world either. About half HP right now. TSM are going to have to back off, but that first blood, absolutely beautiful coming out from Best Chuck.
And that's a little bit of what I mean by, like, the Atlas could actually still be really good here up against Chuck, because a lot of that power is tied, at least early on, into the autos.
Is indeed another aggressive move here coming through for Gangstars. They do manage to pick up their own kill, but it is going to be traded back instantly from Von C. Araki Zero almost falling as well. Von C just needs one more hit on him. Same with Rekt. He was going so low, but they will end up falling. 1-for-1 trade with Xenotech picking up that kill on Best Chuck.
Whoa, okay, all right, Rekt.
That was close.
He defended it. Yeah.
Whoa.
I'll give him the credit, but over the wall with the impale, wasn't entirely too sure Von C and Flash X were going to let him live, but Von C's kind of running a little bit low on energy at this point, so he is just going to make an exit on this one. Flash X going to come back up to lane. He has the fountain, right? He has that passive, so he's not really too worried. Full energy there as well. So Xeno does have his spike ready to go. They were fighting without, some of those tier 3 items. We're still missing the tier 3 here from Araki. Look at the difference in the last hits. It's really starting to show how dominant Adagio can be.
Yeah, the Adagio is really starting to stack up now. Like we mentioned earlier, alternating current has already come out for him, so he's just hitting like a truck right now. Araki Zoro, he's looking around. He can sense something is here. Von C, they're both in these bushes. There comes the afterburn. Araki Zoro's getting jumped on once more. Best Chakane doing so much damage, and he just gets obliterated by Von C. Araki Zoro was not long for that world whatsoever. Ends up falling incredibly quickly, and there goes the turret as well. That's going to be the first turret destroyed, and it's going TSM's way. A much better early game from it.
Von C picks up the train at this time. Flash X going to start up that gold miner, but between Rekt and Xeno, I have doubts that they're going to be able to make anything happen here.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Sorobade obviously on Von C's side as well. That's a lot of damage from him. Polite Company used to slow them up a little bit. Xenotech in a little bit of trouble. You see how much he's taking from Von C. Absolutely ludicrous amounts of damage. He's going to have to back off very fast. That gold miner will go over to TSM as they just inch ever closer in that gold lead.
All right, so Flash not looking for a Crucible. To be honest, you don't really need it. Like, Araki Zoro has a silence available. Rekt has, of course, his impale, but Xeno doesn't really bring anything to this one. Like, there might still be an Atlas to come through. I'm not entirely too sure which Xeno's going to go for it. He might actually just go to a Shiver Steel. So keeping an eye on that, but Flash is looking for armor, and that's going to be just completely directed at Xenotech.
Oh yeah, just stopping a lot of that damage. We did see what he could do earlier. Wow, Von C with the damage on Araki Zoro, already taken to under half HP. Best Chakane just doing a lot in this front line as well. Xenotech is off to the side. He's going to have to be a little bit careful. Von C does a lot of work. He is in there with Araki Zoro as well. He's now chasing him up here. He might just be able to pick up the kill. He does indeed. How is he still surviving? Rekt is going to go down as well. Who's going to be able to pick up that kill? Eventually killing off Blackfeather as well. Best Chakane finishes off the kill, and I'm very surprised Rekt escaped, but 2-for-0. TSM bringing their A game in this last game of the best of 3.
Fortified health. Heals from Best Chuck, heals from a Blood Song. And this is not going to be just one of those utility glaives, right? He has a serious punch behind him. And you've seen some of these crits, right? The Twisted Strokes coming out on top of that as well. 200-300 damage. Can't really deal with that without armor, and we have not built up a ton of armor at this point. We got some tier 1s. Call it tier 1 on Xeno with that light armor. That's it, right? There's not much stopping Von C. If he gets close enough to hit you and he crits, it's really showing progress here.
It really is, and with that, breaking point is going to be picked up as well, so even more damage for Von C. Xenotech doesn't really stand a chance, like you said. Tier 1 armor. Not helping him in the slightest. And TSM still just with the commanding lead. They are stretching this out. 4K in the lead now.
It is a Shiver Steel from Xeno. He is really just looking to make sure that these guys don't go anywhere. The problem is with that is we're not really chasing anybody down. I mean, they're all fighting around Flash X, who has now that Atlas on top of stuff. So if Xenotech wants to get into this backline, he has to go through Flash, which is going to be an Atlas. We have no reflex available for Xeno, so he's not going to get the damage done. And then we got Fortified Health.
Iraqi Zero gets pulled in and gets almost one shot there as well. Flash X actually securing that kill. I think they crucibled a bit too late. 3-man route coming through for Wrecked. Burst comes out. He does manage to combat roll away, but that doesn't mean they're going to stop the assault on the tower. Turret goes down eventually. Wrecked is going to have to run for his life here, just planting mine after mine after mine, just making sure he can spot out TSM. Almost falls down. He's over that wall. Does combat roll over it, but combat rolls into his own death. Xeno is now just going to get punched into Best Chuck, although Iraqi Zoro is here as well, trading a lot of damage. Best Chuck ends up falling 2v2 now as well. Iraqi Zero just goes down to Vonsi. Vonsi with the damage. This boy is just popping off right now. There comes the double kill as well. Beautiful play from him. Aces. Oh my goodness. TSM with the ace. And there we go. TSM stepping up to the plate. They make it work.
The crits, the twisted stroke, and then on top of it. Oh man, the Bloodsong stack's working out well here as well. He's gonna pick up this turret, like hands down. This minion wave, 2 minion waves to come in, all ace buff. Like Wrecked is not even registering on Von C's threat meter right now.
He is not indeed. That threat meter is bordering on 0% right now. Von C just doesn't even care. Just shrugs Wrecked off like he's a bit of rubbish on the floor, because Wrecked right now just not having an impact at all in these fights. He's had a couple of good impales, but other than that, just not being where his team needs to be right now in this captain role.
It's not entirely all on him. Like that sounded some pretty harsh.
It wasn't that harsh.
There,
okay, sorry. I didn't mean to say that harsh.
Iraqi Zoro has that reflex block, right? A lot of this stuff is being set up by Flash or Von C, and both of those can be defeated by a reflex block. Iraqi Zoro has just been evaporated. He's just absolutely been put into a bad situation. Von C and Best Chuck, they just boom, capitalize, boosh, done. And that's somewhat on the fact that, nothing's getting blocked. So we have a Crucible, we have that reflex, but the damage might already be done at this point. Like, Iraqi Zoro getting just destroyed that quickly, that many times, has given over so many gold miners. The turrets are just out of the lane at this point, Jaws. And the gold is sitting at 8,000 between them. Like, we're looking at it almost like now, from here on out, TSM is going to be permanent infused. They're up basically an item each. And that's a really deep hit to crawl out of.
It really is a really horrible, horrible place for Gangstars right now. This is the final game as well. They really need to put it all in, as Xenotech does pop the infusion, so he's doing a little bit of extra damage now. He needs to be able to follow this up though. Force to Cord is going to get blocked. Von C is on the sidelines here. It's going to get split out as well. Xenotech taking a lot of damage from Von C. Von C definitely wants this impale and actually lands onto Von C, so he's not in the fight, but Afterburn's in. And oh my goodness, Xenotech with the damage just gets destroyed. Iraqi Zero is on the menu for Von C right now. They pop the Crucible just for the damage resistance, but it just looks like Best Chuck and 8 is just going to go for that wave. Von C, I'm not entirely sure how they're going to withstand that damage, because he is almost 1-2 hitting people. Iraqi Zoro, be careful! Oh, he gets sniped. There we go, on the back of the recall. He is getting ridiculous. Von C, 7-0 right now.
This is the jungler I've come to know and love. Like, this is the Von C kind of coming out and showing up, and this is why this guy has so many fans out there. It's just the aggression. You put him on an aggressive pick, and he could make it happen. Might not be that utility, but Von C bringing a hefty amount of damage. He has himself a Shiver Steel on top of that as well. So just like Xenotech, if he has you in his sights and he gets that Shiver Steel off, well, good luck escaping. But as well, Von C, 450 damage crits. Where's the armor? Xenotech has it. Wrecked has it. Iraqi?
But yeah, it's somewhere. He's gonna get it in a minute, man. He needs more damage, eh?
Apparently, 1 in 6 is just heartbreaking. Like, Iraqi Zoro, if he was weapon, sure, maybe he gets his licks in, he goes down, we clean up. But with the crystal, you need to survive to get the damage going, especially if you're gonna bounce him off Flash's face.
Well, Von C's just flashing on his face right now. He's looking for the engage again on the sidelines. They're just collapsing. This is exactly the same position they were in last time as well. Xenotech gets polite companied. Flash X is playing this a little bit more cautiously, while Von C pretty much proxies this wave. Just out from under the feet of Gangstars. There comes the Force to Cord. It will get blocked yet again. Von C still pushing in. Gangstars can't even enter their own base at this current time. There comes Xenotech. A Burst of Judgment is going to come out. It's going to be pretty big. It hits 3 of them. And there goes Iraqi Zoro yet again. No armor, no problem for Von C.
That's going to be it. TSM, I think they might just end this one straight up here. Rekt is going to go down eventually. Double kill coming through for Best Chuck NA. And this is just a complete whitewash for TSM. They get the ace. They're going to get these turrets as well. And they're going to get the end of the game.
Don't even need Kraken to spawn. It's just not going to happen. Absolutely not. It's just kind of crazy how sometimes we get so used to a pick being played a certain way. You see that glaive, you're thinking, yeah, you know, we're going to get that utility glaive. We got that aftershock, no problem, right? No, damage glaive comes out. We pick up a Finn. You put that with the first pick, Adagio. Best Chuck. Best Adagio NA's, what I called him last split. This guy can still play this pick out. 5-2, 147 last hits. Iraqi Zora didn't even get to triple digits. Like, it was just absolutely a whole different level with this comp coming together.
Whole different level of play indeed. And we mentioned, obviously, maybe we want him on a bit more of a carry-orientated jungler. That's exactly what he brought to the table. He brought the glaive, he brought the 7-1, only dying at the end there, by the way. Only to the fountain, pretty much. So, unfortunately, that will be it. Gangstar's falling yet again. Not the fountain. Not dying to the fountain, but that's going to be it. I mean, TSM, what an absolute showing from them. Yet again, proving they are the top team in the region right now in NA. And AJ and the boys, you guys need to go break down that game even further, because I don't know if even Gangstar had a chance in that game. You take, I'm messing up these last sentences. My God, the last sentence of the night, forecourt, and I'm messing it up. But
throw
AJ
it away,
and the boys,
Jaws. Throw it away.
You take it away. Yeah, I'm going to throw it.
Don't worry, I got you. I caught it. All right, so Team Solo mid, they do end up coming out on top after a rocky series. They end up back where we probably would have expected them to at the beginning. But Gangstars, man, if they come back and we see another rematch next week, for example, it's going to look real different, I think. I feel like Gangstars just keep up in their level.
One of these weeks, they're going to meet in day 1.
That's a good point.
I don't know which
point,
week that
yeah.
is, but that's going to define a whole bunch.
Yeah, that is a very good point, actually. But, I mean, regardless, still incredible performance from Team Solo mid. They've
Absolutely.
shown that they're still at the top for North America. And by the way, in our background game, our third place match, Hammers took down Immortals 2-1.
Woo!
You said top 3 to me behind the scenes at one point. You thought they were, or maybe that was you, Bacon. One of
I've
you
been
guys
saying
said
it
top
all
3.
along.
So,
All along, and when they're on their game, they are top 3.
They got
Now I
third.
know whatever I say behind the scenes, can't trust you to just share with the world.
That's a fair thing to say, though. You've been saying that the entire time. Anyway, let's have a look at a replay from this game, though. We did see Team Solo mid really dominating here.
Yeah, and this was, I think, a really important fight. It kind of gave a lot of momentum to Team Solo mid. They already had a fair bit, but this really solidified it. Look at Vonsi, half health as they go back in to this fight. And just keep an eye on Vonsi's health throughout this entire duration. Gets a fountain, a little bit of fortified health, somehow hanging on to life. He's down to, I believe it flashes down to below 40 health at one point there.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, honestly, if Vonsi had died, though, could have gone a very different way.
But he didn't. That's not
that's
what
what's
Vonsi
important.
does. No, when he has a fortress, he would have died for sure. But that's what you got to do. I mean, this is what you have to give this guy, a playmaking hero, something he can get in there, get some work done with. We don't see the weapon glaive a lot.
No.
But this was a comp that it made sense on, and TSM, you know, they're not doing just silly drafts.
Speaking of the comp, I mean, this is basically now, we've seen it a couple times, and it's Adagio Finn, insert beefy weapon power carry here, and it seems to be winning pretty effectively.
It reminds me of when that was very frequently what we used to see. I mean, Finn Adagio was super popular. You pair it with, like, Saw. Maybe,
Arden.
Maybe we could see some Saw. Lyra.
knows.
Lyra weapon power.
Beefy weapon power carry.
She heals a lot. She
Yo.
she can live for a
Healing
long
does
time.
not
Yo.
equal beefy.
Ozo.
Ozo.
That is an Ozo comp.
That it
yeah,
really is.
I guess.
Any comp that's a weapon power comp can also be a Ozo comp.
My man.
Let's look at the standings from after week 2. You can see both regions here, Europe and North America. Of course, in North America, 16 points to Team Solo Mid, who has won both weekends back-to-back, 13 to Gangstars. The second place team in North America has more than the first place one in Europe. That just shows a difference, right? Like North America, we've got 2 teams right at the top. They're really fighting it back and forth for that top slot. In Europe,
Consistency.
we had 0-point teams make it all the way to the finals. Crazy difference.
Yeah, I really don't know what to expect out of Europe anymore.
I said word of the season. I feel like Sesame Street. We should have it just pop up like scroll across the bottom. Word of the season: consistency.
That's what we're looking
animate
for.
All right. Well, I mean, it was a very exciting weekend, of course. Congratulations to our finalists. We had G2 and Team Solo Mid taking home first place for their respective regions. Next week at 9 a.m. Pacific on Saturday, we'll be back with Week 3. We can't wait to see you then.